Welcome to Learn Everything About Adobe After Effects. My name is Jack. I produce weekly content based around video editing, videography, and how to make money making videos. Subscribe now if that sounds interesting to you. We're doing it big, 11.5-hour ultimate full feature, full length Adobe After Effects course. In the description down below, there are time codes to each individual lesson. This is 10 different sections going from the basics all the way to the most advanced. Without further ado, let's get into Learn Everything About Adobe After Effects. Be sure at any time to check the description for the specific lessons or watch the entire thing. Without further ado, let's get into it. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. My name is Jack Cole. I am going to be your teacher throughout this particular course. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Now, without further ado, let's break down this course before you guys start jumping straight into it, all right? So we're going to kick it off with a mini lesson. You're going to learn something right away. After that, we're going to jump straight into the basics, where you're going to be warmed up to the program with a few exercises. In Shapes and Solids, the section that comes next, we're going to learn all about shape layers, both simple and advanced. Then, in Text and Titles, we're covering animated text and 3D titles that you can use in any sequence. We'll move on to animations and cover manual animations and preset animations that will save you loads and loads of time, literally hours, in whatever project you're utilizing them on. Which brings us into our full breakdown of the different effects available to use in Adobe After Effects. That brings us nicely into covering green screens and, of course, how to use them. Then we'll bust out the advanced stuff, where we start getting into masking, advanced transitions, and rotoscoping, which brings us nicely into motion tracking, where we cover the nitty and gritty, both simple and advanced. We'll finalize off this course with a breakdown of exporting and a huge bonus section covering everything we've learned throughout the entire course and exploring a bunch of live projects that you potentially could be encountering in your future as a video editor. Overall, this course is huge, so let's not waste any more time and get straight into it. I'll see you guys in the mini lesson. Let's do this. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Right now, we're going to do a mini lesson before we get into all the nitty and gritty and all the kind of the official stuff, right? But I want to have something where you guys can learn something right away and, have basically achieved something within the first, 10 minutes of this course. So without further ado, you can go to the resources and download this clip right here. It's a clip of me walking, right? I'm literally just walking down the street. And what we're going to do is we're going to trim this down, and we're also going to throw a transition on the front of it. And we're also going to make it slow motion. So without further ado, we can actually, once you've downloaded that, go ahead and drag and drop that into your actual media manager right here. And you drag and drop it over here. It's going to import itself. And then what we can actually do is we can drag it down here to this button, which creates a composition based around this clip. So if we drag and drop it into that button there, it has instantly created a composition right now. And what we can actually do is, I don't actually want any audio on this, so we can untick the volume button. That's all we have to do to get the volume gone, is untick it. And then we can press spacebar, which is play. And what this is right here is a 120 frames a second clip. And what we've done is make 120 frames a second sequence. So this instantly becomes slow motion because 120 frames a second is four times more than the kind of average speed of a clip, which is about 30 frames a second, right? So it instantly creates this nice slow motion effect. However, the whole beginning of this is sort of not mandatory. So what we want to do is we want to scroll over until it gets a little bit smoother, probably around here. So let's actually cut it at about there. All right, let's press Control-Shift-D, which is the shortcut to cut. Let's delete that, and let's drag and drop it over. And what we can do is press spacebar again to play. And just like that, we have a clip which is slow motion, and it's lagging a little bit because, of course, it's 120 frames a second, which is a very slow clip, pretty much. And it's just lagging a little bit. So what we could do is, if you guys are experiencing a little bit of lag, you can go to full and change that to about quarter, which means that it's playing at quarter of the resolution that it could, which means it's going to slow down the lag, and it should speed up, which, as we notice here, it has started to speed up, and it's looking pretty good. And pretty much, I sort of give a little wave to this guy who's walking his dog, and then I continue walking down the street. And then what we could do is right there when I kind of step up on the pavement, we could actually press Control-Shift-D again and cut that one out. And now we've actually selected this little area right here, which is a clip that we've actually chopped down using some shortcuts, and we've turned to slow motion because we've actually put it into 120 frames per second sequence. And now what we could actually do is I want to show you guys a little secret, which we're going to be getting to much later on, but it's a nice quick thing for you guys to get your heads around, and that is the animation preset folder. So if we go up here to animation and then apply animation preset, and make sure you're highlighting your clip when you do this. So animation, apply animation preset. We're going to be greeted with a big old folder full of a load of different preset animations. And what we can actually do is we can click back to presets. We've got all these different areas right here, right? And what we can actually do is we can grab a couple. So I think I might even try and throw some stuff on there, right? And I'm probably going to be looking in text, right? I'm going to go to text, or actually probably not text. I'm probably going to go to movement, transitions, movement. So if I come here, we see all these different transitions, right? And the one I want to actually use is stretch and blur. So let's actually click that and press open. And what's going to happen is the clip is actually going to disappear off the screen because it has started a transition. And now if we actually come here and we press this little arrow right here to open it up, then a further arrow to open it up, and the further arrow to open the stretch up, what's happened is keyframes have been created here. So it actually, when we press spacebar to play, our clip stretch blurs in with this amazing pre-made transition that they give us access to in Adobe After Effects. And what we can actually do is we can actually highlight both of these, press Control-C and Control-V, and what we can actually do is we can make sure to swap them around, right? Because we want to reverse them out. So now what we've done is we've reversed that original transition in to be a transition out. So what we can do now is actually, if we go to the end here and press N, which is an out point, which means that it seals off this section. Now if we go to the start and press spacebar to play, we have a transition in onto the clip that we've chopped down, a nice slow motion clip, and then transition straight back out. And then because of that out point set, it just replays from the beginning. And if you followed through with me on this extremely simple first exercise, we have learned something, and you have learned something. I knew this stuff, but you have learned something within the first 10 minutes of this course, and that is exactly the way we want to start this. There's going to be so much more value in this course. You literally haven't even started. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. My name is Jack Cole, freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing daily content based around video production. Now, this right here is going to be kicking off section 1, the introduction, the basic section, and this is going to be the introduction. Overall, the introduction to the layout, because before we can crack on and do any of the juicy stuff, we got to understand how to maneuver between the program, and at the end of the day, if you don't know what you're doing, it could be a real, hard program to navigate. So that's what this episode here is going to be. So first off, this right here is what the program is going to look like once you actually load it up and, start a new project. And basically, you've got a few different sections. As you see, if we click a different section, it highlights this sort of blue outline around it, which means that we're currently operating in that particular section, right? So more or less, we'll start, I guess, chronologically, if you will, right? So first off, up here, what you have is all the different actual, standard buttons that you'd have in an actual program. Now, the actual file and edit, they're pretty universal. More or less, any program you go into is going to have a file and an edit, and we'll get into the different specifications of each of the options that they give you here. But overall, you've got a file, which is more or less dealing with the actual project itself. Edit, which is some actual internal stuff, whether it be copy pasting and duplicating stuff that ideally we'll be doing with shortcuts in the future, because it's just a much quicker way to do it, and we'll be getting that to that in the tools and shortcuts section. Composition, which we'll crack on with later. Layer, which is all revolving around the actual different layers we've created down here in the the timeline. Effects is pretty universal. This right here is overall just it's pretty straightforward. It's the effects. Of course, you can also access that in effects and presets. Animation, whole bunch of different animation-based stuff. View revolves around the layout. Window is, again, ticking on different tabs, so there's actually way more tabs than just the ones we have here, but these are the standard ones. And help, which is more or less not necessary, because I'm here to help you walk stuff through, basically. So that is the actual buttons you have at the top, and then we'll crack on with the actual layout itself. So over here is the project manager, aka the media manager. When we import stuff, it's going to be here. When we make compositions, it's going to be here. If we get a graphic and bring it in, it's going to be here. If we make any sort of different pieces of media, that's all going to appear right here. And of course it's empty because we currently have no media. You've got name, which is the, the name of the media, whatever the case may be. If you import a file that's file number 1, it'll pop up here under name. Over here is the composition. Once we've actually clicked new composition, which we're going to be getting to next, and we've actually built a composition, right? This is going to be where you're going to be able to see it. This is your preview window, if you will. Anything that we do to the actual project itself, edits or whatever, will all be able to be played back up here. And pretty much this is our live view, and more or less, I think preview summarizes it pretty well. Then we have over here, which is a few different option tabs. So we got info. This will give us basic info on our clip once we've got it loaded up down here in the timeline. Audio, which will obviously allow us to tweak different levels. However, that also can be accessed down here in the actual timeline itself. Preview, which can be kind of accessed through, just the use of the spacebar, which is, playing stuff, stopping it, skipping frame by frame, which again can be accessed through shortcuts, which we're going to extensively get to in the sections coming up. And then we have this effects and presets tab with a couple other tabs right here. For example, libraries, which is a variety of different assets and stuff like that. Again, all of this stuff is going to be deep dive. Now, down here is the actual timeline. Any actual layers we create, for example, importing clips, etc., they'll all pop up with their names right here. So as you see, source name, that will be where our clips, start appearing, or our shapes start appearing, or our graphics, our songs, whatever the case may be. So if we'd imported that clip that was clip number 1, and we dragged it to our timeline, right here under source name, it would appear here as a line, and it would say clip number 1. And that's the layer organization section, which is linked to the timeline. This right here, this whole area here, the sort of light gray area, is the timeline where all our chops, our cuts are done, our effects, etc. And this right here is going to be sort of the main area where you're actually able to influence stuff, next to perhaps using the effects tab, which is, working in unison with the actual timeline area. And also, at any point in time, if you decide rather that there is sort of a higher priority on each one of these tabs, as you notice the cursor right here, if we hover over these sort of dark lines that sort of separate everything, we get this different kind of cursor. And the reason for that is because we're actually able to drag out areas or tabs that we want. So for example, say that, we're editing a huge project and there, the layers are building up and we stop being able to see them. We are actually easily able to drag this up, for example, and actually at any point adjust the different tabs that we have available to us here. And we could even go a step further. If you are not happy with the layout, which personally, I always leave the layout how it is based on the simple fact that After Effects clearly, or Adobe clearly spent quite a bit of troubleshooting time deciding that this was the optimal layout for editing. However, at any single time, we're actually able to go up here and actually drag and drop sections and link them to different places where we think that they might be a little bit more easily accessible. For example, say for some reason we wanted the effects tab right here, or for some reason actually we wanted the timeline maybe up here, for example. As you see, once I click the name of the actual section, we could drag it up here and, for example, drag and drop it, and all of a sudden we have actually dragged that into a different area. However, in my opinion, this is not optimal at all, and at any point if you do accidentally do that, because it happens to the best of us, you can go up to Window, Work, Space, and then go to Reset to Standard Layout. And just like that, it will reset at any time. So by all means, if you're new to the program, sometimes you might be dragging something in a hurry and you might accidentally drag it down here and then you're, freaking out that you messed up. Don't worry. A Window, Workspace, and Reset Standard to save layout. And just like that, guys, that is the layout walked through. See you in the upcoming part. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the basics section, we're going to be doing starting a new composition. And in After Effects, there's a trend that I'm going to address now, which is that there's always more than one way to do something. So for example, we're going to break down how to make a new composition, but there's going to be a variety of different ways that we can actually do it. So way number one, arguably the simplest, it's right in front of us, new composition. All we'd have to do is actually tick this, or click it rather, and we're able to create a new composition. Now for the sake of just making the numbers go up, we're just going to call this comp 1, because obviously throughout the course of our After Effects course, we'll be creating so many compositions that I think it's a good way to organize it by just calling them comp 1, comp 2, comp 3, comp 29, whatever the case may be. And right below here, we have an actual, different specifications. So for example, right now, it kind of by default creates a 1920 by 1080p sequence. And that right there is just a standard 1080p sequence, right? But for example, say we wanted to make a square sequence, for example, maybe we would do 1080 by 1080. And that will be able to create a square composition. But for the purpose of this, we're just going to go 1920 by 1080. And this right here is an actual, width and dimensions, if you will. Now, down here is the frame rate. So at the moment, it's 23.976. But maybe, for example, standard footage might be, 30 frames a second, or oftentimes it's usually 29.97, which is, close to 30 frames a second. So we'll just leave it on 29.97. And that, of course, can be adjusted depending on the clips you're working with. Some clips might be 60 frames a second. If you're working with, extreme slow motion, you might even be using 120 frames a second. But standard footage is usually about 30 frames a second or 29.97. Down here is actually going to be the duration. This is the next most important situation you should be dealing with. Now, the numbers look maybe a little confusing. If you're looking at first glance, you could think maybe this is 30 minutes and 18 seconds, but it's not. It's actually 30 seconds and 18 milliseconds. The way this goes right here is the furthest number is hours. So at the moment it's 0, which is good. We're not trying to make a movie or anything. Next over is the minutes. And next over is the seconds, and finally is the milliseconds. So for example, say we wanted to make a 1 hour, 30-minute sequence, we would change the 0 over here to a 1, the 2 over here to 30, and we would actually make these right here 0, 0, and 0, 0, and that right there would be a 1 hour and 30-minute sequence. But of course, that's pretty huge, and we don't really want that. So let's go ahead and change the hour to 0. Let's change the 30 minutes to 0. Let's actually just make a 30-second sequence. That's what we're going to be doing for the purpose of the example today. Now is background color. Background color is the next sort of key thing you should be able to look at. And that right there at default is set to black. Depending on what your actual project specifications are, you might want to change that maybe, to a different color. But for the majority of projects, black is just a nice base layer background color based on the fact that the background color isn't actually being shown to the audience of the actual video most of the time because of the simple fact that we are overlaying footage over the top of it, and the black might only act as maybe a cutaway or something like that. So overall, black is a pretty useful color to have as the background color, and for me, it's the one to go with. We're going to go ahead and press OK. And just like that, in our composition, our preview viewer, if you will, we actually have the composition pop up, and in our media manager over here, Comp 1 appears right there. And just like that, we have created our first composition. But remember what I said to you guys. I said that there is never only one way to do something, and that's going to be a huge trend throughout After Effects. There's never one way to do something. So we showed you one way to do it, but there's multiple others. Now, secondly, up here, there's a composition tab, and composition has new composition. So at any time, if say we didn't, want to create a composition by clicking the button here, by the way, I've just deleted that obviously, we could go up here to composition, new composition, and we would be greeted with the exact same composition creation screen, and we'd be able to create another composition. Now, also, there is a third way to do it. So after we click create, which does the exact same thing. It's no different. And by the way, I'm just using the mouse wheel to scroll in and out to see this right here. We are actually able to create our composition right here. And of course, at any time, we also have the toggle transparency grid. So toggle transparency, if we were to click that, turns the background off. So this is perfect if you're trying to create overlays, if you're trying to create lower thirds, or if you're trying to just create something that can be input on another scene without a background. And we're going to be emphasis on extensively, getting to that later on. So I'll toggle that back on. For the majority of projects, we do not have the transparency grid on because we do want a background to it. Now let's actually go ahead and delete this and show you the third and final way to make a composition. And that is by going down here to the create a new composition button, which is down here. And we can actually tick that. And again, we're greeted with the exact same familiar composition settings window that we were able to access in two other different ways before that. And this will, of course, be the final way we'll do it. So we'll actually look at our sequence here, decide that, you know what, this is pretty good. The frames a second have changed, so let's actually just go ahead and make it 30 frames a second. Why not? We'll see how 30 frames a second gets us, and we'll actually just go ahead and press OK. And just like that, we have explored 3 different ways to create a composition, starting the trend that I promise you there is never one way to do something in After Effects. There's always at least 2, 3, 4, or 5 different ways to do the same exact thing in After Effects, and different executions of it. Although they're different, they still breed the exact same result. So that right there was the starting a new composition section. We're going to come back in a second with importing a clip in 2 different ways. continuing on this trend of there's always multiple ways to do something. See you there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the basics section. This is importing a clip, and we're going to continue that trend straight away where there's never only one way to do something. So we've created our composition, we explored 3 different ways, and now that we actually have a composition, we want to get some media in here. At the moment, it's just a black background, and that's not too interesting. We want to actually have some clips in there. So I'm actually going to load up the After Effects file, which is the After Effects Masterclass file. And I got a few clips here. Now, we're going to be getting to these next couple in a second, but first off, what I want to actually do is I want to go ahead and import this COO24. Okay, so there's actually multiple ways to do something. Now, the easiest way, in my opinion, is to actually click, hold on your file and drag and drop. Now, it takes a second sometimes, but overall, once you've drag and dropped it, it will actually import into the media manager right here, and then just like that, we have our clip. Now, COO24 is just the standard formatting option of my Sony camera, and we actually have our clip right there. However, as I said before, there's never only one way to do something. So let's go ahead and just delete that, and we can go up here to File, down to Import, and we want to actually get a file. And just like that, we can now, on our own intuition, we can actually go to this computer, and we could actually go ahead and navigate to the After Effects Masterclass file, and go ahead and click and select our clip that we want to import, and go ahead and just tap import. And just like that, it has imported to our actual timeline, or not a timeline, our timeline is down here, but we've imported that to our media manager right here. Just like we talked about earlier, there is all the different media that you import, whether it be a graphic, a composition, etc. It will all pop up here. And now if we wanted to actually drag that into our composition, we could click and hold and drag that over and drop it into our composition. And also, as we see here, it's looking relatively low quality. So if we wanted to increase the quality at any time, we can increase the resolution playback quality, because this is not the final quality. This is only the quality that we see in here. We could change that from quarter to full, and just like that, if we go ahead and just give that a play, we have a clip that is the first clip that we've added to our timeline. And I believe this is a relatively funny one. If I click and drag this over, I think all I'm doing is I'm just in my office, my old office. I've actually left this office at this point, and I'm actually just writing on a piece of paper, and I am writing the After Effects Masterclass on the piece of paper. And just like that, that right there is how to import a clip into Adobe After Effects, of course, in 2 different ways. We'll come back in a second with starting a composition from media to match the specifications. See you there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the basics section. This is starting a new composition from media. So, as you see here, this is where we left off. We imported our clip into our media manager up here, and then we drag and dropped it into our timeline. So we've started to get into this at this point. And this is just a funny little clip of me writing After Effects Masterclass onto a piece of paper, a notepad, and just showing it up to the camera, just to keep topical for this particular course that we're working through. Now, if we wanted to match the project settings, which is pretty crucial because I want to just alert your attention to one thing. If we go up here and click Comp 1, we notice that we made a 1920 by 1080 sequence that was 30 frames a second. However, and also it was 30 seconds, right? So if we actually go up and click the clip itself, we can start seeing the specifications. If we see here, this clip is 1 minute 13 seconds and 4 milliseconds, and it's 59.94 frames a second. So even though we've imported it here into the composition, it's not the actual size or any of the specifications of our Comp 1. Now, we could, of course, right-click, go to Composition Settings, and change this comp to match that clip. However, a much simpler way to do it is actually just to create a composition straight out of the particular clip we want. So the way we do that is, for example, getting Comp 1, go ahead and deleting it based on the fact that that's actually not useful for us at the moment. We would click our clip, and we would click and drag, and instead of dragging it into our timeline, we drag it down to the new composition button down here that we were able to use earlier, and we would drag and drop, and what that does is it instantly creates a new composition that entirely matches whatever clip we drag and drop down to the Start New Composition button. However, it's COO24 because, of course, it matches every aspect of the clip that we've created. But because we want to stay organized, let's go ahead and right-click it, go to Composition Settings, and the only thing we want to change, or there's two things we want to change, is call it Comp 1. Just like that, we call it Comp 1. And however, also, there's an interesting thing in my camera that comes about where it actually doesn't start as 00000 based on the time code in my camera that's off. So what we'd also want to do is start time code and actually just change all these to zeros so that the actual timeline down here, as you see currently, it does not say 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, which is a product of the camera that I'm using. And we can actually just go ahead and change that all to 0000, press OK, and just like that, we now have a composition 1 that entirely matches our clip, and it's the exact same length of the clip, for example. And also, as we go ahead and press spacebar and literally just play this through, this right here is and it's lagging a little bit because the clip is just high quality. This right here is a perfectly matched composition to our clip, and also as we work through, it is counting up in the exact order that we want it to. 10 seconds at the moment, we skip to 15 seconds, and we're at 15 seconds. We skip to 20 seconds, and it pops up with 20 seconds down here. And that right there is our tracker. Even though we can clearly see it says 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, sometimes you need to know where you're at. And as you see, we're 20 seconds and 8 milliseconds. So we can actually just go over a couple frames and get directly to 20 seconds. But that right there is starting a new composition through media. Overall, an important section, because this is how I personally create new compositions whenever I'm making a new project, because it's the fastest way to do it. Because instead of having to go up here to composition, new composition, and manually fill in all the settings, you just simply drag and drop the clip into the new composition, and it instantly creates a composition based on the exact specifications of the clip you're creating the composition with. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the basics section, this is going to be a tools and shortcuts section, breaking down some of the most important tools and some of the most important shortcuts. Now, we're going to be introducing more tools and more shortcuts as we go, but not to overwhelm you, I just want to cover the mandatory basics that you got to know to be able to maneuver between this program. So we're going to start with the tools, and the tools section is all up here. So at any time, you are able to change tools, and we're going to be getting into the shortcuts next, which will be able to let you a little bit quicker maneuver between the different tools, but more or less, we're going to start kind of chronologically. So first off, you've got the selection tool. This is the one we're in now. This is the standard tool you'd use to, for example, move clips around, to, basically do all your kind of natural type of stuff, right? Selection tool, think of that as just your go-to maneuver tool. If you're in this tool, that's the sort of the default tool that you should be in when you're trying to edit stuff, do your chops and cuts, etc. Next, you've got the actual hand tool. So for example, say we wanted to zoom in a bit, right? And we wanted to maybe do 200. And we just want to drag the screen around, but not actually move the clip out of the composition. We would be using the hand tool, and we can actually move between the actual clip, and we are actually able to kind of highlight, zoom in on different areas, but not affect the actual clip's placement in the composition. Whereas I'll just show you what would happen if for example, we were using the all selection tool and we tried to move around. As you see, we're moving that clip out of the composition and out of the actual 19 by 1080 resolution. So basically, if you want to actually move the clip around, you'd use all selection tool. However, if you just want to maneuver between the sequence and actually just maybe highlight a different area or come up to the corner to do some text up here, or maybe make a slight adjustment in the bottom right corner or something, or tweak a lower third in the bottom left, you'd be using the hand tool. This allows you to maneuver between the composition but not actually move the particular selected clip that we're actually working with. Next up is the zoom tool. Now, the zoom tool is kind of useful, but it's also maybe a little bit slower than perhaps going down here, because, if the zoom tool, at any time you can click and zoom in, for example, which is kind of cool. However, you also have this zoom area down here, which I personally find after, about 5 years of using After Effects is quicker than navigating our way up to the zoom tool. It's actually a little quicker just to, for example, say we want to zoom in, maybe just go in here and go into, 100%, or maybe we want to go way deep, 1600, which, as you see, that's too deep. However, what the zoom tool is good for is zooming on specific sections. Because, for example, if we were here and we wanted to do, maybe 400% in, it just zooms in straight to the center point, and that's that little kind of cross right there. However, if we want to zoom in, for example, just on the tripod, we would use the zoom tool, and we can actually zoom in on a specific area, or, for example, my little dog's face that's this little statue I had in my office. And at any time, if we're zoomed in, we can actually navigate down here, and it says 400, and we just go to fit. And fit just brings us straight back to a full screen cover, and this is kind of the default one we'd be operating in, right? Very straightforward, very standard. Next tool that you should definitely be aware of is the rotate tool. Rotate is right here, and it definitely looks like a rotate tool. It changes the cursor to this, and we can click and hold a clip, and we can actually rotate any which way that we'd actually like. And we can actually rotate around, and we can actually go ahead and, basically rotate the clip around. Or, for example, if we were, if we had a shape on the screen or a graphic or something, this could be useful to maybe change the rotation of it. And overall, rotation is a very straightforward tool. Cameras is used later on when we're actually getting into 3D stuff. And next most important tool is the rectangle tool. Now it says rectangle, however, if we click and hold, we have all these other shapes that we can create. Now there's multiple different types of shapes. You've got shapes and you've got masks. So at the moment, notice that we are selecting a clip. So if we were to use this tool and we were to click and hold, what this does is actually crops out a section of our clip, and it creates a mask. And we've got a whole masking section coming up next, which is going to be, diving into this. So if we undo that, we notice that it actually creates a selection of a clip. However, that's only if we're selecting a clip. If we're not selecting a clip, and we know we're not because obviously it's highlighted there, and if we click off, it's not. And then we were to actually be on this tool, and for example, let's say we get a rounded rectangle this time, and we were to draw a shape. Now it actually creates an individual shape layer. So actually at any time, if you find yourself accidentally cropping into your clip, it's definitely just because you were accidentally selecting the particular clip itself. And all you have to do is actually just go ahead and not select the clip, and then you're able to drag and drop with the actual shape tool up here and create whatever shape you want. And it also works when you're selecting a shape layer. So instead of making another shape layer there, we were selecting our shape layer. So if we draw another shape, all it does is create another shape within our existing shape layer. But if we were to undo that and not select a shape, we can actually drag and drop or drag out, and we are able to make a new shape layer, which actually pops up here. But let's actually go ahead and just highlight those, delete them for the time being, and we can actually crack on with the next tools. Now, pen tool. This right here is another form of the shape tool. So for example, if we're selecting our clip right here and we want to create a shape around an already existing object, we would, for example, let's try highlight the notebook. We could draw a rough outline of the notebook right here and join it up, and just like that, it will create a mask which crops in and seals off a specific section. However, if we want to just delete that mask, and we were not selecting a clip, this is a custom shape tool. So then again, say we wanted to still draw around that, but not actually be selecting our clip, we would be able to create a custom shape that is another layer around that. So the pen tool is absolutely perfect for custom shapes based on the simple fact that we can sketch already existing shapes, and we're able to actually make a sort of new layer that's a outline of whatever that existing shape was. Next up is a super useful tool, something you'll be using a lot, which is the actual text tool. So if we click on this, we can actually have this different cursor that pops up. And if we click the screen, we notice that if we want to actually type something, we get this sort of text layer that's been created here. We can actually type, for example, Jack Cole. So I'm just going to, just use my name as an example. We could drag that down here. And, just like that, we've created a piece of text, and that can at any point be customized by going over here and changing the color, but we're going to extensively get to that in the coming up sections, right? So I'll just leave some red text right there, for example. However, just like the actual shape tool, we have a click and hold button where we can actually get a horizontal text or a vertical text. So right now we've got the Jack Cole horizontal text, which goes across the screen. But if we were to delete that, and say we wanted the Jack Cole text to be coming down the left-hand side, we could click and hold, click the vertical text tool, click up here, and actually just go ahead and type in Jack. I'll just spell just Jack because it's a little bit smaller. And now just like that, we've had some text that actually comes down the screen instead of actually going horizontally over. And right now we have vertical text. So that right there is the text tool, and it's nice and straightforward. Let's go ahead and just delete that layer right there. And we can go over here to the brush tool. Now the brush tool is not necessary at the moment. This will actually come into play a little bit more later on when we're actually tweaking different particular areas.
There is also the clone stamp tool, not super necessary at the moment, and of course the eraser tool, which will come into play as we actually go over. The next most interesting one is the roto brush tool. This particular one is, we have an entire section coming up and it's going to get super, super intricate. But essentially, if we double click a layer, the rotoscope tool is how to sort of, with AI, be able to instantly highlight a specific section of the actual clip. See, we just dragged over this notebook and the AI figures out that that right there is a specific object, and it highlights it for us. So instead of having to use a mask tool to actually highlight it, manually, if you will, we're able to do that. But that's a little bit too complex for now, and it's very intricate, so we're going to be getting to that in its own entire section. But for the time being, let's just go back over here to the selection tool, and let's start breaking down some of the shortcuts, which are actually going to enable you to maneuver so much easier throughout this entire program. So, arguably, the most important shortcut in the entire program is Control S. This is save. Saving is something you got to get in the habit of doing. If I've worked hours on projects before when I was much younger and wasn't in the habit of pressing Control S every few minutes, and I lost all of that progress, which is so demotivating to have to start from the top. But if you're pressing Control S at all times, you're able to save your project. So right now we haven't saved it, which means we can actually save it. We're going to call this After Effects Masterclass, and we're actually just going to go ahead and click enter and save that. Now, just like that, we've actually saved that to our particular After Effects Masterclass folder, and just like that, we've got our project. So if we were to close this down after editing, or God forbid it was to crash, we'd be able to simply load it back up through this file right here, and it would come back with all of our progress saved. So Control S is a crucial one, and you got to be using it. Now, next up is the command for the all selection tool. So if, say, for example, we were in the text tool and we just got done making some cool text and we wanted to jump back to the selection tool, all we'd have to do is press V. And just like that, it jumps back over here to our all selection tool, and we're able to crack on with whatever other adjustments we were actually trying to do. Next up, because we're going to go in chronological order, is how to jump to the hand tool. That one's super straightforward because it is H. When we press H, it jumps over to the hand tool. And whenever I say it shortcut, notice that the button changes to blue because it's jumping to our actual next tool that we're actually using. So H is, of course, the hand tool. We press H to jump over to that. Next up, the zoom tool. That's another very straightforward one. Z. Z is, of course, the zoom tool. Z being the first letter of zoom and H being the first letter of hand, right? So the zoom tool is another super self-explanatory one. Again, we could zoom straight in on the happy dog with the golden nose and come back over. Z, very straightforward. Next up is rotate. The rotate tool would sort of lead you to believe it's R, but it's actually W. And when we press W, it changes to the rotate tool. Some of the buttons, follow the sort of the first letter of the word pattern, if you will, but a lot of them don't. In fact, more of them don't, to be honest. So if you're pressing R, you might be a little bit disappointed. However, what R does, if we press R, is it pops up the rotate down here. So instead of jumping to the rotate tool, it pops up the actual layer properties rotate, which we have a whole section coming up next breaking down the layer properties. So don't worry about that for now. We'll just bring that straight back in. Next up is going to be how to jump to the shape tool. So that would be Q. Q jumps us to the shape tool. And of course, if we're selecting our clip and we were to draw something, it just makes a mask. So for example, if we wanted to make a star around the dog's face, right? We could do that because we're selecting the clip. But if we were to press Q and we're not selecting the clip, then we'd be able to make a shape, whatever shape that we actually want in particular, right? So let's actually just undo that. And the next one, because, say we're moving on and we want to get our pen tool, the next one will be G. G gets the pen tool, and we know that that's changed because the cursor is clearly this little pen. And again, we could do a selection, for example, selecting the actual notebook itself, and we're not selecting the clip, which means it's going to draw a shape. Awesome. That right there is the pen tool covered. Next up is going to be the text tool. Now, it would lead us to believe that text tool would be T, but T actually applies to other things in the program. Therefore, the text tool shortcut is Control T. So instead of just T, it's Control T. And at any time, we can actually go up here and change to the horizontal. And then because we've pressed Control C, we could go, Jack Cole, and we could make another one of these titles. And, we could position it down here if we wanted to, or we could get our, our adjustment work areas around here. and we could actually drag it, you know, maybe put it on the table, press W to change to the rotate tool, for example, scale it in, and maybe put Jack Cole on the notepad or something, right? I'm, of course, just flexing the different options to kind of reconfirm that into your mind. Let's go ahead and click delete that right there. And finally, in terms of the actual tools up here, we've completed them for now, and we will come back with some later on. However, there's some shortcuts that apply down here. We briefly went over R, which is to jump to the rotation, but at the moment, we're just going to press R again to close that back up, because you can repeat the same shortcut, and it will just sort of undo it down here. The interesting one is L. L pops up our audio levels. So at the moment, this is 0,000 dBs, which that is just normal volume. If we were to scale it up by clicking and dragging, we could scale it up 12 times, or we could scale it down to minus 192 dBs, which would be absolutely not hearable at all. Even a dog couldn't hear this right here. And that is by simply pressing L. But of course, if we press it again, it closes up. If we press it again, it opens back up again. So if you want to increase volume or do a keyframe to increase volume, this is how you do it. Now there's another one which is similar to this, which is LL. Double L opens the waveform. Now a lot of the time it takes a second to load this up, but more or less this actually showcases the different audio that's in this particular clip. Now of course there's not a whole lot of audio here based on the simple fact that it's a clip of me drawing on a piece of paper, right? So there's really no huge audio spikes here at all. But at the end, you can see that there is a slight audio spike. However, this is very much more apparent when you're dealing with a song, for example. You'd see loads of peaks just like this every sort of couple beats or whatever. And we're going to be importing a song actually in the next section, so you'll be able to sort of test this ability a little bit more. Now, if we were to press LL, it closes it back down and undoes it. Now, just how we were talking about the mask, right? So say we're using the pen tool and we're selecting the clip and we want to draw a highlight around the actual notepad, for example, and we've masked, right? We've created a mask. A mask is essentially a crop, right? And we wanted to see that mask in action. We could actually select the clip and press M. And just like that, we have our mask that pops up down here because it's actually attached to the clip based on the fact that we've actually created a mask. And at any time, if we wanted that gone, we could select the mask and press delete, and it would jump back to the actual normal clip dimensions, and we'd be all good. However, also, if we wanted to bring it back, if, for example, we were like, oh no, I really wanted that mask, we can do the undo shortcut, which is Control Z. And just like that, it brings the mask back because what it does is reverses whatever you've done. So likewise, if we didn't like the mask, we could press Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, and Control Z, Control Z finally, because there was 4 different points, and it would fully undo the mask that we've actually just created. So absolutely awesome. Let's flex the Control S one more time, and as you see, it briefly saves it there because we'd already saved our project, which means that all it's doing is a quick save opposed to an actual save as. Finally, the final 2, which are extremely important, if we wanted to actually cut in. Now, as you see, maybe it takes me a good few seconds to even start writing, right? And say I wanted to trim this clip down so it starts as soon as I start writing, but as we see here, I don't even start drawing until about 2 seconds and 15 milliseconds. So if we wanted to chop this in, all we'd have to do is press Control-Shift-D, and just like that, that splits the clip in 2 different layers, and we could actually just delete that final section and drag it over to the start, and just like that, we actually have a clip that starts right away as soon as I start drawing, instead of actually, starting 2 seconds in. Also, if we wanted to duplicate this clip, that would be an extremely simple process. What we could actually do is press Control-D, and just like that, that literally duplicates the layer. This could be useful, for example, if we wanted to overlay an effect onto the top layer and then maybe fade it out into the actual particular, next layers. Or to the layer below, which might not have the effect, creating sort of a fade-out illusion. And that's pretty cool indeed. Now, if we actually go ahead and delete that, that right there is more or less the actual clip, the actual shortcuts done and dusted. You've got a couple more, right? For example, maybe Control-C, which would copy the clip, and then Control-V, which would paste the clip. But if you're doing that for clips, a much shorter one is, of course, Control-V, because that's just duplicating, right? Also, opacity is something, so if we were to press T, that pops up the opacity, and that is how visible the clip is. So if we bring the opacity down to 0, it's not there. If we bring it up to about 50, it's sort of half there. If we bring it up to 100, it's 100% visible. So T is the final shortcut that we'll break down. And by all means, there's plenty more shortcuts coming up next. But these are sort of the basics, if you will, to familiarize yourself and be able to maneuver between Adobe After Effects. Thanks for watching the shortcuts and tools section. We'll be coming up next with an exercise to further confirm everything that we've learned. See you there. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the basics section. This is going to be an exercise. So what we're going to do is import and edit a audio and video sequence. So pretty much we're going to be incorporating audio for the first time, and this is going to be tapping into the waveform LL thing that we were doing last time. And pretty much what we're going to be doing is, if you guys go to resources, you can download this particular clip and the Sneaky Snitch royalty-free audio, right? So more or less, if you guys go and actually download the Sneaky Snitch audio and the COO24 clip from the actual resources section, I'm just going to go ahead and delete it from the actual section right here, and we're going to walk through everything we've done so far. So I've deleted everything, and I'm going to just drag and drop them to import them, because that's the quickest way to import them in my opinion. We're going to drag and drop, and because you guys have done the same thing, you should be operating with the exact same stuff in your media section right here. So what I want you to do is get the COO24 clip and drag and drop it down here. And what we've done is we've created our sequence. But first off, I want to right-click it, go to Comp Settings, actually change the composition name to Comp1. Let's actually just change the time code to 0000, and basically just change all of these to 0 so that it actually starts on 0000. And it's glitching out a little bit, but we've just done that. So we've got this sequence right here. Now, if I actually just drop the quality down a bit to quarter so we can play this thing smoothly, it's pretty much a clip of me just, drawing on the actual pad and pen. And what we want to do is we want to get our Sneaky Snitch MP3. Let's drag and drop that into our sequence down here as well. And let's actually go ahead and press double L. And just like that, we actually have the waveform effect that pops up. And actually, if we go to the beginning and start playing this, we'll start hearing the audio itself. And just like that, we've got this audio that's playing in the back. So what I want to actually do is I want to sync up our clip to the actual audio and basically have it chop on a variety of different beats. So let's actually start playing it through, and we're going to use some of those shortcuts to chop into this clip and actually make a synced up sequence. So let's press spacebar to play. And that looks like a good area to chop on. We're chopping on these big beats. So let's select our clip and press Control-Shift-D, chop the clip. Let's actually just go over maybe 2 seconds. Why not? Let's go over a few seconds. Press Control-Shift-D again, chop that out, and drag it back over again. Now let's actually play it from there and find the next clip to chop on. And it looks like that is the next clip to chop on. And now I'm starting to see a pattern where it looks like every few seconds we've got a chop. So again, let's go over roughly 2 seconds. Press Control-Shift-D twice and actually just bring this over here. And we actually, by the way, we can press Shift to lock it to the next clip, right? So if we weren't pressing Shift, it would just, we'd have to manually do it. But if we bring it close and press Shift, it'll lock to the end of our previous clip. And it looks like that right there is the next clip that we want to chop. So we'll chop it. And again, we'll go over probably another 2 seconds or so. Chop that again with Control-Shift-D. Delete the middle section and drag it over. And we'll drag to the top and play it from the top just so you can see what's starting to happen. And in fact, I've realized that I probably want to just go ahead and chop that one right there so we can actually do a little bit quicker, right? So let's play again. And just like that, when it comes over here, we'll chop that. Again, go over a few more seconds. Chop that again. And what we're doing is essentially just trying to sync it to the beat. Every few seconds, there's one of these beat drops. And we can actually just keep chopping it down so that we're pretty much syncing it up to the beat. And I'm just guessing that that's the next actual one that we can sync it to. And what we're going to have is a sequence, once we've just kept chopping to the beat, that pretty much, sort of jumps between the actual wording of this actual Adobe After Effects Masterclass course right here. And what we're doing is actually just syncing it up. So we'll press spacebar to play it. And just like that, the next clip comes up. We can go over, chop that over, bring it back over again, play. And it looks like that's the next beat that we want to chop on. And what we're going to be left with after this is a a video clip that looks like it's synced to the actual audio because it's actually chopping on the beat. And every beat, even though the beats aren't necessarily extremely prominent, they're very much so obvious. And also the sort of pattern in our mind starts to understand what's happening, and we sort of start to feel this effect of the video being synced with the audio. So if I go back to the beginning, I press Control-S to save it, so we make sure that we're fully saved, and I press spacebar to play. And just like that, we actually have a pretty synced up sequence, and I'm actually going to keep going over, and I'm just going to keep on chopping them every few beats, because I believe that what we want to do is just keep on chopping and is finding out how interesting this is going to look. And what this does is kind of build a stairway to heaven, if you will. And actually, looking at it now, to actually make an even more effective chop, we could actually chop out all these middle ones. And what we'd be doing is we can click and drag all these over, and we can actually hold Shift to make sure to drag these over. And now what we've done is cut out even more. So there's going to be an even bigger emphasis of a cut, and it's going to be even more obvious. So now that we've done that right there together, you should be following through exactly what I've done. I press Control-S to actually save, and now when we go to the beginning, we can actually go ahead and press spacebar to play. And just like that, we've got this very obvious sync to the beat effect. And just like that, we've actually synced a clip to the beat using the waveform. And remember, waveform can be accessed by pressing double L, and just like that, we're able to actually jump ahead. And I can actually go over a few this time, go over maybe 4 seconds or so, bring it over, and bring it over, and just like that, we will have created a pretty interesting effect where it sort of jumps around, and I sort of write pretty quickly whatever the Adobe After Effects Masterclass, and then it presents it to the screen. So let's press spacebar to play. And we can actually just go ahead and chop it out on that last clip. So now we've got a sequence that basically presents the various different lettering on the screen, shows it, puts it down, and then cuts to black. And actually what we can do is at the end, we can actually just get the text tool, and we can click on the screen and type fin. And fin obviously is like that old school, way of saying the video is finished. Maybe like old-timey videos would have this. So I think it's kind of just a fun little text to put there. And we can actually press Control-T, get the text tool, highlight it, and make that white. And now if we go to the beginning and play this, we've got a funny little sequence that sort of plays out. And we have actually created a interesting little sequence together by syncing it up to the beat. And really what this was is a sort of just an exercise to further confirm all the various different things that we've learned, including these shortcuts. Just like that, we have a fully synced up sequence. And that right there can actually be Control-Shift-D, cut that clip out at the end, and actually go ahead and press N to seal that off. So that right there is a full sequence from start to finish. It cuts every single beat that happens. If we press LL again down here, every single beat that hits, it actually has a cut in it. And just like that, we have created a sequence that syncs video and audio and combines text at the very end. So that right there was an exercise, and we're going to keep cracking on in a second with the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are cracking on with the basic section. This is going to be making folders and organizing the media. So, because we're dealing with such a huge project here, not yet, but the After Effects course is going to be massive, about 13 hours of content, which means that we're going to have so much media here, it's going to get very, very overwhelming at a certain point, and I think it's ideal to start by organizing stuff straight off the bat. So, I want to break down folders. Folders are a great way to organize, and it's it's an ideal situation, especially dealing with big projects, to make sure that you're organizing from the start. So down here is the folder button. If we hover over, it gives us the little annotation saying that we can create new folders. So let's click that, and let's actually call this one footage. We're going to be creating 3 different folders to start off with. Footage, and let's go down here, click create another one. Let's call this one compositions, which is of course going to be for our compositions, and let's call the final one audio. Audio is a good one. We're actually going to call that audio and call that composition, call that footage. Now, to actually put stuff in the folders, it's a very simple process. In fact, what I think I might do is just right-click, go to rename, and just call this comps. Just nice and short. Compositions is a little bit long-winded. Let's call it comps, footage, and audio. For the footage, let's drag, let's drop, and let's put that into the footage folder. Let's drag sneakysnitch.mp3. Let's drag and drop that into audio, and let's get comp1 and put that into comps. And just like that, if we click the drop-down menus, we have audio, comps, and footage. And of course, it puts in alphabetical order, A being the start of the alphabet, C being the 3rd letter, and F being, I actually don't know, the 5th letter or something like that. And pretty much it's an alphabetical order organized. Now, at any time, if we wanted to minimize these, we could click the little arrow and click it. And just like that, it turns facing the side, opposed to turning down. And we can actually minimize all of these, and just like that, when we press Control S, we have organized our project in a very effective manner. And this right here might not be applicable to you if you're only doing one tiny little project where maybe you're just doing a couple chops and cuts, or maybe you're just applying one effect to one clip. But for longer projects, stuff that, you know, you're going to be dealing with loads of media and loads of audio, loads of different compositions, and loads of, you know, overall media that's actually in the overall section here, it's a very wise situation to actually organize your stuff straight from the start so that you don't lose anything, you know where everything is, and everything's just nice and easy and, you know, easily accessible throughout the course of your project. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the basics section. This is going to be walking through the layer properties. So we've gone over the tools and shortcuts up here. Now, there are further tools and shortcuts, if you will. They're not full tools, but there's further properties that are inside each one of these clips that are customizable and stuff that you should definitely know how to use. So let's actually just go ahead and zoom in a little bit here and take our bottom clip right here. And let's actually hover over this little arrow, which is the sideward arrow, which we know if we click this arrow, we actually can pop down 2 other sections. And these right here are the property categories. Now, we've gone over audio, so let's have a look at that real quick. Audio consists of the audio levels, which is a property, which means we can turn that up, we can turn that down. And it also has the waveform, which we've also gone over. And that one, of course, is much more apparent when we're using the sneaky snitch, because that's an actual track, which means that there's actual audio going on in it, opposed to this being a video clip where I'm really just writing on a piece of paper. So the waveforms aren't very obvious. But let's tick that arrow up. Let's tick that arrow up right here. The bit we haven't covered yet is transform. So let's actually tick the arrow down and reveal the various different properties. Now, we went over opacity briefly. We know that the shortcut for that is T, which means that we can jump straight to opacity and bring that down, bring that up. But let's actually just go ahead and open back up all the other properties. We've also got rotate, which we went over, which was R, and that of course can be you know, manual rotate instead of actually getting the rotate tool, which, you know, can be very, very useful sometimes. For various different situations, we might use the manual rotate, or we might use the actual rotate tool, which would be up here. However, this right here is much better for keyframes, and keyframes we're going to be getting to extensively later, but keyframes pretty much track the movement, right? Next is scale. Scale can be accessed by pressing S if we want to just go to scale. However, for the purposes of this, we're just going to be using all of the different ones. Now, of course, scale, if we started to use the properties, we'll scale in or scale out, depending on what our actual project is, you know, requiring from us. And scale is something that's super useful for a lot of different situations, and it's something we're going to extensively get to next. Position is another one of them. Position is a, you know, of course, manual ability to change the position of something. Now, of course, if we were pressing V and we were in our selection tool, we can actually, by hand, take the position around, but it's a little bit less precise. This right here has a horizontal and a vertical axis, an X and a Y, if you will. And if we were to drag one of them over, we can, for example, change the placement of the clip horizontally, or we could change the placement of the clip vertically. And that right there is the ability to just click, and it turns the cursor, and hold, and then we can drag over to actually change the properties of it, or we can manually go in and, for example, say we were on scale and we wanted to make this 50, we could just change the actual scale amount to 50 and it would pop down. Likewise here, we could change this to 100 and it would, appear over here because that's the position. But let's just press Control-Z and Control-Z to undo that. And finally, the anchor point. The anchor point is the very middle of the actual clip right there. Now the anchor point, if you see, we can bring it down and we can put the anchor point at the bottom, but the anchor point overall should stay in the middle. The anchor point is the central location of the clip, and when we start to move the clip around, it will move around that anchor point. Also, there's a shortcut for the anchor point. So if we were to hold Y, we're able to drag and drop the anchor point, and as you see, the position and the anchor point change. So we could put the anchor point up here. Now, what that would do, for example, is the entire clip would revolve around that anchor point. So if we then decided to use the rotation, for example, it now, instead of rotates around the middle, it rotates around this anchor point, which is in the top right, or the top left, rather. So overall, I'm pressing Control-Z to bring that to the center. We don't want to do that. We want to, for the majority of sequences, have that anchor point straight in the middle, so anything we do revolves around the middle, and it happens in a central fashion. And overall, that right there is a brief dive into the layer properties, which can be accessed by simply clicking the drop-down arrow of any of these different clips, and then clicking the further drop-down of the actual subcategory within the properties. And we've got an exercise coming up with an example clip to further confirm and further, just put those properties right into your mind and, go over them in a fashion that you're going to retain them, because those properties are something we're going to utilize all throughout the course, and they're very, very, very relevant to almost any project that you'll be creating. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on, or finalizing actually, the basic section with an exercise. Now, the exercise is going to be taking a final clip, and what we're going to be doing is framing this clip nicely and just pretty much setting it up and utilizing the various different tools and shortcuts, and of course the previous section, which we just wrapped up, the properties. So, go to the resources and actually download COO26, another Sony clip, and let's drag and drop that in once you've actually downloaded it from the resources. Just like that, it's imported itself to the sequence. And what we're going to do is, instead of going up to composition and going new composition and then filling all the stuff in manually, let's do that trick that we learned a couple sections ago, and let's drag that down here into our new composition, create new composition button. And let's drag and drop that. Let's let that load up, and now let's actually just go ahead and press spacebar, and let's play this through. So the clip is me in my office coming over. I sit down. And what I do is I look at the camera and I pretty much start typing on the computer, right? Or I looks like I frame up the computer and I start typing, right? Now, of course, we don't want that whole section of me walking in, right? So let's just let the clip finish. And I think there's even a section where I walk out. But actually, first off, let's right-click the clip. Let's go up to Composition Settings, and let's call this Comp 2. And let's also get the time codes, and let's make this 00, 00, 00, and of course, 00. So it starts on 1 second and it finishes. And just like that, if we give this a play, I finish typing, I look at the screen, but then I get up and I walk away again. So first off, we want to trim the fat, right? But before we do that, let's keep up with the organization. Let's get Comp 2, let's put it in Comps, and let's get COO26, and let's put it into Footage. So just like that, we've stayed organized. And what I want to do is I want to scroll over in the timeline to about, let's have a look. So when I look back at the computer, so what I'm going to say right here is this is 11 seconds. We know this is 11 seconds because on the screen right now it says 11. So let's actually use that shortcut and press Control-Shift-D, split the clip, delete it, and let's drag and drop it over. Let's bring it to the very beginning. Then let's go away until I'm sort of pushing away from the desk. And just before I push away from the desk at let's say maybe 9 seconds. So we know that's 9 because right there it says 9. And we can press Control-Shift-D again and chop that down. Now let's go over one frame and press N to seal it off. So we have this section now that we can press spacebar and play it through, where I'm just typing on the computer. Okay, and I'm typing on the computer, sweet, and then I sort of decide whatever I've done is done, and then I sort of put my hands away. But of course, because we've sealed it off, that N is an out point, right? So as soon as it hits the end, it just starts from the beginning again. So it kind of just seals it down, opposed to just if that wasn't there, it would just go away and turn to black, right? So let's press Control-Z to bring that back. Let's press Control-S to save what we've done so far. Now, the main thing that I want to address in this video is the fact that there's this massive space over here. So the video is not framed nicely at all. Now there's one thing we could do, which is press S to bring up the scale, and we could actually scale it in a fair bit, and then we could actually click and drag and sort of just bring it over to frame it up kind of nicer there. We could even press W to get the rotate and just maybe rotate it around, and we could frame it up nicely. We could even change it to full and start playing this through. And just like that, we've framed it up pretty nicely. However, there's one particular thing that's happened, and that is we've actually lost quality, being the fact that this is a 1080p sequence, and the clip is 1080 as well. So, of course, right now, this is a 159, which means that we are 59 into the actual, into the quality. So, for example, 100 is full quality, but if we're, 100 can't fit because the dimensions are too small. So if we press Control-Z to undo that, we've lost quality because we've actually brought the clip, beyond 100 scale, which means that it's actually destroying the quality and it's getting worse. So there's one thing we can do, which is press Control-Z, 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 undo this, bring it down, and we can actually go over to Compositions, right-click, go to Composition Settings, and we can actually make this a lower resolution so that our 1920 by 1080p clip doesn't have to lose any quality, but the actual, framing can still be done and we can scale it inward. So let's actually make the width 1280 by 720, which means this becomes a 720p sequence. And look at that. Now we have all this extra workroom here. However, we're still keeping 100 scale, which means that we're not actually destroying the quality at all. And now we can click and drag and actually frame this up here. We could even press W to get the rotate this over a bit, and actually just bring myself here so that we can press spacebar to play, and we've lost no quality. I'm typing on the screen, and we've actually framed this up super nice so that there's no big space that's over to the right-hand side, which is, just looking a little ugly and not very framed correctly. Overall, we don't want just a ridiculous space to the side. That right there is a perfect execution of the actual rotate, of the actual scale inwards. As you see, scale is just 100, which means that we've lost no quality. We've toned it down to a 1280 by 720 sequence, but the actual clip itself is 1920 by 1080, which means we've got more to work with. It's not fitting the entire screen, so we actually have more workroom, and that's why recording in a higher resolution than the actual project you're going to be editing is a very smart strategy every single time. Now, 720p is a little bit played out. In the future, we'll be getting into 4K sequences and actually bringing 4K footage and then using that in a 1080p sequence, which means that, we're still dealing with 1080p quality, which is sort of a baseline in 2019 and 2020. And we're still able to have that workroom because we're dealing with 4K footage. But that's all coming up next. The 720p example here of framing up a clip nicely is just a nice little exercise to get us all warmed up and adjusted to the actual program. Right there, that is the end of the basics section. I just wanted to do this final exercise to explore framing a shot and also deep dive into the actual properties down here a little bit, or briefly dive, not really a deep dive, and overall just further confirm how to create a composition and how to overall go through everything that we've covered so far in the basics section. We got some amazing stuff coming up next for you guys in the Adobe After Effects Master Class course. I'll see you guys there. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're getting into the Shapes and Solids section, and this right here is going to be showing off all the different shapes, so how to actually create shapes. And it's going to be a very straightforward process because we've already walked through the Shape tool, and I'm going to be breaking down a few different ways of how we can actually use this particular tool to make custom shapes. But first off, let's make a new composition. Let's go up here to Composition. Let's go to New Composition, and let's actually just go ahead and make probably a 30 frame a second sequence. Let's change this to 1920 by 1080, so we're dealing with a 1080p sequence, and probably just turn this up to 30 seconds, because why not? 30 seconds is decent. And let's go ahead and press OK. And just like that, we've loaded up into a brand new sequence. Well, you guessed it, the simplest way to obviously make a shape is to go up here to the Shapes and Solids section, right? Or the Shapes section, rather. And what we do is be able to select between these 5 different shapes. We've got the basic rectangle tool, which of course we could simply create a rectangle, or if we hold Shift, it locks the proportions, and we're able to create a perfect square, which is the exact same dimensions, vertically as it is horizontally. And again, you do that by pressing Shift, but holding Shift, actually. So this is me not holding Shift. I'm fully able to make whatever size I want. If I wanted maybe a bar at the top or something, or whatever the case may be. But as soon as I hold Shift, it locks the proportions, and it's struggling to load it for a second because obviously we're on full screen. It locks those proportions, and we're able to scale it in and out, of course. Now I'm actually just going to drop this down to probably about quarter so we don't run into any more lag issues. After Effects, it can definitely be an extremely laggy program sometimes, especially when you're doing stuff a little bit fast, where, you know, if I was going maybe a little bit slower, it wouldn't have done, but, you know, the fast movements sometimes can spike up that lag. But that right there is the rectangle. We'll go ahead and delete that, and we'll go and click and hold, and we can get the rounded rectangle tool. And just like that, this is more or less the same. However, the edges, if we click off, you notice, have a rounded edge to them. So if we put this on full so we can see the full situation, press H to get the hand tool, come up here, there is now a rounded edge to it. It's not so hard on the sides of it, and it's pretty much just a little bit smoother, right? So this, for example, could be a nice effect for something maybe like a lower third, for example. I'm just going to drop that down to about third. And you know, you could have a nice little rounded lower third. We'll be getting to creating lower thirds and all those extra little graphics later on. Let's go ahead and just delete that layer one more time. Go up here and go to Ellipse Tool. Ellipse Tool is, of course, an ellipse. But again, if we wanted to turn the Ellipse Tool to a circle tool, all we'd have to do is, you guessed it, hold Shift. And just like that, we are able to create a perfect circle. And we are actually able to create a perfect circle. And of course, I'll be getting extensively in a second into actually how to you know, customize these shapes even further going forward in terms of colors, in terms of strokes, whatever the case may be. Let's delete that and move on to the fourth tool, which is the polygon tool. Again, we can create a polygon right here by simply clicking and dragging in. However, if we want to make it directly in the center, let's put our cursor in the center. And just like that, we've been able to create a polygon. Very, very simple, very straightforward. And we can then delete that and use the final tool, which is the star. The star is going to become extremely handy at the end of this section because we've got a phenomenal exercise lined up. It's going to be super interactive once we start exploring how to do 3D shapes. And, you know, the star tool is going to be a very, very fun exercise that we're going to utilize. But just like that, we've explored how to create all the basic shapes that are available to you within Adobe After Effects. Now, of course, these are the basic shapes. Super emphasis on the basics because custom shapes are something we're going to be getting into much heavily next, and custom shapes are really where the fun starts to happen. But of course, the basic shapes are totally easily utilized throughout the course of you know, any project you're working in. And a lot of the time, maybe you're doing motion graphics or whatever the case may be, the shapes will definitely be relevant to you. But say we got a shape and say, you know, right now our default color is set to green. As we could see up here, the fill color is set to green, but if we wanted to change that, the process is beyond simple. All we do is simply click the fill color, and our actual color wheel pops up, our color selector, if you will. And of course, we could just scroll between the various different colors of the rainbow, and we can see the actual shape start to change live on our screen next to us as we rotate, or as we scroll, rather, through the various different colors. Now, I'm just going to go for probably like maybe kind of like a purpley to kind of match After Effects, right? So maybe kind of like a dark purple or whatever, just to kind of keep in tune with that Adobe After Effects kind of branding, if you will. Well, you know, it's not ideal, but it's semi-close to it. And another thing I want to show you is the stroke. So a stroke is more or less an outline, right? So at the moment, you see it's on 0 pixels, and it's white. However, if we simply start toning up those pixels, we start to see a stroke appear. And again, to change that color, all we do is click it, and we get the color wheel, and we can simply scroll up through it. And for example, say we wanted to go about here, and we wanted to get that other color that's part of the After Effects kind of scheme, which is kind of like a little bit lighter purple, right? We could actually navigate over there and create a little bit lighter of a purple. And just like that, we have actually been able to create a shape which we've customized the fill layer, we've customized the actual stroke, and overall, we have been able to you know, create different shapes. And that right there, guys, is the shape tool, how to create a variety of different shapes. We're going to be coming back in a second with how to create custom shapes. I'll see you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on with the Shapes and Solids section. This is how to create custom shapes. So pretty much right now we've explored the basic shape tool. We go up here, we click and hold, and we got 5 different options, of course. Now there's other options within those options, like we know the ellipse tool can create an ellipse, or if we hold shift, it can create a circle. And by the way, whatever the last specifications of the previous shape you created, when you create a new shape, it will match those specifications. So for example, this new shape, if we wanted to have no stroke to it, and we maybe wanted to make it just white, we just simply have to change that up there. But let's go ahead and delete that, and I want to show you guys how to create custom shapes. Custom shapes is going to be something that I think we should make a new composition for. So let's go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's match the exact settings that we did for the last one, because I think it works nicely. Let's press OK, and just to keep in fashion, let's actually highlight these two these two compositions. Let's drag them to comps. And in fact, I think I might go ahead and rename this folder to comps. I was going to call them comps, but I'm starting to think that I just want to have the full name there. Why not? And the way we're actually going to create custom shapes is through the pen tool. The pen tool right here is something that is really, really useful for creating custom shapes, because we can draw whatever shape we want to. I'm going to start with a shape that we all kind of roughly understand how to create. I would hope so, at least. We've seen them enough that I could probably safely assume you'll be able to create them. And that would be an arrow. So let's actually start by drawing an arrow. What we want to do is make a point here, for example. Then let's come down and hold shift to create a perfect line, because if we don't hold shift, we could create a diagonal line, for example. But if we come roughly down here, even if we're not perfectly in line and we hold shift, it'll create a perfect line down. And in fact, I think I might just Control Z to undo that. Come back over, create another line just to make it a little smaller, and come all the way over here, hold shift again to create a perfect angle, and you see it starts to draw that shape for us. Now let's go down here, click, go sort of over here as close as we can, and maybe drag that in a little bit. We can change the position of these at any time. Then let's go over here, create that next line, come down here, click again, and let's actually go ahead and join them off by doing that. Now, you notice that that's not an absolutely perfect arrow, but we've definitely drawn a custom shape based on the simple fact that we, don't have access to an arrow over here. If we click here, part of the 5 default shapes they give us, arrow is not one of them, right? So I guess we could try and create one by putting a rectangle and then maybe putting another rectangle and kind of rounding it off or whatever, but it would just be a little bit weird, and overall, combining different shapes to create one final shape is not the ideal. The ideal was definitely just to simply select the pen tool and actually just draw a custom shape. Now, alternatively, right, we could actually create a layer, new layer, and a solid, and say we wanted a solid that was maybe a blue or like a cyan type of light blue. Create that, and that creates a solid layer. Now, on top of that solid layer, we can, of course, simply use the pen tool to chop something out of this, and this would actually be creating a mask. So, of course, we can actually mask out shapes inside of other solid layers, and if we actually press M, we notice that we have a mask here, and the mask has sort of formed this particular shape right here, despite the fact that we didn't necessarily create that from scratch. We simply just masked in on an existing solid layer. But I think a much more effective way is to do the actual here, I'm just going to bring this down here, bring this up here, and make an example. A more effective way to do it is with the pen tool, because the cyan shape layer, as you see right here, right? This particular shape right here is not color customizable. So we've created a solid, and once we've created that solid, that color is locked in place unless we were to use, for example, an effect to actually change it. But if we delete that, we notice that the shape layer at all times remains customizable. So if we decide, you know what, I don't like this white shape right here, it's not to my liking, we could actually click the color wheel and maybe, for example, choose a green if we wanted to. And at the same time, we could go up here to stroke and say we wanted a, white stroke. We could tone up a white stroke on there, and at any time, of course, each one of these points as well is customizable. So if we actually zoom in right here, we notice that it's not a perfect line right here. So we maybe want to bring that down a little bit to make it a little bit more perfect. Maybe bring this down a bit so that the pointy arrows are kind of similar, right? As similar as we can get. And just like that, we've adjusted our shape through the actual different edit points, which are very obvious because they're the points that we actually drew with our pen, and we can actually also scale that in and out at any time. And just like that, we have a shape which remains customizable at all times. And that right there is the power of creating custom shapes in Adobe After Effects. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the Shapes and Solids section, and we're going to be doing shape properties now. Shape properties are cool because we can take these shapes, even these custom shapes, or the default basic shapes created with the 5 different options that they give us right here, and we can take these shapes and further transform them. So, we are actually going to open up the properties. Now, if you remember from the clip properties, it's the exact same way. We navigate to this little, side arrow. We click it, and it becomes a drop-down arrow. Then we click the contents, and we find the shape one. And before we get into transform, we're going to actually show off the actual shape property. So if we open up the shape one, and then we open transform, we have all these different options right here that directly relate to the actual shape itself. So first off, anchor point. Anchor point is this little central, kind of target right here. And of course, we know that if we were, to do adjustments to this, everything happens around this center point. So it's pretty good to have that in the absolute center. Now, the absolute center would be between these 2 dots right here and these 2 dots right here, because that is the absolute center. So we notice that it's actually off. Now we can hold Y, which is our tool to actually use to change the center point. And as you look down there in the bottom left, as we move this around, the center point and the position, of course, changes. So we can bring that to the absolute center, as central as we can sort of guesstimate it, and we drop that right there. So, we might want to actually do this manually, because for some reason that wasn't working out. But if we actually do it manually right there, which actually worked out a little bit better because we got to showcase 2 different ways of doing it, we can drag that to the center, and just like that, we have a centered shape. Awesome. Next up is of course, the position. Position can be manually altered by simply moving those around by that. Or, of course, if we're in our All Selection tool, we can click and drag, and we can simply move that around. And you notice the properties start to move around in the bottom left corner based on the fact that we're altering the position of the shape. Awesome. Next up is scale. Scale is very, very simple when the tick is ticked, the constrained proportions. What this means is anything we do to one axis, the other axis will replicate. So this is perfect for scaling something perfectly in, because we could have it, tiny and then scale it in, and it would kind of scale both axes in perfectly. However, say we wanted to shrink or maybe extend this particular shape. What we'd have to do is untick the constrained proportions, and then we would actually be able to just scale in one particular dimension or one particular angle, if you will, and we'd be able to bring in, for example, horizontally. And just like that, if we wanted to make a longer shape, we could do that and maybe drag it over and have it maybe filling the screen. Or, for example, if we wanted to take tweak the vertical proportions, we could maybe make a skinnier arrow or a nice big fat arrow that maybe, covered the entire screen, for example. And all of that has happened through the constrained proportions. And if we tick them back on, now we've changed the shape size, but if we turn it back on, now that it's kind of locked in this new size, we can actually just go ahead and alter it altogether. Now, another cool one is the skew. Skew enables us to create a little bit more of a lifelike, or just add a little bit more life to it. I think that's what I mean to say, by being able to kind of make it diagonal, for example. So we could actually have an arrow that skews over like that, and maybe we want to get our pen tool and actually extend out the arrow a little bit, and maybe bring that one up a little bit, bring that one down, and just like that, we can have an arrow that, for example, shoots out a little bit and is a little bit maybe less traditional, for example. Now this is very, very cool. Or maybe something like this, right? Where we're able to create this sort of like super pointy arrow effect right here, and all of that is done through the skew. It could skew either way. But of course, because we're dealing with such a big shape, we probably want to tone it down before we skew it too much. Of course, that's way too much. And just like that, we're able to add a little bit of crazy life to it. Now, the skew axis is the direction in which it skews. So, for example, if we press Control-Z and just undo all that, and just bring that right there, if we were to actually up the skew a little bit, and then maybe mess with the skew axis, we could mess with the actual sort of direction that it's skewing. So if it's skewing directly, ahead, if you will, we could maybe skew it down a little bit. Or perhaps we wanted to bring that back up a bit and skew it up, for example. And of course, all of this revolves again around the center point, the anchor point. So if we were to bring that there and skew it up, we would be able to do that a little bit more effectively if the actual anchor point was altered. So as you see right there, we're able to do a real nice diagonal one right there because the center point is down a little bit. And just like that, that is the sort of basics of the shape properties, if you will. And the same exact stuff applies to some solids as well. Of course, you've got the basic rotation. Now, rotation is perhaps one of the most obvious ones that revolves around the anchor point. So if we bring that anchor point to the center, bring this over, and just shrink it down a bit so we can actually do a full rotation. If we were to actually bring the rotation up, we could rotate this arrow around in whatever way we want. And later when we get to keyframes, using the rotate to animate shapes is very, very cool indeed, because we could, for example, have maybe elements on the screen that we want to point at. Maybe there's something in the top left that we want to draw attention to, and then all of a sudden we want to bring it down to the top right and draw attention to something else. All that can be done via the rotation, which we're just press Control-Z to undo that. And finally, one that we know about is the opacity. Opacity can be lowered, which means that it's not on the screen, or it can be higher, which means it is on the screen. And just like that, we are actually able to, kind of change out the visibility of it. Or, for example, maybe, bring it in. So, for example, maybe at 2 seconds we want it visible. We could actually go ahead and have the opacity, keyframe turned on. And we're going to get much more extensively into keyframes coming up. We could come to the beginning, have the keyframe off, and just like that, over the course of 2 seconds, it would fade in. Given the fact that, maybe we were referring to something, and then we say, you know what, guys, have a look at the bottom right. And maybe just like that, we turn the skew up, and then we also maybe turn the skew up a little bit more. And then we actually say, say this is me doing a commentary. All right, guys, now take a look at the bottom right. And then just like that, an arrow appears directing you to actually have a look at the bottom right. And, it could be a very kind of useful, informative type of pointer situation. And that's just, an example using our arrow here. Depending on what your shape is will depend on what you're doing. I'm just pressing Control-Z just to undo all these changes, just so we can get stuck with our kind of basic arrow that we had before. Drag that over here to the center. And just like that, that is the shapes and solid properties done and dusted. We're going to come back with a very fun one in a second, the shapes and solid effects. I'll see you guys there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the shapes and solid section. This right here is going to be shape effects. So shape effects can be accessed sort of similar to the properties, right? So essentially what we're looking for is directing your attention down to this layer right here. And we're going to be toppling on these effects to the arrow that we created, which was the first custom shape that we looked at creating. Now, with these effects, we're gonna do an exercise next, which is gonna just be super in depth. It's gonna be a great process to actually further just sink these effects into your mind. But let me just briefly show you how to get to them, and also what sort of effects I'm even talking about, right? I'm not necessarily talking about the effects and presets section over here. I'm talking about actual layer effects themselves. So let's click the drop down arrow. Let's click the contents arrow. And this is our shape right here. So we kind of explored the properties, and this is kind of a more advanced version of properties. And like the most similar to this effect or to these effects that we explored was probably the skew, right? Skew enables you to, well, it's summarized by the name of it. It enables you to skew the actual layer that you're dealing with, right? However, these effects can be accessed, right, by going up here to add. And these are sort of more advanced versions of the actual layer properties themselves. So when we actually just click this button here, add, and it's just a simple left click, we're presented with a whole bunch of different options, right? Now, from gradient stroke up to rectangle, these are actually not the specific effects I'm talking about. The ones that I want you to actually just pay a little attention to are all the ones down here. So, for example, let's just try one out. Let's go for twist. As soon as we hit that, we notice an effect has been put onto our custom shape. And these are, of course, applicable to any shapes. It could be a custom shape, or it could just be a standard shape, like a rectangle, round rectangle, ellipse, whatever the case may be. And also, it opens up some more options. So if we actually tick the further drop-down menu here, we know that twist number 1 has an angle and it has a center. Angle is how much the effect has actually been applied. So at the moment, it's only 10. Now, if we actually were to bump this up a bunch, we notice that now if we put it up to 40, so we've times it by 4, that's an even bigger increase right there. And if we were to just go crazy and times it up to 1,000 maybe, it kind of looks like we're being hypnotized or something like that, doesn't it? But I mean, for specific, maybe music video or perhaps even an explainer video, perhaps if you were using this as a transition to kind of transition in and then point at something, that could be pretty relevant. But overall, the effects are pretty much just Self-explanatory, there are various different effects. And of course, if you want to get it gone, you could click the actual main title of it. So this is twist number 1, and we just press the delete key, which means it's gone. So if at any time you're not liking it, you know, if accidentally you started to hypnotize yourself by turning it up all the way, you could just go over to twist number 1 and just go ahead and tap delete, and it would just reset it pretty much. So at any time you can do that. Now, I just want to show you a couple other ones because they are pretty cool. Now, we're going to be doing an exercise using the repeater, and we're going to replicate a very common kind of hazard warning arrows in a second. But before we do that, let's just try a few more, right? So we got zigzag. Zigzag is kind of like a wave effect, so to speak, right? However, it's, I guess, nicer when it's maybe down here and maybe if you're animating it in and out. However, if you turn it up too high, you start to lose the shape. And overall, I mean, perhaps maybe you're doing this for something that could be applicable, but at the moment, for me, that's not very applicable. There's also the smooth version, which is a little bit more wavy opposed to kind of the corners, which are much more harsh, if you know what I mean. Let's get zigzag gone. Zigzag, personally, it's not actually my favorite. Now, one of my favorites is the pucker and bloat. Pucker and bloat. This is an interesting one. As you see right here, it sort of deforms the shape, but it enables you to make a kind of cooler shape if you bring it back on itself, especially for an arrow like this. As you see right there, if I bring that back down, maybe even tone it back up a little bit, we can kind of make this sort of curved arrow effect, if you will. It almost, to me, looks a bit like a medieval kind of spear, if you know what I mean. And the pucker and bloat is something that's pretty useful, just to kind of add a tiny bit more detail to certain stuff, whereas if we were doing this with the masking tool, you know, with the actual pen tool, it would be a little bit more intricate, I guess you could say, to actually do that, you know, to do these kind of little curved areas and stuff like that. It would just be a little bit more, you know, extra process to it. And also, if we were to tone down the actual stroke a little bit, we notice that that's actually looking relatively nice right there. And overall, I think it's looking pretty cool. Maybe we're designing a banner or something like that. I can picture if the arrow kind of duplicated itself on that side as well. So if the arrow point was also on the left-hand side, this would make a kind of cool banner. If you were to put some text in the middle or whatever the case may be, maybe you were making a medieval kind of piece or something like that. I could definitely, you know, see that playing into something for sure. But if I delete the pucker and bloat, a couple more that you've got, for example, you've got the round corners, which is similar to the actual round corner effect that you can do. But if we wanted to just round off whatever shape we're using a little bit, we could use it. However, round, a lot of the time, isn't my favorite. Sometimes I like a good round, you know, square, potentially. It looks a little bit nice, but with an arrow like this, it's not necessarily the nicest in the world. And if you tone it all the way up, you more or less entirely lose it. It basically looks like a tooth, to be honest. But if we delete that, we can actually go take a look at probably like a final one, maybe trim paths, whatever the case may be. Let's see what this particular one does. Interesting. So that actually will actually trim around the start to finish. Interesting. So you can set a start to finish. And you can actually have it sort of fade itself out or fill itself in, so to speak. And what it does is it follows around the actual outline of it, which could be potentially interesting. However, what I don't really like about that is instead of just cutting it off, it actually has this extender right here. But overall, that right there is a brief dive into some of the different effects. And these could be applied to absolutely anything, right? So just to explore it, just quick on a different type of example to show you what these effects might look like. If we were just to make a square, and let's just go ahead and tick off that other layer, right? Drag this to the middle, and we actually go ahead and get the add, maybe throw some zigzags on there. And you can have a look at what it might look like, for example, with a square. Now, that looks like a relatively interesting shape that we're able to create, right? It could be something that you might like. Let's have a look at the pucker and bloat. Pucker and bloat for an actual square enables us to create that kind of nice, by the look of it here, we can make this kind of four-leaf clover type of situation, right? So I think with these effects, they're best suited to just throw them on a different, shapes, custom shapes, default shapes, whatever the case may be, and just have a look at what you can create. Because at the end of the day, that's made us a pretty convincing four-leaf clover, and that wasn't even planned at all. I just threw it on there and just experimented, and I think that will probably be my final words to you guys to finalize the actual shape effects section, is that just actually have a little play around with this yourself, tweak around the amounts. As you see, I'm not necessarily knowing exactly what I'm going to get out of this. I'm just actually tweaking up the different effects and kind of just playing around with it and see what looks nice. And that's pretty much the moral of the story here is, I'm showing you what to do, but the actual real power in this information is just to apply it yourself to whatever situation or, specific project you're working on and just see what works best for you and your situation. But with that being said, we're going to crack on with the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the Shapes and Solids section. This right here is going to be an exercise. We're going to create a hazard warning arrows. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about by the hazard warning arrows, I'm talking about these things right here. But we're going to make ours yellow because traditionally the hazard warning arrows are kind of yellow. But for some reason, the royalty, for example, I found was kind of dark gray. But that's absolutely fine. We're actually going to be using this right here, which is available for download in the resources, by the way. So download it in the resources, get that thing downloaded, and what we're going to do is use this as a stencil. We're pretty much going to use it as a stencil and sort of just trace out one of them, and then use the layer effects, which we just covered in the previous episode, and we're actually going to duplicate this a few different times, or I guess duplicate stands for two. We're going to triplicate it. So let's actually go ahead and download that in the resources. Let's drag and drop that over here to the section right here, and we're actually just going to go up here to composition, new composition, and press OK. This is comp number 5. What we could do is we could drag comp number 5 into compositions, and this gives us an opportunity to create a new folder. So let's actually go here to folder, and let's make a folder called graphics, and we can actually drag and drop the arrow shape into graphics. Oh, I drag and dropped it into solids. My bad. We'll close up solids and we'll drag and drop arrow into graphics. Sweet. So we've got a new folder, graphics. We're staying organized all throughout our course right here. We got solids, graphics, footage, composition, and audio. Nice. Nice and organized. I'm liking it very much. So let's open up graphics, and let's drag and drop our shape into the particular project. Now, let's press S, and let's scale this one up a little bit so that we've, we can see it nice and big. Let's turn it to full, and maybe even turn the background off. So toggle the transparency grid. Now, we want to actually sketch around this, and we only want to sketch around one because it will be a little bit time-consuming to sketch around all three at the same time. But if we sketch around one, then we're actually able to triplicate it. Like I said before, I think that's probably a word, and essentially we can triplicate that using the replicate effect, or it might be I think it's the replicate effect, or the repeater effect, I believe it's called. So, without further ado, let's start to sketch around this particular arrow right here. Now, we want to actually just go up here to the top, click a point, and instantly creates a shape layer. Let's go down here and actually click another point. Come over here, click another point, and we're just loosely sketching around this particular shape right here. Now, it gets a little tricky when this is created, so we have to kind of guess it right here, but then we can actually manually adjust it. Come up here, and we've completed the shape. Now, we want to turn this to yellow because it's still stuck on green based on the arrow that we created previously. So let's bring it down to around the yellowy-orange kind of section, tone it up a bit, and that's probably good yellow to me. I'm liking that. That's all right. Then we can delete whatever's behind it, and also we can tone up the stroke a little bit, and then we can actually turn the background back on. So we're left with this kind of arrow right here, and I think I wanted a little bit even more yellow than that, to be honest. So let's click it, make sure to be clicking it, bring it up a little bit, and maybe tone it back up to the yellow a little bit more. So that's pretty nice right there. We've got this kind of hazard warning arrow right here, but we only got one of them. And we know that the hazard warning arrow is a kind of a triple type of thing, right? So all we'd have to do is go to shape, we take the drop down little arrow right there, and we go to add. And then we want to add the repeater effect. Now instantly, that creates 3 of them, as you see, 1, 2, 3. However, they sort of merged in on each other, and it is a very quick fix, but, if you didn't actually know what to do, you'd be a little bit confused, and maybe you'd be put off by this effect. Well, all we have to do is open up the repeater properties themselves, turn the offset to probably about 1, and instantly that moves it over a little bit. But all we'd have to do right now to actually extend these out is tone the position over. And what that does is, don't worry if they go off the screen, is that actually brings it over and extends them out. And then all we have to do is actually select our outline here, which now actually isn't applicable, and just simply bring them over a little bit by dragging them over with, of course, the All Selection tool. And just like that, we've created this kind of, hazard warning arrows, if you will. You might have a different name for these. Personally, I've seen these and would describe these as hazard warning arrows because of the fact that I've seen them just in various different video games or whatever the case may be. Just warning of hazards, pretty much. So that's my own self-imposed view on these particular shapes right here. But overall, in a matter of a couple minutes, we've been able to replicate this effect right here and create something which is a nice execution of the hazard warning arrows. And also, if we were to adjust one of them, we're adjusting all of them, by the way. So for example, if we were to actually get our pen tool and actually start to adjust one of them, it's going to adjust every single one, because this right here is a replicate, right? So, I mean, replicate, aka repeater effect, it's mirroring whatever this first one does. So if we're to adjust this outline here, which as you see, the outline isn't even where the effect is because we've got to offset it a bit. And all we have to do is adjust one of them, and all of them will actually mimic the exact adjustment of the kind of the master, if you will, over here. This kind of rough outline, which at the moment isn't even covering one of the shapes based on the offset that we have to do to bring these ones out. But one little adjustment I see right here that we can make is, as you see right here, it looks like this isn't kind of like a perfectly straight line. So we could get that little arrow, get the little pen tool and just sort of adjust those to make them a little bit straighter. And that's sort of some of the adjustments that you have available to you when you're actually using a repeater effect, because it will mimic the first one. And this is good or bad in some situations, right? For example, on the other side, if we were to create all of these from scratch and then we noticed there was an adjustment that needed to be made, we'd have to go individually and do that adjustment to each individual one, opposed to being able to do it to some sort of master one right here and then have all of these sort of just kind of mimic it, if you will, and overall just save us a little bit of time. But overall, that right there is an exercise. If you followed through, you are left with the exact same thing I'm left with, the hazard warning arrows in composition number 5. We're going to be coming up next with 3D shapes, and it's about to get very interesting. I'll see you guys there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the shapes and solid section, and we're going to be doing the 3D effects, 3D shapes. How do we do them? Very, very simple. So to actually grab the 3D look in your next coming up project, all you got to do is actually start by, of course, creating a composition. But be careful when creating it, because if we go up here to new composition, we got to go over here to 3D rendered. That's the key, crucial part to go to. Now, it's currently on Cinema 4D for me, which is the one that you want. But for you, it actually might be on default on Classic 3D. So make sure to tick Classic 3D and go over here and select Cinema 4D. This just gives you more extensive 3D options in the program. Let's go ahead and press OK. Let's load this one up right here. And we're greeted with a project right here. So first off, the type of effect I want to do is going to be using the ellipse tool. And it's actually going to be sort of like a cylinder effect, right? So I actually want to create an ellipse, right? So if you guys want to follow through exactly with what I'm doing, let's go ahead and create an ellipse right here. And of course, it's replicating the exact same colors from our hazard warning arrows exercise that we did previously. And I just want to, instead of ticking the color, I want to click the word fill. Click the word fill, and let's actually click the little none option, because what this does is it enables us to have an empty ring, if you will, and we can actually tone up the stroke, tone that up right there, and what we're left with is this kind of ring right here. And this is going to be the base layer that we're going to customize next. Now, it's actually going to blow your mind how quickly you can get from a 2D object to a 3D object. It's not hard at all, and all it requires you to first off do is go down here and tick this box. This right here, if we hover over it, is the 3D layer. Allow this layer to be manipulated in 3 dimensions. That's their little tag that they give you. If we tick this box, instantly, it's a 3D layer. However, it's not extruded. So if we actually start moving this around, you notice that it's still a flat 2D layer. It's not like it is 3D, but it's not like a beefier 3D, I guess. It's sort of like a flat 2D. It hasn't really come to life fully yet. And that's why you want to go here to the geometry options and then the extrude depth. Now, if we actually put this up to 50, for example, and start moving this around, as you see, it starts to go out a little bit. However, there's still something else that we have to do to fully see the effect. And that's here to go up here to layer, go to new, and we actually just want to put a light into the sequence. A light, what a light does, before we create it, let me just give a bit of explanation, is it introduces shadows to the actual project, meaning that there's a light source, which means that we can actually see angles, we can see actually the shape come into life more. So if we press OK, it creates a light, and let's actually just bring X or Z rather back a little bit, so we have a nice light on it. Let's actually load that extrusion depth up a fair bit more. And now if we press W to rotate and we start to rotate the effect right here, we notice that we have a full 3D shape that's been created in minutes. Absolutely minutes. When you guys get quicker at that, if I wasn't trying to explain every step to you, I would have had this effect created in under a minute, right? So the fact you can get from a 2D shape to a 3D shape in under a minute is absolutely crazy. Now, it's lagging a bit because it's on full, but if we turn this down to quarter, we can actually rotate this around 3 dimensions, and just like that, we've created this 3D cylinder type effect. In fact, we could even bring the extrusion depth up way more and make a full-blown cylinder right there, and even have a maybe an introduction where it comes through this tube or something like that, whatever the case may be. And of course, it's revolving around this center point right here. And you can snap it back to the middle by just holding Shift, right? So if you're going crazy and then you just hold Shift, it'll snap back to various different dimensions. I'm holding Shift to snap from different angle to angle, right? But let's bring it back to the middle. And more or less what we could even do is even do some sort of scale where it scales through the particular effect, right? It scales actually through and in some sort of cool three-dimensional sequence right there. But overall, that right there is the basics of your standard 3D shapes in Adobe After Effects. Now, what we're going to do next is a very cool exercise. It's actually going to be creating a 3D effect, a fake 3D effect, which is going to be explored using a globe. And that's what we got coming up next. But we've done a brief introduction to 3D layers. And right now, of course, you could do any 3D layer as well, right? So if for example, we just want to undo this, but bring that kind of back to the center a little bit. And we'll just create one more just to further confirm it, right? So if we go up here and we actually just maybe get a rectangle, and we actually just create a rectangle right here. And even we bring the stroke off and we just get the fill back on. Maybe we do like a dark red or something like that, right? I kind of like that. We tick the actual 3D box on, then we get geometry options and we turn the extrude up to 100. And then we maybe untick the shape layer and drag this below the spotlight. If we actually start rotating this around, we've got ourselves a 3D box. However, if we really want to bring this up to be an actual full-blown box, we'd probably extend the extrusion up a little bit. And just like that, we have a 3D box. However, I want to just bring this to the center a bit, and I want to just go ahead and get that rotation center point, right? That anchor point at the moment is way over indeed. In fact, holding Y and bringing that just to the center right here would probably be a good idea. So then when we actually even hold Y again and bring it over again, we've got a relatively centered point. And just like that, we've made a 3D cube. And we've also been able to make a 3D cylinder. However, the light is not doing the best right now. So what we could do is actually just bring that out a nice amount, and even open up the light options right down here, and bring up the intensity a little bit so that we could see it a little bit more. Maybe even bring the angle probably over a little bit, and just like that, the radius. Yeah, overall, you guys are probably latching on to what I do. It's pretty much just tweak around the effect until it looks nice. You never quite know what's going to look good until you try it out. And that's pretty much my philosophy, is just, give stuff a try, see how it's going for you, see how it applies to your particular scene. But in this brief demonstration here, we've created a 3D box. Very cool indeed. And the one that's, very, very dope indeed is the 3D cylinder that we've been able to create in under 5-10 minutes, something like that. So we're going to come back in a second with more 3D shapes in the Shapes and Solids section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. See you guys in the coming up episodes. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the Shapes and Solids section. This right here is the fake 3D effect. So we explored the real 3D effect. We just went over it. I broke down two different examples. We showed off the cylinder, which was exploiting the use of the what's this, right? The stroke. And just like this, we could make it, very small. We can make it thick, whatever the case may be. It's live and can be adjusted as such. And even the fill can be turned on if we really wanted to. As you can see right here, now we've got not a hollow object anymore. We've got it's sort of this green in the middle type of situation. I'm just going to press Control-Z to undo that right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a brand new sequence, and I'm going to show off the fake 3D effect. Fake 3D effect is a little bit less computer intensive. As you notice here, we've had to keep the quality on quarter based on the simple fact that if it's on full, it just can't process it as quickly. As you see, it's sort of rendering a little bit late, opposed to if we're on quarter, it renders live pretty much based on the fact that, it can process it. So 3D is an advanced shape, an advanced layer, don't get me wrong. But let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition. And let's actually go over and just make a brand new composition like this. Again, make sure it's Cinema 4D. Let's press OK. And pretty much what we want to do is I'm going to grab a layer that I've got, and we're going to try and fake a 3D globe. So I'm going to bring in the world map. Now I'm going to let you guys download this in the next section, all right? And we'll further confirm this. But I want to go ahead and bring this world map in, and I want to drag and drop it into our sequence, right? Just like that, we'll turn it up to full. We've got this world map. The world map is a flat image. It's all across the screen. And what I'm about to do is probably going to amaze you based on how simple it is, right? So we can go up here, and what I want you guys to do, to actually have a look for, right, is the CC sphere effect. We type in CC sphere, and I'm dragging it over, and we drop it on, just like that. We've created a sphere, and we can actually go ahead and actually scale that up a little bit, and just like that. Or in fact, if we undo that, we can bring the radius up a little bit, and then we don't lose quality. And if we actually go ahead and open up the rotation, we have a fully rotatable 3D effect that genuinely does appear to be a 3D sphere that we've actually been able to animate. And we can simply rotate throughout all the different axes and showcase the different parts of the globe. So I'm definitely not a geologist, right? But if we were to try and navigate somewhere, we could literally try and navigate there right now. It's a little bit confusing through the different axes, right? But as you see right there, we're able to navigate pretty cool all throughout the globe. And we can actually go and maybe try and find somewhere. I don't know. I'm having a look. Is that the states down there? It is. So we found America, right? Right down there. That's Florida right down there. That's where I was born. But we've been able to navigate there just through using the rotation of this particular effect. So it's a very cool effect. And overall, that's the fake 3D effect, right? So we can explore the real 3D effect, which we explored a second ago. But the fake 3D effect is very cool indeed. And it enables us to create this very seamless 3D globe effect in a very short amount of time, if I'm honest. I mean, this is even quicker than doing the real 3D effect. And we already established in the previous section that the real 3D effect is not a time-consuming process by any means. And the fake 3D effect is, definitely following this trend. But overall, that right there is the fake 3D effect done and dusted. This can be applied to any flat layer, right? So again, if we just wanted to mess around and just maybe make a, I'm just having a look. We'll make a solid. The solid is maybe orange. You know what I mean? Make the solid. We call it orange. We type some text here. Let's say orange, right? Nice. We're really not searching too hard to find any craziness. And if we actually highlight both of these by holding shift, and then we actually go here and pre-compose, which basically that combines it into a sole layer, one layer. So we combine two layers to one. And we actually drag the CC sphere onto it and maybe untick the globe and then maybe turn up the radius. As you see right here, we have a object that appears to be 3D and it says orange on it. And just like that, we can rotate all throughout it. And, we've created this very cool sort of orange world effect right here. And overall, this can be applied to, like I said, literally any flat layer. I'm just going to delete that, bring our globe back because I think it's a little bit cooler. And, like I said, I was born down there in Florida. But if we rotate over, I'm now living in England, which is here, I think. To be honest, I really just exposed myself that I don't know much about geography because I wouldn't be surprised if it's not even there. But overall, thank you guys for tuning into this particular episode, the fake 3D effect. I hope you had a laugh at the end there at my bad geography skills. Or actually, I'm just gonna give myself the benefit of the doubt. That's England. It's England. I spotted it, and that right there is America. And we've been able to navigate there simply through rotating using the CC sphere effect. Which, if we delete the CC sphere, it's literally just a map that's a flat image. But if we press Control-Z and bring the sphere effect back, we have a 3D effect that we've created in a matter of minutes. I'll see you guys in the upcoming exercise. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the Shapes and Solids section, and we're actually going to be finalizing it with an exercise. This is building a custom sequence with multiple 3D shapes, and we're going to kind of flex all the knowledge we've gathered in this Shapes and Solids section. And what I want to do is combine the 3D effect with the fake 3D effect. So first off, I'm very passionate about bringing us through on the same page. So I want to actually go ahead and make sure to keep you guys on the same page, right? So first off, let's actually just go ahead and put delete world map, and let's actually delete comp number 6, and let's also bring comp 6 into compositions. And pre-comp we can go ahead and delete as well. All right, so I want to actually go over here, and you guys need to download the world map from the resources. You could just watch if you want, but ideally, it definitely confirms the information in your mind a little bit heavier if you apply what I'm doing as well, and you kind of follow along. And I think that's the purpose of these demonstrations and these exercises, is it's a little bit more hands-on and it's more interactive for the purposes of you retaining the information a little bit better. I think if you do it, you're more likely to actually retain the information or retain how to do it. So download the world map in the resources section. Let's drag and drop it. Let's import it to our sequence. And let's actually go ahead and first put it in graphics, because we may as well stay organized. And let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition. Let's go ahead and just press OK. Now let's drag and drop our world map in. Let's bring it in there. And of course we know we want to do the fake 3D effect first. And my idea for this is we type in CC Sphere. We drag and drop it on there. And just like that, we've created the world. And then I want to get some real 3D effects and add some stars that are kind of rotating around. And we sort of try and build this galaxy, if you will. So let's actually bring the radius up a little bit. And just like that, we've done it. We brought the radius up. And then I want to actually go ahead and click and hold on the effects. And let's actually just make a star. And let's actually just build a little star right here. Just like that, we're going to build a star. And I think what I want to do is actually just turn the stroke off. And maybe get the fill and turn it to white. Because at the end of the day, I think stars are kind of white. They appear white. I guess they might be yellow, whatever the case may be. We concluded in the last section that I'm definitely not a geologist, right? And I'm definitely not an astrophysicist either. So at the end of the day, we're actually going to do that. Now I just want to hold Y and get the point of the anchor point rather. So the point that is going to rotate around, because that's what we're going to be doing, and just drag that right there. And now what I want to do is I want to animate this, and I want to animate this over the course of probably about 5 seconds, right? So what I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and get the world map, open up the rotation, and actually just go ahead and tick, tick, and tick. So what we've done is we've turned keyframes on for the actual effect, which means that at 5 seconds, we've told the program that these are the specifications that we want it to end on. And then we can scroll to the beginning, and we can actually just do a rotation here, and then also a rotation here, and have the map start right over here. And that means that we are actually going to, when we press spacebar to play, we have animated this globe right here, and it's actually going to be doing a rotation over the course of 5 seconds. Now, looking at that right now, I'm starting to think 5 seconds isn't enough. We should do a little bit more. So if we want to adjust that, we can actually open up the world map, open up effects, open up CC Sphere, and open up the rotation. And just like that, we've revealed the keyframes that have presented themselves to us. And what we can actually do is we can drag and drop those over to maybe 10 seconds, for example. And just like that, if we snap those there and we press play, we have a world that is rotating. And it's rotating relatively slowly, but I think, nobody said that the world rotates too fast. But what I could do is I could go to the beginning, and I could just, I could do maybe a little bit more to these effects, I think. So that if we give this a play, or in fact, maybe even a little bit more than that. If we give this a play, we actually have this effect where the globe is rotating relatively fast now over the course of a 10-second period, and we have sort of faked the 3D effect. And as you see, the rotate's a little bit strange, that's for sure. It's rotating in a little bit of a weird manner. So I think what I might do is I might just go ahead and delete these right here. And feel free to do your own rotation, right? But for me, I'm just going to rotate up a little bit and rotate over there a little bit, or maybe over there a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So now we've got this effect that is just rotating, and it looks a little bit more real now. See, I'm sort of a little bit stuck on wanting to create a relatively realistic rotation effect. And just like that, we've got this world that's rotating around, and then we can actually want to focus a little bit of attention on the stars. Now, the stars are a little bit different because what we got to do is tick the 3D layer and also open it up here. Oh, my bad. I ticked the world map 3D layer. We want to go up here to the shape, tick the 3D layer, go to geometry options, and make sure that it's sticking out a little bit. And also, we want to go up here to layer new and go ahead and make a light. The reason we want to make that light is to actually get that star right there being 3D lit up, which means that when we actually start to rotate it around, which as you see we're doing right there, which we can actually turn the extrusion down a good fair bit, we're actually going to have these 3D stars that are rotating around in our universe, if you will. And we can actually just snap these to the center. Snap them to the center. Oh, snap to the center. Phenomenal. And I might just click the fill, and I might just see what a linear gradient's looking like. And what we can actually do with a linear gradient, click it, we can actually select white maybe there, and then maybe the final effect, just delete that right there. Cancel. Go here and actually select the final effect to be maybe kind of like a yellowish, like a pretty light yellow. And also what I want to do is get the spotlight. And you know what? I think that's looking okay. And I think also I probably want to turn that yellow maybe down a bit, so we can drag that white over so that the yellow is sort of just like a final tinge to it, opposed to being a predominant color. And then what we could do is we can actually go here to the shape, and I want to actually duplicate it, right? So I want to actually duplicate it. But first, what I want to do before that is I want to do some actual animation to it. So let's open up the transform, and let's actually turn on the orientation keyframe. Turn it on right here, which means we've told the program at 0, 0, 0, the orientation is all these properties here. And then we can actually go over to maybe about 2 seconds and bring it over a little bit. Then we can maybe go to maybe 6 seconds, bring it over a little bit more, just change the rotation of it a little bit more. And as you see, the keyframes are being created. So if we start playing this, and we're probably going to have to play it on quarter just to actually play it relatively quickly. We've got a star that's rotating around. And in fact, I could even just bring it over to 3 seconds and have these rotations happening every 3 seconds. And just like that, we've got a star, our first one, which is animated in this kind of 3D universe that we're actually looking at right here. And it's very, very cool indeed. And just like that, we've actually animated that over the course of 6 seconds. And again, we could actually just go over here to maybe the 10-second mark now. And we could actually just do one final rotation. And we've actually animated successfully stars that rotate around. Of course, it's only one star at the moment, but all we've got to do is start duplicating stuff to actually create this this effect. But it looks like that the effect was a bit too hasty right there, because it started to go back on itself. So just like that, we've had to just undo that a little bit, make sure that the star does a complete rotation, and just like that, it does. And now we can actually move on to doing some actual kind of more stars, if you will. So let's actually just correct that. We've done one perfect star, absolutely awesome. Press Control S to save it, and let's press Control D to duplicate the star. And then let's actually make it just a bit smaller. Let's just kind of put it down here. And also what I might want to do is just make the geometry a little bit more on this one. So we've got a smaller star, but it's sticking out a little bit more. And we can actually go over here, and we've got kind of a big star and a small star right there. And then also we can actually duplicate the big one, bring it over here, maybe even make it a little bit bigger, duplicate it again, bring it down a little bit, make it a tiny bit smaller. Maybe even put that down there. Oh, wow. You got to be careful a little bit. Bring that over there. And probably to the bigger one, let's turn the extrusion up a bit. And all I'm trying to do, by the way, guys, just to walk you through every part of the process, is just make these look unique. Make the stars look unique. Not every star in the sky. I mean, I've never been to space, don't get me wrong, but I assume not every star in the sky is exactly the same. And, you know, you're going to expect the same from our After Effects sequence. So if we start giving this a play, we've got a sequence with 4 stars that are rotating right now while the actual globe rotates around. And we don't want that star to go off the screen. So we'll actually turn it down a little bit and bring it here. And just like that, we've got these rotating stars. And we can actually just go ahead and duplicate these 2 little ones. Duplicate them. Bring them over here. And, of course, we can actually just go ahead and duplicate the 2 big ones as well. Which I think it was this one and maybe this. Oh, that one and that one. I'm pressing Control D to duplicate. Drag and drop them over here as well. And now if we bring it over here and press Control S to save, and we can press spacebar to play, we've got a 3D sequence with stars that are rotating around, and we've got a fake 3D effect of a globe that's actually spinning around, that's looking very, very, very cool indeed. And overall, we've kind of replicated this fake galaxy, if you will. And we could take it a step further if we wanted to put even more stars in here. But overall, I think a good amount of stars rotating around 6 seconds is pretty cool right here. And we've actually done a very nice job, if I do say so myself, of making this 3D globe effect. and also building the 3D universe around it. And, you know, if we could actually press N to do an out point here so that it just kind of loops from start to finish. And we've actually sort of created a pretty nice effect right here, if I do say so myself. In fact, we can even do one final adjustment to it, which would be to get the world map and actually just scale the radius up at the end, which means that at 10 seconds, the radius is a full 477. But if we go over here, the radius is actually smaller. So we actually have this effect that the globe is not only rotating, but it's also getting bigger. And that right there is relatively cool. We can also actually go ahead and get the shapes, the stars, if you will, and actually just go ahead and right-click, pre-compose them, actually turn them to a pre-comp. And actually, I'm going to press Control-Z and undo that, actually, because what that does is that makes it... that kind of undoes the whole 3D layer. So I was doing a little bit quick there. But what I can try and do is press S on all of them. So make sure you highlight them all. So just to talk you through every part of it, the way I did that is I selected one, I hold Shift and select the top one, which instantly selects all of them. Then I press S, and what we can actually do is have the scale on full right at the start, but then right here at the end, we could actually scale them all in a little bit, so that we sort of have this effect right now where all the layers are actually changing shape as they go, and it just makes it look even more dynamic. So it actually looks like these shapes are getting a little bit smaller while the globe is getting a little bit bigger. And we've got this 3D universe that we've created where, you know, it's still going a little bit slow because it's rendering stuff in and out. But we've built a 3D universe combining the 3D effect and the fake 3D effect to build a very, very cool 3D shaped universe with multiple moving parts and a brief explanation and sort of mess around with the keyframes options that you've got available in Adobe After Effects Masterclass. Well, in Adobe After Effects, and that we're showcasing in the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. So that right there, guys, is the Shapes and Solids section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Done and dusted. Very fun section. We got the titles and text coming up next, and it's going to be a good one. I'll see you there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're entering a new section, the titles and text section. This right here is going to be basic text and titles. So, just to recap, we left off here where we were actually doing the 3D shapes and solids. And now that we're into 3D and I've broken down the kind of rough element of how to do it, we're going to take a nice dive into 3D text coming up in a couple episodes later. But first off, let me just familiarize you with the text tools, and we're going to be following that same trend of there's never only one way to do something in After Effects. This trend will not stop throughout the whole course of our course, based on the simple fact that there's never only one way to do something in After Effects. There's always multiple, and some are easier, some are harder. It's all about just understanding how you do them and then using the one that works best for you. But I noticed a mistake we made. Somehow we put Comp 7 in the graphics folder, so let's bring it up to compositions. Let's stay nice and organized, and we've actually been staying pretty damn organized this whole time. Audio, compositions, footage, graphics, and solids. Awesome. So let's go up to composition. Let's make a new composition. Composition number 8. And we can leave this as 30 seconds, frame rate 30. That's absolutely fine. 1920 by 1080 standard 1080p sequence. Let's go ahead and press OK. And the first, most simplest way, arguably, to make text is just to go up here to the T. Go ahead and click it, and then click on the screen and just write your text. So it could be, you know, we'll just write title for the sake of this example, and I can actually go ahead and put it up to full. And just like that, we've created a title. But we know that previously there's kind of two titles you can create. So that's a horizontal. But if we just delete that and we click and hold instead of just clicking, we're actually able to also do the vertical type tool. So if we go up here and get the vertical and we type title, it actually goes off the screen because we're zoomed out a little bit. But we can actually just go ahead and bring that in. And also, by the way, if you start to kind of alter the text by grabbing some of these adjustment dots on the side, it will not hold the proportions, which means that you got to be absolutely precise to scale it in. But if you simply press Shift and hold Shift while you're scaling it in, it will hold the proportions. It will lock them, which means that you're not going to be kind of bending your shape a little bit too much or anything like that. And if you just hold Shift, it will keep the proportions. So keep that in mind throughout the course of this text and title section. But overall, that right there is one of the ways to actually go ahead and make text, right? Now, the next way to do it is, for example, if we were just to navigate back to our horizontal tool, if we were just to go ahead and delete the text, the next way we could do is actually go up to the layer tab. So we haven't done too much in the layer tab, but if we're selecting our composition down here and we go up to layer, we can go to new and we could also go to text, and that'll just throw it directly into the middle, right? So we can then type title, and just like that, we've got a title that we can use in the middle. So far, right, we've covered 2 ways of creating a title. If we go ahead and delete that, I'm going to show you a third way. So instead of going up to layer, if we wanted to, we could just right-click this section down here. This is the layers section, obviously, right? So we know that when we've got layers, they're all appearing here, and the layer name appears there, whatever the case may be. So if we actually just right-click this section, we can go to new and text. And just like that, if we type in title, we actually have a layer right there. So the purpose of this is just to showcase you all the ways that I know that you can create titles. And honestly, I've been using After Effects for a good 5 years. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another way to make titles, to be honest, right? But this is a couple different ways right here. But for me, if I'm going to make a title, right, because usually you're in the all selection tool, usually what I'm going to do is just press Control T, because that just jumps me straight to the actual title creating tool. And to me, just pressing Control T and then clicking on the screen is probably the fastest way to do it. It definitely beats, going down here. But to be honest, that's probably a quicker way to do it than even to go up here and go layer and go new. So I think if we're talking about quickest though, because usually you're in the all selection tool, you're not usually navigating in the text tool. Usually if I'm like, just editing a project, and then I'm like, oh, title, I need a title here. Press Control T and start typing your title, and you're doing it within, a second pretty much. So I think overall, if we're talking about the quickest way to do it, that right there, the Control T, as you look up here, right? Control T jumps straight to the text tool, and we can actually start writing stuff out. So overall, that right there is probably the most effective way to actually create a title in terms of quickness and efficiency. So that right there is the basic text and titles wrapped up. I'm going to see you guys in the next episode coming up. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the titles and text section. This right here is Character tab. How to customize text super far. So we're going to take this title right here, and we're going to show you all the different kind of ways that we can use to customize it. Now, first off, just to make a bit bigger text, right? I'm just going to call this sample instead of text. I find editing a 6-letter word is probably going to show us a little bit more than editing maybe a 4-letter word. And let's also hold Y and just get this center point and actually just throw that right there in the middle, so that anything we do, for example, if we press W and rotate it, it's going to rotate around the middle, right? But overall, we are just going to be showcasing this character tab right here. So let's actually drag it out a little bit, right? So we can have access to it a little bit more. And pretty much this character tab is the kind of further controls that you have over your actual text itself. So what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be doing this in chronological order, or as chronological as we can, I guess, right? And just showcasing how to actually customize it. So first off, customizations will only happen if we're highlighting the text. So for example, if we're not highlighting it and we start to change something else, it looks like color will actually apply. Let me try if something else will. Okay, so it's actually looking like we don't have to highlight it for now. But I've definitely had situations where, because I wasn't highlighting, some of the effects weren't actually going through, and some of the customizations. However, for the time being, it looks like that we are actually able to just do stuff, right? So first off, let me actually break down one thing simply, which is the fonts. Super straightforward font system. Every program uses a relatively similar font system. If you've used graphic editors, it's similar as well. You just click the drop-down menu, and then you can actually start changing between the fonts you want. And you can actually use the down arrow key to just go ahead and change them. And it'll show us a live preview of the fonts that we're actually using here. And I think one that I want to go to is maybe I'm going to type in R. And I'm actually going to start looking down. I'm going to type in Roboto. And I'm going to see what happens if we can find this Roboto. Roboto Black Italic. I like the look of Roboto Black Italic. I think it's just a nice, sleek font. So for the time being, we're just going to be editing this font right here and seeing how it plays out for us, right? So we've got our sample title right here. We've been able to actually change the font right there. However, also, if your font has different kind of subcategories, so we know that's Black Italic of Roboto, but I have the Roboto family in there, which means that if I want the, just the italic, or if I just want a light, we can actually just switch between the different layer styles as well, or font styles, if you will. So let's just go Black Italic for the time being. I think Black Italic is looking pretty good. Next up, we have the actual, sort of just to go chronological, we have the actual colors, right? So the colors, these colors right here, They are very, very simple. I'm going to show you how to use them, how to use stroke, and also how to get rid of them if you wanted to. So first off, the top color right here is just the fill color, right? The standard fill, we're used to that and familiar with that terminology based on the solids that we were using and the shapes. But if we double click it, we are opening up the color tab right here, and we can actually just go ahead and put the color up there, and we could scroll through and see what various different colors are going to look like on here, right? It's looking relatively nice. I think we could even go for maybe like a standard type of After Effects type of color if we wanted, just to customize it a little bit. And just like that, we've been able to change the fill color. Now this color down here, the one with the line through, is the stroke color. But notice how it says click to activate. The reason that it's gone is because we've actually turned it off. But if we click it to bring it to the forefront and then double click it to bring it over here, we actually can turn it on, meaning that we have just actually upped the stroke. And in fact, we could even get just a white stroke, and just like that, it's got this stroke around it. However, the stroke is right here and it's not turned up very high. So if we wanted to turn it up, we could turn it up a little bit just like that. We could turn it to 10, for example, right? Absolutely awesome. Also, at any time, this is the get rid of sort of button, right? So if we wanted the stroke gone, all we do is press that and it's gone. But let's press Control Z, undo that, and the same applies to the fill layer. So if we click the fill layer, that's now at the front. We can click that button and it just disappears. So just like that, we've erased that color. We've got it gone. And we know that it's gone because it has the actual kind of red line through it. Let's press Control Z and undo that. Now, if we actually want to change the size of the actual text itself, all we have to do is tweak this right here. And this right here is the actual, size of the text. So right now it's 229 pixels. If we want to scale it up, we could scale it up. If we want to scale it down, we can scale it down. And pretty much that right there is up to you depending on the actual size of the title that you actually want, the title or the text, right? Absolutely awesome. Very, very straightforward indeed. Now, moving on to positioning. Positioning is an interesting one because sometimes the font that you're after isn't necessarily, the spaces aren't exactly right, or maybe you want to animate those in. So a couple of interesting things that you can actually use to change that around, right, is these few down here. Now you've got the kind of a horizontal or the vertical scale, and you've also got the horizontal scale. Now horizontal scale will scale it over, right, and vertical scale will scale it up, just like that. And those actually could be used to create a little bit more spacing if you wanted to. So for example, if you want to extend it out, or if you want to actually, make your text bigger potentially, just like that. So we've just increased that a fair bit, right? And also you have spacing. So if we press Control Z, undo that, and actually just go ahead and bring this over here to the center, and also press Control T to get the text tool up, highlight, and let's actually just go to paragraph real quick. This is the different paragraph settings. So you have left alignment, center alignment, and right alignment. Let's just click center. Now, although that jumps to there, what that really means is that the center, it's revolving directly around the center. So you notice how it was scaling outwards before to one direction. Now it's actually scaling both ways, which is ideally what we want. We want all adjustments to be coming from the center, not necessarily coming from the right-hand side or the left-hand side and pushing it to one way. But that's thrown off the center point. So it's hold Y, drag the center point, and pop that just directly in the middle. And also, I want to start messing with the spacings, right? So this right here is the spacings. So if we wanted to, say we, that A and that S is touching a little bit too much, and we want to, our vision for the title that we're trying to create is a little bit more spaced out. We can actually just zone that up a little bit if we wanted to. Now that's looking a bit too much for me, but maybe that right there is looking a little bit better. And if we press Control Z, that was the previous one, which means just simply putting it up to maybe like 50 has added a nice bit of space and, is overall making this look a little bit nicer to me, in my opinion. Now, further to this, just to conclude this section right here, there's a couple different adjustments we could do that, for example, turn it bold, turn it italic, even though currently it already is italic, maybe make it a subtitle, etc. And those are these little kind of text buttons down here. Now you could hover over them and they tell you what it is. So if at any time you do get confused, you can actually just hover over and it'll tell you. So Fox Bold, for example, that right there just makes it a bit bolder. However, we're already dealing with relatively bold text, so the application isn't as obvious, right? So certain fonts will definitely show this a little bit more. Now Fox Italic turns it even more italic, pretty straightforward. All caps turns it just to all caps. So even if you've written it in lowercase, it'll take that font, it'll turn it to all capital letters. So even if you're, not wanting to switch over to capitals too much and you're maybe writing lots of stuff, you can write it as it is and then just simply click the all caps button. Small caps makes it more it's kind of like all caps, but just a little bit smaller, right? So instead of all caps putting it super big, small caps puts it almost like the same size as lowercase. However, it's capital, right? Then you've got superscript. Superscript is sort of just much smaller. And then, of course, subscript, which makes it kind of like a subtitle. And, for example, it will be down here just as almost like captions. You know what I mean? And overall, that right there is a walkthrough of the character tab right here. Now, throughout the course of this actual section, the, shapes, the text and title section, we're going to be emphasizing this character tab a lot. Don't even worry. It's obviously used in almost the creation of every single text or title that we're actually using throughout this section. So without further ado, we're going to crack on with more text and titles. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. What's going on, guys? We are doing more of the text and titles. Now, this right here is going to be simple animated titles. Simple animated titles is something that you'll be using throughout the course of After Effects. Now, of course, the next section we got coming up is all about animation, right? So that is really where we're going to emphasize whatever knowledge we pick up here times 10 over there. So let's just give you a brief understanding of how a simple animated title will work, and that's going to be using keyframes. Now, we haven't used keyframes yet, based on the simple fact that we've just been walking you through this this editor, not wanted to overwhelm you with too much, but it's about time we start using some keyframes. So if we wanted to animate text onto the screen, how would we actually do that? Simple. We would pick a type of animation we want to do. So what do we want to do? Do we want to animate the position? Because I could see a cool simple animated title being that the text starts over here, it kind of swings onto the screen into the middle, waits for a couple seconds, and then maybe swings off. That sounds relatively nice to me. And I want to actually explore how to do it. So it's actually extremely simple. First off, we've picked the type of movement we want to animate, which is the direction, aka the position. So we press P on this text here, and it opens up the position right here. And we can actually pick an appropriate amount of time for the text to come on the screen. So what I want to do is I want to have the text animate on to about here, and then slowly move across the screen, and then animate out, right? So let's actually pick an appropriate amount of time that it should take. I think half a second. For it to get to here, I want it to take half a second. So we come to half a second. We turn the keyframe on, and what that does is it tracks any changes. If we do any changes in terms of the position to this text now, it will track it, and it will actually create the movement necessary, right? So if we now go back to the beginning, and we actually drag it off the screen, we notice that this line has been created, and also a second keyframe has been created down here. So now if we press spacebar to play, the text brings itself onto the screen because it's tracked the movement. We've told the program that at half a second it's there, but at 0, 0, 0, no seconds, it's off the screen, which means that the program knows that to get it from off the screen to there at half a second, it has to animate it on. And that's how a keyframe works. We simply tell the program 2 different positions, and it animates itself on and sort of does all the rest of it for us. So now all we have to do is go to 4.5 seconds, because I want to make this last about 5 seconds, and I want to animate it across the screen, and then I want to animate it completely off of the screen again. So more or less, we have this situation where it animates on the screen and then sort of, kind of comes across the screen a bit and then animates itself off the screen. Now, that looks pretty good, but what you can do for a little trick, which is very, very cool, is actually highlight the actual keyframes you created, actually hover over one, right-click, and go to Keyframe Assistant. And Easy Ease is a nice little addition to any keyframes you create. And for basic stuff like this, a simple Easy Ease overall just makes the situation even smoother. And just like that, we've created a simple animated title, and just like that, it actually works its way across the screen. And what's cool about this is also, if we go to the end and press N, which is an out point, by the way, we press Control-S just to save this. This should replay itself from the beginning. So it animates across the screen, takes itself off, and then comes straight back in for round number 2. And just like that, we've created a simple animated title. However, what's cool about this is it stays animatable. So say we come here and we're like, you know what? I'm starting to think that this is actually, this should come in from the side. All we have to do is actually go back to the first keyframe and actually just simply change the position of the text. And just like that, we can have text that comes in from the top left, actually animates across the screen. And if we actually go ahead and bring this final one, maybe up to here, we could actually have text that comes onto the screen, animates in a little bit, and then flies back out inside the top and comes back in again. So just like that, we've been able to do that by just adjusting the start points. We didn't even adjust the end points right here. And overall, we've been able to create this specific animation. And it shows you the trajectory, as you see. So it comes in, it chills here, and then it goes back out. So it always shows you the trajectory. But I want to press Control-Z, Control-Z, and just leave it as it is right here, because I think this is a nice execution of a simple animated title. So we're going to come back next with more animations with the text and titles. I'll see you guys there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the text and title section. And this right here is the animated presets. Animated presets I have been waiting to show you guys, because this right here is almost like too cool of an execution of effects with very minimal time put in, and I'm going to be very honest about that. So you notice how that took us a good 5 minutes or something to create this simple animated title here, right? It took us a couple minutes. Now, we can create a way nicer execution of animation in way less time, simply using some of the presets that Adobe After Effects literally grants us access to, that personally I use in any possible project I can actually throw them into, right? So let's actually turn off the animation, which means we've unanimated this title right here. And I want to actually show you guys how to access the animation presets library. You go up here to animation, you go to apply animation preset, and we're actually going to be greeted with this particular folder right here, which is a whole bunch of preset animations that we can use to apply to different text layers. Now, first off, before we even get into the text section, which is nothing but text preset animations, and we're going to be exploring them pretty extensively, I want to show you guys just the transition movements. These are some of my favorite transitions to use for text, and it's some of my favorite to use for absolutely anything. I'm just going to try, for example, the zoom spiral. You notice I've double-clicked it, and in the effect controls, things have popped up, which means transforms popped up and zoom and spirals popped up. So it's done some effects, even though all we've done is click a button. And now I'm about to press spacebar and play this from the start, and you're going to see the animation that has just applied itself out of nowhere through a couple simple clicks. So spacebar, and just like that, we have an animation that applies itself. This animates the text on screen, a preset animation, and all of this can be accessed simply through going to animation and the animation apply animation preset. But you have to be selecting a layer. So if we go apply animation preset, we are actually able to put stuff like this on here. Now, this right here is game changing because it takes all the time out of the animation process, right? So if we press Control-Z, we undo that. We go up here, we apply another animation preset. Let's just start throwing a couple on here to show you guys what's going on. We got slide straight, right? So literally exactly what we just animated there comes on right here, and we can obviously repeat the animation to take it off the screen as well. Literally the exact animation we just spent 5 minutes, or I just spent 5 minutes teaching you how to do, can be accessed in the click of like literally 2 buttons. You go up here, you go here, and then you select it, right? Slide swoop. Swoop flies in from the top. The second animation I showed you guys how to do. It took us 5 minutes to walk that whole thing through. And the reality is you could skip all that step by going here. Now, you still do have more control because if you animated it yourself, but overall, this is an extreme time saver, and when you don't really need to create the most flashy thing in the world and you just want to create something quick, this is the perfect thing to do. So let's go up here to animation. Let's go to animation preset. Let's actually get out of the transition movements. I want to start showing you guys the text, right? This right here has so many different options. For example, lights and optical, blue flash. Let's give this a play. Just like that, we have an animated text that comes in with a blue flash. Next up, bubble pulse, right? Look at that. Bubble pulse, this fully animates the text, makes it kind of cartoony and stuff like that. And some of these are very cartoony, and some of them are absolutely perfect, and they're applicable to almost anything, right? And it really comes down to just clicking. Look at this one right here. This is bleeping in and out. This is called the sonar ping or something like that, right? Crazy the amount of the amount of presets you got. The flash, and this is just one section within one section of a whole thing, right? So you got all of these sections, and all of them have different options. For example, behaviors. Let's go to wiggle scale. If we give this a play now, this is animated fully in and out. So this text now has life to it. It's moving around, and by the way, because the endpoint's there, it stops. But if we just extend that out, it'll just keep going. It'll keep going for as long as we want it to, or as short as we want it to. And all of these different effects have applied. We've got a transform effect and a wiggle scale effect, and it just pre-animates itself for us. We don't even have to do anything, and the layer remains completely customizable. If we want to come here and go, you know what, I hate Roboto now, I'm going to sticker, we can just change the font. Or if we want to change the color, for example, now I'm just doing this for examples. I actually like these colors right now, but if we wanted to change the color, we change it, it stays animated. Absolutely amazing, fully customizable text layers that we could use these presets on to save ourselves time. And by the way, I'm a relatively experienced user with After Effects at this point. I've been using it for years, since I was a much younger kid than I am right now. I'm 21, right? And I've been using it since I was probably around 15, something like that, right? Extensively. So I mean, the simple fact that I'm still using this at this point shows how usable these are and how applicable they are to so many different situations, right? Overall, we go back up to animation. Let's explore a few more of these, right? You got various different fade-ins, all type of stuff. So that right there is behaviors, but you've got all sorts of different stuff. Text is a very cool one based on the simple fact that, of course, it is directly applicable to text, right? So you can actually go miscellaneous, blow away, for example, and just like that, you're going to get this situation where it kind of crumbles itself. And so many different stuff. It's almost a little bit overwhelming sometimes, right? That throws itself on the screen. And this is what I would advise to you guys, is literally just mess around with these. Is open up the animation preset library, even pause the course right now and just have a little bit of time messing around with them, and see what ones work for you. Some of them, be very honest, obviously, are relatively cartoony and maybe wouldn't be super applicable to a lot of different situations. However, a lot of them are. A lot of them 100% are. And I think it's just a case of ticking through them and seeing what happens. But overall, if you go up to animation presets and it's not instantly in your folder, all you'd have to do is actually just navigate to program files, go to Adobe, go to actually After Effects, right? Adobe After Effects, support files, scroll down, and you'll find the presets folder. And just like that, you can actually start using them, right? I'm just going to showcase a couple more, right? Because they're just too damn good. For example, fade to overexpose, maybe. Just like that, you got some fade-ins. It's limitless. It really is limitless. And some of the backgrounds we're going to get to next, right? But overall, this right here is your straight-up animation presets library, which I would thoroughly advise you guys to just have a real mess around with, right? You got, for example, fade-up lines, fade-up and flip, random fade-up, all this cool stuff that can be utilized in any project you guys have coming up. So that right there is the animation presets library. We're going to come back in a second with an exercise to further confirm everything that we've just gone over. I'll see you guys coming up next in that episode. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the text and title section. We're doing an exercise right now. With this exercise, there's actually nothing to download in the resources like our normal ones, but it's still something I want you to follow through with because it's going to combine our knowledge of simple animated titles and animation presets, and we're going to build something absolutely awesome, and it's going to be fully using the text and titles stuff that we've been able to build up so far, the knowledge, if you will. So I actually want to make this in a completely new sequence, but let's actually go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's make comp number 9. Let's press OK. And first off, let's actually organize these comps. Let's throw them into compositions. And if we open that up, we're nice and organized. We've had 9 compositions now, and we've stayed organized with these different folders right here. And what I want to do is I want to build the outline first. So what I want to do is I want to shout out the course. So let's press Control-T, get our text up, and let's actually type in After Effects. So After Effects. And we can actually go here to the stroke, hit the no stroke, and let's actually go to the green. Let's just make this white. I just want a standard white text. Now what we can actually do is we can actually hold Shift to scale this in to make sure that it's looking pretty nice right there. And now let's press Control-T again, and I just want to highlight it and turn it to maybe Roboto black. I'm not really feeling the italic for this one, right? Maybe for the under text, the subtext, if you will. And we can create that by pressing Control-D, which duplicates our layer. We can drag and drop that down here. And let's actually press Control-T again, get our text tool. And let's type in Master Class Course. Now, it doesn't matter if it goes off screen, because once we've created it, we can click and hold Shift to keep the proportions and scale it in a little bit, right? And I think I want to create this text that's like the After Effects Masterclass course. And just like that, we've created a relatively nice title. We can actually just drag these into loosely the center, right? Because we want pretty much to have them in the center, right? So I think it's looking relatively centered to me. And what we can also do is we can press Control-T to get up the text tool, highlight this, and this we can use italic. So we can do black italic on the subtext, if you will. So we got this text that says After Effects and then Masterclass Course. So just like that, we've built a nice title, but of course, if this was just a flat title and nothing animated or anything, it'd be a little bit boring. It's safe to say it would be a little bit boring. So we can actually flex our knowledge of the simple animated titles and the animation presets and kind of just spice this up a little bit. So first off, let's go to After Effects, the kind of main title. Let's go up here to Animation, go to Animation Preset, and we can actually go to Text and Animate In. Animate In is going to be something we're probably going to want to use for this one right here. And I think if I scroll down, we can look through all the different ones. And I think this slow fade on is something that in my experience has been pretty nice kind of way to get text on the screen and fade it in from kind of one direction. So let's click slow fade on and let's click open. And just like that, the text disappears because obviously it has to, the animation has happened to it. So if we press spacebar and play it, we now see the actual effects of this. The text fades on slowly over the course of probably about 2 seconds right there, right? By the time it hits 2 seconds, the effect is fully on the screen. And what I want to do here is I want to actually now manually animate the Masterclass course text on as the letters start to get to it. So as After Effects starts to hit the area where the text starts to be, let's actually go here, press T, which is opacity. Let's actually just turn the opacity to nothing. So the text is absolutely nothing right here. But now if we go over to maybe about 2 seconds and turn the opacity of that Masterclass course text up to 100, we have now created something. Now if we go to the beginning and press spacebar, that it kind of animates itself on. However, it actually happens a little bit too quick for my liking, right? So I think I might even want to bring this all the way over to maybe even about 4 seconds. And if we give this a play, we notice that it's still kind of doing, it's not necessarily to our liking. So let's right click, go to Keyframe Assistant and Easy Ease. And now if we give this a play, it's a little bit smoother, but I think even bringing it over, and it's really just a case of just adjusting and seeing what we're trying to do here. If I drag this even over a little bit more and we give this a play, that right there is now looking to my liking. So you saw what I did right there. That's how it is. In editing, it's kind of more rare than it's not that things are going to go perfect the first time. They almost inevitably always need some tweaking to get that perfect look. And that's what we've been able to do here. We've just keyframed these positions or keyframed these the opacity, right? And now I've just extended them out a bit to kind of get that authentic fade in. And I think I might even move it over now a little bit more. In fact, no, I'm going to keep it over there. So more or less, in fact, I'll even try from the beginning. No, let's move it here. So you see, even now that I've gotten one that I think is nice, I'm still looking and I'm thinking, can I get this looking even nicer? And I'm going to go ahead and settle on that. I think that's nice, right? So if you followed through with me, we've got this text that says After Effects Master Class Course, and it comes on, and then we probably want it to start fading out again in a second, right? However, what we can actually do is animate it on screen first. So let's actually highlight both of them and press S, and S is going to be the scale, right? Let's go over here to probably about maybe 8 seconds. Let's say, it completes at 8 seconds, and we'll take a keyframe on of scale at 8 seconds. But then we'll actually go to the beginning and just hold them both and just scale them in a little bit, right? So now we've got this effect where the text is actually coming and getting bigger. However, I can actually press Control-Z and undo that and just hold Shift and scale them in a little bit more. And just like that, we've done this kind of animation. However, now I'm looking at that and I'm thinking it's probably a bit too much. So I'm going to bring them out a little bit more again. And we've just like that got a relatively nice execution, but I think I might even bring it out even more. So it comes up, and I think we don't want it to look too crazy, but we want it to still be moving a bit. So that right there is pretty much exactly what I'm going for. A slight increase in the scale, meaning that it is progressively getting bigger. But then at about the 6 second mark, we actually press T and T, and we can actually just go ahead and get rid of this particular effect. So After Effects, we want to be gone, and just before it actually goes, we probably want the Masterclass course to be gone as well. And we can also highlight the keyframes of After Effects and go to Easy Ease. And Easy Ease just adds like a much nicer kind of tone to it. But just like that, we've got this text that builds itself up and then fades itself out. And just like that, guys, we have created a simple animated title But this one right here was a little bit better than the simple animated titles we did earlier because we've actually combined two different types of animation. We've combined manual animation with the keyframes, as we can see down here, and preset animation using the preset animations library, which we're going to extensively use later on. And also, I could probably bring that over a little bit just to probably have them fade out at a relatively similar time. And just like that, they fade out and they're gone. And that right there is a kind of a double up of different types of animations right there. And we've been able to create this pretty nice effect. Now this right here, of course, if we wanted to even turn off the background, right? We can't even see it very well, but if we turned off the background and even made this text black and this text right here black as well, we would actually be able to export this as a transparent background. So we could actually export this and overlay it onto anything that we wanted to, right? Or if we press Control Z, we just keep that in the actual project that it currently is. And we've actually been able to animate a title. We animated the scale, which again, we did that by literally just highlighting both and pressing S, which opens up the scale properties, which we explored earlier. And also we were animating the opacity, which is by T, right? So with T, we can actually change how visible it is, right? So it's 0% visible there, but it's 100% visible there. And the whole time, we also, with the actual After Effects text, we were using one of these presets, right? And it was the slow fade on, which the slow fade on, look how nice that is. It just fades across the screen, and we kind of use it to almost bring the next one on, which is extremely nice, an extremely nice execution of a kind of fade on effect. Whereas you notice the opacity just fades out evenly and gets rid of it. The slow fade on fades it in from kind of like an angle almost, and it kind of looks like a nice transition, opposed to just like an ultimate fade out of the whole layer. But overall, a few different executions of the animation of text, and I think we turned out with a pretty nice result. So we're going to keep on cracking on. I'll see you guys in the coming up episode. See you there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the text and title section. This is going to be text effects. So I want to actually show you guys the text effects. Now we're going to be coming back to this layer here, even though we just wrapped up building this kind of pretty cool animated sequence, right, where we used the preset animations and the normal keyframes, right? Let's jump back over to this, and this is going to be a perfect text, our first text as a text and title sequence, and this is going to be perfect to showcase the text effects. So the way we access them is very simple, and it's very similar actually to the text or to the shapes and solids that we did earlier. And we just click the drop down menu, and we actually just go to this right here, and instead of saying add, it says animate. So it's very similar to, remember over here we went to add and we had all these different options. Now it's literally the exact same concept. All we do is click that and we have all these different options that we get right here. Now you could just go for some simple ones, right, like skew, right? So that's another similar one to the arrows that we had. We messed around with that, but the ones I want to show you guys are the ones revolving around color, because they can enable you to create some really cool kind of maybe signs or something like that in the future for different projects. It could be like a flashing sign in the distance, or it could be, just a cool attention-grabbing title. And the way we do that is with the fill color and the stroke color. So I just want you guys to go to fill color if you're following through what I'm doing. If not, just go ahead and watch. And let's select RGB. Now instantly that changes it, but we can actually just go ahead and change it back to the kind of purple. We can do that by going here, because we know the purple's here, and just copying the color code by pressing Control-C, and then coming back over here and pressing Control-V, and it brings the color back, right? Awesome. Absolutely fine. But look what happens when we go fill color and put a position or put a keyframe, right, on the actual fill color. And then if we go to 2 seconds and we change this fill color to white, now it appears that it's changed it, but what happens is the keyframes have been created so that from 0 seconds it's purple, but at 2 seconds it's white. So it actually has this transition to white, and we can actually even press Control-C, copy that keyframe again, come to about the 4-second mark, right, and press Control-V to paste it, and now we have this effect where it comes into white and then transitions back to purple. And the same sort of animation can be applied to the stroke as well. So what I want to do is I actually just want to go back here to animate. Let's go to stroke color and go to RGB as well. And red's the default, by the way. So of course it creates red, but really we just have to turn it back to white. Turn on the keyframe and come back over to 2. And let's actually just go ahead and paste or let's actually go ahead to here, copy the color code again, because over here in the character tab, it keeps the original color that was set, and we just actually want to paste that there. So I want to create this effect where it swaps. And almost, if you don't know what's going on and I don't explain it to you, you might even not necessarily notice what's happened. But what's happening is here at the start, the fill color is purple and the stroke is white. But at 2 seconds, the fill color is white and the stroke is purple. So they've pretty much swapped, and it creates this kind of pulsate effect, where if we actually go ahead and copy that first one, we come to 4 seconds, paste it out, and then we actually just literally copy both of them, right? So we go to 6 seconds, press Control V as well, and then 10 seconds, and press Control V as well, and then just kind of seal that off, really. What we've done here is when we press spacebar to play, it's doing this pulsate effect where every 2 seconds they swap out. So the fill color and the stroke color swap. So the stroke color starts as purple, my bad, we'll reload to the beginning. The fill color, or I'll slow it down so you can really see. The fill color is purple, the stroke color is white, and then it swaps. The fill color becomes white and the stroke color becomes purple. And it creates this sort of pulsation effect going on where they're actually just swapping colors. But at some point, both the colors are the exact same, just like that. So it sort of has to build up to this point where you see this almost no stroke that's apparent. And then it goes back down and comes back up and goes back down again, and then just seamlessly repeats. And this would be absolutely perfect as a graphic in the distance or something, or maybe as like a sort of attention-grabbing pointer or title, creating some sort of either title or point for a specific scene that you're working on. And this is just one of the different effects, but I think it's a great one to showcase. And I would actually mess around with stuff like this, guys, and see what works for your specific situation. But this right here is absolutely awesome, and it's something that's definitely, definitely usable, especially the RGB, right? If you want to transition. Now, there's other ways of doing this, but they're a little bit more time-consuming and not so straightforward. Whereas all we've really done is just add 2 little animate effects down here, and we're able to create this pretty seamless pulsate effect, I guess you'd say, or sort of like a flash effect type of thing. The reason I say pulsate is because it is kind of swapping colors, but it hits this sort of pulse sort of situation that happens again once both of those colors hit the exact same point and, are actually the same color for like a split second. But overall, that right there is the text effects done and dusted. I'll see you guys in an upcoming section. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the text and title section. This is going to be templates. Now, templates are a huge part of After Effects. I use them to this very day. Loads of people use them, or at least incorporate them into existing projects, and they can be a great way to save time. Now, there's loads of different types of templates. However, because templates are actually something somebody's created, we can't so easily just take a template and customize it here. But what I've done today is I've built us our own template that we can actually use and customize, and it's actually going to be available in the next episode coming up next, where we're going to customize it together, and you can actually download it in the next section. But before we do that, I want to open it up and actually show you how to use it. So a template is a pre-made sequence. So if we go here, we are calling this the logo intro template, right? So if we double click it, After Effects is going to start loading up, and it's going to load up in a brand new After Effects project, right? And pretty much we're going to be able to fully customize this. Now, I'm just going to walk you guys through it first, right? So I'm just going to press OK on that, let this whole thing load up. And more or less, if we go here to the intro template, let's actually just go ahead and give this a play all the way through, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, and you can actually see live what a uncustomized template is going to look like. So let's press spacebar and play. So pretty much what this is a few different titles that are fully customizable, and then our logo actually pops up. So what I want to do is I want to explore the process of creating a fully customized intro sequence with text and actually putting our logo there. So the logo I'm going to put there is a logo that I've left for download as well. It comes with the pack, right? TQ9 Media logo. This is my production company's logo, okay? So pretty much what I want to do is I want you guys to download this in the next section, and we're actually going to do this ourselves, right? But more or less the way this works before we actually get into the next section and do it ourselves is these are 3 text layers that are fully customizable. So if we wanted to, we could just, press Control T and customize and say, title 1, you know what I mean? Even though it's text 1 and we've called it title 1. And then we could go over here and call this one Jack. And then and we could call the next one Cole. We've just completely butchered this. So now it's Title 1, Jack, Cole. For some reason, the Jack is all caps, the Cole is all lowercase. So let's press Control-Z, Control-Z, and Control-Z. So we've undone the changes, but more or less, all we'd have to do is just click on this and customize it. Now, the logo is a little bit different, where the logo is a pre-composition. All we'd have to do here is double-click the pre-comp, and we go into the second composition here, and it pretty much has this blank logo, right? It says your logo here, and, you know, it's right there, basically. But all we'd have to actually do is just import our TQ9 media logo, and actually just go ahead and drag and drop it in there, and then just literally turn off the other layers. And then if we actually go back and we give this a play, we would actually have our logo that would be there. Now, by the way, feel free to actually just import your own logo for whatever your personal production company is or whatever your personal message is. By all means, just customize the one that I've got there if you want, and just customize it to say, you know, whatever your name is or whatever. But overall, that's just kind of a basic blank situation that I put there just to, you know, have something to actually swap it out with. But basically, the way a custom template works is it's a pre-made sequence just like this. Now, this combines sound effects, this combines text, and this combines a whole bunch of effects on these different effects. If we actually, on these different text layers rather, if we load up the effects, there's a whole glow animation to all of these, which has been pre-animated for us. We don't have to waste any time animating it. Even the logo has an animation, and it's all been perfectly synced up with the sound effects to make it all make sense, right? So it actually flies in. And just like that, we've got this pre-made sequence, which we can actually make ours by all we'd have to do is just customize each different element to it. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. So I'll look forward to jumping into this a little bit further in the coming up section. I'll see you guys there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're doing the text and title section, continuing it with an exercise to customize a template. So we know we've got this template right here. We know that it's waiting to be customized. If you guys have ever had any experience with templates, you know that it is a pre-made sequence that overall is designed to save you time and to get you to the result that you're after a little bit quicker. Now, of course, customized templates can be not only customized, but you can do more to them. You could even add stuff if you wanted to. But for the purposes of this particular explanation, we're going to take this sample sequence, this text introduction with a logo, and we're going to fully customize it from the top. So I want you guys to go down to the resources and download the template folder, right? This is going to give you three options, three elements rather. Base swoosh, which is the sound effect. The media, TQ9 Media logo, which is my production company logo. And by the way, like I said in the previous episode, feel free to use your logo. That's absolutely fine. We're just basically customizing the template. And then it has the actual folder, the project file itself, rather, right? So let's actually open that up, which I've personally already opened it. Go ahead and double click it. It's going to open up, and we're going to be left with this actual template here, which is fully customizable. So what I want to do is I want to go to text number 1. And I want to actually customize it. In fact, I might just put my logo in there first. So to do the logo, we see this change logo sort of pre-comp right here. We could just double click it, and that loads us up into here. And then we could drag our TQ9 Media logo in, drag and drop it, and we can actually just go and delete what's below it if we really wanted to, right? But I'm going to press Control-Z, Control-Z. I'm going to undo that, and I'm actually just going to untick it, right? Just so we do have the option to go back to it if we wanted to, but for example purposes, I'm just going to untick it for the time being, right? And now, if we actually press spacebar to play, we've got the text, which isn't customized yet, but the logo comes on, and you see how now we got this nice, this golden glow to it, based on the fact that there is this glow effect that's actually pre-animated, and whatever we change inside this folder will actually be applied to the exact pre-comp, and the effects that are on the pre-comp will apply to any layer that's inside of here. So whatever colors you got, the glow is going to respond to it. Now, the simpler part after that is literally just to click on our text and actually change it. So I think what I might want to title this as is check out my production company. That's going to be my next text. So I'm sort of just production company. Now this one's pretty interesting because we got to Control A, highlight the text, and let's actually go ahead and just bring it actually down a little bit, right? So let's actually bring that down, and we can use the vertical scale downwards, right? or not scale, the vertical kind of adjust down, and we can actually bring it down to probably around there, and then press V to get our all selection tool. Just go ahead and bring it up here, and also hold Y to get the center point. Put that into the middle, right? And now if we go to the beginning, press space, we got check out my production company, TQ9. And just like that, we've built a custom template. We can go actually to 6 and press N, which is the out point. And we can actually just go ahead and press Control S to save this project right here. And go ahead and press spacebar to play it. Check out my production company, TQ9. And just like that, we've built a template customized from the bottom up. We started with, the blank titles and the blank logo. And, in a matter of maybe 5-6 minutes, we've been able to customize this template fully to actually have the actual, kind of things on there that we actually want. And what I want on there is check out my production company, but it could be anything. You know what I mean? It could be, Jack's, company. I'm customizing the wrong text. Jack's company. Let's tick over. Oh, Control Z. I messed something up. Jack's company sucks. if you wanted to, there you go. Feel free to have your text just like this. We could do this. Jack's company. Oh, it's freezing. Sucks. TQ9. Whatever you guys want. I'm gonna press Control Z on that to just fully undo that, because at the end of the day, I definitely don't believe in that sentiment. I believe my production company rocks, but check out my production company, TQ9. That's a much more fitting setting, a much more fitting title for me. But I say that to say this. The reason I did that is because you could put absolutely anything, and I just wanted to demonstrate that you can do anything with this, basically. And that's what templates are. Templates are a big part of Adobe After Effects. They're a big part of the creative industry in general. And overall, you'll definitely be running into templates in the future. And I just wanted to showcase this briefly to get you guys a little bit adjusted to the world of templates by customizing them from the bottom up. I'll see you guys in the upcoming section. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the text and title section, this right here is going to be to the video in text effect. Very cool effect, very nice execution that I'm about to show you guys how to do. First off, we left off with the customizing of a template, right? Now, that was all cool, but I want to actually go ahead and close that down and load back up our other project. And quickly, just because that was in a different project, let's actually just go ahead and import that into our current project just to keep up with stuff, right? So let's drag and drop the logo intro template into our actual real Adobe After Effects Masterclass project, right? And what that's going to do is pop up here as a logo template.aep. Now, it takes a second to load up, but we can actually drag and drop another project into here, and it will actually create the whole project down here in its folder. And we can actually go ahead and double-click intro template, and just like that, we've got it in our actual masterclass sort of main project, if you will, which is really nice because we can actually combine various different things. So just to keep track of stuff, let's keep that there, right? I like that. Let's go ahead and keep it there. The logo intro template.aep. Obviously, AEP is After Effects Project. Very, very, very straightforward abbreviation that they got there at the end. But this right here coming up is going to be the video in text effect. And I've actually got a clip that we're going to be walking through. It's a clip from a club that I filmed on, I think, New Year's Eve last year. And let's actually go up to composition. Let's go to new composition and press OK. Comp number 10. Put comp number 10 in compositions. And let's actually just go ahead and import this clip right here. Now, I'm going to allow you guys to download this clip a little later on in this actual section, but I just want to showcase you the rough idea of how to actually go about doing the video and text effect. First off, we got to actually have some video to even do it with. So let's throw this video on screen right here, and I'm actually going to scroll through it, and it's a clip of everybody celebrating on New Year's Eve, right? And I'm actually just going to go ahead and press Control-Shift-D, delete it there, or cut it there rather, just because I just want to grab this bit where it's focused. I think the start of it wasn't focused for some reason. And if we actually just give this a play right here, it stops being focused there as well. So let's actually just go ahead and get it to about 4 seconds when it stops going focused. Delete it by pressing Control-Shift-D. And now we've got this selection here, which is just a standard selection of some people in slow motion kind of going crazy. Let's press Control-S to save. and it's going to blow your mind how quick we're going to do this effect. I'm really trying to show you guys, I'm not trying to make this the quickest in the world, but it's just super simple how you do a lot of this stuff. But first off, I just noticed, let's stay organized. Let's put this in footage, and let's actually come back over here to our timeline. And if we're not in our text tool, we can, be in all selection and navigate and press Control-T to jump to our text tool. Let's click. Let's actually just go ahead and write sample. Now, at the moment, it's using this kind of preset stuff from the character tab, but I just want to go ahead and double click the actual sample, go here, make it white. I just want to make standard white text because at the end of the day, the video is going to be in there, so it doesn't really matter. Let's actually just turn off the scale, or the stroke rather. And then it's really going to blow your mind how we're going to do this. We are essentially going to come down here to track matte, click it, and turn alpha matte sample. And just like that, when we click it, it appears in the text. And we can actually play this. And now wherever this text is, the actual alpha matte is going to be. And we can even press Control-D, duplicate the actual video, right? Or actually, I'm just going to press Control-Z. I'm actually just going to press N to turn an out point there. So essentially, it just plays from start to finish, right? And just like that, we have actually done it. But we could shrink this down a little bit. As you see, that the text only goes to there, but the video goes all the way out to here. So if we shrink this down a bit, we can actually just fit this into the text a little bit more. And a common thing some people like to do is they even like to put a different video in each different letter. So for example, if we shrink this video down, because if it's not covering the full text, it's not going to be there. If we shrink it down and we actually put just line it up, for example, with the S maybe, right? And we just line it up with the S by bringing it over so it's not covering anything else. We could have just part of the video in the S and then a whole nother video in, for example, the A and all the other letters, right? So something some people do is they put a different video or a different section of the video in each different letter. But for the purpose of this effect and just demonstrating it quickly, that right there is how we actually create this effect. But there's a few things you can do to make this effect even nicer, in my opinion. And first off, also, if we turn on the alpha channel, the background is transparent, which means that if we wanted to export this just like this, we could export some text that is, animated, so to speak, in the fact that there is an animated movement going on in it, but it's just a video pretty much, right? But if we exported this, we could have this text on its own, and the video will be kind of stuck in there. But something we can do that's really, really nice that emphasizes this is we can go over here to effects, and we can type in something called drop shadow. Drop shadow, I'm going to be flexing on my drop shadow usage all throughout the rest of this course, because drop shadow is something that I absolutely love. And throughout the rest of this course, you'll see me apply it to so much stuff because I think it's just a nice element of emphasis on whatever you're doing. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that element of emphasis. You see how this text right here looks kind of plain? It just does at the end of the day. Even though it looks nice with the video in it, it still doesn't necessarily pop out from the background as much as, personally I'd like it to. But if we drag and drop shadow, this right here, although it doesn't seem like it's done much yet, if we bring the opacity up to 100, and then also bring the distance down a little bit, and then the softness up, we've actually created this effect where there's like a significant drop shadow going on here. And just like that, we are actually just emphasizing it from the background a fair bit. And, in my opinion, it's a really nice execution of the drop shadow. And of course, you can decide on the distance or on the softness as much as you want, right? But overall, it's really, really nice in my opinion. And in fact, this right here, even if you press Control-D and duplicate it, which is starting to look a little bit blurry, so we could actually press Control-Z and undo that and Control-S. But overall, we've emphasized this text relatively nicely through the simple use of the drop shadow. And, that's a very basic execution of it, but something nicer is when we pre-compose. So at the moment, you notice that it's pretty much just if we bring it down and we bring it over, that right there is a shadow of the exact same video, right? So we're bringing that shadow down and it's showing a different part of the video. To actually get a full-blown shadow, if we were to actually delete the drop shadow, and we actually just go ahead and pre-compose these two right here. So if we were to actually highlight the layers and actually go ahead and right-click and go to pre-compose, and actually go ahead and press OK, they're now stuck together, right? Simple as that. They're stuck together, and we can actually go ahead and add a drop shadow onto the pre-composed layer, turn it up, and now we're really getting like a proper shadow to it, and we can tone that up. And now we can press Control D, duplicate that, and just like that, if we give this a play, we've got an extremely emphasized title based on the simple combination of the video in the text effect, which was, as you see, an extremely simple execution. And also, we've now been able to add a shadow to it to make it pop even further. But what's even nicer about layers like this is, even though it's pre-composed, we can double-click the layer at any time. And actually just go ahead and press Control-T, get our text tool, and customize this. We could call this Jack, for example, just to throw my name into the mix. And we come back to our comp 10, the comp, which is, kind of showing the finalized version. And in fact, we could come back over, and because we got room, we could scale this up a fair bit, right? You see that the end of the video is right there, so we don't want to go beyond that. But if we actually just scale this back down a little bit to about there and come back over, we've got this Jack text, which has the video in. It's clearly a party going on. You see all the confetti falling from the sky, etc. And we've actually got the video and text effect replicated in matter of minutes. Extremely simple execution of the effect. And just to recap, literally all we did was we threw a video in there, and we went to the alpha, and we went to alpha matte Jack, and it just replicates the exact text that we were doing before. But if I press Control-Z, 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 we could bring it back to sample. Why not? I think sample's all right, right? But we could really do whatever we want with this. We could do After Effects masterclass in the text. We could do literally anything that we wanted to with this text. But for the time being, I think all I'm actually going to do is just leave that doing its thing right there. And overall, in my opinion, we've done an extremely nice execution of the video and text effect in the text and title section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the text and title section, this right here is going to be 3D text. So we wrapped up the video and text effect. Very, very simple execution. And this 3D text is not going to be too much harder than that, I'll be honest. So let's jump straight into it. So go up to Composition, go to New Composition, and let's make this standard comp, and make sure in 3D rendered that it's on Cinema 4D. As I said in the 3D text, the 3D shapes rather section, it could be on Classic 3D. Just make sure it's on Cinema 4D. So go ahead and press OK, and that's actually created a brand new sequence. Now we can turn off the alpha channel. Go ahead and leave it. Let's actually go up here to the text. Let's actually make a title. Let's call this 3D title, right? So I'm just going to make the text 3D title. Awesome. I'm going to bring this over a little bit. And I'm also just going to go ahead and press Control-T, get my text tool up, and I'm just going to go ahead and make this black, right? So not actually italic. I just want to make this kind of like standard right there. Let's hold Y, and let's actually get that center point to the middle. And it's going to be a very straightforward process to turn this 3D. All we want to do is go ahead and tick that box, which is the 3D layer box, right? We know that because if we hover over the box, it says 3D layer, allows this layer to be manipulated in 3 dimensions. Nice. Then part 2 that we know of is we want to go to Geometry Options. We want to get the Extrude Depth. Let's maybe make that 75. Turn that up a little bit, which it instantly jumps out a bit, but we know that we can't fully see the effects unless we go up here to Layer, we go to New, and we do the final element of any 3D layer, which is a light. And once we create that light, we just says, okay, create a default light. Let's drag the x-axis out a bit, the x-axis out a tiny little bit so we can see this a little bit more lit up. And now, if we actually drop this down a quarter, just to make sure that it's able to process right, we can now spin this around, and we see that it's a full 3D layer. And we've created it through the very simple use of the light, which actually shows the different kind of, shadows and stuff like that. It's the ability to cast shadows. And also, the very, very dope part is that this is created through just a basic text layer. There wasn't like any new type of layer we created or anything like that. It was a very, very simple execution. All we had to do was create a text, and now we're able to have 3D text, and also at any time, we could change that extrusion depth if we wanted it to go on forever, or if we wanted to only have maybe a little bit like that, or maybe like a nice big thick text like that. And we're actually able to have 3D text that's been created. And by the way, this 3D text is fully customizable as well. It's a standard 3D layer, which means that, or it's a standard layer, right? Standard text layer. We know that text layers can be customized. So if we press Control-T, jump up here, and maybe we want to turn this to, let's just stay in fashion and maybe make it like some of the purple almost, you know what I mean? We could bring this up and we can make this purple. And just like that, we've now got 3D text that's purple. I'll press W to get my rotate tool. and we've got 3D text that's purple in this particular sequence. Now, white, in my opinion, looks some of the nicest, so I'm going to press Control-Z and undo that and bring it to white. But the way you'd make a 3D title is very straightforward. All you'd have to do is literally just make a title, make it a 3D layer right here, actually go ahead and bring the geometry options up and actually turn that extrusion depth up. As you see, if we turn it down, it's more obvious if it's at an angle, right? So our extrusion depth, I think it looks nice probably around the 95 section right there, because then it just looks like some nice 3D text. But overall, all we've literally done is create 2 layers, a spotlight, which can be created by going up to Layer, New, and Light, and also a piece of text. And then we've also just turned it to a 3D layer by ticking on a box and turning up the extrusion depth. And it's that simple, people, to create 3D titles in Adobe After Effects. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the text and title section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, and we're doing the animating 3D text. So we just did 3D text, right? Here's a 3D title right here. It's looking pretty cool. I'm liking it indeed. But how do we actually get ourselves a animated 3D title? Very, very simple. We've already explored how to animate text. Like I said in the previous episode, a 3D text layer is pretty much no different to a normal text layer. It can more or less be manipulated in the exact same ways we'd manipulate a normal layer. And we had pretty nice little exercise with animating text earlier, where we actually broke down a few different animation types. We broke down this simple animation, right? This animation here, which was originally used for our simple animation, but was now used for our effect animations. And this one right here, which is combining the preset library with the normal keyframes. But we're going to be flexing that knowledge a little bit more right now. So with this text and title, this 3D title right here, if we wanted us to be able to have an animated 3D title, all we'd have to do is we'd get this to the proportion we wanted it to be at the final keyframe. So right here, I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. It's looking pretty nice to me. So what I'd actually do is I'd open up here. I'd close down geometry options, and I would actually just go ahead and get text, where I'd get transform, and I'd actually turn on the orientation. Now this creates a keyframe, but I want to actually come over to maybe like maybe 2 seconds or something like that. Pop that keyframe there. I'll get exactly on 2 seconds. So we know at 2 seconds the text is here. Then what I'd also want to do is actually just go ahead and turn on the scale and also turn on the position. And then I want to come over here to the start, and first off, I would actually want to go ahead and rotate that text fully over, right? Which might not seem like a great idea at the moment, but once we actually bring that and scale it up as well, scale it up and bring that off the screen, you're going to see what happens when we come to the beginning and press spacebar. And just like that, we've got this 3D title that kind of comes in almost like the type of Star Wars, you know what I mean, text, where it kind of comes in out of nowhere from space. And then we could almost have it, I mean, maybe even rotating over time, right? So maybe it comes in like this, and then it sort of rotates a little bit. But I'm actually going to press Control-Z and undo that. And I'm actually just going to extend these to maybe like the 4-second mark. So just like that, what we've done is we've created this 3D animated title that now animates in, and you can fully see the 3D-ness when it's coming in like that, right? I absolutely love 3D titles and text. It's so much fun to create 3D stuff, genuinely. And just like that, we've animated a 3D text onto the screen in a very, very cool manner where it really shows all the different dimensions to it. There's no arguing that that right there is a 3D text. And we could even go a step further if we wanted to. We could animate the extrusion depth, which means that perhaps it ends and it's that size, but maybe it starts and it's double the size, maybe like 200. So just like that, it's much bigger text, and it's actually animating inwards, or it's getting maybe smaller as it comes on, right? So this is it's gonna flex that 3D-ness even more. And 3D-ness is my terminology because I don't have a better term in my mind. But I'm gonna press Control-S and save that, press the space bar, and just like that, it's looking even more 3D right now, based on the simple fact that we've actually just animated that extrusion, which means it starts bigger and it ends a little bit smaller, but it actually just flexes to look like an even more 3D kind of text. And overall, that right there, guys, is how to animate 3D text in Adobe After Effects. Very, very simple, very straightforward process. A very, very, similar process, actually, to the process of, I'm just going to press Control-Z and undo that extrusion because I like how it is. But it's a very simple process to how we actually animated our 2D text, if you will. And we've been able to create this in a very, very simple straightforward process using the animating of 3D text in Adobe After Effects. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the text and title section, this is how to create a write-on text effect. Infamous effect. You've seen it before, probably. I'd be willing to bet you probably have, right? And I'm going to show you how to create it. So we left off with 3D animated titles. Very awesome, very straightforward. I'm sure that on the outside looking in, you'd think stuff's harder than it is. That's like a trend that's definitely got to be something you're realizing at this point. Stuff's got to seem harder than it is looking in from the outside, because all this stuff, we're debunking it. It's very easy to do this type of stuff. Even like a 3D animated title, which if you saw this in a movie or in a TV show or even a YouTube video, you'd maybe be thinking, oh, wow, how'd they do that? I'm sure that took a while. It really doesn't. And we've been able to create it in a super quick amount of time. And that's kind of like a trend of this course, definitely, is showing you that stuff's much simpler than you'd think it is looking in from the outside. But let's go up here to composition. Let's make a brand new composition. Let's go ahead and press OK. And let's actually put these two comps into compositions, right? Very simple. We're staying organized. We got to stay organized. Let's actually press Control-T to get a title. And let's actually just type write on. And the reason I'm saying write on is because obviously the word write on is just a relatively fitting text to actually make write itself on. And let's go up here. Let's turn the purple just to white, just to grab a straightforward situation. Let's turn it to full as well. And now we're dealing with this write on text. And the text is going to be animating itself on through the use of an effect, right? And that effect is really not trying to hide itself. If we actually delete the drop shadow and we type the word write, we have the write on effect. It's under the generate category, but it's called write on, and that's why I put the text write on. So let's drag and drop it to our clip, and just like that, literally absolutely nothing happens. And the reason for that is because we got to change a couple things. First off, we got to get the color to red, and we also are going to be using this brush right here. The brush is very small, and what we want is this brush to cover the actual text. So let's actually turn the brush size up a fair bit, right? Let's actually increase it until we can see this nice red brush right here, and we're actually almost going to turn it up a little bit more. So just like that, we're going to actually animate this on. And the reason we can see this right now is because we have the paint style on original image or on transparent. Now on transparent, which means wherever we actually or reveal original image rather, which means that when we actually start to bring our brush over the text, it'll actually start to reveal a bit, reveal what's actually underneath. But until it covers it, it will not actually be there. But we can actually keep drawing back to the original, right, to see what's going on. But pretty much what we want to do is we actually want to turn the brush position keyframe on. And we actually want to just move over our cursor a little bit more and just bring this down to cover the actual text itself. And just like that, we've animated this on the screen. Animated it on, even though it doesn't necessarily look like it. But if I actually turn the paint style to reveal original image, we know that at that time it's revealed, but at this time it's not. So if we press spacebar to play, you notice that it literally starts to animate itself on. And if we actually open up the effects down here, keyframes have started to create themselves. And what we can do is we can just bring this over to make it sort of look like it only animates on one side of it. And then what we can do is just simply move over a little bit and bring the text up just like that, revealing even more of the W. So now, over the course of not even a second, it comes down, comes back up, and then over again, it can come down again, cover this right here, and in fact, I think if I go over a bit, I might want to make it cover a bit more, just because it wasn't fully covering. And I can actually turn the brush size up a little bit, just for the fun of it. And now, if we actually come over here, we can have this reveal that right there, even come down and reveal that. And the only interesting part, the only kind of tweaky part about this is just making everything line up pretty nicely. As you can see right there, you don't want to leave any part of the layer off. But just like that, in the use of a few keyframes, so we press the space bar, we've animated on that W nicely. Like, it's very safe to say we've animated that W on very, very nicely. And we can actually continue, by the way, to just keep tweaking this. So just like that, we've animated the W on. Now we move over a couple, and we bring this over. And we want to bring that R on, right? Awesome. So let's actually bring this maybe up here, just above the R, right? And then over the course of a couple seconds, all this does is it comes down, just like that. And then we move over a few more, and it comes straight back up. And it brings that R on the screen. And then we can come to the start and go ahead and press spacebar, and the R draws itself on. And then, of course, we've got the I to go to. So we could actually go ahead and bring ourselves up here, maybe even bring it over a little bit more. And all I'm doing is I'm literally just positioning it to a point where we can then bring it down. And in one nice sweep, we can get the I. And then we can actually go over here, and we know the T is coming up next, right? So we could even come over here. And this is where the interesting part about lining stuff up gets, right? Because we know that we want to make this look as authentic in terms of, like, if we were writing a T, how would we do this, right? How would we do this? We'd probably want to have it come up like that. Come up like that. Yeah, come up probably around like that. And then maybe it would complete by going like that. So now if we go to the start and press spacebar, we've got, so far, the right is writing itself on the screen. The T maybe doesn't look exactly how I'd personally write it, but at the end of the day, it's a pretty nice execution nonetheless. And we can actually just keep on, animating this onto the screen sort of as we see fit. And again, these effects can be even nicer if you can really spend some significant amount of time with them. But for just for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm just gonna animate this on as sort of quickly as I can, right? And I'm literally just tracing the outline of this particular effect, and I'm trying to make it look like it's drawing itself on. And it's actually gonna keep working its way around the E, work its way around the E, come down here, and complete itself just like that. And now if we go back to the beginning again, we've got the word right fully writing itself onto the screen. And again, it doesn't look ideal. It doesn't look like there. It looks a tiny bit messy. But overall, in the matter of less than 5 minutes, we've been able to create this. So imagine what happens when you really start spending some significant amount of time with it. Now I'm just going to go over here, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and animate the on, right? So it's actually start at the top. I want to probably come here, probably move over a little bit, and actually start the right on. So I'm going to start right there, and we're literally just doing a circle around this. The O is the O is probably one of the nicest to animate because it's just such an obvious shape. All we're doing is drawing kind of a circle with this tool right here, and just like that, we've built the on. And then we can move over a little bit, and we can actually have the N being animated. And boom, we can bring that down so it almost starts to look like an R. And we can come over a bit and have it animate up. And just like that, we can come to the beginning, press spacebar, and we've got the right, as it puts itself there, on effect. Right on has happened. And then we can press N to just close that out, end the layer, press Control S to save it, and we can actually just go ahead and play this from the start. The word right on has happened using the right on effect in Adobe After Effects. A very, very straightforward effect to do. Very, very straightforward using a very, very straightforward right on effect. It's titled exactly what we want it to be titled on. They're really not trying to hide this. And again, if you were really trying to make this absolutely perfect, you probably would have done it a little bit better than me. There's definitely a couple, a couple less than perfect bits, right? But again, all I'm trying to do to you guys is really just demonstrate that this works, right? How do you do it? Here's how you do it. That's sort of the POV that I'm trying to embrace right here, is just showcasing you guys the ability to do it, giving you guys the information, and once you got the information, you can go on and apply this to whatever situation you actually see fit or whatever project you think it would work perfectly in. But that right there is the right on effect. We'll be back with more text and titles. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, finalizing the text and titles section. This right here is an exercise. Create a right on text effect with a video inside. So we're combining two different effects we've done. What we just wrapped up was the right on text. So you know what to do. That one's fresh in your mind. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine this with the video in text effect. So that's actually the 3D text effect. But this one right here is the video in text. And we know that it's a really nice look. But what would happen if we had the same video in text, but it wrote itself on at the exact same time. That right there would be perfect. That would be such a nice execution of sort of advanced text and titles combining other different effects. So I want to do that. I want to combine these two different effects, and this is an exercise. So if you guys go down to the resources, you can download CO177. Grab that, download that clip. That's the sample clip we're using, but at the exact same time, by all means, use whatever sample clip you want to use if you prefer to put something else in there. Maybe a video from your graduation or something, or a video from the family Thanksgiving dinner. I know Thanksgiving's coming up, right? So at the end of the day, put whatever video in there that you want. It really doesn't matter. But there's a sample video there in the resources if you want to grab something and you don't have a video of your own. So let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition. Let's actually just go ahead and make composition number 13. Now, in my footage, I've already got COO177, so I'm just going to drag and drop that into the sequence. But in your sequence, just drag and drop it in from the resources that you've downloaded. And let's actually go across in this clip, all right? And I want to grab about here, right? So when you've loaded it up, it's about 5 seconds and 13 milliseconds. Let's press Control-Shift-D to trim that down, delete it, bring it over, and then let's actually go over here to where it gets blurry again, right? So maybe around there. And let's press maybe just to be equal the 4 second mark, right? On the 4 second mark, once we brought it over, let's press Control-Shift-D again and chop it down. Now what I want to do is press Control-D and drag it over to lock it in with the end. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to right-click it, go to Time, and go to Time Reverse Layer. So pretty much what happens if we press spacebar is it starts off, it gets there, and then it reverses back on itself. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make this just a longer clip, but only of this nice selection. So then I want to press Control-D on the bottom one as well and drag it to the end. So it just has a longer period of time that is actually applicable, right? Now, of course, we want to actually use this whole section. So let's press N to actually outpoint it. And then I want to actually highlight all three of them, right-click, and go to Pre-Compose straight up. If we pre-compose this, we've actually made this a triple threat right here, right? So it's one layer, but it's three. And we've just extended it to 12 seconds instead of 4 seconds. Absolutely awesome. We've made it longer. Now I want to go up here to Horizontal Type Tool, and I want to click on the screen. And I actually want to write exercise. Why not? We'll say exercise just for the fun of it, just for the simple fact that we're obviously doing an exercise right now. Then I want to press Control-T, highlight them. And I actually just want to change this up. I want to type in Gotham, and I want to type in Gotham Ultra. I want to get Gotham Ultra because I think it's a nice little font, right? And what I'll actually go ahead and do is I'll leave Gotham Ultra available for download for you guys, right? So if you want to download it, you can get Gotham Ultra, and basically we can follow through 100% from start to finish. So we've got our text on the screen, and we've got our actual video in the back. So all we have to do to actually put the video in the text is go ahead here to Track Matte and go to Alpha Matte Exercise. Click that, and just like that, the video appears inside of the text. And then we can actually select the layer and just frame it down a little bit to actually get it there to fully be using all of the video pretty much, and maybe even just bring it down a little bit right there. So we framed it up a little nicer, and maybe even get the exercise text and maybe just scale it up a little bit just so that we've got a little bit more of it showing and we can reveal more of the video in the background. Now let's press Control-S to save that. And just like that, we've built the video in text effect. It's done and dusted. It's 100% built. Phenomenal. That's all we really wanted to do right there, right? However, we want to now animate this text on the screen, which is going to be a whole nother process in itself. And it's going to be a very interesting one at that. Now, first off, just to make things work a little bit better, right? I want to add a little bit more spacing between these different layers, right? So I want to move them over like that. But then I also want to press S and just scale these guys down a bit, right? So we've got letters that are just a little bit more spaced out, which is going to work out perfectly for our actual write-on text effect. And the way we're actually going to be doing this write-on text is extremely simply. First off, we're actually going to have to pre-compose these layers a final time. So let's actually go ahead and select them, right-click, and pre-compose. And what this does is it puts them together, okay? And because we've put them together, we can then go over here to Effects, and we can grab the write-on text effect and drag and drop it, right? And also at any time, we can actually toggle on and off the background. So I think for the time being, we'll leave the background on. But what we want to do is make this red. And the reason we're making that red is just so we can see it nicely, right? That's really the only reason to make it red, is just so you can properly see it, all right? And then what we can do is we can actually position it right here where it's kind of ready. It's ready to do damage. And we can actually just go ahead and turn on position. Brush position has been turned on, right? And we can actually come down here and we can actually just move over a couple frames. So I'm going to move over a couple frames, and I'm actually going to draw onto the screen. And just like that, we've drawn onto the screen. Then we move over a couple more. And by the way, just to keep track of what's actually happening so you don't get overwhelmed, I'm just going to open this up and we see the keyframes down here. So keyframes create themselves every single time that we actually do some adjustments. And just like that, I'm just going to draw on the actual text. I'm going to draw on over the course of a few different frames. And I'm literally just drawing the outline of this actual text right here. And we can actually just keep on doing this. Keep on drawing the outline. Move over another frame. Draw that on. And I might have to go back here and just adjust this one a tiny bit. And just like that, we've drawn this on. And it looks like that because it just looks like red. However, if we actually turn the reveal original image and we actually now give this a play, this straight up draws itself on. But we also know that there's a couple abnormalities that definitely need to change. In fact, I might just turn the brush size up a little bit, right? And which means that I need to go over a bit and bring this here. So actually it starts and it's looking pretty nice. However, it definitely looks like some is left out. A little bit looks left out to me. And you know that because a little bit is starting to reveal itself down here. But we can actually just highlight that. Actually, just go ahead and play that. And we've actually highlighted kind of brought the E on relatively nicely. It's a nice execution for sure. And what I can actually do here is just bring that over a little bit more. And I'm just trying to make sure everything's fully visible. So that E is fully visible, right? Awesome. Now let's actually turn on the original. Bring that over a bit. And bring it maybe down here. And the X, in theory, should be a very, very simple one to do, as you see right there. We've brought it over. However, it's looking like we might want to turn that up a little bit just so it's actually a little bit more visible. Bring that over here. And when we change the direction of something, it can alter the entire path, right? So when we change the direction, we've altered a fair bit. But just like that, we're just drawing this highlight around the actual E and then around the X. And that X definitely happens a little bit quicker. And if we keep turning it back to turn on to original image, right? We're going to keep seeing the effects of this. But I want to actually go here, bring it over a bit here. And we've got that E that animates itself on. But I think I might just want to extend out that X a little bit. Make that X animate itself on a little bit slower than that. Because I think it happens a little bit too quick. I'm just going to get it on. Awesome. In fact, I'm going to want to significantly extend those out. So maybe bring that there, bring that there. The E brings itself on. The X brings itself on as well. And we're literally just kind of guesstimating this, if you will, right? Based on the simple fact that there's no set amount to put it on, right? It's literally just a case of just, trial and error, if you will. And we're just giving that a play right there. Give this a play. X animates itself on. We can turn back to original image so that we know where to actually put our highlights on. And let's actually just go ahead and come down here. And I think I'm gonna try like a come up, right? So it basically brings itself up to the top, then brings itself over, animates that side. But I think I'm gonna have to bring this down to actually let that happen. Animates itself over. Awesome. Even come down a little bit even more. Animates itself on. Awesome. Bring it back here. Phenomenal. Bring it down one. The E's are always a little bit interesting because there's just so many moving parts to them. And then we come over, back again, bring it back down. And, it's very, very straightforward. We're just trying to replicate. Like, imagine if you were there with your pad and your pen yourself, and you're trying to draw the word exercise. We're trying to replicate as close as we possibly can what the actual final version of that would look like if you literally were drawing the word exercise. And that's where it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, because when you're animating, the kind of the intuitive way to animate it might be different to the actual realistic look that writing it on might have. So I think it's trying to remember maybe how you would draw these letters, even though you're not actually drawing them, and that can sometimes be a challenge. And I'm just moving these over. For example, the C, ideally we want to get here and actually bring it on. However, because the brush size is so big, we're actually probably just going to want to go back here and not really explore that sort of more realistic version of it. And what we'll actually do is just bring it on right here, and start drawing it from that way. Come here and still draw it on, don't get me wrong, but I probably would have done this a little bit differently if I was actually drawing myself. That's just the reality of the situation. But because I'm just trying to do this for an example, of course, and maybe if I wanted to do a perfect draw effect in the future, I might spend a little bit more time with it. But overall, I think just for a sample, we're doing this pretty nicely. We're doing a relative nice execution. Now, an S is looking like it's going to be set up nicely for us to do. So we can actually draw that way. Then we can go over a few more, draw up a little bit. Then we can go over a few more keyframes, draw up a bit again, go over a few more keyframes again, and then over a few more keyframes and complete it. And that's actually going to set us up pretty nicely to do the E, I think, where we can actually sort of just create the same keyframe here and move over a few more and just draw straight through that E right there. Come back up, bring it over, come back up here again, bring it over here, come back over again, bring it there, and come back over again. And this might need a little bit of fixing right here, but overall I think it's looking relatively decent. We're going to bring it here, and we're just going to finalize it by bringing it to fully cover. Now, that looks pretty messy, but if we turn on the reveal full image and we bring it over, and we actually even turn the background on transparent, we notice that this is literally building this text in front of us right here. And it's all done through the simple use of the write-on effect, and also we're, of course, overlaying it onto a video in text effect, which is extremely nice. I'm actually going to go here. I'm actually going to get this and actually bring it up a little bit, because the text, I don't want it to reveal that under part. And just like that, we press spacebar, we play it. The exercise text animates itself on, it writes itself on, and there's a video playing in the background. Now, how would we finalize this? How would we make this pop out even more? It's actually going to be throwing some, you guessed it, drop shadow on there. Let's actually go ahead and turn the alpha channel on. And let's go over here and type in drop and drag and drop some drop shadow onto the text. And let's actually up the opacity, which means we could see it more. Bring down the distance and actually just turn this up. And then you guys already know what I'm going to do. Press Control D, duplicate it, and maybe bring that distance down a little bit, and maybe that softness down a little bit as well. So now we've got this text that is called exercise. It's got a video in there, and it's popping out with the use of the drop shadow, and it actually writes itself on, and it's emphasized against the background so heavily, so nicely. And also what we could even do is press S, go ahead and put a keyframe there at the end, and actually just go to the beginning and maybe make this 90. And if we press play now, the text is moving inwards, it's animating in, it animates itself on, and there's an element of movement happening at all times in there based on the fact that it's actually a video in there. And if we wanted to make this pop even more, I'm just trying to show you guys all the ways to make it pop. We could actually go ahead and double click in here, actually get to the original clips themselves, go to the first one, and actually just go here and type in vibrance, bring this over here, drag and drop it. Let's actually turn that vibrance up a bunch to 100. Press Control C on it, go here to the next clip, press Control V, and we've put that onto a few of those clips. Then we actually turn down the precoms and give this a play. And now we're going to be dealing with an even nicer, even more vibrant, more colorful scene than we were dealing with before. And of course, likely it's lagging a little bit more based on the simple fact that, of course, it is it's got color correction to it. But in fact, if we actually wanted to even just throw a little bit more in there while we're doing it, we could come over here and type in brightness. Go ahead and get some CC brightness and contrast, and we could actually drag that onto the first clip. Tone up that brightness a bit. Turn that contrast up a bit. Control C. And Control V it to two of the other clips, right? Press Control S to save, close those precoms down, get our main composition up, and now press spacebar to play it. And excuse the slightly extended render that it's doing right now, but look how much brighter, look how much crisper that text is just by doing a couple different color correction adjustments to it. And, you know, color grading, color correcting, we got extensive coverage of that coming up next, but that was just a tiny little dive into what amplifying the colors of a sequence can do. And especially when you're dealing with like a nice vibrant title like this, what we've got is a club clip from a New Year's Eve shoot that I did, and we've got the word exercise. It animates itself on, and also that footage in the background that it's revealing is just so on point. In fact, I can bring that out point out a little bit so we can actually see the text for a while longer after that. But just like that, it animates itself on, and we are left with this absolutely amazing piece of text, which is super vibrant, super nice, super appealing. And overall, guys, that right there is an exercise done and dusted. If you followed through, you've got exactly what I got on the screen. Let's go ahead and put that out point right there. Press spacebar to play it one final time. That right there was a combination of the right on text effect and the video inside text effect. We can actually just go ahead and put that scale at the end as well. And just like that, guys, if you followed through, we've created this together in under maybe 5-10 minutes, something like that. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the upcoming section where we're going to get even more advanced than what we've done so far. We honestly haven't even started. See you guys coming up next. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. New section now, the animation and keyframe section, and we're kicking it off with a basic breakdown of keyframes. So we've covered keyframes already. In fact, briefly, but we've covered them, and that's my my overall point for this particular first episode of this new section here. Is I just want to cover all the keyframes we've actually already used together in some of the exercises, and just break them down. So in case you didn't understand, you know, the technical breakdown of it, here it is essentially. So we'll start with this. This is essentially exactly where we left off, right? So this right here has a few different keyframes. Now, the first type of keyframe is property keyframes, and we'll be getting to that later on, right? But essentially, it's scale. So we've told the program that at the start, 0, 0, 0, 0, the scale is 90, but then at the end, 12 seconds, the scale is 100. And all we've done is set 2 different points, and because the program, you know, is intelligent enough, it obviously knows that to get from 90 to 100 the whole way in this little space here, it has to increase it, right? So if you look at these little box, this sort of like outline, right, of the actual work area, that's steadily upping as the actual text writes itself on, right? So that right there's a standard layer property keyframe. Now if we double click this and actually go in, right, there is the or actually, I think it's actually on here as well. If we can click the drop-down menu and we click Effects, and we get the Write-On effect. The Write-On effect is all a bunch of little keyframes, right? So here's the effect. We obviously did that together, and we're writing it on. And you see this little brush right here. Take close note of that. As I skip through, the keyframes are animating the position of that, and therefore revealing what's underneath, which is the letters. And, you know, if you play it in a quick manner, it results in this Write-On effect right here. So that right there is effect keyframes, right? So that's 2 different types of keyframes covered straight off the bat. And it's obviously just tracking the position of that effect right there, and the effect reveals the clip below it, which is the text, right? Now, just to go over a little bit, right? For example, right here, we have keyframes, which are, again, layer property keyframes, but because we're using a 3D layer, we get an even nicer effect. And the keyframes that are turned on is position, so it's tracking where it's at, right? So steadily it moves from there to there, right? From here to here, which is just that straight line that goes up. Then you got the scale keyframe, which obviously knows that it's 250 by 250 by 250, but here it's only 147 by 147 by 147, so it knows that it gets smaller, right? So here, as you see, it's going outside of the borders of the preview, but it gets smaller and comes here, and that kind of is like almost like an optical illusion, where it results in this look when you combine the orientation as well, which is essentially just rotation, right? And when you combine these 3, the position, the rotation, and the scale, you get this sort of coming in type of effect, which is, you know, really just kind of like an optical illusion of changing the position, the rotation, and the scale. And when you play it, it kind of looks like it's coming in, right? So that's more layer properties right there. Layer property keyframes, tracking the various different transform stuff, right? Now, if I take that off and we go over here, This one right here is actually not using keyframes. This is pretty much just a flat image more or less. But the intro template 100% is using keyframes. This was a pre-made thing for you guys, but if we open up the transform, we notice there's a fair bit actually going down underneath the hood right here. There is the scale, rotation, and opacity, which means that the opacity fades in. So it's 0% right here, but then at half a second, it's 100, which means it sort of fades on. And also, you've got the rotation. So you notice that the rotation is sort of rotating the text. It starts at kind of an angle and kind of comes to straight. And of course, the scale, right, which means it's increasing in size. But further than that, if we close down the transform, there's effects keyframes on this as well, which is the glow. So we notice that there's this whole glow keyframe going on at the same exact time. And the glow comes to absolute maximum and then fades out while the opacity fades out as well. So we've essentially combined two types of keyframes to result in this effect that it looks like the glow sucks up the text, but the glow really doesn't. The glow just goes to maximum and then comes back down, and then the opacity, which is done by here, right here with keyframes, actually takes the effect of getting rid of it, right? And then it sort of creates that effect, and it's kind of like an optical illusion at the same time as well. And of course that repeats with these two type of text layers here as well. And then finally, you've got the actual logo itself, which is more or less the exact same type of keyframe pattern and the exact same type of glow effect pattern. And it results in an extremely nice effect. And overall, guys, that right there is a basic breakdown of keyframes. They're pretty much just tracking different changes in, it could be anything. It could be a it could be a layer property, it could be an effect. And we're going to get to a whole bunch of more stuff as we go through this section right here. But essentially, it is tracking changes on a particular effect, clip, whatever the case may be. And if you ever see a little stopwatch next to anything, that is the universal signal for keyframes. But that right there is basic breakdown of keyframes. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the animation and keyframes section, this right here is layer property keyframes. Now, layer property keyframes are some of the most utilized keyframes all throughout After Effects, but we briefly broke down a whole bunch of different types of keyframes, and that was really just to familiarize you guys with the different sorts of keyframes, so no one's feeling left behind or anything like that, right? But we're actually going to be working with a clip, right? So let's actually load this up, and I'm actually going to have a clip right here, which I'm going to actually import. And we also got to do a little bit of sorting out of this area here, all right? So let's actually go ahead and import this, drag and drop it. Let it import itself. And what I want to do is I want to make a brand new folder real quick. Let's do our organization. So let's actually make a folder and call it pre-comps. Call it pre-comps. That stands for pre-compositions, obviously. Drag and drop the pre-comps into pre-comps. It's a fitting place, and drag the pre-comps folder into compositions. And let's also get comp 13 in compositions, and of course CO89 into footage, right? Sweet. Now, let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition. Let's make a brand new composition. However, I want to be selecting the clip that I'm going to import. So I can actually go up here to composition, go to new composition, and we can actually sort of just replicate some of the different features of this right here. So first up, it's 59.94. So let's actually make a 59.94, and it is 22 seconds. So simple. Those are the two things I'm going to do. 22 seconds. Awesome. We've loaded it up, and we can drag it out, and we can also put it into compositions. Sweet. Now, let's go ahead and grab our clip, and let's drag it in. And what I want to do is I want to explore doing some different keyframes here, okay? So first off, we've got this clip, and the clip is literally me just rubbing my hands and just looking dumb into the camera pretty much. I just needed a random test clip just to do something funny with pretty much, right? So this is going to be our clip here, and we're going to explore layer keyframes, right? So or layer property keyframes. So the way we access our layer properties, we already know, is we hit the drop down menu, hit transform, and we're greeted with this stuff right here. So first off, say we wanted to make like an animate on sort of transition where the video is off the screen and it flies onto the screen, right? Let's toggle the transparency grid off. That would be actually extremely simple. All we'd want to do is we would want to maybe come over to an appropriate amount of time, maybe over half a second. We turn on a position keyframe, which tells the program at half a second the video is there. Then we drag to the beginning where we want to start this. We'd click the video and we'd hold shift to lock it, and we'd simply drag it off the screen. And you notice that this line has been created. And what that means is that the line has tracked all the movement, right? So we know that if we press spacebar to play, that video now flies onto the screen. I rub my hands, and now at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we could hit the add or remove keyframe right there, which tells the program to still stay at this proportion. But then at 3 seconds, we could drag it off, which actually is going to create the illusion, and not the illusion, it's going to create the absolute look that it flies on, I rub my hands for a second, and then the video flies back off and transitions out again. So that right there is a standard position keyframe, and that right there is something that, you know, you could use for text, you could use for absolutely anything. Any layer is going to have these transform properties here, and you can utilize them to your benefit. Now, let's just turn off the position keyframe, and if we turn off the master keyframe control, that right there will just get rid of all the keyframes. So if you've done a big session of keyframes, be sure not to do that. That would ruin your day. Or at least maybe you've pressed Control S. So let's press Control S. Now let's do a scale one, right? So let's do a similar strategy where at half a second, we want the scale to be on 100, which means at half a second, it's fully covering the screen. But at the start, let's just click and let's do a manual change and turn it to 0, which means that at the start, it's 0, but at half a second, it's on the screen, which obviously means that if we press spacebar to play, it, over the course of half a second, scales up. And just like that, we could do the same thing where we come over to the 2 minute 30 second, hit a add keyframe, which is very different than hitting the master keyframe control right there, the big boy stopwatch. And then we go over here to 3 seconds and we make it 0 again. And then we get this effect of the clip scaling on, rubbing my hands, and then scaling back off the screen. And just like that, that is done through scale. And again, that right there is really only 4 points, but it figures out what to do in between. So it's not as though we have to go frame by frame or anything like that. But let's actually turn that off one more time. And now let's explore what it would be like to do a rotation keyframe. Now, rotation keyframe is interesting because what we want to do is ideally to do a rotation properly. See, if we start to rotate, the video goes off the screen, right? So ideally to do a rotation keyframe properly, we'd have to have a little bit more space that we're working with, right? And it might be something like this. And the way we could do something like this is maybe at half a second, the rotation is on maybe full or on normal. But then at the beginning, we rotate it all the way over until it's just about to come on. And then over the course of half a second, it comes to there. And honestly, I might just go a little bit weird with this. Let's press W and get the rotation tool. Let's bring this over. And you see what I'm doing? I'm bringing it to the absolute point where it actually can't go any further, or else we start to dip in. Press Control Z, undo that. And what I'm actually just going to do, I'm just going to make a straight up earthquake happening right now. So all I'm doing is I'm just changing a few seconds over, and I'm trying to keep an even amount of time over to do each keyframe, so that obviously, you know, neither of them seem a little bit more exaggerated than the other. And I'm literally just changing the position, and then we can lock that back to normal. And now if I press spacebar to play, we've got the world is kind of bouncing around, isn't it? Absolutely. Now, there's a trick which we briefly went over, which I'll cover quickly before we go, and that is to highlight all of them, right-click, go to Keyframe Assistant, and Easy Ease. And what this does is it just makes a little bit smoother of a transition, or a little bit smoother of keyframes. As you see right there, that really does look like the camera's moving side to side, but if we press Control Z and undo it, it just looks a little bit more forced, as you see. So what Easy Ease does is it makes it so it doesn't get to one point and then decide, okay, now we'll switch to another point, now another point, right? Easy Ease sort of makes them all work together, where it sort of flows to that point and then is already flowing to the next point, and overall it just looks a little bit smoother. And just like that, it's emphasized by the simple fact that we Easy Eased our particular clip. But overall, that right there is layer property keyframes. Briefly, of course, you know, you have your opacity. So if we went to half a second and ticked opacity, then we came over and turned it to, 0, that would fade itself in. And then we could get to about the 2.5 second mark. Again, make another little keyframe there, come over to 3 seconds, turn it off. So we then have created the simulation of the clip sort of fading in and then fading out. But let's go here, turn that off. And that right there, guys, is layer property keyframes, done and dusted. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the animation and keyframes section, this right here is effect keyframes. So we just went over layer property keyframes. Awesome. It was a fun exercise. I heavily enjoyed it. Now what I want to do is I want to actually go over here to the effects tab, which we're going to take a much deeper dive into this tab right here in the coming up section. But a brief dive in here is necessary because I want to show you guys how to animate actual effects. And it's very straightforward. If you're following so far, you're definitely going to follow this. You're going to eat this up, right? So it's actually, let's start with a basic color correction, right? So if we type in brightness, let's drag the brightness and contrast effect onto our clip right here. Drag it on. And what this does is it does nothing straight away, but it gives us two options. It gives us brightness and it gives us contrast. I mean, it's called brightness and contrast, so we probably could have seen that coming. But overall, if we dial one of them up, one of them is obviously going to increase the brightness, press Ctrl-Z, and one of them is going to increase the contrast. Now, these right here have keyframes next to it. And if we wanted to, we could tell the program that at, half a second, the brightness and contrast is 0, 0, 0. However, if we come over, we could turn that heavily up to maybe 100 and 100, 150. And now if we actually press spacebar to play, we get this sort of light pulse in effect. And of course, if we wanted to, we could move over another second. And by the way, let me open this up right here so you could see all the keyframes that are creating themselves, because they're creating themselves down here. And if we wanted to, we could actually turn this back up to full, and that back up to full as well. And then again, go over to 1 minute 30 seconds and turn it to 0 and turn it to 0. And now, if we give this a play, we've got this sort of, glow pulse effect, sonic light effect, something like that. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to think of some cool names for this, for this effect right here. I think it's looking pretty interesting, but it's kind of like a flash effect, right? And that is animated through the brightness and contrast. Now, the brightness and contrast isn't called brightness and contrast and you can create a flash. It's not titled that at all. So there's a trend that's going to emerge here, guys. And the trend is that you can use effects that are, seemingly labeled as other things, and you can create sort of alternative styles and alternative effects using the effects that, aren't necessarily labeled as such. But let's go ahead and delete that. We'll delete that off the clip. Let's go over here and type in vibrance, right? Vibrance, let's drag and drop it to our clip. And vibrance is another one that I want to test out. This is another similar color correction type of one, but what vibrance has is the ability to go black and white. See, if we turn the saturation all the way up, it's going to increase the colors heavily and look very artificial. But if we actually do minus 100 on the saturation, we can build a black and white type effect. And again, that sort of follows on this trend of the vibrance effect isn't labeled vibrance and you can create a black and white effect. It's only labeled vibrance. However, using keyframes, we could actually have a situation where if we turn the saturation on keyframe there, and then we also open it up so we can see the keyframe, then we move to half a second and we turn that down, and then we move to 1 second and we turn it back to 0, and then we move to 1 minute, 1 second and a half, and then we actually press play. We've got this fade to black and white, fade to color, fade to black and white effect, and it's done through keyframes because we've actually tracked those different positions. And again, keyframes like this could be right-clicked, keyframe assistant, and easy ease, and that is actually going to make it a little bit smoother of a transition between these two changes, these two variables, the saturation being to 0 and the saturation here being at minus 100, which means that it's just fully gone basically. And overall, that right there is another effect keyframe that's been put together through the use of, an effect, A, and then keyframes, B. Let's delete that, and I want to show you something even cooler. Let's go over here to the effects, and let's type in CC Lens. CC Lens is a nice distort. When we drag and drop this, be prepared for a significant change. Let's drag, drop it. Boom. Just like that. You probably are spinning yourself out. Like, what the hell, Jack? What's just happened? This right here is a nice distort. And this actually is a really, really classic transition that can be used, where essentially you notice that on 0, there's nothing shown, but at 100 or 500, actually, it's fully shown. And that's what we could do. We could go to 0, 0, 0, and we could actually turn on the size, and then we can move over to half a second and turn that all the way up to 500. And now, if we come back here and we press spacebar to play, we've created this effect that is sort of, boom, pulsates out, and then I'm rubbing my hands for a second, and then we could even get to, 2.5 seconds, and then we could actually click another keyframe to tell the program that it should stay at that, but then at 3 seconds, it should come straight back down. And just like that, if we press spacebar to play, it booms onto the screen, and then it sucks itself off the screen. And of course, if we extend it, we can see that effect even more. So if I was to have the transition in over a second, right? And then it stays on screen, and then it transitions out over a second, we really see that it sort of sucks out or blows up out and then it sucks itself back in. And that is put together through keyframes. And again, that's a really nice transition right there for a lot of stuff. I've personally used a transition like this in loads of different stuff, loads of different projects I've worked on. And the CC lens is not titled, also a great transition effect, right? So I think a trend here to notice straight off the bat is with keyframes and the combination of keyframes and effects, you guys could create so many different styles and so many awesome, effects for upcoming projects that you've got working on, or that you've got open that you want to work on. And the power is by just messing around with a whole bunch of other effects that aren't necessarily labeled as the effects that necessarily you'd think you'd be wanted to implement. But overall, that right there is effect keyframes done and dusted. What did I just do? Did I just lose my space? Here we go. There we go. Effect keyframes done and dusted. We'll be back with more keyframes and animation. See you guys there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the animation and keyframes section. This right here is going to be animation preset library. So we've checked out the preset library briefly, right? We briefly checked it out. But right now, what I want to do is I want to delete the lens flare off of this. And I also want to just click reset next to transform, because any adjustments that you've made, if you click the button reset, it resets it, you know? So it just sets it back to normal. And what I want to do is I want to go up here to animation, go to apply animation preset. And what I want to do is I want to show you guys some absolutely amazing pre-made stuff, which we've briefly shown off in the text section. However, if we actually come up to image special effects and we actually just start throwing stuff on here, right? We got the bad TV1 warp. Let's throw that on there. And let's actually just let it load itself up. Sometimes they can be a little bit high intensity effects. But just like that, if I open up this down here, we have all of these different effects which have been pre-animated. And if we just start to press the play button, the space bar rather, and play, this right here is a pre-animated sort of wave warp bad TV effect. And obviously it's animated using keyframes. You know that because, for example, even look at the position here, right? Look at that number right there, 21. We go to the beginning, it's now 29.5. This is pre-animated stuff where it's all just pre-made, and you could drag and drop it onto whatever clip you're working on. And actually not drag and drop, go up to the animation preset library and just click, and it will be applied to whatever you're working on. So this right here is pre-made keyframes. And, keyframes, even simple ones, can take time. So the fact that we can get access to pre-made ones is a lifesaver. Let's press Control-Z, get that off there, which is undoing it. Let's load this back up. I want to get the TV old and have a look. Now, if we press play again, it's again just a different stylization. And this right here is like a nice, execution of the, very old school kind of TV. And you could see the amount of different effects that go into this. It's 5 effects. The Venetian blinds, noise, color balance, box blur, and wave warp. Now, for us to animate that by hand, it would be a significant effort, to be honest. However, the fact that, we have access to pre-made stuff like this, that all we have to do is click a couple buttons and we can use, shows the power of After Effects. And the pre-made stuff in After Effects it's kind of one of a kind, to be honest. It's absolutely amazing. But Control-Z to get that gone. Let's load this back up. At the same time of having stuff like that, you've got some random light stuff, right? Which is just pre-animated light stuff. So we explored animating with the brightness, that kind of flash effect. Well, this is just a pre-made flash effect right here. And again, it's three different effects right here, which essentially go into it, right? It is honestly kind of funny how much stuff you have access to, because it's not as though this is the only file right here. There's infinite. There's just straight up infinite. If we go back to presets, even if we go to behaviors, right? We explored this a little bit, right? You've got wiggle position, for example. This is a pre-animated position wiggle of the actual video on screen. And at the moment it's cutting because it shows the edges. But if we just scale this in a bit and go here and play, it just looks like the camera's sort of moving around. We've sort of simulated camera movement. And as long as we can't see those edges, everything's looking pretty good. And obviously I'm just busting stupid faces here just for the sake of this video. But look how much more interesting this scene looks now that we've got this sort of movement of the clip, opposed to just like a static still image. And I'm just going to press Control-Z to undo that. Go back here. And all these are pre-animated. You don't have to put the keyframes in yourself. You don't have to do anything yourself. All you really have to do is turn up and click a couple buttons, right? Vignette lighting. Let's double click it. Let's press play. That right there is a stylization of the sides. It sort of animates in and out. And really, I would encourage you guys, I think I just encouraged you in the last section as well, to just open these up on your own accord and start throwing stuff in. Honestly, start messing with stuff. Let's have a look at what this is. That looks like it's nothing. All right, so some of them are a little bit hit and miss, but the majority of them are bangers. You know, for lack of a better terminology, bangers. If we click stretch and blur, it's off the screen. We notice that keyframes have been created down here under the stretch and blur. So keyframes have been pre-animated, and now if we press the spacebar to play, that right there is a relatively nice execution of a stretch and blur effect, and that's a transition right there. If we had, you know, we could have something else in the background, turning on the alpha channel, and then this just fades in over it. I rub my hands, and then if we want to stay true to what we were doing before, we could actually go ahead and just and come over to 3 seconds and press Control C and Control V, so it copies that. Copy the other one, Control C, come over here, Control V, and now if we toggle that back on, we've got the stretch and blur in, rub my hands, and the stretch and blur back out as soon as the hands stop rubbing. So that right there is the power of the animation preset library, which can be accessed up here under animation. However, look how it's not available. We have to be highlighting a clip. So if we're highlighting a clip, we go up to animation preset library, and bada bing, bada boom, we can access it and access a whole bunch of amazing pre-made effects just like this. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the animation and keyframes section. This right here is masking animation. So, regretfully, we're going to have to delete our cool effect right here because I want to keep using this this clip right here as a test clip. So, let's actually just highlight everything that is in the effect controls and just delete. Just press delete, and now this is a plain old clip, right? And the masking tool is up here, the pen tool or the rectangle tool. Now, the rectangle tool will act as a shape tool if we're not selecting a clip. So if we're not selecting a clip and we start to make a shape, it'll just be a shape. But if we're selecting a clip, we will draw a mask. And what a mask is essentially a glorified crop. So just like that, I've drawn a crop out of me, and it pops up with mask number 1 down there. Now, if we actually play this right here is a mask. And also, if we actually adjust if we click on it, we can adjust, if we're actually selecting the pen tool, we can actually adjust this right here so that it actually fits where we want to actually fit it. And now if we see right here, we've cropped in to just have me right here, and it looks like that we could probably have it so that as soon as I look that way, maybe we animate this out, right? So for example, if we wanted to do that, if we wanted to show the full screen over there as soon as I look, we would go to the start of that look movement, maybe there, and we turn on the mask path. And what that does is it starts tracking where this actually is. Then we go over to where I've actually completed the look, and we'd actually just go ahead and start dragging that out, right? So just like that, I've dragged that out. Amazing. And another keyframe has created itself. So now if we go here and we zoom in and we press space to play, I look over, and as soon as I look over, and I think I might even want to make that a little quicker, it closes, and now, or it opens rather. So now I probably want to do the same thing with the other one, whereas as soon as I look over here, let's actually add a keyframe here. As soon as I look over here, I want this one to open as well. And just like that, I can drag that over. And now we've created 2 keyframes, or 4 actually has been created. And if we press spacebar, I look here, and then I look there, and I rub my hands, which is a pretty funny execution. And we could even, if we play this from the beginning, it starts off, I'm sort of looking around, and then I decide, you know what? Let me look here, and just like that, we've animated a mask to actually reveal more of the screen, right? And there's little tricks you could do. For example, you could turn up the feather. The feather's just sort of like how faded it is or whatever, right? So for example, if we had the feather turned up a fair bit, then it's just looking a little bit more neat, if you will. So then if I was, to look there and to look there, it's just a little bit smoother, I guess. But overall, that sort of technical stuff is totally down to you. At the end of the day, animating masks is essentially crucial in After Effects, and we got a whole masking section coming up that's going to be absolutely amazing. In fact, the exercises we have lined up for that masking section alone are one of a kind. Absolutely amazing demonstrations and even better hands-on exercises. So, with that being said, I'll leave the masking stuff for the time being. That right there was the basics of masking keyframes. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are finalizing the animation and keyframe section with an exercise. And if you guys go to resources, you can download the COO91 clip. So let's go over here to project, and let's actually just go ahead and once you've downloaded it, let's import that into our project. So I'm using a drag and drop method. Very straightforward. As I mentioned in previous sections, that's obviously the best way to do it, in my opinion, because, you know, it's just quick. And once we've actually got that in, let's drag and drop that into our sequence down here. I think we've been working on this sequence already, so let's go ahead and do it. Now, we can actually just go ahead and delete the clip below it, right? That's absolutely fine. And pretty much what I want to do is I want to scroll in here a little bit. So load up the clip and roll in here a bit until I actually open the door. All right? So until I open the door, so maybe around probably around here. So around 6 minutes and 43 milliseconds. Let's press Control-Shift-D, chop that out, drag this over a little bit, and put it here. And just like that, if we press the spacebar to play, we've now isolated a part of the clip where I walk into the screen, and I look around, and I pretty much point places. So what I want to do is I want to animate little objects into the places that I actually point. And I also want to animate the screen opening to start off with, right? And then I look at different objects, and maybe the objects disappear or something like that. So, all right, first off, I want to actually have the effect of kind of like the screen opening up for us. So let's actually go ahead and click the rectangle tool, and let's actually just go ahead and draw a rectangle around the entire thing, because I want at probably around maybe like the 2-second mark, I want the screen to be fully open, right? So let's actually go ahead and click the mask path, and then let's go to the beginning. And let's actually just go ahead and have the pen tool on. And let's actually just go ahead and click that keyframe here, press Shift and click the other one. So we've highlighted 2 keyframes. And let's click and hold Shift and drag them into somewhat the middle. So probably around there is the middle, right? And then I also want to click the top one and press Shift click the top right one as well. And then just click and hold Shift and drag them also to about the middle. So what we're now going to do is we're going to get this effect that when we press spacebar, the scene opens itself, just like that. So the actual scene sort of opens itself and comes on. And that right there is a instant demonstration of keyframes, right? And now what I want to do is when I actually point, but I think what I might do is I might press S, and I might actually just go ahead and at 2 seconds, maybe it's or at the start, maybe it's at 100, but maybe here we go 110. And also press P, position keyframe here, or put that at the start, and at 2 seconds, just to use the whole space, maybe we drag this down a little bit. So essentially what I've done here is the scene opens and the position brings in, just so we've got a little bit more space up here to work with, and then I point, right? So what I want to do is I actually want to bring a shape on, and we're going to be using stars, because I think stars are just fun little things to use. And also let's click on fill. Let's select just solid fill, right? So these can be kind of just little. To be honest, let's click the pen tool, and let's kind of grab like a similar blue to the actual hoodie that I'm wearing, right? And let's actually just go ahead and hold Y as well, and get this middle point to be right there, so that, you know, it's scaling in right here. Let's actually go over to where I actually point, and line it up, right? So when I actually point, I want a star to appear sort of below my finger, right? So I want to actually go ahead and press P, go ahead and tap it, also press R, get the rotation on, and just when my hand goes off the screen, let's actually just go ahead and bring that up here, and also just rotate it around once. So now we're going to get the effect, because we've done that when I point, a star stays there. However, what I also want to do is I want to actually go ahead and press Control-Shift-D and chop that down, but I actually want to go on it, and I actually want to go up here to Animation Preset Library. And why animate this by hand when we can actually just go up here, go to Behaviors, and let's actually just go to Wiggle Position. And now if we give this a play, we've got this star that's sort of zooming around up there, and we can kind of just leave it up there, right? And what we can then do is we can look to where the next finger goes, and the finger goes right there. And we can actually just simply go ahead and create another star. And this one could be a little bit bigger because we actually have a little bit more room to work with. But we can again just go P, get the position, and go R, get the rotation, and bring it off so that as soon as my finger's not there, it's actually not on the screen. But because we've just done those couple keyframes here, and then also hold Y to get the actual center point to be right there, and then we can actually just rotate it once, and we're gonna have replicated the exact same effect where as soon as I point, it looks like because the center point was off, but let's bring that back. That shows the importance of center point. And just like that, when we press spacebar, we've got this exact same situation, and we can actually press Control-Shift-D, trim this one down, go back up to animation, go to apply animation preset, and we can bring that exact same position one on. And now if we actually roll back to the beginning, press Control-S to save. Whenever you've done something significant, make sure to save. Trust me, you'll thank me for that one later. And when we press spacebar, we have the actual screen that animates itself open, comes over, I point up here, and we have a star that's moving around. Then I point to the right, for me the right, for you the left, or for us the left. And then, and it looks like my finger starts to cross over, right? So I think I might wanna make that, maybe let's get the position open. And maybe bring it over here a little bit, just so it's a little bit more, we probably do want to have it there, but maybe we don't want my finger to go into it. That's the situation that we're trying to get around. So maybe it comes in just like that, but then it starts moving away. Or maybe even the scale. Okay, cool, interesting. So I'm gonna try something quick. Press S, bring it over, and when my finger starts to go through it, I want to have it smaller at that point. So my finger actually, my finger still does go through it. So what we got to do is we got to press Control-Z to undo it. Come over here where the finger would be, because we don't want the finger interrupting that. So it actually comes on the screen. There's always some troubleshooting problems, guys. I'm glad that type of stuff happens, right? And just like that, we've done it. And now I can actually look up here. And as soon as I look up here, I want to actually open up the keyframes of this particular situation, or open up the contents keyframes. Or my bad, the transform keyframes. And let's actually just go ahead and press Control-C, Control-V, and Control-C. Move over a little bit, press Control-V, so that as soon as I look up here, right, you see what I mean? As soon as I look up there, and then as soon as I look at the other star as well, I want that to animate itself off the screen at the same time. So we want to go over here, want to go to Transform, and again, we just want to press Control-C and Control-V, and then, of course, Control-C, except for that one in the middle, and move over a little bit and press Control-V. And now if we go to the beginning and press Control-S to save, and then spacebar to play, we have a screen that animates itself open. I walk on, I point, star, I give it a second, I point for a second time, star, animated stars, then I look around, I look up, here it goes, and I look up there and it goes. And just like that, guys, that right there is a advanced animated sequence with multiple different types of keyframes. And overall, we absolutely made a really, really dope sequence. So if you followed through, we have actually built this thing together from scratch using multiple different types of keyframes and a pretty interactive sequence, if I do say so myself. So thank you guys for following through the keyframes and animation section, or the animation and keyframe section. I forget which word was first, but overall, that right there is a very dope section. It was definitely a nice exercise that we were able to finalize this section with, and this is just the start. We're about to get into all the advanced stuff. Stuff is really about to kick off, I promise you that. So, with that being said, I'll end it here, and I'll see you guys in the upcoming sections. Enjoy! Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are kicking off section number 5, the Effects and Presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This right here is where we left off in our last episode. We were doing this sort of a animated sequence where we wanted to create an animated sequence with multiple moving parts. Today, we are taking a deep dive into this section right here, the Effects section. We're doing a full breakdown. I'm going to break down each individual category, or at least the most important ones. There's a couple we'll skip over, but literally the majority of these, 90% of them, we're going to be breaking down bit by bit. I'm assuming this full effects breakdown might need to go into 2 parts. I'm not entirely sure. We're just gonna crack on and sort of see how we go. But the effects and presets section
is crucial. Having an understanding, at least a basic understanding, to be able to navigate between these different categories is crucial, and it's going to, you know, extremely positively impact your clips if you know where to search for stuff, if you know what type of stuff does what, and that's pretty much the purpose of this particular section right here. It's going to be to break it down, to demystify the effects and presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. So let me quickly load up my sample clip, which I'm going to be taking from our folder right here. We're building up a fair amount of footage, and let me just drag and drop that over here. Let's simply import our sample clip. I just need something that we haven't seen yet to keep it refreshing, that we can just keep on, you know, messing with stuff, basically. Let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition, and let's actually go ahead and just create a standard 1080p sequence, not a problem at all. However, our clip, when we import it, you're going to see, let's let it lock to the middle. If we basically hover around, we notice that it kind of locks to the middle. Let's lock it to the middle. And this is a 4K clip, so we're importing a 4K clip into a 1080p sequence, meaning that we can actually scale it in if we want to and sort of make it fit even better. So I'm literally just going to go ahead and do that quick. Just make my clip nicely fit in here, and then we're actually just going to click here, fit it to the screen, get the quality on full, give this a play real quick. Let's actually just go over here and just untick the volume because it's just not needed for this particular scene right here. And I'm actually just going to zoom out a little bit more and sort of just frame this again. And again, if we're actually doing the sort of adjustments without holding shift, it is not locking the proportions. However, if we simply hold shift, you see we can scale it in and out, and the proportions are locked. In fact, I might literally just scale it to be pretty much fully on the screen. I think that looks all good. Again, this is literally just a sample clip right here. So we got our sample clip, and let's start breaking stuff down. So first off, there's something I'm going to leave till later, and that's the animation presets. I'll quickly open it up. Basically, this right here is exactly what we were doing before, where we were actually going over to the animation and going to animation preset. Remember, if we were selecting a clip, we could go up here to animation, and then we were going over here to animation preset. And then we were actually going through our, our various different, effect presets, and we were applying it to text, into various different objects and stuff like that. And it's very useful. Now, instead of going up here to animation and apply animation preset, you could simply go over here to, animation presets category in the effects and presets tab. And, you could grab any of these effects that you wanted. For example, behaviors, opacity flash, opacity fade in and out, whatever the case may be. You could drag this stuff on, and the effects would start to apply themselves, basically. Any of them, of course, the wiggle, all this type of stuff. All you'd have to do is simply drag it from over here, drag it over here. Easy. Basically, again, just tapping into that same theme of After Effects. There's never one way to do something. There's something you could do, and there's about 3 or 4 different ways you could do it pretty much every single time. Next up is the 3D channel. 3D channel is just a collection of different 3D effects. This stuff is not the most important for sort of general navigation and general projects at the end of the day. And there's actually a couple more 3D effects which, kind of pop up later on. But more or less, these 3D channels right here are not relevant to the majority of projects unless you're really deep diving into 3D. Usually a standard 3D layer would be created by just going over to this little 3D box here, clicking it, and then we've just created a 3D layer just like that. And because we're on full, it's struggling to render. But if we weren't on full, you see this is a 3D layer right here, and we could transition it between the different 3D dimensions, or the 3 dimensions. My bad. I'm gonna untick that real quick. Next up down here is audio effects. Audio effects is cool, and we got a little exercise coming up, which is gonna further kind of confirm a couple different uses for these. But you've got bass and treble boost, rewinding of the audio, creating some sort of delay effect as well. The high pass or the high-low pass, you can use this effect to create a relatively convincing walkie-talkie sound out of pretty much any audio. The reverb, pretty standard, just sort of a nice echoey type of tone. And this sort of stuff can be very useful when you're trying to create like a very cinematic ending to a scene, perhaps, where the reverb kicks in and there's a little bit of echo, whatever the case may be. Or you're trying to create a suspenseful moment. This stuff's going to be useful, but we're going to be deep diving into that later on. Next up is the blur and the sharpen. So the blur and the sharpen, I feel as though it's relatively straightforward. It blurs and it sharpens stuff wow, who'd have seen that coming? Pretty much there's a bunch of varieties of different blurs. You'd think of, every blur is created equal. It is definitely not. For example, radial blur. Radial blur does sort of like a radius kind of blur, right? So if we actually scale this up, and I'm probably going to want to go ahead and drop down a quarter. As you see, it's sort of like a tornado. It spins like a rotation, so it's a rotational blur kind of. Radial blur is sort of like this rotational kind of blur. Very cool, but it's not equal to, for example, a Gaussian blur, which is affecting the entire screen, and it's not in one of these kind of angles right here, if you know what I mean. So more or less right now, we've toned that up a little bit. That's pretty cool. However, that right there is just a couple different versions, and we're going to jump into blur a little bit, later on, and, we've already explored a tiny bit of blur, but essentially there's just a whole bunch of different versions of blur. You got crazy ones like vector blur. This one right here doesn't even look like blur. I'm going to tone this up a little bit. Look at this right here. This can really get absolutely crazy. It kind of liquefies your scene. If I literally just press space and start playing this, as you can see right here, this is, it's definitely not a traditional blur. I mean, it's very, very much so not a traditional blur. It's sort of like a stylized sort of glow type of situation here, but it's still a blur. And, it hangs out in the blur category. So blur and sharpen, that's its own category there. Bars, FX, Mocha, we're going to skip over that for the time being. And channel is more or less a combination of different sort of crazy color stuff. So, for example, invert, it's just going to entirely invert the situation that we're dealing with here. The clip sort of just inverts on itself and sort of changes color, basically. And essentially, this section is a variety of different, sort of color changes like that. There are some relatively cool ones that you can use here to create some dope stuff. And, they're all sort of style related, I feel as though, right? I feel as though that's probably a good way to categorize it. It's all relatively style related stuff. As you can see here, sort of like creating that maybe watercolor or like, blurred vision, blurred eyes kind of effect. Channel is interesting. We're going to jump into that a little bit more later on. Color correction got its entire section coming up. Color correction is more or less just to get everything looking the same. Maybe you're working on a project that use two different cameras or something like that, and that could be a relatively tricky situation to solve sometimes when you got two different cameras with two different color profiles. You can use some of the color correction kind of presets to kind of level those out. Stuff like the curves, stuff like the brightness and the contrast, stuff like that. All that type of stuff is useful. But at the end of the day, it sort of plays into trying to tie everything together, if you will. Distorts can get crazy. Distorts, we got a whole section coming up breaking that down, or a whole episode in this section. And distorts can get really, really crazy. We've messed around with the CC lens. The CC lens was a lot of fun. We played around with that in the last section. Yeah, CC lens we messed with pretty extensively in the last section, and it was a lot of fun. All these other effects are pretty crazy. The distort section can get absolutely nuts. And honestly, I'm probably just going to leave this up to our full section because I feel as though we could waste a lot of time in here breaking it all down. Expression controls, more or less, not used in every single project. In fact, I'll be honest, I don't even totally understand them and don't utilize them in the majority of my projects. Generate, this again, deserves its entire section right here. This stuff is absolutely crazy. The stuff you can do in this particular section here, right? Basically, I'll take a little micro dive in, right? For example, there's a variety of different effects, and it's all stuff that sort of is being, well, for a lack of better verbiage, generated. I'm just using the exact word they've given. I think they summarized it relatively well. For example, if I were literally just to go ahead and get a lens flare, it's generated a lens flare. Just like that, we have a lens flare in our sequence that we can actually maneuver between the sequence, put where we want, do what we want. And a lens flare could look phenomenal or terrible. I'll give you that. So ideally, a lens flare, you want to work it into a scene that does have some sort of sun peeking through or something like that. Something that can kind of disguise as an authentic lens flare. But the generate section generates stuff. Very straightforward. This is also how, when we break this down later on, we're going to create the audio waveform effect, where you can actually get an audio waveform and essentially kind of tone it up a little bit and more or less if we actually had some audio coming out of this clip right here, which there's really minor audio, so it doesn't do it justice. basically we would be able to create the audio waveform. That's a whole section coming up. And of course, light effects. Light effects are crucial. Light effects are stuff we're going to mess around with later. We've got a little exercise coming up where we're actually going to go ahead and create kind of like a glow effect on a logo, which will be interesting. It's something that can be utilized in a bunch of different scenes. But as you can see, this is the light rays. So this, if we tone it all the way in, it's sort of creating like a big push out in terms of rays of whatever our focal point is. So if it's me, as you see, it's doing some crazy light rays. That could be the cup of coffee, whatever the case may be. Could be my keyboard. Pretty much light rays is, very, very straightforward. Light burst, it's similar to light rays. However, it's more of an extreme kind of targeted version of light rays, if you will. And there's a whole bunch of different light effects right there. Obviously, very, very cool. It's generating stuff. And it is, pretty much just, creating stuff. It's also where we did the write-on effect earlier, right? And, you got stuff like the radio waves, whatever the case may be. All of this stuff is extremely, customizable. All this stuff, you put it on there, and then you can pretty much tweak the effect and make it a whole different effect if you want to. Now, immersive video. Immersive video, very cool. There's one particular effect that you might see, all the time. It's kind of that, that RGB type of effect. You could do that very simply with the chromatic aberrations. You just drag it on. And just like that, we've got that kind of RGB split effect that's going on here. I'm sure you've seen something similar to this in the past. And, there's a variety of different ways to do that effect. However, this one right here might genuinely be one of the simplest, as simple as a drag and a drop. Now, you've got another blur here. The VR blur, this whole immersive video section is pretty advanced in how they kind of approach stuff. For example, VR blur, my bad, not VR blur, VR glow. This one right here, it's not like a traditional glow. This one sort of overpowers. A normal glow, it looks a little bit less dynamic than this. It doesn't really suck you in as much. This one's pretty cool. My overall breakdown of the actual immersive video section is it's kind of like almost like premium effects, so to speak. It has a little bit more of a premium feel to me. For example, you've got this little digital sort of situation. You could definitely create some dope sort of glitch type of effects using stuff like this. And overall, this immersive video section, it's immersive to say the very least, right? Moving on, keying. Now I'm going to open it up, show it to you, but keying, that's our whole next section. The entire next section we've got is the Chroma keying green screen section. It's going to be a blast. I'm going to leave that till then. It's going to be a blast, believe me. Matte more or less is not applied to the majority of my projects, and overall it is not necessarily used in everything, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip over that. For the purposes of of time, I'm sort of just trying to focus on the nitty and the gritty, the real usable, sort of mandatory stuff that personally I apply to a lot of different stuff. Now we got the noise and the grain. Noise and grain is very straightforward. It's noise, it's grain. If you were trying to create some sort of VHS old school style effect, maybe you'd throw some noise on there. You'd tone up the percentage a little bit, maybe around 20%, something like that. And as you can see, our sequence is noisy now. We can tone it up even more so you could see it more. And I'm probably going to have to play the majority of these effects on quarter, but you could definitely see it right there. And that's amplified because it's such bad quality, I believe. But the noise effect, it has a variety of different uses, but that right there is something I've personally used it for in the past, which is that kind of VHS effect where you want to add the black bars on either side and pretty much make it look noisy and make it look like it's old school footage. Another one that works out pretty cool is the dust and scratches. Dust and scratches, if we drag that on there and we actually just tone this up a little bit, right? Or we put this on a little bit more as well. Dust and scratches, we give it a play. And maybe we want to bring that radius down a little bit. So dust and scratches is sort of usable to create kind of like that watercolor effect. Like I don't know if you see some of those murals. I think they're called murals. And by the way, there's a bunch of different ways you could sort of simulate this. But those kind of watercolor murals that sort of show minor detail, you can kind of barely tell what it's painted, after what it's sketched on or whatever the case may be. But you can't really see too much details. You just sort of see outlines. That could kind of be simulated with the dust and scratches effect right here. I'm sure you've seen some sort of mural like this in the past, where it's kind of, it's sort of just a watercolor almost, like that kind of watercolory effect. And that could be simulated by simply toning up the radius on a dust and scratches effect like this. Very, very simple, very straightforward. The next section is going to be effects that have sort of been outgrown almost. It's got this section called obsolete right here, which there are better versions of all these effects or better ways to do any of this stuff inside the program already. So that's why they sort of give you this this obsolete section. So I believe that if you're using older school After Effects versions, so say if you're using After Effects 2017 or something like that, or 2013, whatever the case may be, these obsolete effects might be part of your projects back then. However, they're not part of active projects today, but they need to be inside the program just in case, you load up a project from the past and it has one of these effects on it. Therefore, it needs to obviously, be able to find that effect, or else that your work has gone undone, essentially, right? Yes. So the obsolete effects, it's self-explanatory. It's effects that are obsolete. You got stuff like the basic 3D. Say you drag that on there, and then you'd be able to, basically, rotate between whatever axis you want, whatever the case may be. That's cool and all, but we all know already that all we have to do is tick this box here, and we've got ourselves a fully customizable 3D layer that can be, rotated wherever we want. It can be moved wherever we want, and all we have to do is tick this box down here. So that's the reality of the situation with this particular obsolete section. Is these effects might have been super useful at one point, but now they're obsolete, and they deserve to be in the obsolete category or section right there. Next up, we got perspective. Perspective, we've dove into a little bit. For example, let me just press Control-T and create some text and say dove into. I just said the word. We've dove into it, and that kind of spiked out to me. I like the sound of that word, dove into. So we're gonna drop that down here. And perspective is stuff that obviously changes perspective. For example, let's bring a drop shadow. Drop shadow is one of my favorite ways to amplify text, make it just a little bit more standoutish, and just like that with a simple drop shadow effect, which, believe me, I'm utilizing in a lot of my projects. This right here stands out massively. If we literally click the effects toggle button up here, click it and turn it off, the dove into looks forced. However, the dove into with a shadow, it sort of looks like it belongs to the scene a little bit more. Maybe that's just my bias to it. I'm not entirely sure, but at the end of the day, it looks pretty dope to me. And the perspective section is also where we were able to do our CC sphere fake 3D effect earlier. So remember, we had that CC sphere, and we dragged it on, and just like that, we were able to have this sort of globe type of situation. In fact, we can literally go back and find our globe. Where is our globe at? That's what we're trying to find. The intro template? No, it was back here. There we go. So this is our globe right here, and we put this together with the CC sphere. Now, there is other kind of cool ones similar to this. For example, we got the CC cylinder. CC cylinder, if we take off CC sphere, CC cylinder is kind of like another one of these fake 3D effects. We drag on CC cylinder. Now, it looks a little bit strange here, but if we start to, to bring that out, that's dope. And we get to the rotation. Rotation's crucial. We rotate it here. We rotate it this way. You can actually, rotate it fully around itself like it's a sphere. In fact, you can even see through it just like that. And the video is painted on both sides. So if we rotate this, the video is, it looks kind of funny, but it is, it's like this CC sphere. And just like that, we're able to create a pretty cool effect right there, where look at that. We're able to sort of zoom into the sphere by simply toning up the radius. Our rotation was at like a perfect angle to execute this effect right here. And it basically creates a perspective of turning it into a sphere. And, it's relatively interesting. Also, say I wanted to highlight something that I'm doing. You got the CC Spotlight. CC Spotlight, for example, you can actually change the height. You can change sort of the radius of it all, everything like that. But let's say we want to create a spotlight, and we want to animate it around. Maybe we want to showcase the lens right there. Maybe I show my face, how hard I'm concentrating. Then I go over here, I show the little dog, my little mascot that's sitting there in the background. Then maybe I go down here, I show my money, maybe I show my keyboard. So whatever, like the coffee cup, whatever I want to do, I can pivot this around, maneuver it to basically showcase whatever point of focus it is that I want to be the focal point of, whatever I'm talking about. And this right here is a very cool, effect for maybe some murder mystery type of stuff, whatever the case may be. Now, next up, we have simulation. Simulation, kind of similar to generate. It simulates stuff. You got a whole bunch of different simulations. Name something you could think of. Rainfall, we'll drag it on there. just like that, it's added some rainfall to our clip. You know, you can obviously get the size of the rain, you know, how much of it's coming on, the opacity, you know, how much we can even see it. Obviously, the higher the opacity, sort of the more forced it looks. It looks a little bit fake to me. You got snow, you got everything, you got the snowfall. I'm going to come back here, start playing it. You see the snow's falling. We can increase the size of the flakes, increase the amount of flakes that's coming down. Again, increase the opacity so it's coming down. It's Christmas actually, so or it's, you know, it's Christmas in a couple months. Depending on when you're watching this course, it might have been Christmas a couple months ago. Who knows? But you know, it's that holiday season still. So this could be the perfect effect for you to learn at the end of the day. You know, you got everything. You got sort of like a puddle type of effect. I think it might have been drizzle. Is it drizzle? Yeah, there we go. See, I'm sort of live remembering some of this stuff as we go along right now. So drizzle is more or less, you know, as if rain was falling onto, you know, onto the screen. As you can see, these little, you know, pitter patters, these little splashes all over the screen. Very, very cool. Now you got some crazy ones. This one's going to totally transform it. CC hair. It just makes it this big thing of hair that's going on. Very strange indeed. Some of these effects are relatively left alone. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Some of these effects, unless you're doing it for something specific, some of them do just get left alone and you don't really mess around with them. You got this foam. This sort of entirely changes it, generates something entirely new. And then you got crazy stuff like the wave world. This just builds sort of this sort of you know, wave simulation situation that you got going on here. I can probably bring that up to full, to be honest. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. There we go. As you can see right there, it's sort of creating this waveform type of effect. And finally, or actually not finally, there's a couple more I want to show you. I forgot how extensive this effects section is. It really is ridiculously extensive. The stylized section's pretty cool. Stylized is, you know, again, kind of self-explanatory. It creates different stylizations of the, you know, of your scene right here. For example, we got cartoon. We could drag cartoon onto it. This is going to give a cartoon look to my project right here. It gives a slight tone to it. Maybe I increase the radius a little bit. I'm gonna bring this down to about quarter, and we can actually start giving this a play. It sort of adds that slight cartoonness. Now, some stuff it'll work better. Some stuff it won't work quite as good. I'll be honest. There's certain stuff where you can add this cartoon effect and it will significantly make it look cartoony, but it sort of just creates like a doodle effect, if you will. Sort of like makes it look a little doodly. Mr. Smoothie is totally nuts. It's going to give us this insane sort of a chrome type of look right here, and you can obviously, you know, go through the different phases and find different color schemes and stuff like that. So this stylized section, it could be very interesting for music videos, could be interesting for, you know, sort of sci-fi type of stuff as well. You got a basic glow. Basic glow, I believe I said this earlier when we were messing with the VR glow, but basic glow can look a little bit too, I guess, synthetic, right? Because this, I don't know, like if you imagine a glow, I don't necessarily know if this is what you're imagining, but it definitely overpowers the scene. And you know, sort of makes it go crazy. Vignette is to create that kind of sort of a dark border around your scene, or maybe that focal point to the middle, whatever the case may be. As you can see, it sort of creates this burning around the edges of the actual video itself. It's cool. It's a good effect, definitely, and all of these can be put to different uses. It really depends on the project you're using. Some of these effects, you know, wouldn't be used for some projects. They would be used for others. CC plastic. Straightforward, sort of just turns it into this sort of plasticky stylization, this kind of texture. Stylize, I believe it's all in the name. It's kind of like the generate section. It is kind of summarized by the name. You could sort of, just by reading the word stylize, you can sort of start to tell what's going on here. Now, text right here, this right here is interesting. Text only has numbers and time code, but this right here is actually how you would create yourself, kind of like a timer effect, right? So for example, say we create a text layer. I'm just going to title this text layer, seeing as the effect will entirely transform what's on there. And say we were to transfer numbers to it, right? I'm just going to press OK. Numbers, it's kind of cool. We've you know, we've got the numbers right here. Bada bing, bada boom. Awesome. In fact, we can actually scale that up over here. Oops. And that right there is just a couple numbers. We could input the numbers if we wanted to, or we could bring this this kind of drop-down menu here. Number leading zeros, time code, time, short date, long date. So let's try time. It is 12 a.m. Awesome. That's what they're telling us. We could just display a time. Numerical time 1/1/1995. I'm not entirely sure why it's set to such an old school date, but that's how it is. I'm just kind of rotating between these right now. Let's put that there. But one that's pretty cool is the time code. So time code, if we just go to time code 30, essentially if we actually just start to play this, that's just a timer. It just builds its way up. And of course the actual color and everything, it's entirely customizable. We could go to fill color right here. We could actually, you know, make it white, or maybe we make it black. And then maybe we get the position. Maybe we put the position up here and we drag it over a little bit. And then we go back to the middle, the beginning rather, and we press the space bar, we play it. And more or less this right here is timing whatever it is. So, you know, you can apply this to maybe a race. It could be whatever the case may be. Essentially, whatever you can think of that needs to be timed, you can go ahead and use this effect right here to create a pretty cool simulated time watch, or a simulated stopwatch, if you will, to pretty much, you know, add that timer effect up in, you know, one of the top corners, or maybe it's down here as a lower third, or maybe it's bang in the middle of the scene, whatever the case may be. Whatever you're after, the time code effect is useful for sure. And that right there completes the kind of relevant effects that I want you guys to know off the bat. Now, this is the effects tab, right? The effects tab, we've taken a deep dive into it. There's so much different stuff. I hope that my brief explanation of each individual category has given you a rough understanding to be able to navigate going forward. But if it hasn't, do not worry at all. You're definitely not the only one, and we're going to be taking a dive into each individual section going forward in the effects and presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. I'll see you guys in the next episode. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the effects and presets section, and this particular episode right here is an exercise because I want to just take a little dive into the audio effects. We obviously briefly covered them in the overall full breakdown of the effects tab. However, the audio effects, they need a little bit of a kind of spotlight shined on them because of the fact that these can really amplify your projects massively. And it's the kind of the little details that, you know, can add a lot to your project. I'm going to show you 3 very practical uses of the audio effects right now, which can be, you know, kind of positioned into different projects that you're working on. But first off, let's keep up with the organizational factor. Let's go to the CO100. Let's drag that into footage, and let's get Comp 15 into compositions. And I believe what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is, of course, actually import the clips that you know, I need to use for the sequence right here. So that's actually the wrong folder. This right here is the actual folder. So we have 3 clips. These are available for download in the resources section of this particular episode. And let's actually just click them. Let's bring it over here. Let's drag and drop. And let's just let's drag and drop over here for the time being. Now, these are the first clips that have been not recorded on my Sony camera, so the actual name of the files are different. And what I'm actually going to do is just keep working in comp number 15 for the time being. I feel as though our compositions get a little bit out of hand at this point. So let's actually just go ahead and drag and drop the first clip, and we can actually drag that in. And also to bring it to the start, let's just hold Shift so it locks in. Let's actually just go ahead and delete that clip above it, the actual, you know, kind of tester clip that we were using before. And what I want to actually just go ahead and do is give a play to this, and let's hear what I say. Sample audio file numero 1 of 1. I'm sat right here recording a little sample audio file so we can mess with it in the audio effects. Cool. So I say we're using a sample audio file to mess with it in the audio effects. So let's do that. Let's mess with it. Let's go to the beginning. Let's actually click the clip, select it, drag delay over. Delay is something that is very self-explanatory. Let's give it a play and hear it. Sample audio file numero 1 of. So as you can see, everything I say, it sort of creates this delay effect where it repeats itself a bunch of times. This could be absolutely perfect for some sort of maybe epic intro to some show or something like that, whatever the case may be. And the delay effect is something that can be utilized in a bunch of different scenes. Now, that right there is simply, you know, the delay, the flying chorus. This right here can get absolutely crazy as well. Let's give it a play. Sample audio file numero 1. Now, as you see, it's kind of sounds a little bit more robotic, but if we start to tweak different stuff, sample audio file numero 1, you can create this kind of delayed robot sort of crazy effect essentially by simply just toning different stuff up and down. Sample audio file numero 1. As you see there, we've turned it into an entire alien glitch sound or something like that. And at the end of the day, the flanking chorus is interesting, but there's a couple more clips that I want to use for my next examples. The next clip I want to use is me on the phone, and I want to simulate, and I'm literally just going to be piling these on top of each other. I want to simulate that kind of walkie-talkie effect. So let's actually just mute the layer below, obviously. Let's just go ahead and press the spacebar and play it through. Hey, John, how's it going? Thanks for the call today. Basically, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and put my quarter up to full as well. The reason I'm phoning up today is because I need my refund. I need my refund. It's gone too far at this point. And, you know, if you're listening to me, you know, I'm just spouting complete nonsense. I'm just making up some scenario that we can go ahead and use the high-low pass. High-low pass is something we can use to sort of simulate this kind of walkie-talkie type of filtered voice effect. Let's go ahead and give it a play after dragging and dropping the high-low pass filter on there. Hey, John, how's it going? Thanks for the call today. Basically, the reason I'm phoning up today is because I need my refund. And as you can see, it sort of sounds a little bit more radio, sort of like a little bit more, exactly, like a radio, and like a, you know, it's sort of a transmission opposed to my live voice right here. And again, you can really tweak this stuff by just tweaking the different stuff over here, the different properties and variables. And as you tweak it, hey John, how's it going? You could tweak it up, you could tweak it down. Thanks for the call today. Basically, the reason I'm phoning up today is because, and I'm really just trying to let you hear this out at the end of the day, because you know, hearing it out, you're able to actually see, is the effect taking place? How realistic does this sound? Is this something that I can use for my projects? And that's the kind of a basis of me showcasing these various different effects, is so you understand where it's at and you start to kind of get like a little bit of, I guess, comfortability in going and finding this stuff for yourself. Hey, John, how's it going? Thanks for the... So, interesting. High pass, low filter, not the craziest thing in the entire world. The final one is going to be very interesting. This right here is going to be the reverb. Let's drag that to the top. Let's mute the layer below. And this right here is just me talking out into the middle of the room. Let's go ahead and get the reverb right here, which is similar to the delay, but it's a little bit more of a kind of big room environment, sort of how you'd simulate the fact that, you know, you're in like a grand... echoey kind of place, this big hall or something like that. Let's grab reverb, let's drag it over here, and let's go ahead and press play. Hello room. So as you can see by that brief talk that I just did right there. Hello room. How you doing? Hey, how's it going, my friend? How you doing? So again, I'm just sort of just making this up, a funny little dialogue for us to actually edit down. But as you can see, it adds this kind of dynamic room, this big echoey effect. Hello. Which is perfect for maybe some short films. Maybe you're trying to actually set the scene of maybe you know, a short film. Some people walk into a, you know, a cave or something like that, whatever the case may be. And overall, the audio effects can be used to kind of just you know, add a visual, an auditory element to maybe a visual effect. If you've gone in some crazy visual effects, sci-fi short film or something, and you guys are in a, you know, a cave or whatever the case may be, and it's, you know, it's some, you know, the scene has been set, right? You obviously need the audio of that scene to represent the visuals on screen. Therefore, you know, you might find yourself kind of leaning towards some of these audio effects right here. But I'll be honest, audio effect wise in After Effects, the real kind of fun comes with a bunch of presets and you know, sort of pre-made packs and stuff like that, and plugins that kind of come along with it, and that stuff we'll be referencing later on for sure. So that right there has been the audio exercise for the effects and presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're going to come back in a second, cracking on with more of the effects and presets tab, breaking it all down. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We are now continuing the effects and presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This right here is going to be color effects, and there's actually kind of 3 different subcategories in color effects that I want to dive into. Now, quickly, this on screen is what we did last time with the audio, right? A brief dive into audio. I think it was worth mentioning for sure, and you know, I'm sure you've retained something from that little bit. Now I want to go up here to composition. Let's press new composition. Let's make a brand new composition. Let's press OK. And we're going to be working with a couple different sample clips. Now, these are from a music video that I just wrapped up for a local rapper in the countryside of Devon in England. And we put together this music video over the past couple months. And I'm going to be using a couple of these sample clips because I think they're pretty cool to color grade and to overall color correct. And, you know, we can see what we can do with these clips, see if we can kind of amplify them even further using the color tab, and that's exactly what we're doing. The color correction tab right here is the one we're going to be spending our time in for this particular episode, and let's start off with basic color correction. So let's actually just go ahead and import these. So let's go to project here, and let's actually just go ahead and drag them in, drag and drop. They're going to import themselves slowly and, well, hopefully quicker than slowly. Let's actually just delete that one because that's the one that I still had in there from earlier, just before I started recording when I was testing to see if these would make good sample clips. And let's stay true to our organization. So let's actually just go ahead and get all these and press Shift and click the top one so it mass highlights everything. And we'll click and drag that over to footage, and we could just go ahead and let that go into the footage folder right there. And comp 16, we can drag that into the compositions folder, and let's just keep our footage folder open, unlike our composition folder, which can stay closed. And let's basically just go down here and get CC sample clip number 1. Now let's click and let's drag. Let's actually just go ahead and import that straight into our timeline. Now if we actually just go ahead and press spacebar, we can give this a play. It's a slow motion clip of the rapper Leo. This is the artist right here, Leo, aka Foray. And we are walking through the countryside. He's taking a little sip on his drink, and then he's looking back at the camera. Nice. Now the key aspect of why I chose this clip is the extreme green that's going on around us, because of the fact that this is going to be perfect kind of a material to color grade, and we're going to be able to get a bunch more out of a shot like this. And, you know, it's going to be exciting to jump into it. So first off, subcategory 1 of the color effects section is the basic color correction. So basic color correction can be boiled down to a couple simple elements. First off, of course, brightness and contrast. So if we click and drag that over to our clip, of course, that's very straightforward. We tone up the brightness. We have one dial for brightness, one dial for contrast, rather, and we have one dial for brightness. And if we tone them up, you know, a little bit, basically a little bit each, until we start to see a look that looks kind of satisfactory to us, then we can play it, and, you know, we've achieved a very basic color correction. If we untick that, we can see what we've done. We've definitely made the colors pop a little bit more. Now, alternatively, if you didn't want to manually do the brightness and the contrast, you could drag over the auto contrast. This will kind of take a brief analysis of your scene, kind of just add like a very basic kind of tint of contrast. But overall, I would advise you probably to stay in the actual manual brightness and contrast. You got the most control there. You'll be able to do the most. Now, let's bring that brightness and contrast back on. Tone it up a little bit. Tone that up a little bit as well. Just so we kind of build a basic color grade or a basic color correction layer. Now, some other kind of cool things in the basic color correction subcategory is going to be the vibrance. Now, we've messed with the vibrance a bit in terms of toning the saturation all the way down to make the black and white effect, and we'll actually explore the real black and white effect here. But for a scene like this with a bunch of color, toning the vibrance up a little bit, so the vibrance up here, maybe toning it up to even like a 40, and giving that a play, instantly, we're dealing with a much greener, more popped out colors than we were before, and that right there is simply using the vibrance. And again, what we could do every time just to check what's really gone on is just untick the FX box, and we see that it's drastically flatter, it's drastically more popped out when we actually turn that vibrance on. And, you know, you could even tone it up even more, and then turn it off, turn it back on, and you really start to see those effects right there. Now, another pretty interesting thing, before we get into the most interesting thing of the basic color correction part, is levels. Now, you can drag levels on, and levels are relatively interesting because what you can do is you actually, you know, get a chance to tweak the different blacks and whites, right? Now, the blacks and whites are obviously the different kind of tonality. So right down here, up here, that's a white, obviously, right? And the shirt right here, that's a black. I mean, it's pretty straightforward what, you know, those two different shades are. And what you could do with a situation like this is if you're thinking that, you know, for example, I'm looking up there, the white, it's kind of popping out a little bit too much maybe. You can actually start to just tweak these colors a little bit to kind of level stuff out. So you see, just by taking it up from 255 to maybe like a 300, we've kind of toned down that kind of overexposure that was coming through the trees up there a second ago. And we've actually kind of leveled stuff out a little bit. So AKA levels, right? There you go. We've just said we've leveled stuff out. And what effect did we use for that? The levels effect. Who'd have known? But finally, I'm just going to go ahead and highlight all these, delete them, and bring on the real basic color correction tool, which is kind of the main thing. You could skip all these other ones. I had to cover them briefly just to actually showcase that they're there, but Lumetri Color is the one you want. Let's go ahead and click and drag it over, and this essentially gives us a whole bunch of different subcategories within the Lumetri Color. You've got basic correction, which combines all those effects which we just explored there. For example, like the blacks and the whites, the thing we literally just ended on right there, toning that stuff out. You've of course got your saturation and your vibrancy down here. You've got vibrancy. So all this stuff is built in essentially, right? So it's sort of like a one-stop shop. You've of course got your contrast, you got your brightness, whatever the case may be. And Lumetri Color is, if you're going to be doing color corrections, just throw Lumetri Color on there, and you should be good to go. Now, Lumetri Color also comes with presets. So I'll show you a basic preset. If we open up Basic Correction, we click the drop-down menu. We can select a Alexa V3 K1S1. We select that, and that right there you see has done a color correction, and we didn't really have to do anything. We didn't tweak a whole bunch of different levels or anything like that, and you could see how much this is really done. If we untick the FX box, that's a serious change in colors right there that we've experienced right there, and that's a preset. That's an input LUT. LUT is a preset color grade, a preset color effect, and they give you a whole bunch of presets right here. So anytime if you're in the Lumetri Color, and there's color correction ones that you can use, and also if we bump that down, there's creative looks that you can use. These sort of really stylize the whole scene. For example, maybe we get like a blue one. There you go. All of this stuff, there's countless. There's, you can even scroll down, further down, gold ones, whatever the case may be. There's all these different looks and these LUTs that can actually, kind of save you time color grading or color correcting, and also tie clips in extremely nicely, together, simply using the presets. In fact, I'll show you something real quick. Say we throw a preset on here, right? If I scroll down here, I was liking the look of one of those gold ones, right? We throw a gold one on. Cool, that's looking pretty nice. We've definitely changed the style of this scene. However, what we want to do is we want to actually have that going over to another clip. So for example, if we were to actually go ahead here, go back to our project and just go ahead and bring in sample clip number 2 and just go ahead and throw that at the end so that as soon as one clip stops playing, the next one starts. We notice that this one doesn't adopt that effect. It doesn't. Now, there's something we could do, which is go here, go to Effects, click it, press Control-C, then go to the next clip, go to the Effects section, which is empty, press Control-V. Cool, we've copied, we pasted it, and now they share the same look. However, that could be pretty tedious, and, this is kind of tedious doing it with one clip, let alone 100 clips, which, might be the length of a real project. So something you could do to kind of add a color grade to multiple different clips is you could create an adjustment layer. Now, at any time, you can go up here to Layer, New, and then you go down here to Adjustment Layer and click it. And what this does is it creates a layer going across the top, which you can add effects to, and the effects actually directly impact anything below the adjustment layer. So if we were to bring on that Lumetri Color and we put it onto the adjustment layer, which is clearly above both of these clips right here, then we could go to, for example, Creative, and we actually go here, and we go back down and we try and find that exact preset that we were using before. I believe it was the gold tobacco. And then we actually give this a play, and it's clearly applied it to that clip, and it gets to the next clip, and it's clearly got the same exact look on it. But however, if we were to turn the layer off, we notice that it disappears because it is only on this adjustment layer, which lies above both the clips. And that could be a perfect way to tie in different clips to each other and more or less kind of tie everything together. Now, next up, if I'm actually just going to delete that right there, is some color styles. Color styles are sort of more transformative. They don't just kind of grade the colors that are already there, but they can entirely shift your scene into a totally different direction. I'll start off with the most basic one, black and white. So black and white, it's an actual effect. You can type it in. It's right there. We drag, we drop, and just like that, we've created whatever scene or whatever clip we drag and dropped the black and white effect to has now turned black and white. Cool. Interesting. Now, we know there's a couple different ways to create the black and white effect because you can get the vibrance, for example, and tone it down. And black and white's cool, and dependent on what sort of videos you're making. Maybe you're making some sort of old-timey type of video, and, you want that kind of black and white effect. Awesome. Super easy to replicate, and you do it in the click of the drag of about 1 or 2 buttons, right? Very, very simple. Now, another cool one, which can kind of give you that old school, maybe Western style look, is something called the CC toner. It's a couple effects down. You got black and white, and then it's probably like 6 effects down, and we can drag and drop that. And just like that, you can already start to see that it has kind of simulated this old school kind of vintage look to it. In terms of the color scheme. And the color scheme can be changed, by the way. You've got all the different colors that go into the actual kind of color palette, or the color scheme, if you will. And you could change them as you wish. However, the one that they give you right off the bat, this one, which can also be blended with the original if you want to kind of tone it in. 100% blend would be just normal, and 0 would be just the effect. But something like this can be a great look for some sort of like old Western style piece, maybe like a cowboy kind of piece, whatever the case may be. As this was definitely the kind of aesthetic of a lot of those early vintage, movies, Western type of stuff especially, and a CC toner is an effect that can definitely give you that sort of style that you're looking for, if you're looking for it. Next up is something which is pretty nuts, and you might not find yourself using on too consistent of a basis. However, it's definitely applicable to certain projects. That would be the colorama. Now, I'm actually just going to go ahead and pick up my sample clip number 2, bring it to the forefront, because I kind of want to use it for this particular one. Let's go ahead and find Colorama. Let's click it, hold it, and let's let it go on here. Colorama is going to, I don't even necessarily know how to articulate what this effect does to your scene. I'm just going to say it sends it down a rabbit hole. This particular effect right here pushes your clip to the absolute max, and really just kind of goes crazy, I'll be honest. We'll drag Colorama onto this one as well. Now, it could be blended with the original a little bit, meaning that you can kind of create sort of like maybe a cool strobe type of weird effect or whatever the case may be. But this is an example of one of these effects, which is definitely one of these color styles. This will not, just slightly color grade or slightly color correct your scene. This right here will entirely change whatever's going on, and ideally, it is only going to be applicable to certain projects. Music videos, especially, it can be very applicable to, but not every scene, obviously. Only certain scenes. Maybe if you're really trying to get like a crazy inverted, sort of out-of-this-world look, then, potentially something like the Colorama could be good for you. But that right there is subsection 2, color styles. So we've covered color correction, basic color correction, and color styles. Now I want to show you guys the change color options that you've got. And there's actually 2 in particular that I want to mess with, right? And there's 2 different ways to do this. So for example, say we wanted to totally transform this music video. We've decided that it should be, like a sci-fi type of music video. And instead of, it being obvious that the rapper, the artist right here is walking through a field or walking through the countryside, what if they're walking on a different planet? How will we go about doing that? Well, you'd probably want to actually change the color styles of, or the color theme of everything around you. However, it's pretty tough to change the color theme of everything around here and not change the color theme of the artist, keeping him looking sort of normal, whereas everything else changes. For example, like the green maybe turns to purple or something like that. And there's a few different effects where we could do this. Now, first off, an effect that can come in handy, however, usually isn't the ultimate answer, is the hue and saturation. So let's find hue and saturation. Let's drag that over here. And let's actually just alert you to this particular master hue wheel here. It's on 000, meaning it's normal. But if we start to tweak it, you notice that the colors start to change. We're in blue right now. Now we're in purple. And that purpley right there, that is the sort of effect that I'm looking for, to sort of simulate this out-of-world, experience. Maybe the artist has gotten off the spaceship or whatever, and they're walking around on a different planet, and everything's purple for some reason. However, he's now kind of changed. See, if we turn it off, that's him looking normal, and then that's him looking purplified right there. He sort of looks black and white and purple. It's sort of just totally taken away the life out of this character right here. It definitely looks, just a little bit too forced, right? However, we want that look for the background. So how would we do something like this? We would actually go ahead and use a effect called the change to color effect. The change to color effect is an effect which changes one color to another color. You simply assign what color you want. So let's drag and let's drop it onto the clip. And we have a from to a to, meaning that whatever color we tell the program to turn, to start on, it will change it to a different color. So say we get the kind of the dropper here, and we bring it over to a green. And we actually just go ahead and click that. we've selected that green right there, and we say that that green should turn into whatever else we want, and then maybe say we want to bring it back to that purple. If we want that green to turn to a purple, all we do is change the from to a to that purple, and just like that, if we give this a play, although it hasn't changed everything around, we've got that purple fieldy kind of look. However, the artist himself has not been changed and is looking, you know, as normal as can be. And, you know, just like that, we're able to kind of add a little bit more craziness, a little bit more kind of, you know, sci-fi-ness, coolness to the scene itself. And it's simply using a change the color. Now, change the color can be a hit or miss, I'll be honest. And for example, just to go back to that hue and saturation effect, hue and saturation can, although not be great for scenes like this, what a hue and saturation is literally ideal for is a constant color controller. For example, say we had an object, right? I just drew a mask actually. Say we want to create an object, right? Sweet, that's the object, whatever the case may be. Awesome. Now, with a normal object, we can go up here to fill. We can actually, you know, change the color, whatever the case may be. But if we were actually into a scene, for example, maybe we've actually pre-composed this or something, and there's something going on in here that we can't necessarily just go in there and touch. Adding a hue and saturation to a layer that is pretty much predominantly one color is awesome. We've added that to the actual shape layer, and now simply all we have to do is go through the wheel, and we can change this color to whatever color fits our needs, and it's all through the hue and saturation colors. The hue and saturation preset effect. Not even preset, just effect. Down here in the Effects and Presets tab of the Color Correction tab. Now, that right there is an example of kind of like a perfect use for this type of situation, and then you've got yourself an input color changer at any time you want, and you know, that's more or less exactly what we're looking for. So, that right there is the Color Effects section of the Effects and Presets tab, or the Effects and Presets section, rather, of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This has been a little bit of a dive into it. It's been an interesting one for sure. We've got so much coming up. A lot of stuff right here is extremely useful. A lot of it is a little bit overdone, like the Colorama. You know, Colorama is a Colorama, and something like the, you know, the hue and saturation on a clip like this. That's stuff that you're very using for very, very unique scenes, to say the least. But something like the actual, you know, change to color, it's something that could be used in a vast variety of different scenes. All you simply have to do is actually just go ahead and kind of be strategic with it. And you see, for me, what I've actually done right there is, you know, a very quick implementation of this. These effects right here can be even nicer, and you can get more out of them if you actually want to go ahead and mess around further with all of the different properties that they come along with. So that right there is the color effects section. Thank you, guys. We're going to come back later in the next episode with more of the Effects and Presets tab. See you there. All right, what's going on, guys? Continuing on with the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course in the Effects tab, the Effects and Presets section, and we're going to be diving into the Distorts. Now, this is going to be a breakdown of the Distorts library. So, of course, all our Distorts are found in the Distorts subcategory of the Effects and Presets tab. So we can actually just go ahead and hit the little arrow next to it, open up the drop-down menu, and we reveal all the different Distorts that we have. Now, there's so many. It's too much to actually jump into each individual one, but what I'm actually going to do is kind of pinpoint and highlight the actual specific categories, or the specific kind of effects that you can build through these Distorts themselves. So first off, let's start off with a basic mirror effect. Super simple, super straightforward. This is actually a good clip to do it with. All we have to do is go down here until we found mirror, drag and drop it to our clip. Now, at first, it appears though it's done nothing, and that's because the actual anchor points, the reflection center, is all the way over here. So we see the reflection center. If we were to click that, it brings us over here. Now, if we were to just simply put the reflection center in the middle, it's reflecting straight down the middle, meaning that we've got a kind of perfect reflection right here, and it is done through simply pinpointing this actual reflection center. Now, at any time, you could bring the reflection over, or you could bring it, you know, back over here. However, there is obviously a border because of the fact that you're working with, you know, limited dimensions here. Now, if we bring it back over here so that it's right here, we have created, in the click of, you know, just a drag and a drop, a basic mirror effect. Now, this basic mirror effect can, of course, be rotated. So, for example, say you wanted to rotate it down here, and then maybe, you know, bring it over. Or, for example, let's delete the mirror clip, bring the mirror clip effect, rather, back onto our clip. And if we were to rotate it over, because that actual kind of center point isn't in the middle, and it's actually over there to the right-hand side, we're able to create this kind of a horizontal, I believe it's horizontal, this kind of horizontal distort right here, where instead of distorting and, or instead of reflecting rather, shall I say, down the middle, it's still reflecting down the middle, but just on this axis over here, opposed to actually straight down horizontally over there. I believe this is a vertical. My verticals and my horizontals are a little bit confused sometimes, so my bad if I got those mixed the other way around. But a mirror effect, super simple, super straightforward, and a mirror effect, you would have definitely seen it in for example, stuff like music videos. I mean, this one right here where you've got your actual, you know, your focal point mirrored is a pretty standard scene right there, something like that. And, you know, the reason it's kind of, you know, so often portrayed in videos is because it looks good. It definitely looks good, and at the end of the day, you know, you could get a lot out of this effect. But basic mirror effect, very, very simple. Now, there's a kind of fish eye effect that you see a lot of the times in videos. A fish eye effect can be put together in a couple different ways. Now, my favorite way to do it is the sphere eyes. So if we actually go down here, it looks like it's actually down, not up. We find the sphere eyes effect. Sphere eyes can again be drag and drop to our clip. And all we have to do is turn up the radius. And we see it build up. And what we want to do is kind of put this on the border of our clip. And just like that, we've dragged it out. And if we come to the beginning, we now have this kind of, you know, this fisheye look. And at the moment, because of the fact that it's a pretty powerful distort, it's not wanted to render too quickly. So we can switch it back down to quarter. And we actually just go ahead and give this a play. And just like that, we've got this kind of pretty cool fish eye looking effect. But of course, there's multiple ways to do it. And, you know, obviously this looks like much more of a sphere. It definitely looks like a, you know, an amplified scene for sure. And that's just one way to do it because there's a couple different ways. Of course, this is After Effects. We already know that there's one thing to do, but there's 50 ways to do it. So it's just delete sphere eyes. And we're actually going to go into kind of more familiar waters and grab that CC lens. If we scroll back up here, we find CC lens. CC lens is another cool way to create sort of like a fisheye looking effect. If we actually drag the size over a little bit and we actually go ahead and press play, this is created sort of like this fish eye, you know, indented kind of look that we've created by simply toning up the size of one of these properties right here. And we're able to, you know, to build up a pretty realistic looking fisheye effect, but we don't actually have a fisheye lens. And of course, you know, the edges can be as crazy or as uncrazy as you want. You literally just have to mess with the size of the actual CC lens. And CC lens is something I've personally used loads in different shots. And even just to have it as a border of your clip, for example, you see how we can kind of stretch that border out a little bit just to kind of make it a little bit more, you know, interesting on the kind of sides of it. And, you know, for sure, it definitely makes it more interesting on the sides. Now, that's only, you know, a couple different ways to produce that effect. But another cool thing that distorts can be used for, because I want to get away from just the clip. It can be used on loads of different layers, not just footage layers. A cool thing to do with the distorts is to create more dynamic text. So, for example, say this was our music video and wanted to have a title over here, right? We could go to our text tool. Let's click here and let's write title over here. You know, that's exactly what I just said. Let's simply tone that up a little bit so it's nice and big. Maybe no. Maybe bring it down a little bit. That's where I was going for. Awesome. And say we want to position this title over here. Now, this title looks, you know, it's a cool title and everything like that, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of flat text. There's nothing too crazy about it. There's nothing too special. An effect we can use, which can be used for loads of different stuff, but is especially nice for text, is the warp effect. So if we scroll down here to the bottom and we get the warp effect, we drag it onto our clip, instantly it goes crazy. So it's actually just bring the bend down a little bit because it's going a little bit too nuts. But essentially what you could do is, of course, that's 0, which means it's normal. What you could do is you can add kind of like an arc to your clip, or you can kind of just distort it a little bit more. And even, you know, if we were to keyframe these, we can actually animate this to wherever we want. But we're actually able to just add a little bit more kind of, I guess, life to our text by the simple addition of something like the warp effect. And, you know, we can obviously create a title, which in my opinion is you know, it's far more engaging. It's a much more engaging title now based on the fact that we've, you know, we've added some crazy stuff in terms of the warp to it just to actually change the dimensions. And if we delete the warp, we see how much it really has changed it, right? And of course, this might be, you know, an over-exaggeration
to this kind of effect. Ideally, maybe what we want is sort of like a more timid, a more toned down version of that. But you're starting to get the idea of what you could really do. And I think if I was literally just to go ahead and put some text bang in the middle, and I'm just gonna write title, right? And we actually go ahead and bring this up a little bit, make it a little bit of a bigger title, bring that warp, drag it onto it. You see right now that we're able to create this kind of a, what would you say? Slanted text, I guess, or it's kind of arced, if you will. And all that's is simply using the warp. Now, arc is only one of the different options you've got. You've, of course, got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different options. And they all do various different things. Squeeze, for example, might push that into the middle. So if we were trying to create, even animating it so that it kind of comes in here and sort of does a little animation to kind of figure out where it's going. And you've got a variety of different ones. Obviously, there's just a preset arc lower, arc upper, the arc, which can be taken either way. If you want to take it into the minuses, it's below, up here. And the reason I'm kind of testing this just on some text is because I think this is kind of like the perfect addition to create cooler looking text layers based on the fact that you can actually do a whole bunch of these different additions to it, right? By simply just adding the warp and then using some of these presets. And you got a whole bunch of different stuff right here. Some of it is hit and miss, like maybe twist, for example. Maybe you want to animate your title in. It starts like that. It animates on, whatever the case may be. But you can create, without a shred of a doubt, some way cooler text and way cooler titles simply using the warp effect that is located, of course, in the Distorts subcategory of the Effects and Presets tab. And, the reason I've tested it out on the text is because I think this is almost one of the nicest executions of this effect right here, based on the fact that titles can be really boring. You know what I mean? Like, especially for example, a music video, which is the state of mind I'm in right now, because I'm using the clips from a music video I literally just wrapped up. And some nice titles like that can be extremely nicely executed simply using that warp effect. And, we've got all these different options that we can use for it. Awesome. Now, let's go ahead and delete that and move on to some kind of environment transforming stuff. Some environment transforming stuff is cool. Again, we're in the mindset right now for me of making a music video. So there's certain type of stuff you might want to make your music video a little cooler, especially if it's kind of like a on the edge music video. Maybe it's not too serious. Now, an effect you could use that can really transform the environment is CC Smear. Let's go ahead and select our clip. Let's drag CC Smear onto our clip. And instantly, we've noticed that this kind of crazy smear thing pops up. Now, at the moment, it looks pretty dodgy. It's not looking phenomenal, in my opinion. However, a nice execution of this can definitely be to kind of use this subtly and also make it a little bit bigger, sort of when our artist turns around. So, for example, at the moment, let's go ahead and delete it and just drag it back on so it's at its original properties. At the moment, you see there are 2 points, from and to. From is in the middle, which we want to leave it in the middle, and to is over here. But we actually want to bring it down to the middle, so there's really no effect happening yet until a certain situation happens, and that is that the artist turns around and looks over here. And as soon as the artist starts to look over here, what we want to do is actually go ahead and just add a keyframe to both of these, and we actually want to, but let's actually go back and add a keyframe to both of these as well. So we got a keyframe on everything, and I'm just showing you a quick execution of how I would maybe use this effect in a live situation, is as soon as my artist turns around, the reach isn't necessarily what I want to take on. I want to take on the radius, and we could really make this environment, go pretty crazy right here through the simple use of toning up that effect. And we see that we've got our keyframes that have created themselves down here. So we've got a keyframe here. And if we go to the beginning, it starts off normal, and it then kind of he turns around and sees that the environment is really glitching out, and then it sort of starts to kind of glitch him out as well. So maybe that would be a good point to actually go ahead and sort of bring that maybe over a little bit more so that it is not interfering with our actual artist. And again, you have to be careful that you don't start bringing the scene off, because obviously we're working with limited dimensions here. So I think, at the end of the day, we don't have more footage than is on screen. For example, like our clip earlier where I believe that was over here, where we actually had a 4K clip, which means that even though it's on screen, we've got all this area around here to work with. We're not dealing with that with a clip like this. The dimensions we see on screen are all the dimensions that we've got. Like, this is it. So with a clip like this, we have to be kind of careful. But just like that, through a couple simple keyframes, which we've extensively gone over at this point,
we've created this kind of distort effect, which is creating like a wavy world. So, you know, for a music video, this could be perfect. I mean, some Travis Scott type of situation right here where, you know, you're really taking like a, you know, a sort of seemingly boring sequence, making it very interesting. And again, this is a completely rough execution of this effect right here. If I were to really go in to the depths of what you can get out of these effects, I mean, we'd be here all day. That's just a fact. Let's go ahead and delete CC Smear. Another one that could be cool is Twirl. So it's actually, we go ahead down here, find Twirl, go ahead and drag and drop that to our clip. And Twirl is, again, an environment kind of transformer, where pretty much you can, you know, you could do some absolutely crazy stuff with this. And, you know, it's more or less through the angle, right? So if we position our center point, wherever we position it, it's gonna start going crazy. So maybe we want to position it over here, meaning that when Leo turns around, the artist, we could start doing like a similar effect, but it's only using 1 point. So for example, when we go back over here, maybe we want to start this on 0, but as soon as the artist starts to turn around, we add a keyframe, and we actually go over here, and it is at kind of full form. And we could simply do a circle, maybe not even a full circle, maybe just do kind of like a half circle, and bring that back around so that it actually produces the following effect. Again, simply through a combination of keyframes, and just like that, we have kind of replicated a simple, or a similar, if you will, effect to what we just did there with the CC Smear, but with the Twirl, we've done that almost quicker, in my opinion, and it's definitely looking like this kind of transformed world gelatin type of situation. And those are just a couple examples of environment transforming effects. So stuff that will completely transform your environment. And again, this stuff can, you know, not only be applied to footage, it can be applied to, you know, titles, shapes, whatever the case may be. Literally, whatever you want to apply this to, you're going to get some crazy effects out of it. That is for sure. Now, another cool distort, which has been kind of frequently kind of showcased in different music videos, is that kind of big head look, right? I'm sure you're aware of it. Well, it's kind of self-explanatory in the title. Someone has a big head, right? That could be produced in a couple different ways. Now, probably the best way to do it is with the bulge. If we go back up here to bulge, let's actually find it. It should be sitting in here somewhere. Some of these effects are they organized in alphabetical? I believe they are. There we go. So bulge. We drag that over here. The bulge creates this sort of this situation that we've got right here, which has a couple different lines. And as you can see, if we bring that up, we're creating a bulge. And of course, we could bulge the whole thing, which sort of simulates that fisheye. Or we could bulge just a specific section of the screen. For example, like someone's head. So Leo, my subject here, is actually going to be bulged right here. So what we could do is for an effect like this, to do that kind of big head effect, you'd want to obviously toggle the keyframe on for the actual center, which means that as we move around, we want to kind of follow the actual subject of our big head effect. And we want to keep the kind of outlines actually covering our subject to ensure that this effect kind of stays looking good. And believe me, it's a funny effect for sure, but it's something that's been used in so much different, you know, videos, and I'm sure you've seen it before, that's for sure. But it could be executed relatively simply using the bulge effect. And just like that, we've obviously created a, you know, a kind of big head type of effect. And Leo, I apologize if you're watching this somehow. I don't think Leo's watching this, but if he is, we've made a mockery of his head right now, that's for sure. And you know, it's put together in a couple simple steps using the bulge effect. You can also do this using magnify, but it's not as nice of an execution. And you see how much of the bulge is really done right there when we delete it. It goes back to normal. Kind of looks almost too small. His head looks too small on him now. But if we actually go over here, not to search, but down here to the distorts again, and let's find magnify. Magnify is down here, and you'll see why I chose bulge over magnify, because of the simple fact that it's just a little bit more, it's a little bit more rough, right? So as you see here, bulge sort of soften the edges for us. Magnify does not. What we have to do to soften the edges, to not make this kind of hard circle around his head, is actually increase the feather. Now, it's not too much of a trouble, but it does look a little bit more of a blurred effect. And again, what we'll do is we'll do this practice of keyframing it, right? So we'll actually make a keyframe on the center here. We'll bring it over here. Again, literally, all I'm doing is moving that center point, which can be clicked and held and dragged, and I'm just adjusting it. And because we've turned the keyframes on, it's tracking all that movement down here, by the keyframe. So as long as you see keyframes popping up down there with every different change you're making, that means that it is taking effect and, you know, it's working basically, right? So you definitely want to see a steady stream of keyframes generating themselves down here as we do adjustments to the scene live. And we're going to have a look how this looks, but I'm willing to bet that it's probably a nicer execution with the bulge based on the fact that it is more built for stuff like this. Magnify isn't necessarily built for something like this. And if we actually give this a play, yeah, we've got the big head, but it does look a little bit more forced, and you can see the kind of the circle, especially here. You know, you can see that kind of, you know, interfering into the environment, which we don't want the environment, you know, bulged up. What we want is just the head. But just like that, that's a few different distorts. Now, the distort library is something that I would advise you to have a deep dive into yourself. Honestly, just load up a clip and start messing with stuff. And honestly, you're going to be pretty happy with what's going on. Now, something that can work pretty nicely, which we weren't able to do here, is using clips that actually you have more room to work with. So for example, say we import this clip, which was 4K that we used earlier, right? And this is a 1080p sequence. So a 4K clip in a 1080p sequence means that we've got all this extra room to work with out here. You see, it's not just fit in. We've got all this extra room to work with. So if we do an effect and it starts distorting the sides, it's not going to pull it off the screen, and it's not going to go to black screen behind it because there's more room to work with, right? So effect like this, or a clip like this is perfect for distort effects because they pull at the sides. They want to change the kind of the properties and the overall dimensions and just the whole vibe of the clip. So using a clip with actually more space is something that a distort is going to be very appreciative of. For example, let's bring the twirl on. We haven't used the twirl yet. Let's bring it, drag it, and drop it. And let's actually just start to, first let's fit it to the screen. And let's actually just start to bring the wheel around. We're twirling this clip right here, but instead of a twirl on a normal clip, which would actually be bringing it off screen, we're able to really get some cool dynamicness here. And we're actually able to, you know, use the full kind of axis or the full degrees of the effect without actually breaking the clip. Now, for example, let me show you what it would look like if we were breaking the clip. Let's bring the twirl onto here, a clip where we don't have any extra room. Let's actually just start toning it up, right? And in fact, we probably want to bring the radius out a little bit. As you see here, middle, it's all good. We bring it over a little bit, it's all good. But as soon as we start doing an extreme effect, it's tearing at the sides. It's actually bringing off. It's because we don't have any room to work with. We have absolutely no room to work with. However, you know, if I press Control-Z to undo a couple steps and get back to here, if we're using this twirl effect on a clip like this, we are able to use the full dimensions. We can almost do a full 360 rotation of the effect right here. And, you know, depending on what you're actually doing, this could be a very, very cool effect to do. So, for example, let's actually just do an animation of this effect. If we actually go here, press angle, bring it over here to maybe about 3 seconds, right? And we actually start rotating it. Let's do a full rotation. Just for the fun, let's just see what happens, right? We do a full rotation, 1 gets added up there, so we know we've done a full rotation. If we're to come back here and start to play this, oh, let me actually just go ahead and turn off the audio of the clip. We're actually dealing with a you know, a clip that could be fully customized, and you know, it's doing a full rotation here. And again, it's a little bit laggy just because we gotta render it in. But because we're not dealing with those limited I guess you'd say proportions, right? Because we're not dealing with a limited workspace like we are here, because it's literally like what you see is what you get. It's filling the screen. Because we're not dealing with those limited proportions, we're able to get more out of a clip like this. We're actually able to get our distorts to come a little bit further, right? So that would be some advice to you, is if you are thinking to go heavy in on the distorts in some of your upcoming projects, do potentially think of what type of quality you're recording in. 4K is just going to give you more workroom. Now, that's applicable to so many different things that will come up in editing. For example, scaling in a clip like this, right? Say we were filling the whole screen and we press S. That's only using 50% of what we can use. So if we wanted to go super in here, right? Like way in there and see kind of what's on my screen and just get a little bit of a closer look, we can, and we're not reducing any quality, right? And of course the effect's still on there, so it's going crazy. But we could zoom all the way in and we're not actually reducing any quality. But for example, if we were to take a clip like this and we say, you know what, maybe we want to be closer to Leo, and we start dragging it in, we are reducing quality. It's not 100 anymore. It's 178. So we're actually drastically reducing the quality by scaling it in. And sometimes you got to do it. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's got to be done. However, ideally, you should always be looking to have a little bit more work room, a little bit more, kind of area to work with, if you will. And you could do that by simply recording in a higher quality level, a higher resolution, if you will, than the actual project you'll be working in. But that right there is a basic breakdown, brief breakdown of the Distort section of the Effects and Presets tab of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. That right there is another episode done and dusted. We're going to come back with a pretty cool exercise just to further reconfirm some of these distorts into your mind and actually put them together in a live sequence like we've kind of done right here with Leo. However, there's more to come. See you guys there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, section number 5, the Effects and Presets section. This right here is going to be an exercise. We are going to be basically taking a clip, actually using some actual distorts and amplifying the clip, and also using some text elements in there and using some distorts to amplify those. Basically just kind of further reconfirming a couple different types of distorts we can use. And basically we're gonna move past these clips right here. And I've actually got a clip for you guys to download. So if you actually go to the resources, you can download CO111. Amazing, phenomenal title, groundbreaking title, and pretty much it's just a clip of me going closer to these emoji pillows on my couch, and it's kind of shaky, right? As you can see, the main thing you should notice is that it's a little bit shaky. It's handheld. It's not the most perfect clip, and pretty much we're gonna take this clip and we're gonna make it the most perfect clip simply using a distort, which I left out of the last section right there. And let me just go ahead and delete it, and we'll re-import this because I was testing if it would work. Let's actually take our clip, which can be downloaded in resources. Let's go ahead and drag and drop it into our project manager, our media manager over here, which is building up pretty nicely. What's then relocated into footage, drag and drop that into footage, nice. And let's actually go ahead and import it into our sequence. So let's actually bring it down here, import it. Now it's 4K, so it's actually too big. Let's actually just scale it down. And remember, you can actually scale and hold the proportions by pressing Shift, which means it just keeps it at the same exact proportions. Or if we were to bring it down, it would start moving stuff each way, right? The axes aren't locked. Simply holding Shift locks the axis. So let's actually just bring that down, scale it down to kind of a nice position. I'm thinking that's pretty good right there. And there's an effect that we actually want to use, which is the warp stabilize effect. So first off, just familiarize ourselves one more time with how this clip actually looks. If we press play, spacebar, right? It's shaky. You could feel the footsteps that are getting closer, and it comes in on this emoji pillow, like with this smug face type of situation, right? But it's really shaky. Like you could see all the different footsteps, even just scrubbing through it, right? And that's what we want to avoid. We want to get that out. And we can actually iron that out of any clip we want to iron it out of by simply dragging and dropping an effect, which literally starts working the second we drag and drop it to our clip. So let's click Warp Stabilize, and let's bring it over to our clip, which we've all imported, and let's just drag and drop it. And instantly, it starts analyzing the situation. If I turn this to full, we can really see what's going on. It says Analyzing in Background, step 1 of 2. Now, as we see here, there's a 0%, which is just turned to a 1%, which will turn to a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5. And more or less what this does is it goes in frame by frame and analyzes the motion of the entire sequence, the entire clip, and then it actually does its best to actually make it as smooth as possible using simply the effect. And all we have to do is drag and drop it, and it started working already. Now, it can get a little bit timely, can get a little bit lengthy in the time process, based on the fact that it has to go through frame by frame. You see it says frame 64, 65, 66, 67, and this is a 4K clip as well. So we're dealing with a very high quality, and it's actually going in frame by frame to stabilize every second of it. And this clip, we already know, was not a very stable clip. So that's a little bit of a disclaimer to give you guys, is the fact that Warp Stabilize can take a while. Just period, point blank, end of story. It can take a while. But it's pretty much unmatched by anything else. Warp Stabilize will save the day. I've been using After Effects for a very long time, and I'm still using Warp Stabilize to this day. Of course, ideally, you'd want to be getting smooth clips when you're actually recording. Now, that sometimes can be easier said than done, which means that if for some reason, you do have a mishap and maybe, you
trip while you're getting a great clip or something, you could go ahead and use Warp Stabilize and it irons everything out. But that's not the only thing we're doing here. Obviously, this is an exercise, so I want to walk you guys through something a little bit more hands-on. But what we want to do as a base layer is actually just go ahead and fully smoothen out this clip right here. So I'm going to let it do its thing. And I'm actually going to come back once the Warp Stabilize is kicked in about 2 minutes. So I'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes. Okay, cool. So it has actually completed the Warp Stabilize, and let's actually go ahead and give it a play. And just like that, all those little footsteps, all that kind of little inconsistencies have been ironed out, and it kind of nice smoothly goes over to the emoji pillow with the smug face, and then backs away nice and smooth again. So awesome. Stage number 1 of our exercise is complete. The next stage is nice and simple, and it adds on to you know, what we were touching on in that kind of walkthrough of the Distorts library, right? And that's actually going to be some effects, text effects, my bad. So let's actually go here, and what I want to do is when we actually get nice and close to the emoji pillow, I want to have a corresponding annotation just to kind of further confirm what we're seeing here, right? So let's actually go ahead and press Control-T, get the text tool up, and let's actually just type in smile with an exclamation point. Awesome. I want this kind of smile situation to pop up here in the top right, and I'm just going to go over to effects, and we're going to use that warp. Warp is the perfect thing that we laid out in the last section. We laid out the case for this being the perfect effect for text effects. Let's bring this down a little bit right here, and we can actually start to position already our smile text. And honestly, we might not have to do too much work. All we want to do is do an arc upper probably. We got to make sure we're selecting the right layers. And then simply sort of bring it over here so that it kind of pops up as like a little cartoony animation over here in the top. And then we can obviously just start to mess with stuff as we see fit. And we're actually able to sort of try and get the exact effect that we're going for. Now, we don't want that on the screen the entire time. We don't want when we're over here for the smile to be there. So what I want to do is go to smile right here. And what we're going to do is we want it to animate in. So what I want to use for that particular effect is the CC lens. We've been really messing with the CC lens a fair bit. That might be the distort we've had the most experience with. So this should be relatively simple to achieve. Let's drag and drop the CC lens onto the clip, and it disappears, obviously, because we haven't toned the lens in. Obviously. Now, of course, we don't even want it to come from that way, which is currently the way that it's going to come from. We want it to come from down here. So all we have to do is get the convergence and bring it from 100 just down to -200, which means that when it actually brings in, it's going to kind of come from the actual emoji pillow itself. And then we can actually have a little bit more room here just to bring this over a bit. And we have the smile annotation there. And of course, we're going to do this with keyframes. So let's actually go along a little bit, go to about here, and then let's actually just go ahead and tick the size of the actual, the keyframe rather, next to size of the actual CC lens, bring it back over here to where we probably want to start it. Let's just make that 0, which means that if we play it, it's going to kind of jump out, right? Absolutely awesome. Now, I'm not totally satisfied with my warp effect right here. I'm thinking we could probably get a little bit more out of it, in my opinion. In fact, we definitely can. So let's actually bring that over here, kind of get that there. I think it's going to be looking pretty cool. And if we actually go ahead and just rewind a little bit, right? Just to bring it back a little bit more and just glitching out a little bit. In fact, we can actually play this just from the very beginning. Of course, because we're using the CC Warp Stabilize, rather, we need to go ahead and put it on quarter because we're dealing with such a amplified sequence that it's too much for the program to handle. But just like that, we've created a pretty cool little sequence where our clip, which was once extremely, choppy and shaky, all we have to do is go ahead and simply go in on this clip. If we go ahead and press spacebar to start playing, go ahead and press spacebar, and it's not working. So we'll actually just go ahead and scrub through a little bit. It is a nice smooth sequence, right? And then we get over here to the smile, and boom, the word smile actually pops up. And it starts to go away, and as soon as it starts to go away, we can actually go ahead and just reverse that animation, and we're actually not going to be able to do it here because we've toggled the keyframes. Let's actually load up the effects section in the properties of our clip. Let's load up the CC lens, and let's actually just go ahead and tick a keyframe to tell the program that it should be the same there, but that a few frames later, we want to bring it down to 0, and just like that, we've nailed a pretty nice effect. If we go ahead and press spacebar,
Looks like it's working now. We can actually go ahead and zoom in, and the effect is going to pop up, smile, and it's going to go down as soon as we start backing away. And that warp stabilization of the clip is playing all throughout the sequence. And just like that, we built a pretty cool little kind of interactive sequence where we come in here to the little face, the funny little face, the smile pops up. And I mean, if we wanted to, we could do some further text effects from our text section. And by the way, you see how I didn't highlight the text here, because even though the text there, the actual borders of the text is right here, because the effect, the borders don't match the distort. So if you do want to actually highlight your text, even though it looks like we're highlighting a random box below it, we're actually highlighting our text. And we could actually go here and maybe make this one yellow, right? Maybe we want to make it maybe like a more orangey type of yellow, or maybe we want to simply use this and actually just get an exact type of cushion softened yellow that we believe that we're able to grab right there. And in fact, we could even go back a little bit and grab some of our other effects just to venture outside of distorts. And let's just go ahead and throw a drop shadow on there. You guys know how much I love my drop shadows. In my opinion, it is such a nice, simple way to amplify text. And if we turn the effect off, you can see what happens. It's amplified a bunch. So if we go back to the beginning, we go ahead and start playing this by pressing spacebar. It zooms in on the little face. The smile text pops up, which I love, and it goes back down as soon as we start heading away. And, just like that, we've created a real smooth sequence. So first off, something I want to do before I wrap this up is literally just go over here and actually turn it off, right? I want to show you what it looks like when it's turned off, all right? So, for example, let's turn Warp Stabilize off. There you go. Instantly, it jumps out a little bit. And let's actually go ahead and press play again. After we've been accustomed to this nice, buttery smoothness, this is the real clip right here. I purposely tried to make it shaky for the sake of the Warp Stabilize actually working. But you see how much of an unstabilized, shaky clip we're dealing with. You could see all my footsteps. It is, it's not usable, like 100%. It's not a very usable clip in like a, feature production, like a proper high-level production. And at the end of the day, all we have to do is simply toggle back on the Warp Stabilize, actually go ahead and give this a play, and it is so much smoother. It's actually not even comparable. You wouldn't even believe this is shot handheld still. You'd think this was shot on a gimbal or something like that. And it's all done using one simple effect, the Warp Stabilize effect. One final play through that, and I think this has created a very satisfactory exercise, in my opinion. One of the funnest exercises yet. In fact, we got so many more. Yet is the key word there. We got plenty more fun exercises coming up. The exercises might be one of my favorite parts of putting this course together for you guys. But just like that, that is our finished product of our distorts exercise. We have combined some distorts on two different types of layers, the actual footage layer and of course a text layer. Not to be worried at all. We got so much more coming up. So much fun stuff. This is, it's really starting to get interesting at this point now, guys. And believe me, we haven't even scratched the surface. So that right there is that done and dusted. I'll see you guys in the upcoming episodes. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the effects and presets section. And right now, we are going to be jumping into light effects. And there's a couple different ones that we're going to be used to amplify the sequence that we built here already. This right here was our exercise sequence. We used a variety of different, or not a variety actually, well, I guess it's technically a variety, but, more accurately, two different specific distorts. The Warp Stabilize, which enabled us to create this extremely smooth, nice, smooth effect on the clip, which, as you guys know yourself, was once a pretty shaky clip. And also, we used the distort to animate this text out right here, the smile text, which jumps out and then falls back in when we start backing away. Now, I want to amplify this sequence even more. This particular smile effect right there could be amplified further and could just look a little bit more cool and overall just have a little bit more of an effect done to it, right? I know we've done some effects for sure, but there's more to do. So what I want to mess around with first is the CC Light Sweep. CC Light Sweep is going to enable us to create sort of like a background effect with this smile. So the smile doesn't pop up and look kind of separate from the actual clip, which at the moment, it kind of looks like two different entities. Obviously, we know it is because we can literally see the different layers here, smile and COO11 or CO111. However, we want to make this look as, kind of connected as possible. And the way we're going to do that is use a little bit more effects. So what I want to do is actually go ahead and drag the CC Light Sweep right onto our clip right here.
And instantly it puts a big light line right down the middle. Now that's no problem. What we want to do is actually just adjust that so that it's behind the smile text. So it's actually, we'll drag it here so we can see the rotation. Let's just simply rotate it and then simply click the actual anchor point of it. Drag it over here to it's kind of behind the smile. Then what we want to do is up the width so we can see it upping a bit, but then really up the intensity. The intensity is the one that's going to really make this pop. And then to finish it off, let's get the light color, click it, get the little dropper, which is going to kind of copy the color we want. Let's copy it to be the same color as our actual smile text itself. And just like that, we can already see this sort of glow effect that's coming out of the background. And again, if we rotated it that way, it would not be good. We want to rotate it so that it kind of covers the area that the text pops up. And we'll add as a nice background effect when this actually pops up. So now that we've done that, we've actually told the program that when the text is fully on screen, we want the actual CC light sweep to be at this exact proportions, these exact variables, right? So let's actually go ahead and just toggle the keyframe of the sweep intensity so that at this point we know that sweep intensity is 116. Awesome. And then let's actually just go ahead and come over here to where the text is off the screen and scroll over a little bit until we see where it's coming on. And let's actually just go ahead and put sweep intensity on 0 so that it's not visible when the text is not on screen. But as soon as that text pops up, it actually comes across the screen. And then as soon as it goes away, it should go away as well, right? So let's actually just go ahead and briefly press spacebar. Let's give this a play to see if this is looking all right so far. Right now, it's looking pretty cool. As we can see right there, as soon as the text pops up, we get this kind of light effect that pops up as well. And we want to obviously animate it out. However, there's probably a couple more things we could do to make it look a little bit more animated while it's actually on the screen. And that would be to actually just do some more keyframes, but around the width. You see the width right here makes the kind of how much it's glowing, right? So if we were to actually keyframe the width to be changing. So for example, maybe it's, once it's at full steam, it's at 171. But down here, maybe it's off as well. Let's have a look at what that would look like. So just like that, maybe we want to tone it up a little bit more. Maybe it's at 50 and it gets to 170. And then also what I want to do is just scroll along a little bit before it actually comes down and just have it amplified a little bit even more. So now if we give this a play, we've just messed with a couple variables. But actually, I'm actually going to press Control-Z, undo that, bring it up, and bring it over a little bit. And it will probably help if we can actually see the keyframes that are being created with the CC light sweep. But let's move it over a bit and tone it up a little bit, right? Then let's go back over a little bit more and tone it back down a little bit again, right? So we want to create this kind of throbbing, this sort of strobing of the actual sort of CC light sweep itself. And then it gets to this point right here, which it should actually be back down a little bit. But then also, it should be off the screen. As soon as the text disappears, that should be gone. And also, if we go back here, we can actually create a keyframe for the sweep intensity, which is the main factor of making this pop up right here. If we actually go ahead and tap the keyframe, and we go over here to the end, we can actually tone that 100% down. And now if we actually go here and give this a play, we have this sort of this strobing effect that pops up. And I believe I probably want to get the intensity off the screen even sooner so that you can't see that it's two different entities. So now if we actually press spacebar and give this a play right now, it is going to zoom in just like the pre-made stuff we had before, but it's going to pop up with this kind of glowing effect on the smile, and it's going to go away as soon as the text goes away. And just like that, we've added a little bit of kind of more life to this particular sequence right here. And this is more or less how you produce a sequence, which is looking pretty cool. It's never one thing. It's a combination of a whole bunch of different kind of effects that have kind of been layered on top of each other, just like this, where this is a whole bunch of different effects. We're dealing with the warp stabilize to actually stabilize the clip itself. Then we're dealing with the warp on the actual clip itself with the CC lens to create the transition in, and the drop shadow to amplify the text. And then we're dealing with, on this layer, the CC light sweep to actually be amplifying the text even more and highlighting it even more, giving it sort of like a more part of the sequence feel opposed to seeming like a layer on top of the sequence. And now we've created this effect extremely simply. It really didn't take us very long, and overall, it's a nice execution of it. 100%. I don't think it's debatable whether this is a nice execution of it. And I believe what my plan is going forward is just to keep on layering different stuff on top. So just like that, we've done the CC light sweep. It's looking pretty cool. And, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest, right? It's looking pretty cool. I'm happy. Let's press Control S because we haven't pressed Control S in a little bit. We definitely want to be saving stuff as we're going, or else we're going to turn around at some point and be scared because we would have lost a bunch of progress. Now, there's another one that I want to mess with, which could add a little bit of just more life to the sequence. I cannot tell you how much. We're just trying to make this a cooler sequence right now. And what I want to do is actually grab the CC light rays. Light rays, drag and drop to the same exact clip. As you see, we have an anchor point. And wherever the anchor point is, some rays start to be produced from it. I'm sure you could vaguely see it. If you put it in light, it's obviously more amplified. But what we want to do is actually go ahead and just pop that in the window. So it's actually producing light rays from somewhere where there already is light. And without even having to tweak the intensity too much, even though I will tweak it a little bit, and the radius a little bit as well, just to get those thicker light rays. But if we give this a play now, we have light rays that are kind of emerging through the window. And of course, we're going to have to animate it off because as soon as the window goes away, the light rays just stuck there on the couch, which obviously isn't accurate at all. So what we want to do is actually just go ahead and keyframe the center, and then we scroll along a little bit and just go ahead and get our point, bring it over here so that it is still in the center of the window. And again, just going along a little bit. And every time we make a change, it's creating a keyframe down here. In fact, if I bring the CC light sweep up and we get the CC rays, the rays have started animating themselves right there, as we can see. And we can keep going across a little bit and bringing those rays up until they are off the screen. And just like that, they are off the screen. So now if we actually give this a play, we have these rays that are coming through the window right there, which aren't adding too much craziness. But if we actually turn them off, we notice that there is a relatively big difference. This is the sequence without the rays. Looks awesome. Don't get me wrong. But then if we simply toggle on the rays, we're adding a whole bunch of cool light rays that are coming through the window. And again, we could even get this looking better, to be honest. All we have to do is simply tweak stuff, right? That's more or less the name of the game, people. Is tweak away. If I push these rays up, we're seeing some serious light rays there. And we're going to want to bring that down a little bit. But just like that, if we give this a play, we've got light rays that are coming through the window, obviously extremely amplified there. And then they just go away because we would have keyframed them off the screen. And just like that, we want to keyframe that away. And boom, it comes in. It's almost like this immersive, crazy light, like a holy light. The Lord and Savior is trying to communicate to us through that window right there. And we push through. And sure enough, it goes off the screen. We actually get the smile, and now that kind of light effect sort of adds up a little bit more. And what we can actually do now, just to tie it all together, is kind of replicate this beginning effect where the rays are coming heavily through the window, but the window goes off screen, so of course the rays have to go. And now we can actually replicate that effect as soon as the window starts to present itself again. So let's actually go ahead and do that. As soon as the window starts to present itself, we can actually go ahead and find our center point, which is up here. And let's go ahead and create a base keyframe right here just to actually tell the program that it should stay there. And then as we move it into frame, it should start coming on. And all we have to do is simply keyframe that over, keyframe it over again, and actually just bring it right there into the center of the window and start sort of emitting these light rays to us, which it will start doing right away. And just like that, we have actually amplified our sequence even further. Bring it to the end, do one final adjustment, and we've got that holy light that's coming through the window right there that we can come to the beginning now. Go ahead and press spacebar and play this one all the way through. We got that holy light coming through the window. It comes close to the face. The text pops up with the actual light effect. It comes back over, and the holy light returns through the window. Oh, it started playing the clips below. Let's go ahead and delete those clips below real quick. Come back to the beginning. Awesome. Go ahead and play that one more time. Those light rays coming through the window right there especially are looking absolutely amazing. And again, I want to emphasize this every time I do something cool, that we could have gotten this looking way cooler. And the way we would have done it is by simply spending more time. After Effects and overall just VFX in general, if you spend a lot of time with this stuff, you can tweak it down to look literally perfect. And, that's not my goal at the end of the day. Today, it's not to make something perfect. It's to actually demonstrate it to you guys so that you have the understanding to actually start, composing some of this stuff for yourself. But that right there is the light effects. And we're going to come back with an exercise in a second to actually add a kind of a shine effect to the smile. It's using some of these light sweeps that we've been using so far, but I want to come back into an exercise just to really further confirm these light effects right now and add a shine to the text. I think a shine would be absolutely perfect. That would complete our little sequence right here, and overall, it would be badass. So I will be back with the light effects section, and we're going to be doing a little exercise breaking down how to do a shine to this text. See you guys in the upcoming part. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are kicking off, or continuing, shall I say, the light effects section, but right now we're going to be doing an exercise. This exercise is going to be how to create a shine on text. Now, you can apply the same exact effect to logos, to anything you want to kind of create shine. Now, at the moment, we have a pretty cool sequence that we put together here using a variety of different effects. We just layered all the different effects on each other. And believe me, the way to make a dope sequence is to layer stuff on each other. If I briefly break down before we jump into the exercise, how many layers we're doing here. Now, it's only 2 layers down here in terms of literal layers, right? We have the footage and the text itself. However, in this first layer right here, you've got Warp Stabilize, which is an effect that obviously, creates everything nice and stable. We're also dealing with the CC Light Rays, which kind of create this holy effect right here, which just make the room look a little bit more interesting. And then we get closer here, and we have this CC Light Sweep, which is the third effect that's been layered on top of each other, sort of just stacking on top of each other. And not to mention right here, we also have the Drop Shadow on the text, which amplifies it, the CC Lens, which creates the transition, and the Warp, which creates this kind of cool slanted arced text. And then also, it backs off when we have more CC rays that are actually coming out, CC light rays rather, that are coming out of the window. So this right here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different effects on 2 different layers, and it produces this absolutely awesome little sequence we've created here. And that's pretty much the name of the game, guys. The more you can stack stuff on top of each other, the more kind of time you have to tweak stuff and layer stuff on top of each other and sort of just combine different stuff to make one final project, the better your sequence are gonna be, straight up. But let's actually make this even better. We said we want it to be better. Let's make it better. Let's add a 7th effect onto this, right? And this is actually going to be a light sweep. So we've already done a light sweep. It's in the background, but what I want to do is actually drag and drop a light sweep onto the text, and let's actually play with this rotation right here. As you see, the rotation, it doesn't seem to be there, but as soon as we rotate, we create this little shine effect right here, and this might be the quickest effect to make for us, I'm not going to lie. What we want to do is wait until the shine has fully hit peak, and then we want to actually create a direction, so a keyframe on the direction, my bad. Bring it over a little bit, actually rotate it so that the shine completes. As you see, it works its way over the text, and we want it to have completed, and then, of course, the text goes away. And just like that, as simple as that, if we go ahead and press spacebar and start playing this, our light sequence has been amplified even further. It pops up, a shine hits it, and it goes away. Now, a shine like that would be even more ideal if you combine a sound effect on it, right? So that right there would be a next stage, which we could actually do as well, which in fact, you know what? We're doing that right now. So actually, what I'm going to do, I hadn't even planned for this, right? So I'm going to leave this for download in the resources section, but I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to find a shine sound effect, which I know I've got somewhere. Shiny ding. We got a shiny ding kind of sound effect. That shiny ding is going to be the one. I know this one right here should be a royalty-free sound effect. We can actually go ahead and drag and import that. And don't worry for the confusing place that I've currently got this effect at. All you have to do is download it from the resources section. Usually I would have planned for this, but I've actually just thought of this on the spot. And I've actually imported my sound effect directly into the timeline, which is something you can totally do. Now let's just stay organized, right? Just to not confuse anybody. So let's drag our clip into footage, and it looks like Shiny Ding is going to be fitting into the audio category, right? So we got that Sneaky Snitch MP3, and this right here is a Shiny Ding WAV, which is actually a higher quality audio file. That's just a little statistic for you right there. But basically, as soon as this shine happens, we actually want to go ahead and match up the sound effect. So let's actually press double L so we can see what's going on with the actual wave of the actual effect. And let's actually just go ahead and give this a play and see what it's looking like. So it's looking interesting for sure. However, the shine is not as quick as the sound effect. So if we play the sound effect is way faster than the shine. So what we want to do is simply open up our text, open it up, and let's actually just grab this CC light sweep and see if we adjust the keyframe if the sound effect makes sense. It kind of does. In fact, we want to make it a little bit even quicker, to be honest. And also what I want to do is go get the sound effect and press L, which is going to pop up the audio levels. And we can actually just go ahead and maybe minus 5 to this right here. The reason I'm doing that is we want it to not be too overpowering. It's the only piece of audio in the sequence. So let's actually go ahead and play this from the start. It should actually look relatively integrated at this point. And just like that, we've done it. So as you can see, it has that little ding right there, right as the light sweep goes over it. We can actually play this one more time. And just like that, it has actually applied itself. In fact, we could even go to L and make this minus 10. So it's, we want to make it all feel like nothing's above each other, right? If you have a sound effect that's too loud when there's nothing else, it'll feel a little bit too forced. However, if you have a sound effect that's kind of a little bit quiet in the background, that sort of just amplifies that shine right there, just like that, we have created a pretty dynamic little sequence here. And throughout the past couple parts, this exercise is done and dusted right now. That's pretty much it. I'm glad we added that shiny ding right there. But if we actually play this from the start, we've created an absolutely awesome sequence here, which originated as a pretty bad clip. I mean, I was the one that filmed the clip. I don't mind saying it myself. It was a bad clip, straight up. It was just a bad clip. It was shaky, but we've actually taken a supposedly bad clip. We've amplified it super far using a whole bunch of different light effects. We've thrown some text on there. We've thrown a little sound effect in there to tie in the ding, and just like that, we've actually made an awesome sequence. In not too long of a period of time, and with having fun with it. That's the crucial part of the situation here. Is it hasn't been the most hard process in the world. It's been very straightforward, very fun. So that right there is the exercise completed of how to create a shine effect on text. You can also apply the same effect to logos, to anything you want. And overall, I think it's looking absolutely awesome. In fact, I could go over here, and if I open up the text, I might even just drag it out a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure. Just like that, we've created it. I'll see you guys in the next part where we're going to crack on with more effects from the Effects and Presets tab right here. Honestly, it feels like we've been going for a while, but we haven't even started. I'll see you guys in the next part coming up next. All right, guys, we are continuing on with the Effects and Presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Pretty interesting little section right here. This is going to be how to simulate or how to generate, really, a bunch of animated backgrounds in, the click of a couple buttons, right? So, for example, we're still in our sequence right here that we ended off, last episode with, right? Which is a lot of fun. But what I want to do is just, stay in this sequence for the time being, but just layer a couple things on for an example. So let's actually go to Layer, New, and go to Solid. Let's actually just create a new solid. Now, the reason for that is because I'm going to apply effects to this solid, which will completely erase any remnants of the black solid that we're dealing with now, and will apply a totally animated background in the drag and drop of a button, right? So let's actually turn this up to full so we can see the full power of what we're dealing with here. Let's actually open up the Animation Presets section of the Effects and Presets tab that we're dealing with over here. Let's actually click the drop-down menu, and Backgrounds is the one that we're actually going to be focusing on right here. So if we actually click drop-down again for Backgrounds, we're dealing with all these different named backgrounds, right? Smoke Rising, Sweep Curve, Silk, Rose Light, Curtains, Creepy, all this type of different stuff, and it's relatively straightforward. All you'd want to do to actually get one of these backgrounds, and all of these are pre-animated backgrounds, is you click, you drag, and you drop onto a layer. And just like that, if we actually press the space bar and play. In fact, we're actually going to have to bring that down to quarter to actually effectively play it. This is an animated background which has taken place by just dragging and dropping. And you see that there's a huge amount of effects that go into building this animated background, which are here, as you can see them. Now, if I'm actually just going to go ahead and delete those, right? So I'm going to delete the effect from it. We drag blocks over. Again, blocks is a background which has been, just added to it. This one doesn't look like it's got any pre-animations. However, animations can always be changed if we're out here changing the radius of stuff, for example. Boom. If we just simply, keyframe that, animate it, or if we're actually animating this around, we can actually go ahead and, with the use of keyframes, create a little bit more life out of any of these backgrounds. But it's definitely useful because although these might not be appropriate for every project, they're definitely appropriate for some projects. And, if we give this a play, this one at the moment's stale. However, if we were to simply do a little bit of a keyframe animation, right? All we'd have to do is just keyframe this around a little bit. We'd be able to create this absolutely awesome sort of volcanic background. And all we've done is drag and dropped it. That's the situation. As you can see, I did some craziness. That looks nicely animated right there. That's pretty accurate. Oh, the sound effect's still in there, of course, from our project previously, or what we were working on previously. I'm going to leave that there for the time being because I'm actually going to mess with some behaviors in a minute, which are awesome as well, and I can showcase those, sort of reaffirming what we did earlier, but I have more to break down on the backgrounds. As you can see, if I'm just going to press Control-A to highlight everything in my effects controls, delete them all, and bring in another one. We're going to bring in Cinders. Oh, no, we've already done that. We're going to bring in Circuit, and as you can see here, if we actually just start playing, again, this one doesn't look that animated, but all we have to do to animate it is, just tweak the properties a little bit, right? And just like that, we've got this sort of circuit background right here, which is kind of like some Matrixy type of stuff. Again, that sound effect is playing up. I'm just going to mute the sound effect for the time being. And all we have to do is drag and drop. That's really the power of these backgrounds right here. And I'm just going to keep drag and dropping. I'm seeing what they're looking like, right? The stuff's looking absolutely awesome in my opinion. And all we got to do is just tweak the different properties over here a little bit, and we're able to create these backgrounds. Now, the reason I'm showcasing so many is because they'll have different applications, right? For you, maybe it's an intro. Maybe it's setting the scene in a sci-fi video or something, a sci-fi movie or sci-fi short film, and this right here is the portal or something like that, right? All of these, in terms of presets, like they're very nicely executed presets, and you can use them in whatever sequence that you think they might actually fit into really nicely. And a lot of them are a little bit crazy, but some of them you can literally see the exact sort of scene that they would kind of go well in. For example, you got this smoke right here. Maybe you wanted to just add a little bit of smoke to a sequence. Maybe you actually want to go ahead and bring the opacity down a little bit. And now all of a sudden we've got this smoky room that we're dealing with here simply by adding that effect right there, that background effect, to a solid layer, and then just turning down the opacity a little bit. Now, not only do we have a nicely lit up room, we got a smoky room. And just like that, that essentially is the background section. In fact, I could probably showcase, just a couple more, but they're all relatively straightforward. It's just a drag and drop situation. I'm going to bring the opacity back up. And of course, you could customize them as you will. So that right there is the backgrounds. Now, another brief sort of just reaffirming what we were doing earlier, right? Where if you remember in the text section, I showed you some of the text presets. This stuff can actually be accessed through the behaviors, right? So if you load up the animation preset folder here, we load it up and we open up behaviors, there's some stuff that can actually bring out more life into our sequence. For example, this text, it's awesome. We've added loads of cool stuff to it. It's got a shiny ding to it. It's got, this light sweep in the background. It's looking cool for sure. However, we could actually add some movement to it by the drag and drop of a button. All we'd have to do is go over to, for example, the wiggle scale, right? Drag and drop that to our clip, and then go over here, play, and actually as soon as the text pops up, it's got pre-animated tendencies to it where it's moving around the sequence. And that looks like it belongs in the sequence far more than it did before based on the fact that it's got a little bit more life to it. It's moving around off the screen. It disappears instead of just having a static it's on the screen, stays, and then goes. And, it's kind of looking very static compared to what it was a second ago. Just dragging over one of these behaviors. The wiggle-rama is pretty crazy. That wiggles it too much, in my opinion. But the wiggle scale is looking pretty nice. And again, you can change the speed, the amount, whatever the case may be. So for example, maybe we wanted this at half speed, 0.5 and 5% wiggle amount. That's absolutely fine. All we did, just exactly how I did it there, is I changed the properties, and then we play it, and the actual clip is, or the text layer, it's wiggling around a little bit. However, obviously, before it looked like it had a little bit more life when it was a little bit higher up properties, and just like that, we have actually, added some dope behaviors to this text. And by the way, behaviors can be added to anything. For example, if we wanted to add the wiggle scale to our clip itself, we're dealing with a crazy clip. But again, 100%, this clip right here, it is, it's matching the screen, right? It's at full proportion. So if we add that wiggle, it's got no room to wiggle around, which means it's going to be breaking the sides of it, as we just saw there a second ago, where the sides are being breached right there. The black border's coming on, and overall, that right there is a brief dive into the backgrounds and behaviors preset section. Of course, we've been really spending a fair bit of time breaking down this animation preset folder, which again, those right there, the animation presets, are the exact same as if we'd gone over here, selected our clip, gone to animation preset library, and selected the stuff from here. It is just two ways to do the exact same thing, which in After Effects is that running trend. There's always multiple ways to do the same thing in After Effects. So that right there completes the backgrounds and behaviors section of the effects and presets section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're going to bring it back in a second with more effects from the effects and presets library. Damn, this is a big one. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the effects and presets section, and we're going to be jumping into the Generate tab. The Generate tab is pretty interesting, but can also be kind of confusing. Now, there's a few different things that lie in the Generate tab, and we're going to break a few of them down. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and make a brand new sequence or a brand new composition. Let's go up here to Composition, New Composition, and let's just make a brand new one, right? Composition number 17, and let's go to Layer, New Layer, and let's go ahead and make a new solid. Now, the reason I'm going to do that is just because I'm throwing a whole bunch of effects on this that, we kind of don't want messing up our other sequence over here, because I'm actually going to come back to this awesome sequence we built here in the last section, and we're going to amplify it even further in the exercise that's literally coming up right after this. But let's hang out in comp number 17 right now, and I just want to start making my way down the list. So Generate literally is, an exact perfect title, because that's exactly what this section does. It generates stuff. You've got the advanced lightning, so you can literally drag this on, and this right here is lightning. You can transition this across the screen, whatever the case may be. If you're trying to, maybe not have it this big, maybe have it in the distance. You've got some lightning that's going on, whatever the case may be, right? For example, maybe in the window of like a haunted house or something, you see a brief flash of lightning or something. That's what this right here could be useful for, obviously. Basically, anything where you want to generate some lightning, whatever the case may be. And obviously, it could be changed a fair bit by, changing various different variables over here. Obviously, that looks like it, creates more lightning, whatever the case may be. That makes it go away quicker, whatever the case may be, right? So lightning is definitely an effect you can use. Now, another one that's similar to that would be beam. This is how to create sort of like a laser beam-like effect, where, essentially you can create this laser beam, which can be fired from start point to end point, right? So you've got start point, end point. Obviously, here they are right here. We could just change them around right here, and then we actually have the the beam itself. And if we bring it to the middle, we can obviously change the length, maybe the thickness, for example, or ending thickness, right? Changing this around, the length, of course, and pretty much just have it kind of go between each point, right? So if you were doing maybe a sci-fi short film or something, you could create a laser. I don't know what are the lasers in Star Wars. I think they're red, to be honest. So I mean that was a little bit more accurate, but you could change it to whatever color you're kind of looking for, right? We got this red laser or whatever going right here, and all you'd have to do is actually bring the time over here. Go ahead and position or keyframe right. Bring it over here to maybe let's say 1 second, for example, which actually might be a little bit too long for a laser. Lasers probably fire a little bit faster than that. Actually, let's go here. We forgot to click the right one. Take that out. Go over here to about 1 second, right? And we can simply just drag that across so that over the course of 1 second, it fires a laser from one side of the screen to the other. And of course, the lasers in, for example, something like Star Wars or something, they go much faster than that. But of course, it's just an example, right? So beam, advanced lightning,
pretty straightforward. Now, there's also a little bit tagging onto the background section we did earlier. There's a variety of patterns that can be generated. So I'll drag this CC threads. And in fact, I'll drag that one first probably, right? Right now, we're able to take a normal solid and actually just drag one of these kind of preset backgrounds onto it, right? Or these patterns, if you will. And we're able to kind of simulate these patterns. And there's a whole bunch of different ones. You got the checkerboard one right here, and of course, all of them can be amplified, right? Amplified fully, and used on alpha as well. And in fact, I'm starting to think that actually, if I go back here and create a new layer over the top of this, some of them do have transparent layers that we could see through. Yep, just like that. You see the checkerboard has now enabled us to see through. So I think having something behind it could be a little bit cooler. But these patterns are always available to you in the generate. You can simply generate a pattern just like that. You create a solid, even though the solid is covering everything. If we actually drag on one of these patterns, right, as you see right here, it overpowers, or it isn't overpowered by the black solid, and in fact, we can see through, we can see what's going down, and I'm literally just tweaking different stuff just to see how much in there I can get, basically, right? And you can obviously rotate everything at the same time. Now, another kind of cool thing is this circle. This circle is kind of cool, and the reason is not because of the circle itself. We know how to create shapes. We go up here, and when we create ourselves, a shape using the ellipse tool if we really wanted to. But the cool thing about this circle is invert. Invert enables you to create this kind of circle border, right? Where you can, for example, say we wanted to do one of this kind of Tom and Jerry-esque zoom in, where it kind of zooms in, you know what I mean? I'm sure if anybody watches those or watched those old school TV cartoons, right? They would do this scene where the circle would kind of zoom in on the character, and they would maybe give a wink or something like that, or they'd be in a predicament or something, and they would give like a shrug to the camera, and then it might go in. And it might say, end or something like that, right? If you watch Tom and Jerry, I'm sure you're aware of what I'm talking about. But this could be actually simulated or generated, shall I say, by simply getting the circle effect, dragging it on, and just clicking invert circle. Because circle, it's not the most useful thing in the world because of the fact that we have the shape tool. It's a little bit of a more efficient way to create a circle. But nonetheless, the invert circle gives us a very, very cool use for this effect right here. And, it's put together through the click of a couple buttons. Now, the final thing I want to showcase you before we jump into our exercise, which is going to be directly related to this, is lens flare. If we drag and drop lens flare to our clip, we notice that we can actually simulate a kind of synthetic lens flare. And we could put that in the window, for example, and it would actually simulate the fact that we are having a lens flare. Now, the reason this is going to work so good in our exercise, and we're going to be tagging this on to this sequence that we've been building here, is because if we get closer, you start to see, I'll put this on full for this section, you start to see a lens flare up the top actually peering its way in. So as soon as this comes here, you see that lens flare there. That's not artificial right there. That is a real lens flare that's built into this, and not built in. Well, technically it's built in, but really, it's just we caught the light at an interesting angle, hitting the lens, and we've got that lens flare. So we can actually kind of further amplify that. You see right there, you could see the lens flare super well. Control Z, let's bring that back. I clicked and dragged. I was just trying to show you that. See lens flare, lens flare, lens flare. And if we actually go ahead and add an artificial lens flare, kind of amplifying that even further, we might have honestly just created something which is absolutely awesome, which is that kind of blend between reality and fiction, which is kind of the look we're trying to go for here. Even with the rays coming through the window, right? It doesn't look the crazy most realistic, but it definitely doesn't look too far-fetched, right? And it looks, semi-believable, and that's what we're going for here. So essentially what we're going to do in the next section when we come back is add on to this lens flare right here and see if we can amplify it even further. I'll see you guys in the coming up section. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This right here is going to be an exercise. The exercise is going to be, can we add a lens flare into a sequence and not make it look forced? I briefly did an explanation of this at the end of the last part. I'm sure you heard it. But if you didn't, here's what we're going to be doing. Basically, there is a lens flare that's actually already part of this clip. If you could see it starting to form itself up there, and that is not an artificial lens flare. That is a real lens flare that just naturally made its way into the actual clip based on the fact that there was light coming through the window when I was recording this clip. So what I want to do is actually add our own lens flare in here to kind of add on to this and see if we can actually make it look, you know, very cool and kind of amplify the one that's already there. So what we're going to do is actually grab the lens flare. Let's actually go ahead and throw it on there. And of course, it adds it in a very strange position right off the bat. In fact, I might want to just remove it until I actually see the lens flare coming in. You see, that's the first place where the lens flare actually starts to appear itself. So let's actually go ahead and drag it in. And let's actually just bring it over a fair bit, over maybe up there, so that it's kind of off the screen, and we can actually start to animate it a bit. Now, what I want to do is mess around with the different types of lens, because we can see the different types of flare that we can create. But it's looking like the 50 to 300 millimeter was the one that we're kind of after, right? Bring the flare brightness probably not that high, but yeah, I'll leave it on 100 for the time being, right? And more or less what we're going to do is just toggle the keyframe on that, and then we're going to zoom it over a little bit, right, so that it's come in a bit, and just simply move that around a little bit. Again, bring it over again. And it looks like we're really just trying to simulate as realistic of a lens flare as we kind of possibly can at this point. And I'm just bringing it around to see the angle, which is probably going to be nicest. It's looking like that's looking okay right there. And I can actually sort of bend this over here to be coming in a bit. And more or less, I'm literally just moving it around. And of course, because we ticked the keyframe, it's creating keyframes as I go, right? So as I go, there are keyframes that are being created, and we can kind of utilize that, right? And of course, the lens flare it's a little bit vague in comparison to the one that's already in here, which is kind of funny, to be honest. But nonetheless, we can add it in there and see if it adds anything to the sequence, and overall, if it complements the sequence. The main thing we're trying to do here is complement the sequence. And if I go here, if I go just to the beginning of it, let's see what we've done so far. So we can see it kind of poking in a little bit there. And if we keep playing, we want to just kind of keep adjusting that so that it sort of starts to take the same angle as that window right there. Because obviously the lens flare will be coming through the window, meaning that it should be relatively shiny when it's actually in the window right there. When the window has kind of come fully back into focus, that lens flare should be kind of at peak, right? And now if we actually go over here, and we give it a play, and actually what I want to do is I want to just have actually have the blend to original maxed up on the keyframe there, but then I want to bring it over a second later and have it 100% not there. Based on the fact that the lens flare simply hasn't come into picture yet, right? So let's actually go ahead and press spacebar, play this again, bring it over, and as soon as we get closer, that lens flare starts to appear a little bit, and then it backs off and should go away. And I believe what we actually want to do is as soon as this kind of light thing comes up here, what I want to do is actually just go ahead and remove it. So I want to actually, again, do a blend with original keyframe, and bring it over a little bit more, right? And do 100% that it's not on the screen, which means that blend to original, just in case you didn't understand that, is if it's blended with the original, which is not there, 100%, it's 100% not there. If it's 0, it's 100% there. So pretty much 100% would mean that it's not there. And if we give this a play right now, we have added a lens flare into our sequence that kind of hovers right there, and then goes away, simply just like that. And it's not the nicest execution of it. I feel as though there is room to create something even nicer. I think if we were to bring it over there, I think it needs to be a little bit more out there. But it's totally doable. If we again bring it back, go ahead and just press spacebar, play this one more time. We got the lens flare up there, lens flare down here, and then it goes away. In fact, I want to get it gone pretty sooner than that. I'm trying to make it look as realistic as possible, because that's the main objective here. A lens flare could make something look awesome or make something look terrible. I'm going to be very honest about that. And how good it looks is entirely dependent on your execution of it. So I'm really bringing this over so that it's gone sort of as quick as it's on the screen. And if we just press this, as we see right here, we've got this kind of lens flare that sticks around for a second and then goes away. And in fact, I might want to even go ahead and get the lens flare right here, as it should be about right there,
And as you see, it's a very interesting process of tweaking this type of stuff, just to see what's looking the best, basically. That's sort of the strategy, is can we make it look the nicest? And if we can, how? Now we can press space right here. Let's see how it's looking. Let's see how it's looking. I've done a little bit of tweaking to it. It's on the screen. It's looking a little bit artificial, but it is looking all right at the end of the day. And just like that, we have created a lens flare, or added a lens flare into our already existing sequence, which is an extremely lit up sequence. That's the whole sort of objective of our thing here, is like a really nice lit up sequence. And of course, we've got the text animation from the previous section as well. And just like that, I think if we actually just go ahead and press N, which adds a out point, right? Go over to the beginning. In fact, what we can actually do is literally just go to full, go ahead and press the space bar, and I'm just going to let that start previewing all the way through. And we're going to come back in a second and just watch this sequence, which we've been putting together throughout this whole section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. And we're just going to watch it in full quality, which I think will be a nice sort of treat and a nice little end to this particular bit right here. So I'll be back in a second when the render bar goes all the way green, all the way, and we'll actually watch this together. See you guys in a second. Awesome. Here we go. It has preview rendered the entire way. It comes in, the lens flare comes on as we can see it down there playing its role, and it fades out. And just like that, we have put together an awesome, awesome sequence, an awesome composition. We have the light rays coming in here, the warp stabilize, it comes in with the lens flare, the smile text with the shiny ding pops up. It backs out. We see more lens flares, or more light rays rather, coming through the window just like that, shining on us, the holy lights, blessing us, blessing our After Effects journey. And just like that, guys, that right there is this exercise done and dusted, how to add a lens flare into the sequence. Now, I'm just looking at this and seeing what I'm doing right here, because I think I'm having a look at the way I've done this, and I think I haven't really executed this lens flare effect as nicely as potentially it could have been, but it's all good. At the end of the day, I'm going to give this one final play. And that's us done and dusted. We're going to come back in a second, guys, with some audio effects. And those audio effects are actually going to be how to create the very sort of notorious waveform effect, which is used all throughout the internet, where people basically create sort of like an animation behind their, or animation to their audio track. And that's exactly what we're tackling next on the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. I'll see you guys in the next section. All right, what's going on, guys? We are continuing on the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This is, of course, the Effects and Presets section. And this right here is going to be animating audio with the audio spectrum effect. And we're actually going to be doing this in a pretty cool way, using a sample audio that we're actually going to be using here, right? So I'm actually going to delete it because I just had it there, just testing it out real quick. And pretty much let's use our composition number 17, which we already had. And we can actually just go ahead and delete the checkerboard off of the black solid, because we'll still be using the black solid. And I want to just go ahead and import my sample audio. Sample audio is a little clip that I've just recorded for myself. I'm just going to drag that down to my timeline here, wait for it to import itself. It imports. We can go and just organize it quickly and put it in our audio section. And pretty much I'll play this once through. It's just a funny little clip of me talking. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Masterclass course possibly findable on the internet through any search you will ever do. So I'm just, messing around with this funny little audio clip right here, just claiming that this is the best course ever. I hope that you are also feeling that up until this point. We're a fair bit into the course at this point, so we're really, we're getting to it. Let's actually just go ahead to our Effects and Presets tab right here. And let's actually just go ahead and type in audio. Audio gives us two effects, audio waveform and audio spectrum. Both are useful for different things, and both are put together in the exact same way. So I'll show you audio waveform quick, because this is one of them. And when you drag that onto your solid layer, you do have to put it on a solid layer, and it generates a line, right? And pretty much you need to go up here to the actual layer that it's actually corresponding to and select the audio file that you want it to replicate. And then if we press Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Masterclass course possibly findable on. So I'm just going to stop myself for a second. Pretty much what this is a waveform. It's cool, but it is not the exact effect we're going for. It's sort of almost like a EMT type of heart monitor situation. So let's go ahead and delete it, and let's drag on the audio spectrum. This is like in my opinion, a nicer execution of this effect. And again, let's go up here and select the actual layer that it should be taking the audio from is the actual layer right here, the audio sample. And if we give this a play, you're going to see it right away. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Awesome. So it's already started to add these kind of spectrum. As soon as we talk, it spikes up. However, it's not looking that interesting at the moment. It's looking pretty basic, if I do say so myself, right? So first off, what I want to do is I actually want to bring the maximum height up a bunch. And that's going to take up the actual height of when I talk, and it kind of spikes how high it goes. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Cool. It's looking quite interesting already, right? It's looking all right. Now, another thing that we can actually just go ahead and do is actually just go ahead and just keep messing with the stuff right here. But we can, for example, change the thickness, bring that up a little bit, make it a little bit thicker, right? And I actually probably want to bring that down a little bit. Now, the actual cool thing about this effect, this is the effect, basically. We've done Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. It spikes up every time we talk, but there's a few different kind of versions of it. So right now we're in digital, right? And we can actually do the display option here. We see as digital, analog, and analog dots. Now let's change to analog. Analog is pretty cool, and it's a little bit similar to what we had earlier, but it's basically just different versions of the effect. So let's play the analog lines. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Masterclass course possibly findable on the internet through. And in fact, I could actually just go ahead and turn the actual maximum height up a little bit. I'll probably just let that sit at 3,000. Okay? 3,000, it's looking all right. In fact, we could even turn the frequency bands up a little bit, which is how much of these actually pop up, right? And instantly, we're seeing this really cool effect. And also, we'll try the third one in a second, right? The actual analog dots. But you can also make this appear on just one side. So, for example, if we just wanted it coming down, right? We could just have it coming down. Or if we just wanted it coming up, right, side A, which is just the top, Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, it would just kind of appear on the top. So you have a bunch of different controllability, and I've definitely worked on projects where, for example, I was turning a podcast into a visual element, right, a visualizer, which is something we'll break down next, where I definitely just did one of the angles because I had a video playing below it, right, and I wanted to have this as type of, kind of like the top of it. But let's go ahead and change it back to side A and B, and let's switch to analog dots. Analog dots is relatively interesting, but I think it is probably my least favorite. Let's give it a play. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Masterclass course possibly findable on the internet through any search you will ever do. Very funny piece of audio that I put together here. And pretty much I'm going to switch it back to digital. And just like that, we've created this effect that, again, can we fully customize it. So if I want it just to be white, there we go. We can give it a play. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Master. It's cracking me up, this audio. This is definitely just a funny little clip that I put together. But pretty much the white's looking pretty nice. Or, for example, maybe we even add like a tinge of blue in there, right? So we've kind of got this bluish white type of effect going on, and we put it together in a matter of minutes, right? This is an extremely easy effect to put together, and I'm a freelancer, right? So I've had clients pay me a lot of money just to put together audio spectrums for them for different podcasts that they're working on or pieces of micro content for social media, right? And it's such an easy effect to replicate, right? All you have to do is simply import your audio, drag the effect to your solid layer, simply assign the audio file that it should be mimicking, and then just actually bring up the maximum height, right? Because it'll be at 0. We can bring that up to a nice level. Get those bands going. So we got a nice bit of audio going on right there. We can give this a play, and it's looking great. Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, the greatest Adobe After Effects Masterclass course possibly findable on the internet through any search you will ever do. And just like that, in under 5 minutes, definitely under 10 minutes, it's maximum 5 minutes, we've built this effect right here, and it's looking awesome, if I do say so myself. I'm a little bit biased. I'll see you guys in the next section where we're going to take this further, and we're going to import a actual podcast audio, a full-length, hour-long or 50-minute-long podcast audio from my own podcast, the Make Money Making Videos podcast, and we're going to basically just kind of further confirm this in an exercise coming up next. See you guys there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, and we are finalizing the effects and presets section with an exercise. This is going to be how to create a
spectrum, an audio spectrum / audio waveform effect using a podcast. And now this is a live example of something the audio spectrum, audio waveform effect would be used for. And pretty much we have a perfect example because I have my own podcast. The Make Money Making Videos podcast, I have an actual episode right here that we can drag and drop into the project. You can go ahead and download this in the resources section as just an audio file, like a real live audio file we use to create this. And let's actually go ahead and just delete what we've got in our comp number 17, right? Or in fact, you'll actually be doing this from the start. So let's go up to composition. Let's go to new composition. Let's make a brand new comp. Nothing's in here. Let's get our audio. Let's drag it in here. Let's put the audio in there. And pretty much let's go ahead and simply organize some stuff quickly first. So let's drag the comp to the composition. So let's grab the Make Money Making Videos audio file to the audio folder, and we've done a great job so far. If you followed through with me, we have been organized as you can possibly be. And pretty much let's give this a play. Let's see what it's sounding like.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number 8 of the Make Money Making Videos podcast.
Awesome. So we can hear me introducing episode number 8 of the Make Money Making Videos podcast. And basically, all we have to do to turn this into an actual, effect is more or less just retrace our steps. So let's go up to layer. Let's go here to solid. Let's create a brand new solid, which will be our background, right? And let's click the audio spectrum. Let's drag it over to the layer, and it pops up this kind of layer right here. Cool. It's looking all right. But we already know we got some customization to do. Now, the main thing to do to ensure it, if we press this...
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number...
The audio waveform spectrum, it doesn't respond because we haven't assigned it to the actual audio file. So we go up here, and right now it is taking the audio from the solid. And we know there's no audio on the solid, which means the line's not going to move. But if we simply assign it to the Make Money Making Videos podcast clip...
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number 8.
We already start to see some movement there. But of course, we haven't even barely started to tweak this, meaning that it, of course, won't be responding very much. So let's get the maximum height. Let's actually go ahead and put it on 3,000, which might seem a little crazy, but believe me, it's not. Let's turn those frequency bands up a bunch so we get a much thicker spectrum right here. And let's actually go ahead and change the color to white. And I'm actually going to go down here and change to kind of like a light green, or actually I'm going to go here. This is looking nice. So we've got kind of this green audio spectrum, and more or less that is the effect done and dusted. That's the crazy thing right there. Now, of course, at any time you can go a little further. You could change to digital to analog, for example, or analog to dots. Now, personally, digital looks the nicest to me, or digital side A. So maybe you wanted to drag that down here, and you want it going down, and also you can adjust how long it is or at what angle. So look at this.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number 8.
We've created like a diagonal kind of line, but all you have to do is get these start and end points. And for example, we could position that just literally straight across the bottom, meaning that when we play it, it's kind of just on the bottom.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number 8 of the Make Money Making Videos podcast.
Absolutely awesome. Very, very cool indeed. And also, I mean, if we really wanted to, we could actually press Control D, duplicate this layer, drag it up here to the top, right? And actually just go ahead and press side B, and actually just adjust this so that at the top we've got an audio spectrum, and at the bottom, and if we press play.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to episode number 8 of the Make Money Making Videos podcast.
Awesome. We've actually just created kind of like a border, an audio spectrum border, and you can feel free to do like the full square if you wanted to. One down there, one down there. But I'm just going to press Control Z a couple times and just go ahead and bring it back into the center, and actually just change it to side A and B. And that right there is our effect completed, done and dusted. Now there's one simple element which we didn't do before, which this podcast is like, it's like an hour long, right? But we created that kind of default that default composition. So what we want to do here is actually go down and find our comp 8, right click, go to comp settings, and let's just go ahead and change our duration to 1. And if we actually go ahead and press that, we can zoom out, and we actually have a full hour right here. And it looks like the podcast runs a little bit longer than an hour actually. So we actually might need to go back to composition, maybe make it an hour and 10 minutes almost. An hour and 10 minutes, and see if that is filling it up. Yep. And then we can go to the end and press N, which is the out key. But you notice none of this extra space has the effect.
Simple, no worries. All we have to do is drag the solid out to cover the full section, and anywhere where there's audio and it's talking, pretty much a audio spectrum will be created to the corresponding audio at any point throughout this hour-long podcast. And that right there is how loads of people out there who are operating with a podcast simulate a visualizer for their podcast. Even if they might not have video, they're able to create at least some sort of visualizer using this audio spectrum effect. So that right there is the effects and presets section done and dusted of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We finalized this exercise right here, and we're going to come back with a whole bunch of more stuff coming up next in the chroma key and green screen section, the masking section, the rotoscope section. Stuff's really about to get interesting, guys. I'll see you there. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are entering a new section now. This is going to be the chroma key / green screen section, and I got a bunch of cool exercises lined up for us. So first off, what we're going to jump into is just a basic green screen, how to apply and how to apply the Keylight effect, which is the just a basic green screen remover effect, for lack of better words, basically. And pretty much we're just going to explore this. So first off, let's close down compositions real quick, and let's actually open up our folder that we've been working with right here. And I'm just going to go ahead and import this green screen right here, COO29. This is from a music video that I worked on with a pretty prominent rapper in my area about 5 or 6 months ago, something like that. And we recorded a bunch of very funny footage. The tune definitely had a much funner feel. So this right here is kind of some silly footage of him breaking apart some fruits and stuff like that. And we're going to be jumping into it. So let's go up here to composition. Let's go to new composition. And let's actually just go ahead and make a brand new composition that is 1080p, 25 seconds. That's absolutely fine. 29.97 frames a second. Actually, it looks like our clip up here is 23.97. So let's actually just go ahead and change it to match the actual clip. So we'll go 23.97, 976. Awesome. Let's go ahead and click enter. Awesome. So we got comp 19. We're really making progress with these compositions at this point. Let's actually drag and drop our clip into the sequence. Let's find the middle point. Let's lock it to the middle point. And this is 4K because I recorded 4K so that if we zoom it all the way in, we see that the green screen doesn't cover the full screen with some tape on the green screen, all type of stuff. And also, this is a wrinkly green screen, which is not an ideal green screen. So what we're going to explore next is how to actually remove those wrinkles, which will definitely be something that will come in handy in, I'm sure, projects you're personally working on. So let's actually just first off scale this up so that the green screen fills the entire screen, and Tommy, the rapper right here, is fully fitting the screen. Awesome. Let's give this just a play quick. Let me mute the audio because the audio is not very important to us, and I don't want to be bombarding you with this crazy song. So this is the video right here. It's Tommy breaking an orange and going straight through it, and more or less, then he just starts dancing a little bit, right? So it's a very funny little clip that we got here, and we can have some fun with it. But first off, let's stick to our organization. Let's drag COO29 to footage. Let's also drag comp 19 up to compositions because we want to keep the organization that we've done up to this point, and we've been doing great so far. Now, what we want to actually do is go over here to effects and presets, right? Of course, standard. We need to get an effect. We need to put it in our effect controls. And the effect we're going to be going for is Keylight. So let's actually go ahead and type in Keylight. Key as in like what you use to open your door, and light as in what's lighting up your room or whatever, right? And Keylight 1.2 lays right here. So let's actually just go ahead and drag and drop that onto our clip. And you notice nothing happens yet because we have to assign what color this particular effect is knowing to take out of the scene. So at the moment it says the screen color is black, but there's no black in the scene, therefore nothing's actually being affected. What we need to do is simply take the eyedropper effect, the actual color dropper effect, and all we have to do is click anywhere on the green screen, and we're going to see exactly what happens. So we click, and just like that, it removes it. Now, of course, the background is just black by default, but if we were to toggle on the transparency grid, we can see that we're dealing with some the background's gone, basically. If we give this a play now, we have completely removed the green screen. However, because there are elements of green in the color blue, we notice that the blue has been faded out a little bit. You can start to see the background a little bit through this blue, and it's getting transparent. And also, based on the fact that we had a green screen that was less than ideal, it was a green screen that essentially had some here. We'll actually untick the effect. It had some creases in it. Now, these creases become very obvious once we actually key it out. We notice that there's some creases down here, creases right there, and we want to actually go ahead and remove that, right? So that's exactly what we're going to come back with next. But This is, in essence, it. There's a bunch of different versions of the Keylight. So, for example, if we were just to type in key, there are a fair few different ones. Keying, green blur, key cleaner, linear color key, whatever the case may be. But Keylight is a good go-to effect that pretty much just summarizes the green screen removal pretty well for you. And overall, I think Keylight is a solid place to sort of be your go-to, right? But essentially, that right there is it. We've green screened the background out. However, we need to touch this up. We can clearly see the background peeking through over here, and also we can clearly see the creases right there. So that's exactly what we're going to come back with next, is actually removing those creases right there, and also making sure that this is a solid object right here. We can't see a little bit of transparency through the shirt. And damn, this clip is definitely funny, and you saw it even more there. You see, you can definitely see the checkers. If we were dealing with a black background, it wouldn't be as obvious. However, it's still definitely pretty transparent here, and we want to remove that. We want to make this a solid object that stands out prominently from the background. So I'm going to be back in a second. 2, bump up the green screen gain, which is going to be our process of removing the transparency, and also how to remove the creases. Coming up next. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This is going to be continuing on, and we're continuing on with how to deal with creases in your background, right? So, for example, on screen right now, we have this process clip that we've added the Keylight to. We could see it. Tommy's going crazy. He's jumping around and eating his orange. Very funny. However, we got a couple different, not necessary things that we want to remove to touch up. We want the shirt to not be transparent, as we can clearly see it is, and we also want these creases to go away. And there's a couple simple things you can do this. You could do to get rid of this. First off, if we were to actually have a look at the creases over there, we know that we want to actually get rid of those. So a good thing to do is to bump up the screen gain. Screen gain by bumping up. You see, even if we bump up to 114, we've just taken away those creases. They're gone. They've just disappeared off the screen, and essentially we now have a clean image that does not have any creases in the background, and isn't causing any, kind of just unprofessionalness, I guess. The green screen is meant to be a seamless effect where more or less, it's just been superimposed on top of whatever background we're trying to put it onto. And having those creases is something that's going to draw attention to the fact that this is a green screen, and ideally it's not what you want. So we've gotten rid of the creases, great, but there's also our second problem here, which is the fact that the rapper, Tommy, has a see-through shirt, obviously, and even his hair right here, because he's got a little bit of blue hair, his hair is a bit see-through as well, and we know that because the checkered boxes, which is the transparent grid behind it, are coming through. Now, that's not good, obviously. If we were to put him on a background, you'd be able to see the background through him, and again, it would throw the viewer off because you'd be very aware that it's a green screen. Now, an extremely simple fix for this, and I cannot emphasize that enough. In fact, I'll emphasize it again. An extremely simple fix is to select your clip and press Control-D to duplicate the clip. And then press Control-D one more time. And just like that, we have actually achieved a removal of the kind of transparent grid that we've got in the background. And we can actually give a play to this. And also, it looks like we need to tone our screen gain up a little bit more to actually to fully get rid of the background. So in fact, what I'm going to do is type maybe 130. On the screen gain. Of course, we have to apply that to each one of our layers, right? So if we're to do that, we know that the creases in the background are fully gone, because there was definitely a couple creases coming through right there, and a little bit of blackness that was in the bottom right, or the bottom left rather. And remember, we're trying to make a seamless green screen, which is essentially sampling out or singling out our one object, which in this case is the rapper Tommy. And pretty much there he goes. And I'm just going to let this render because it's full at the moment. So obviously, it's going a little bit slower on the render. But as you see, he's broken the orange in half. He's coming away. And we cannot see through his hair anymore. And we cannot see through his shirt. Or actually, it does look like we can see a little bit through his shirt. So just duplicating again. And remember, to duplicate, I'm just pressing Control-D. And more or less, that is a pretty good fix to the problem. And just like that, we have isolated our character right here. And pretty much, your green screen could be anything. It could be an object. It could be a person. It could be whatever the case may be, whatever your particular green screen entails. But we know that a simple tactic of doing the screen gain to remove those creases, and also to remove the transparency, transparent shirt thing that kind of happens as a result of the colors being similar. Because obviously, if we're green screening something, blue is relatively close to green. You know what I mean? They're in the same sort of area of the color wheel, right? Which means that, you know, unfortunately, that's going to be a casualty. Which means that once we apply the green screen, it will, of course, you know, take some of that blue away. So we have to make up for it by a duplication and, of course, a screen gain addition. And just like that, we have completed the bump up the screen gain and duplicate the layer, overall removing the creases. Absolutely awesome. What we're going to come back with next is how to actually replace the background and make our green screen firmly stand out against the background. We'll be back coming up next. Okay guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the chroma key and green screen section with replacing the background and making it stand out more. This right here is going to be pretty simple, but essentially what we're doing is we're building onto our sequence that we've got right here, which is the rapper Tommy breaking this orange, laughing, and sort of eating this orange and dancing about on screen. It's a funny little green screen, and it's nice and interactive. And by all means, we got some exercises coming up next with more green screens that we can use. I'm going to be making an appearance in one of these green screens. And more or less, what we're going to do now is actually replace the background. So at the moment, we have just this isolated green screen. It's looking cool, definitely. But of course, it's got no background. You know, we can toggle transparency grid on, which means if we wanted to, we could export just this wrapper isolated. But we want to throw a background on this. So let's actually go over here to our folder right now, and I'm just going to go ahead and get this graffiti wallpaper, royalty-free wallpaper right here, and I'm going to drag and drop it into my project media manager. I'm going to go ahead and drag and drop, and I'm going to wait it out for it to actually transfer over, and just like that, it's transferred over, and then we can actually drag it down to here. Awesome. And now, just like that, we have a background. And yes, it's literally as simple as that. Also, what we probably want to do is get the graffiti background and just drag it into graphics so that we've actually, you know, we've sort of organized it a little bit better. And maybe I'm going to bump this down to about half so that we can get a little bit of a faster processing speed when we're actually trying to play this. And just like that, we have actually achieved the replacing the background. And it's literally as simple as that, obviously, is, you know, we just throw it in the background. And just like that, we've actually replaced the green screen with this graffiti background, which, you know, could potentially suit this scene. And also what you're able to do is something I'm going to do next, which is how to actually make our green screen pop out against the background. Because obviously at the moment, you know, it definitely looks like two different layers. You know what I mean? It definitely looks like two different layers, especially editors. If say this was in my music video, the music video for Tommy, editors would be pretty aware this is a green screen right here. We're trying to make it look as sort of one as possible. So there's one specific thing that you can do that actually instantly makes it pop out from the background, and that is to actually get some drop shadow. Drop shadow makes it just stand out against the background. So if we type in drop, we want to get the drop shadow perspective, and we just want to go ahead and drag and drop that onto our character. And we want to up the opacity, and we want to drag out the distance a little bit, and then we want to up the softness. And just like that, what we've done is we have achieved a sort of background pop out where, as you see, now there is sort of like a shadow where our wrapper right here is popping out a little bit more from the background. It's just looking a little bit more like it's a three-dimensional layer, opposed to these two layers are together. Now, another thing you can also do to make it look a little bit more interactive is, for example, going over here to maybe 10 seconds, and we press S, add a keyframe, go to the beginning, zoom out a little bit, and actually scale our background out a little bit so that if we go ahead and play it again, the background is sort of zooming in a little bit. And then what we can actually do at the same time is go ahead and maybe do a little bit of scale to our artists themselves. But just like that, we've got a scene that is a little bit more interactive now, where you've got the wrapper breaking open the fruit, but the background is actually moving. And so the wrapper's moving, the background's moving, and this creates this kind of a, you know, a little bit more interactive kind of effect, where instead of just being a flat, boring background, we got a, you know, a slightly animated background combined with the green screen, making it something that, you know, really is put together nicely. Now, one final thing that is definitely possible to actually tie these two layers together is doing a little bit of color correction, a little bit of color grading, maybe even just evening out the colors together a little bit. So what you can actually do is go up here to Layer, go to New, and go to Adjustment Layer. If we've actually created that adjustment layer, that's awesome. And we're actually going to revisit something that we did in the previous section, the Effects and Presets section. And that's actually go ahead and get the Lumetri color. So let's actually type in Lumetri color, and let's drag and drop that onto our adjustment layer. Now, all we want to do is add like a slight grade to this so that the the colors sort of match up. You see at the moment, we're not doing too bad. They don't look necessarily too different to each other based on the fact that he's got a lot of color going on in him and the background has a lot of color as well. But I think maybe go ahead to creative and adding a little bit of a look to it. So maybe even going back down to those gold ones that we had earlier. Maybe doing for perhaps a gold heat, right? And of course, that's a little bit intense. But if we were to actually just press T and bring the opacity down, maybe even bring to 0 and just start leveling it up a little bit. Maybe it's 50%. And just like that, the color pattern matches much more. It's dealing with this yellowy kind of color pattern right here. And you know, if we wanted to tweak it even more, we could even open the basic correction and maybe up the contrast a little bit, right? And just like that, we have actually just made these two different layers match a little bit better by the use of a little color grading and a little bit of drop shadow to extend the or to emphasize the two different layers based on the fact that this right here is the wrapper and we have that drop shadow which pushes him a little bit towards the camera, giving a little bit of depth, right? And of course we have our background. Now, without the color grade, you notice that he looks pretty flat. The background looks, the background's not looking too bad even without the grade, but he's looking pretty flat. But when you throw that on, instantly it pairs these two in a way where, you know, they look a little bit more synced together. And overall, this is how you can, you know, do a little bit of a trick of the trade or a little bit of a trickery on the viewer where you can try and make your layers look as together as possible. And of course, you know, they're not going to look identical at the end of the day. And of course, the more time you spend with this, maybe the better grade you choose. Maybe you decide you want something different. That looks a little bit better, I'll be honest. And just like that, you can combine a whole bunch of these different effects to build up a scene which, you know, looks relatively like it belongs together. And overall, you know, it's pretty cool in my opinion. So that right there is the how to replace the background and, of course, make it tie in and stand out. That right there has been the third addition to the chroma key and green screen section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We got a special one coming up next, an exercise reaffirming everything that we've done so far. I'll see you guys there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the chroma key / green screen section. And right now, we got an exercise coming up to import and edit a green screen from scratch. So this is going to be a fun one. It's me appearing in here. So actually, go to the resources and you can download this clip right here. It is me walking onto the screen and sat down, looking around. You know what I mean? Just basically just pretending that there's stuff going on. And more or less, we're going to be walking through the exact process we've done so far and that you've watched me do. We're actually going to be doing it all together. So let's actually go ahead and import it. So we'll actually drag and drop it into our Media Project Manager section. Wait for it to load up. Absolutely awesome. And what we want to do is actually go up here to Composition, New Composition, and let's actually make a brand new composition. However, this composition is 59.94 frames a second. So let's actually go ahead and just change the frames a second, 59.94. And let's actually go ahead and press OK. And now we can actually drag and drop our clip over. And this one is not 4K, it's a 1080p clip. And we have successfully imported it. So let's actually go ahead and scroll along a little bit until I'm sat down and adjusted. And we can actually go ahead and press Control-Shift-D, chop it right there, and bring it over. Hold Shift to make sure it locks to the side. And what I want to do quickly is just drag Comp 20 into Compositions, and I want to add COO2 into Footage. So we've organized our stuff nicely. Remember, we want to stay organizing stuff as we go. Now, what I want to do is actually go ahead and repeat what we were doing earlier, is actually go to Keylight. And I hope you're following through right now. Of course, the clip itself is available in resources, so you should have been able to download it, no problem. And what we want to do is go ahead and hit the dropper and just go ahead and take out the background. Now, of course, we're definitely seeing some overall, you know, remnants of those creases. Because remember, this was not an ideal green screen. If your green screen looks like this, you're going to have to do a fair bit of work in post. Trust me that. But let's go ahead and turn it on. Let's actually just bump up the screen gain to maybe about 150, right? 150 seems to have removed a bunch of it, right? And also, we're not going to be dealing with as much see-through this time based on the fact that I'm wearing a black hoodie opposed to blue, and we're taking away green. Now, green and black aren't very close to each other in the color wheel, which means that we won't be dealing with as much transparency based on the fact that the colors aren't similar. So it's not going to be counteracting each other. Now we've just done that. Very, very nice and simple. We can actually go ahead and turn this back on maybe. Just give it a little play. Have a look at what's going on around here. See what's going on. Toggle it back off. And we're seeing a little bit of a little bit of see-through, as we could see here on my face. We could definitely see a little bit of see-through there. In fact, a fair bit when we go around. So we know we do have a little bit to remove, which means we could simply press Control-D, duplicate it, and maybe just for the sake of it, press Control-D one more time. So we've got just a nice solid layer, which is me looking around the screen, looking up, looking down, looking straight at the camera. And I think I start doing some goofy stuff in a second, maybe, yeah, sticking my tongue out and stuff. I was just trying to make a nice, funny clip for us to work through. And at the end of the day, that right there is the key light applied. So what do we want to do after we've done the key light and we have actually achieved the duplication, which means we've taken away the transparency? Yep, we want to go ahead and import a background. So if you guys actually go down to the description or to the resources, you can go ahead and download this background right here. And I've left it available in the resources, which means we can go ahead and just download it, import it over here to our project. Let's go ahead and drag and drop. And what we can actually do with this is we can actually go ahead and put it into our graphics. Or actually, before we throw it into graphics, let's drag and let's import it into our sequence. And just like that, we have it in our sequence. Then we could drag it over here to graphics. We can give this a play and see what it's looking like. And now this is me sort of in this little underwater kind of area right now, looking around and basically messing around, essentially, right? So our background is looking kind of cool, but remember what we're trying to do is we're trying to tie these layers up. So I think what could be a good idea is to do maybe some sort of blue color grade to maybe just me. What we could actually go ahead and try and do is a blue color grade. But what I want to do is I want to go ahead and highlight these clips here. And I just want to right click and pre-compose them. So we throw all of them into like a mini pre-comp folder, right? And that means we could just directly apply effects to this layer, which will only apply effects to me. And what we want to do first is go ahead and grab a little drop shadow. So let's go ahead and grab some drop shadow, drag and drop that onto our clip. Let's actually up to 100%. Let's bring it out a little bit, and let's up the softness a fair bit. In fact, we could even try just bringing it into the middle so that there's even amount of shadow everywhere. Very nice. Now what I want to do is go ahead and type in Lumetri, and let's go ahead and grab the Lumetri color. And first off, before we apply it to an adjustment layer, let's try and just apply a blue creative look to our soul effect here and see how well that's going to tie that into the background. So let's actually apply blue ice, and just like that, it has relatively nicely tied it in. It's a similar color scheme. If we turn off Lumetri, we can see what it was before. It looks relatively yellow, kind of a little bit more distant from the background. But as soon as we apply that blueness, it definitely looks a little bit more intact with the background. It looks like two different layers. Now, ignore me sticking my tongue out, being a dummy right there. At the end of the day, you know, what we're doing here is trying to tie these together. And I think just like that, we have tied it together pretty well. But what I can even try and do to see if it'll go further is go to Layer, go to New, go to Adjustment Layer, and actually just go ahead and copy and paste that Lumetri over to the Adjustment Layer, and then maybe delete it from me. So that what we've done is we've tied it in a little bit more, we've amplified those colors, and it's definitely looking a little bit more like it is part of the same thing. I can maybe try and put it on that one again and maybe tone it down a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. In fact, I think without it is looking better. And just like that, we have achieved the blending together of the clip. Now, another final thing we could do, right, is actually just go ahead and highlight both of these. Go over here before my tongue starts sticking out. Go ahead and press S and make a keyframe for both of these, which tells it that at 6 seconds and 53 milliseconds, it's there. Then we can go to the beginning and actually just go ahead and scale this up a little bit, right? And now, if we go ahead and go to fit, we have a scene that is zooming out a little bit, and overall, in fact, what we could even do is reverse those so that the scene is going in two different directions. And now, if we give this a play, we have a scene that is pretty interactive and is moving. And overall, you know, if I was doing something more interesting, it would of course look a little bit better like that. There we go. That's the interestingness. But right now, we have an interactive scene that has me standing out. The layers look pretty well connected to each other. And there's movement and animation in there, which makes it seem a little bit more dynamic, more lifelike. And overall, we have created a pretty dope sequence through this exercise right here, which is very simple. All we did was import, import a green screen, import a background, And overall, that's looking awesome. Now, of course, there's so many more things we could do. We could, for example, add some, some glow to the background or something like that to make the colors amp out even more and maybe animate those up. But for the time being, we're just going to go ahead and leave that because, like I've said a couple times now, in After Effects, we could spend all day stacking effects if we really wanted to. However, we're just trying to give you guys the information that you need to go ahead and crack on and build your own projects going forward. So that right there has been an exercise importing a green screen, editing it, throwing a background on it, and overall making it stand out. Thank you guys for joining in. We're going to come back next with how to create our own artificial green screen. So these right here have been, real green screens where we shot me in front of a green screen, or we shot, for example, Tommy in front of a green screen right here. Next up, I want to show you guys how to make an artificial green screen, which is something that might not be too necessary in After Effects with the use of alpha channels, but it's something that back in the day played a huge role for me in various different videos I was making. And we're also going to import some kind of already built artificial green screens and basically show you how to use those. So that's all coming up. I'll see you guys in the next parts. See you there. Okay guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the chroma key and green screen section. This is going to be how to create our own green screen animation. Now, this right here is a recorded green screen, which means I sat in front of a green screen, recorded it, imported it, and then edited it. Same thing with the Tommy one. This one right here is Tommy sat in front of a green screen, as we know by the fact that we could turn off the green screen and we would see it right there. However, there's also artificial green screens, which means that it's built in the program and we've actually thrown a solid in the background that's green, and then we've done some sort of animation or whatever the case may be, and we have created an artificial green screen. So that's exactly what we're going to explore right now using some text and shapes, right? So first off, let's actually go ahead and shut down graphics. Let's go up here to composition, new composition, and let's make a new comp, right? Go ahead and press OK. Absolutely fine. Let's toggle off the transparency grid. And what I want to do is actually go up here to text. And now I want to actually go ahead and just make this a white text. And let's actually just type the word green. Oh, not green. Green screen. And let's actually just go ahead and just put that somewhere in the center. About there. That's absolutely fine. And what I want to go ahead and do is animate it a little bit. And then what we're going to do is just throw a green solid in the background, and we would have built an artificial green screen. So let's actually go over here to about half a second, right? Let's press S, go ahead and toggle a keyframe so that at half a second it's there. Then let's go to the beginning, and let's actually just type 0 on the scale so that we know that over half a second, green screen pops up and is on the screen. Now, I want to go ahead and revisit some of our behaviors, which we explored in the previous sections. Let's go to Effects and Presets. Let's actually close that down. Let's go to Animation Presets, and let's go to Behaviors. Let's actually just go ahead and grab on Wiggle Scale. Let's go ahead and drag Wiggle Scale to it. And if we give this a play, we know that it scales on, and then it actually starts to move around the screen and scale about a little bit. And what I can actually even do is go ahead and drag maybe a little bit of wiggle rotation on there and see what that's looking like as well. So we throw it on, and we know that we got this crazy text that's really making its way around the screen. Now the wiggle speed is a little bit too much in my opinion. I want to actually go to 0.5. And I want to go ahead and bring that up a little bit so that it's not so intense. But if we give this a play now, we know that we've got this green screen text, which is animating around the screen, and it's pretty crazy, I'll be honest. But it animates around the screen. And then maybe around the 10-second mark, we want to go ahead and add another keyframe so that it knows that at 10 seconds, something's about to happen. And we go to about 10.5 seconds right there. By the way, I'm aware that that's 10.5 because we know 10 and 30 milliseconds. And then we can actually go ahead and just pop it on 0 again. So we know that we've got this text that jumps over to the screen. It bounces around a little bit. And it stays on for about 10 seconds, sort of just bouncing around. And then, of course, it, boom, zooms back down. And it's gone forever. And just like that, that right there is a animation that we've built. Now, all we have to do to make this a green screen is go up to Layer, go to New, go to Solid, and simply make a green solid in the background of this. Now, let's go ahead and make the green solid. Of course, it throws it above the green layer. And if we drag it below that, we now have text that comes up on screen as green screen. It flies around for a little bit, and then at around the 10-second mark, it's going to disappear off the screen again and will be gone. Awesome. Now, as soon as it's gone, let's go ahead and press N, which which is the out point, which means that this sequence only lasts from here, the start point, to here. And overall, we have essentially just built an artificial green screen. An artificial green screen right here is something that can be exported or can just be imported into another different composition. Now, apparently the composition has put itself in graphics, so let's just drag that over to compositions. Let's open up compositions, and we got a couple pre-comps that we just want to drag over here just to organize and throw those in pre-comps. And more or less, I want to show you guys this live test of comp number 21, which is what we've done here, and how to actually overlay this onto something, right? So, for example, we've built an artificial green screen right here, but how do we actually overlay this onto an actual, an actual background, something that is not the green background? How do we get rid of this? It's very, very simple, and we're going to come up in a second. So we've built the artificial green screen. We're going to come back in a second and let you guys download this, whether you've built your own or whether you haven't. It's all good. If you haven't followed through and built your own, I mean, it's very simple too. If you haven't, don't worry. We're going to do an exercise coming up where you can download this exact thing that I've done right here, and we can go ahead and import it, and you will actually be able to customize this fully, and we're going to import this onto another image, and overall, we'll be back in a second with that exercise coming up next. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are going to finalize the chroma key and green screen section with importing the green screen animation that we've just built, replacing the background, and overall making it pop out a little bit better. This is a basic rendition of an artificial green screen. Other popular artificial green screen types include all sorts of stuff on the internet. You can find stuff here. I'll give you a little example, right? You can find crazy stuff where you've got explosions coming out, stuff like that. That's an artificial green screen. Of course, that's someone who is relatively good with the VFX who's built that right there. You could find all type of stuff. You could find explosions just like that, little stuff like that. So those are a little bit more premium artificial green screens. But just to demonstrate what an artificial green screen is and how to use it, we've just built a very simple one, simply using some text right here with an animation. So what we're actually going to go ahead and do is make a new composition. Let's go to new composition, brand new one. And if you guys go over to the resources section, you can download the artificial green screen, which is a file itself. And you can actually download the background image that we're going to be using. This is right here, this royalty-free background image with the sun poking out and the nice green grass. I thought this just looked kind of nice. So let's actually go ahead and import both of them, right? It seems like because I've rendered it, it's appeared here, but I'll go ahead and delete it here. We can just re-import it together. So it's actually selected both of these, which are available in resources, drag and drop them down here to our media manager, our project manager, if you will. And let's actually just go ahead and drag comp to compositions just to stick with this, this organization. Let's actually just go ahead and drag our artificial green screen.mov straight into our timeline. And just like that, we have a 10.5 second sequence. Because we obviously put that out point, which tells the program that it should end at 10.5 seconds. And it is going to be very simple. I'm sure you guys already understand the concept of what we're about to do. It's really just to reconfirm it. Let's go ahead and just type in Keylight. Let's actually drag and drop the Keylight to the clip, play it a little bit, and let's actually go ahead and grab the color, tick it, and just like that, we can actually toggle off the background even. We have actually completely removed the green screen. And of course, white is not green, which means that we're not going to have to, up the gain or anything like that. We can actually just leave it as it is. And we have actually successfully taken off that background of our artificial green screen. Then we can go over to project and we can just import our actual picture. Go ahead and drag and drop that right there. And remember to actually bring it below the layer. And just like that, we now have a green screen text, which pops up on the screen and floats around in this sort of magical little area right here. And then it's going to disappear at about the 10-second mark. And what we can actually proceed to do is make it a little bit more interactive with the fact that maybe at 10 seconds it's fully on the screen, so we can actually toggle a keyframe animation there. But maybe at the beginning it's all the way out here, so that it's sort of zooming in. And just like that, we have this kind of this green screen zooming in effect right here. And in fact, we could even press P and go ahead and add the position at the end to be here. But then we come up here and maybe the position. Maybe it's coming down from the sun, if you will, right? So we've actually just gone ahead and animated this scene even further, made it more interactive. And I'm sure you guys, your spidey senses are tingling. You know what I'm about to do next. Of course, I'm about to go ahead and grab some drop shadow. So let's go over to effects and presets. Let's type in drop shadow. Let's drag it. Let's drop it to our actual green screen. Let's turn up the opacity. Make sure it's very visible. let's bring down the distance a little bit, and let's definitely up the softness. So that, you know, it's nicely standing out essentially. And then we can actually go ahead and play this again. And we have actually chroma keyed out the actual green that was in the background. We've replaced it with this cool background right here, and we've added some animation to the whole sequence so that it actually is even more lifelike, even more lifelike and even more interactive, based on the fact that you know, we've just added some different effects. And in fact, something else that we could even do is maybe even go and get some blur. So maybe actually let's go ahead and get some Gaussian blur, drag that to the background. And what I want to do is, as the green screen hits, maybe that right there means that it is not blurry anymore. But at the beginning, maybe we've actually blurred out the background. So actually, as the green screen comes in, it sort of comes into focus, as you see right there. And just like that, that's added even more dynamicness to the effect. I don't even know if dynamicness is the word, but you know what? I'm owning it. I'm owning that word going forward. It's added a nice bit of life to the scene. We can actually go here and make sure to open up the effect controls down here, and we can actually go ahead and just tick another keyframe. And then, of course, at the end, maybe we want to bump it back up to like 30-something, whatever it was before, completing the animation. And just like that, we have the green screen text that flies on. And in fact, as soon as the green screen text hits, I want the blur to be gone so that it kind of comes into focus. And just like that, we have created an artificial green screen with some animation. And remember, you know, this is a very basic artificial green screen, like I pointed out to you earlier. You know, we've got those explosions, all that type of stuff. And overall, that right there is how to fully customize an artificial green screen. And it's the exact same process as customizing a non-artificial green screen like this one right here. And of course, with something like that, because there's not many colors involved, we don't necessarily need to add a color grade layer. Of course, you know, we could, but at the end of the day, I think for this, it's actually not necessary. The one that is obviously necessary is these two right here, for example, Tommy, where, you know, we really want to make him, which is one layer, and the background, which is another layer. We want to make those look as together as possible, as if, you know, he was literally recorded in front of this background right here. And of course, you know, we want to make me look as together with the background as possible as well, as if I really was, you know, underwater, if you will, which I guess doesn't seem as realistic as Tommy in front of just a graffiti background. This definitely seems a little bit more believable. So of course, the believability aspect will play into whether the viewer is buying that it's a real or a green screen. But at the end of the day, that right there is the chroma key and green screen section wrapped up with a nice little exercise right there. If you followed through perfectly, whether you used my green screen text that I made or you built your own artificial green screen, we've created something very cool, a nice little animation. And indeed, that was a lot of fun. So thank you guys for joining me on the chroma key and green screen section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, wrapping it up with this exercise. Thank you guys, and we're going to be coming up next with the masking section, a really crazy section. Stuff's about to get absolutely crazy. See you guys in the sections coming up. See you there. Hey guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on, and we've actually entered a new section now. This is going to be the masking section. So stuff's getting pretty advanced now, but these are the kind of the essential tools that you have to understand how to use and how to maneuver between. So basically, we're going to be exploring how to use the masking tool, a brief explanation of it, and then I've got plenty of exercise lined up because I think the best way to really communicate this information and have you guys actually retain how to use the masking tool is to, you know, have you apply the stuff firsthand. So we got plenty of exercises coming up after this brief explanation. So this is where we left off. Obviously, the green screen section. It was definitely a lot of fun, and we explored this thoroughly. I'm sure you guys had fun doing that section. It was definitely pretty funny. First off, before we do anything else, let's continue to organize our stuff. So let's grab this graphic. Let's put that in graphics. Let's grab the green screen. Let's put that in footage. Then let's go up here to composition. Let's press new comp. And we're actually going to load up a brand new composition. Composition number 23. Let's go ahead and make that. And we can stay organized and drag that into the compositions folder right there. And pretty much we're going to be exploring the masking tool. So first off, the masking tool is right here. It is the pen tool, right? Pen tool is what you can use to mask. But pen tool is also what you can use to create shapes. So the way you actually mask is you use the pen tool on an already existing layer. So we got no layers down here. So let's go up here to layer, let's go new, and let's actually make a solid. let's actually just go ahead and make a red solid, okay? Just something that is obviously different than the black behind it. Therefore, we can mask a shape out of it, and it will be obvious what we've done. And pretty much a mask is to highlight a section, to sort of crop, right? So we've selected the mask tool right here. Let's grab it. And more or less what we can actually do is, let's just go ahead and draw something, all right? So maybe we put a point up here. Then maybe we want to put a point down here. And then let's go over here and put another point. But let's hold Shift so it creates a straight line. Then let's go up here and connect it. And as you see there, that seals it off. So that solid right there isn't covering the whole screen anymore. It's sort of been cropped in, and it's formed this triangle. And now this is an isolated shape on its own. So this right here is a mask. Now, a mask, we've just explored it in the most basic form, just to get your head wrapped around it. But a mask is most effective when we're masking a moving sequence, an actual video, right? And that's what we're going to be building up to. We've masked out just a random mask, and if we actually press M on the layer, we can see our mask is right down here. And at any time, if we want, we could delete it, which just returns it to the exact shape it was, or we press Control Z to bring it back. And pretty much this mask can also be altered at any time. So we have the different points up here. You see you've got 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here. So at any time, if we wanted to, we could actually drag these points in and pretty much adjust the mask. But of course, there is a border because our shape is only a rectangle, right? And we've scaled it in a little bit. So the fact that if we bring it too far out, it's going to start revealing the edges of our shape, because the shape isn't a triangle. It's not locked into a triangle. It's just been cropped into a triangle. So basically, the masking tool is, in sort of simple terms, almost like a crop tool. You can crop in on something and actually form whatever object you want. So if we actually go ahead and delete that, press S, and just go ahead and put that back on 100 so it fills the screen, we can mask anything we want. We get the pen tool, and we can, we could maybe draw a square, for example, just simply like that. And remember, to make a perfect line, we hold Shift, and just like that, we've made a square. However, that doesn't look perfect right there, so we could just highlight one of the joints and bring it over. However, if we're to delete the mask, and we have our pen tool, and we're not selecting the layer, we would actually be drawing a whole different shape on top of it. So you have to make sure that when you want to do a mask, you are definitely selecting the layer that you actually want to crop in on, so that you can actually form your shape, and it will actually do a mask within the current layer that you are actually trying to apply that to. So more or less, that right there is the masking tool explained in very simple form, and we're going to come back in a second and actually explore masking a more complex image than this, and then we're going to actually build our way up to masking a video and masking transitions, which is personally some of my favorite transitions that you can possibly do in After Effects is masking transitions. And, if executed correctly, they look absolutely seamless and can really add so much more quality to whatever sequence you're building, whatever project it is that you apply it to. We'll be back in a second with an exercise to mask out a much more complicated shape than the one we've currently done. I'll see you guys there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing the masking section. And this right here is going to be an exercise masking a still image to isolate a shape. So basically, over here, if you guys actually go to the resources section, you can download this shape right here. We want to essentially isolate the shape itself and get rid of all this grayness on the side. But it's a relatively complicated shape. It's not just a rectangle. We have to mask around it and actually, get these angles here, get the angles there, and then get this zigzag line included as well. So it's gonna be much more complicated than the one that we just did, but it's gonna exercise our ability to use this this mask tool. And we need to have some sort of warm up before we jump into masking a video, because masking a video, where this is one frame, masking a video is masking potentially hundreds of frames. We're dealing with footage that is some footage is 30 frames a second, 60 frames a second. So instead of just masking it once, you got to do 30 different masks or 30 different adjustments of the mask just to do 1 second, assuming that the clip is 30 frames a second, right? Or 60 frames a second, which a lot of footage is. So let's actually go ahead and break that off, and let's actually just drag and drop it into our sequence, okay? Drag and drop, let's let that load up into the media pool, and then let's drag and drop it into our sequence right there. And we can actually get the red solid and just delete it, and then we can also just continue our organization by dragging that over to the graphics section. And right here we have our image, which is going to be sort of our dummy basically to do this mask, right? And what we want to do is we want to isolate the shape itself and get rid of all the gray. okay? So it's relatively easy, but it's also easier said than done. So let's actually go ahead and select our masking tool, and let's start at just a nice easy point to basically start this whole situation off. I'm actually just going to start in the top right. So let's press H to get the hand tool, make our way up here, press P, or my bad, go ahead up here to the actual tool itself, which would have been G. I played myself there. And basically what we want to do is we want to add a point in the top right-hand corner right as it begins. And then what we can do is actually just go ahead and press H and go down here to the bottom, press G to get our pen tool again. And let's actually just hold Shift and press down, and we've created another masking point right there. So we got a masking point going from the top to the bottom, which obviously isolates that. Then let's go over here to where the zigzag begins and go ahead and hold Shift and make another point. And we've just, again, created that. Now we can go down here to where the bend starts, make another point there, go to the end, and, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. We can adjust it at any point, but let's go ahead and make another one there. Make another one here, come on over, and it's looking like I might want to zoom in a little bit more because it's getting a little bit fine. Let's adjust that a bit right there. Make another point there. Make one here, and go over here and make another point there. And I'm sure you're already seeing we're just starting to draw an outline around the shape, basically, right? So this is essentially what we want to do. We just want to draw a cool outline as good as we can around the shape. And remember, I'm holding Shift to actually go ahead and get that point there looking perfect. And also, I'm just using my scroll wheel to zoom in at any time, and then H to actually get the hand tool so we can maneuver around. And then I'm pressing G to get back to the pen tool. And it is more or less this. All we have to do is just try our best to create this this mask around the object. And, you know, it's coming together relatively quickly. But remember, this is just a still image. So imagine we're doing this for every frame of a huge video that's maybe minutes long. It would be not very sustainable, and it would take your whole day. So applying the mask tool is something you have to be kind of strategic with, and there's certain things that mask better. So we're about to do the final point. We can hover over here and hold Shift and click, and just like that, we have actually highlighted the specific object and taken away the gray. And we can actually toggle the transparency grid on, so we know that this literally is just the object isolated right here. And if we press M, we can see our mask right here. And, you know, we could actually even delete the mask quick just to see what it was like before. Press Control Z to bring it back. And just like that, we've used the masking tool to take an image, and we've actually isolated a specific shape, a pretty advanced shape as well, within the image that was previously, if we delete the mask again, just part of a big graphic. And what we want is, we don't want all that gray. We just want the specific graphic itself. So we've used the masking tool to essentially crop it out. We've sort of scissored it out. We've cut it out of the existing image, and we've isolated it on its own. So that right there is another explanation, or another demonstration really, of the masking tool. You would have literally done this exact thing if you went to the resources and simply downloaded the crazily titled graphic, a CH9 1BVW or LBVW, whatever. It's just a royalty-free image off the internet. And more or less, we've isolated a very advanced shape. So that right there is an explanation of actually how to isolate the shape. And overall, that concludes our masking still images section. We're about to move on to something more advanced after we've sort of gone over these couple skills right here. We're going to move on to something more advanced with masking an actual video. And this video is going to be straight from a project I was commissioned to do by a nightclub, where I was actually doing an after movie and a recap video for them. And we're going to be using a couple clips from it. We're going to explore how to actually mask a video. Then we're going to do a full exercise mask in the video together. And then we're going to explore masking transitions, which are some of my favorite, as I said earlier, some of my absolute favorite transitions you can possibly do in the editing world in general, honestly. So we're getting to all that coming up next. See you there. Okay guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the masking section. And right now we're going to be walking through how to mask a video. Okay, so how to mask a video is very different than just a normal still image, based on the fact that a video is a combination of a whole bunch of still images, right? It's a whole bunch of different frames, and each frame is one still image like this. So instead of just masking out, you know, an image like this, imagine all these pieces were moving, we would have to be constantly adjusting the mask. And the way we do that is by putting a mask path keyframe on, so that it toggles the or so it basically tracks where the mask is, so we can kind of adjust it as we want as the video changes, and it will stick to the adjustments we've made, therefore masking one specific thing out of a video. So there's actually a clip that I've got prepared for you guys, which is C0018. Let's go ahead and drag and drop it into our sequence. And by the way, in the next bit, which is going to be the exercise, you can download this clip. So just give me a second to walk this through, and then we'll actually jump over there. But let's actually go ahead and go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's actually just go ahead and make a new composition called or just called comp 24, but let's actually do it 29.97. And the reason I know I need to do the frame rate like that is because I can see the frame rate up here. It's 29.97. And then we can actually press OK. And we can drag and drop our clip into the sequence. Let's lock it to the middle. It should instantly lock to the middle. And more or less what this sequence is a video of me going in on the set times, right? So there's actually a bit of this that I want to isolate. And the bit I want to isolate is going to be probably about here to about there, right? So let's actually go ahead and just press Control-Shift-D, chop that out, bring it over, and let's actually just zoom in a little bit so that right about there we have we've masked it out, and maybe we're gonna go for the full 2 seconds. But remember, we're gonna be fully exploring this in the next section, which is the exercise. And basically, a mask of a video, as you see, wouldn't just be to create a simple, square around the poster. We're going to have to adjust that as the camera changes. The camera zooms in on it, and the whole shape is going to change and sort of transform. And what we're trying to do is get rid of all of the background. We want to actually isolate just the set list right here. This is the set list. You've got Gabriella on from 10 to 11. You got Ryan on from 11 to 12:30. It's basically just a standard DJ set list for who was actually playing in the club on that night, so that everybody knows what time they got to go on or whatever. And of course, so that I know what time I need to be at the stage to record the next artist. And this is taken from a live project that I worked on probably, I think it was about 9 months ago, something like that. And pretty much we're going to be isolating this poster or trying to do our best. So let's walk through it basically first, and then we're going to actually come in the exercise and fully do it all together. The process would, of course, be to get the pen tool, make sure we're selecting our layer, and it would actually be to draw a, let's get the hand tool, and let's actually just start to draw as well of a mask around this, but of course the edges aren't as obvious because the tape is there. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be excluding the tape. So I'm actually going to be trying to mask this out without masking out the tape, because I think masking the tape as well would be a little bit much. So just for the starter right here, and as you see, I didn't do that perfect, so anytime I can adjust it, that's no problem. And more or less what I'm doing is I am just completing this mask. So I'm going over, so I'm going to press the hand tool, I'm going down here, and I'm pressing G to get back to my pen tool, and I am completing the mask right now. I need to complete it up here. Perfect. So just like that, we completed the mask. We've isolated it. That's great. But remember, we already know that this right here is a moving image. So it's not going to just track it instantly. What we have to do is actually animate this ourselves. So I'll do a couple frames, and we'll come back and start from scratch in the exercise together. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have to open up the mask down here. We're going to have to add the mask path, and then what we're going to have to do is just go over a couple frames, and then actually just click it, and actually just physically adjust it so that it tracks the movement of the poster itself, and it keeps the shape. We're trying to keep that poster shape even though the frames are moving pretty drastically. And as you can see, the frames are definitely moving a fair bit, and the poster really just changes proportion and changes shape. So we have to be very sure that we are sort of going as slow as we can and only going over a couple frames. And professionals might even go frame by frame, honestly, but just to save time, we're doing it like this. And if we actually toggle the transparency grid on, we could see that for this 10 milliseconds period, we've tracked it. But of course, now that we haven't done any keyframes here, it goes off. So we're actually going to come back in the next section, the exercise, and we're going to track this entire shape right here. So let's actually just go ahead and delete the mask, and we're going to come back in a second with the exercise coming up next. I'm going to let you guys go ahead and download this clip, and we're going to work through isolating a moving object from a scene. Coming up next. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Right now, we are going to be walking through how to mask a moving video. It is a much harder task than the masking a still shape. Obviously, over here, we got the still shape, which was Honestly, you know, relatively simple. I assume you guys probably followed through relatively easily with me there. And more or less, you know, it's not a moving. So I'm playing through the sequence and it stays at the same time because it's not a moving sequence. This right here, on the other hand, is. What we need to do, our task, is to actually isolate the poster so that throughout the 2 seconds that this sequence is on, we can actually isolate the poster and make it its own shape. So we are going to do that by first drawing a mask around it. So let's actually go ahead and press G to actually get our pen tool up. And let's actually just go ahead and zoom in on one of these corners and go ahead and just make our mask. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to, you know, just be a point that we can start on, basically. And we can adjust these in a second, right? So as you see, they might not be absolutely perfect right off the bat, but of course we can adjust them as we go. So let's just do four main points so we isolate it. And then let's actually go ahead and press M so that we're on our mask. And what we can actually do is, and by the way, if you've selected all the points like that, which I just did a second ago, all you got to do is just click off the layer. And when you come back, you have the option to actually edit each point. So we want to just bring them in so that we're actually isolating solely the poster. We don't want any of the background to show. And we know we've done this because of the fact that the background goes away. However, we could easily turn it to black if we think that's a little bit easier, or we could just keep it on like that. And I'm actually going to get the hand tool again. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to try and be precise as I can because of this this first frame is pretty important, right? We want to make sure that it is you know, it's nicely fitted correctly so that we can obviously follow this going forward. And then let's actually go ahead and tick the mask path keyframe. Then what we want to do is go over a couple frames. So just a few, something like that. And now we actually want to start adjusting. Remember, it looks like I'm selecting all the points accidentally. So it's click off, click back on, and then I have the option to select just an individual point. And we are literally just going to trace the edges of this shape right here in an attempt to isolate the poster on the wall so that we are not seeing any of the wall behind it or anything like that. And we are actually able to just have this moving shape by itself that we're able to kind of isolate, right? Just how we isolated the more advanced shape earlier. So it's literally a case of just dragging these points out so you can see where the borders are, and then dragging them in so we are keeping that shape. And then simply going across a couple frames, not too far, but you know, far enough that we can see some movement has been made, and then just again readjusting. And I'll be honest with you guys, masking could be a very tedious process if you are you know, trying to do a mask for a long period of time. So masking is something that is you know, best used when it's not necessarily, you know, like hours of content or even minutes of content, more like seconds of content. But again, it depends what your stomach is for relatively mundane stuff. But the more precise you can do it, the longer you can sit with it, the better result you're going to get. So let's make sure we're keeping as tight as we can so we're not revealing any of the background. And we're trying to just fully isolate the shape itself. And I'm scrolling down, I'm zooming in as much as I can. And we're really trying to just isolate the set list as we go. So let's keep doing this. It's looking pretty good so far. Don't worry about the little bits of tape on the side. And let's actually just keep adjusting this as we go. And also, if you hadn't noticed, every time we do an adjustment and skip over, it starts creating a keyframe because it's tracking the path of the mask. So every time we actually change it around, we are telling the program to, you know, now maneuver it to here. And sure enough, the program, of course, tracks all that motion right there and enables us to isolate something we want from a moving sequence. And of course, you know, this could be taken to the extreme. You could, you know, I'm sure you're already thinking of the stuff that you could potentially apply this to. And the applications are more or less infinite. However, you just have to have that stomach for sitting here for a while and adjusting stuff to different frames. As you can see, it's a lengthy process, you know, even just to do 2 seconds. We're isolating 2 seconds of a moving image, let alone 2 minutes of a moving image. You know, I'm sure you're even starting to get a picture of how insane that could be if we're going all the way with it, where, you know, a lot of people will, a lot of big projects you can notice right away. And, you know, personally, I have an extreme appreciation for any video creator who's willing to sit here for, you know, potentially hours to mask something, you know, really finely, or to mask something over a very long period of time, because it's a process, you know, and that's me being pretty kind. You know, it's a crazy tedious process. It can really be extremely time consuming. And if you've got a big project to do, a lot of the time you might not have, you know, maybe 2 hours or something to sit here and fully mask something out properly. And you might have to either get someone else to do it or cut some corners and unfortunately not include the effect. There's definitely been projects where, I wanted to do a huge mask and, I just couldn't kind of justify it to myself because I knew it was going to take far too long, where doing smaller masks is something that I'll often do. So, for example, putting a character in front of some text, maybe, something like that. And if you guys are following through with me, which you should be if you've downloaded the clip from the resources, we are slowly building this mask and it's coming together, as you can see. And it's literally a case of dragging it out so we can see where we want to position it and then just positioning it in so that it is, actually the mask is covering the full shape. And the shape continues to be isolated. All we have to do is just keep on bringing that over, keep on using the hand tool, H, by actually bringing it up and then cropping it in. And we are actually approaching the finish line. We probably got a couple more masks to do, not too much. And they're all adjustments. So you build the first mask, right, which is pretty crucial that you get the first one correct. And then you can adjust it as you go. And also at any time, if one of these look a little wonky when we play it back, we can go into the individual frame and then and readjust it as well. So don't worry, nothing's set in stone. Everything could be altered slightly if there's mistakes. There's bound to be mistakes. Adobe aren't expecting you to get this absolutely perfect the first time. So, you have the ability to customize it at any point. Let's go back up here, and I am just literally just tracing this outline as best as I possibly can, so that we can really just highlight this particular poster on the screen. And it looks like it's starting to take its final position, right? So we can actually just do the final adjustments here, bring those over, come down, do the next couple. And, you could do this zoomed out. However, it's going to be a little bit trickier. Personally, I like to do it zoomed in so I can actually make sure I'm being precise. Of course, if you're zoomed out here, you could see what's going on. However, it might not be as precise. It's looking all right for sure. You could do it, but I definitely like to just go ahead and use the scroll wheel, zoom in a little bit so I can actually get a little bit closer to the action so that I'm making sure that it's fine. Because if you do mess up the mask, if it's only on one point, that's absolutely fine. But if you mess up the mask on a bunch of points, it could be really tedious to have to go through and more or less redo exactly what you've done by just adjusting the mask again. And believe me, it's happened to me, that's for sure. I'm sure it'll probably happen to you in the future. But there we go. We are almost completing the end of the movement, and we would have successfully together isolated a moving object in a sequence, which is absolutely amazing, and the skills will definitely retain. It's very straightforward what you do. All you have to do is just, crop some stuff out, but then you do it over a long enough period of time that essentially we have isolated an entire moving object. And now if we press Control S to save it there, we actually go ahead and press space to play it, we've isolated the poster. And I can actually go up to fit, and just like that, we've isolated a poster which moves in, and it actually has no background, just like that. We can actually go ahead and make it black if we wanted to. We've just got this moving poster right here, which, for a promo situation, this could be absolutely awesome for this particular events company that I was shooting the video for, right? To actually have isolated their poster. And just like that, we've isolated a moving object very, very simply. It took us 5-10 minutes, something like that. However, the key thing to notice is how short this is. It's 2 seconds long. We've isolated something for only 2 seconds, and it took us, at least 5-10 minutes, something like that. So if you're actually going here and trying to mask out something which is minutes long, it's going to be a serious process. And, you genuinely, you might be in the edit studio for the day. The whole day doing that mask, I'm going to be honest with you. But it depends how fast you are at the end of the day as well. And that right there is the masking tool. We've successfully, if you followed through, if you downloaded the actual file itself right here and imported it and actually customized it, we have created a mask around an object that is moving. A far lengthier task than the simple task of masking a still image that we did earlier. And let's actually just stick with the organization, drag this into compositions, and drag this into footage. And just like that, we have isolated a image. And in fact, if we wanted to make it longer, we can maybe press Control D, duplicate it, go here, go to time reverse layer, bring it over here, line it up so that it goes back essentially, right? And then maybe duplicate that one more time, throw that at the end, and just like that, what we've done is we've got this poster that comes in, it goes back out, it comes in again. And, you know, in terms of if we're creating some promo material for this club and for this promotions company, CASA, you know, something like this will be absolutely awesome to have as a little GIF maybe that pops up on social media to tell people what the set times will be, stuff like that. And it's all put together simply using the masking tool. And just like that, we have actually completed it and got it done and dusted. So that right there is how to mask a moving video. We're going to come back in a second with masking transitions and explore the process of actually bringing on another clip via the masking transitions. Coming up next. See you there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing the masking section, and this is going to be covering masking transitions. So, in the previous section, we just showed you how to mask a moving shape, which is a very interesting process, definitely more time-consuming than masking a still image. Obviously, we got loads of still images right here. You know, we've got so many different still images, and we're able to get around it by, instead of going frame by frame, sort of going, you know, every few frames. So, for example, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 frames, and then we've made an adjustment. But of course, it fills in the gaps, so it sort of adjusts itself in the places where there's not a keyframe because it knows it has to get from point A to point B, and you know, hopefully, which in this situation has worked, it nicely matches up. But next up is going to be the process of creating a masking transition. It's very interesting, a masking transition. It's going to enable us to actually bring another clip on through a mask. Now, the main key thing to have a masking transition is to have something that covers the screen fully. So, for example, let's actually go ahead and import this clip right here, masking transition clip. And we're actually going to briefly showcase what I mean by this. And then we're going to come back in an exercise in a second once you've got an understanding. And we're actually going to go ahead and build a masking transition together. So let's go up to here to composition. Let's create a new composition. Let's go ahead and press OK. And let's import our masking transition clip right into the middle. And more or less, we'll play through this clip right now. It is a clip that is of a whole bunch of people lining up to go into this club. And then this object fully covers the screen. And the masking transition is we want to use the mask to mask out as soon as this pole goes in the way, and we want the new video to be appearing here. So the pole almost looks like it brings the new video on, opposed to currently, obviously, goes past the pole and continues showing what's going on. But if we can use this pole to, as soon as the stuff here starts showing, we start making a mask, and then we can actually have a video below this so that the mask is actually bringing a new clip on, and you know, it's going to be looking very, very cool. So without further ado, let's actually do it. And I'm going to start to show you how to do it, and then we're actually going to go ahead and do it together in the masking transition exercise, which is coming up next, where we're going to use this. You're going to be able to download it, and you can download the masking transition background, which is the clip we're going to be bringing on. But essentially, how you do it is we go to where the first frame starts to appear itself, right? So for example, there. That's looking like it's the first frame. And we'd actually go ahead and actually get the pen tool. And what we want to do is we want to go ahead and make a line so that it fully takes out anything that's coming on over there. Then we want to draw all of this and highlight that so that as soon as it starts going off the screen, that appears. Now, over here, we want to go over a couple. So let's actually press M to find out where this mask path is. And just like that, we want to actually create a keyframe. But of course, over here, we want to actually bring the mask over here so that, of course, as soon as the thing starts to appear itself, then it starts to show what's behind. But until that pole is actually revealing what's behind it, we don't want it to actually appear, okay? So that's more or less going to be the process. And then we're going to just literally just move the mask over as we go and pretty much be able to essentially take away whatever's coming in. And I'll go over a few more, and then we'll delete the masking and come back together so that you can really see the shape taking effect. The mask really being precise. So let's actually just go ahead and adjust this point right here. Adjust that there, adjust that down right there. And we don't want anything really to be revealing itself as we go over. And it's literally just a case of just going over frame by frame. This is going over a little bit quicker this time. So it's not quite as simple as the basic square shape that we're creating with the set list, but more or less the clip is going to be appearing behind this. Okay, so we're actually going to just keep adjusting this right here, and this is where I'm going to leave it for the time being. So more or less what this clip looks like now is it's the audience, and then as you see there briefly, it starts to bring on another clip, right? So that is exactly what we want to do. We want to bring on that clip, and it's going to be a relatively time-consuming process just to completely mask this and mask it in a way where it looks realistic enough to actually, fully bring this on. And also, we're going to be exploring a bit of mask feather to essentially blend it a bit. As you see right there, even just adding a bit of mask feather is blending it much nicer, and it's going to be a much smoother process. So let's actually go ahead and delete the mask. You see that nonsense popping up here, and we're going to come back in a second. I'm going to let you guys download this clip right here and download the background as well, and we're going to explore doing this together. See you guys there. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the masking section. This is going to be an exercise, how to create a seamless transition using masking. And, I've briefly explained it to you right here. We're actually using this clip right here to bring on another clip, and it's going to be a very interesting process, and overall, I'm looking forward to it very, very much. So without further ado, this is the clip we're dealing with as we see it right here. And more or less, we want to bring on another clip. And that clip is actually going to be this clip right here, the mask transition, which more or less reveals the logo of the club. So essentially, it's going to be going from the line to the logo of the club. This is a chain called Prism Nightclub. So it's actually, go ahead and download those from the resources section, all right? Both of them are available for download. I've already imported the mask transition clip, so let's go ahead and import the mask BG, which stands for background, of course. And let's actually just leave it there for a second. Let's actually go ahead and organize that into footage and that into compositions, but let's leave that there for a split second until we actually need it, okay? And let's actually go ahead and just get the pen tool and then press, hold shift and then use the arrow key to go over one frame. And we're going to go over until the first frame reveals itself of whatever's behind it. And let's click, we'll drag up, and we can actually go ahead and just bring that nice and up right there so that it is fully out here, and I can't connect that yet. My bad, that's because I was connecting it. And let's actually just go ahead and do that. Now what I want to do is actually just make it blurred a little bit. You see how it seems like such a hard cut that it might not be believable in terms of a mask, right? So let's actually load up the mask settings by simply going here and loading up the mask down here in the properties. And let's just bump up the feather a little bit, which essentially makes that a bit more of a smooth line right there. So let's bump it up to about 30. That'll probably do. And let's actually go ahead and tap the mask path on. But let's actually go over one again, because we don't want the mask to be on a frame earlier. We want it to actually be off. But as soon as it starts to reveal itself, we want the mask to be there. And then let's actually go over another frame by holding the arrow key and control. And let's actually go ahead and just adjust it right there. So we bring it over so that it doesn't reveal anything that's behind. And then we actually go ahead and jump over another frame. And actually, again, just drag that over. So we shouldn't be wanting to reveal what's behind. And we can actually individually mask these out. And let's go ahead and, again, just jump over again. Go ahead and bring that over. And bring that one over there as well. So we are more or less trying to just literally bring these over bit by bit, so that we are completely leaving this gap right here where we can actually have our clips coming in a second. And, we're actually going to introduce the background clip momentarily. And I'm literally just pressing Control and the arrow key to shift over one frame at a time, because this one right here is a little bit trickier, because we want to get this 100% right. So let's bring it over again, bring that over again, and bring that over again a little bit. We want to just make sure that none of that background is popping up. If any of that background's popping up, we're at risk of the effect looking a little bit dodgy, and we want it to look seamless as possible. This title of the section is called "How to Create a Seamless Transition." So to create a seamless transition, you have to put a little bit of time into it. I'll be honest with that. But as you see right here, with the bit we've isolated, it is relatively nicely isolating this section right here, and we can just continue to frame by frame adjust the mask, bring it over. And just like that, we are eating through the kind of empty space there, or we're leaving this empty space right there to be manipulated in a second by actually throwing another clip down there. Let's bring that over, and the feather is strongly helping us right now, because it's actually fading through this stuff, opposed to opposed to, you know, having just a really rigid one line going down, which might look a little artificial and it might not look too believable, to be honest. We want to make this look as believable. The objective of the masking transition is to make it appear as if an object in our scene, in our, you know, clip number 1, clip A, if you will, has actually dragged on another clip, clip number B. Clip number 2, aka clip B. And just like that, we're just bringing it over and just trying to keep the pole as the sole thing. Now, the feather can act against us sometimes if we bring it too much over, but essentially you can see the darkness from revealing behind the pole. We just want to make sure none of that is actually popping up. Drag that one over one more time again. Drag it over, and as you see, we're making headway. Right? We've got a clip that is that's looking pretty cool, and we're isolating it pretty efficiently, and we're just literally doing frame by frame to actually get this working. Frame by frame. Bada bing, bada boom. Again, going over. Bringing it over frame by frame. Again, over. And this is where I was referring to earlier, guys, where I was saying this can be a relatively tedious process. So you have to choose your battles sometimes of what you actually want to apply this effect to. But as you're going to see in a second, once we've completed the whole mask, it is a extremely effective and an extremely well presented transition that you can do, based on the simple fact that it's actually using an object that's already in the environment instead of actually having to to digitally fabricate something that's bringing something on, or to have some sort of pre-made spin transition or something, which obviously looks artificial. Although it can look cool and it's very usable in other stuff, masking transitions are my favorite because of the seamlessness. See, to me, editing is best executed when you don't even necessarily, as a viewer, know there was an effect there. You just sort of see a nice seamless sequence that all ties in very well together, and you're not just like, oh yeah, that was an effect. You know what I mean? You sort of want to be not that aware of the edit. You just want to be enjoying the project when you're a viewer. And doing stuff like this, these kind of seamless transitions, is a great way to obviously keep people enjoying the edit, but also not necessarily pushing it towards an over edit, which a lot of the time can work against you, and it can't be the nicest sometimes. So I'm literally just dragging these over, point by point, dragging them over so that they're revealing whatever's behind, and we are really starting to get a good outline now. We've revealed most of the background, right? And I'm just making sure to be as precise as I can. I'm not trying to slack off. There's a tendency for me to want to slack off the past couple frames that you do. But to make this look proper, we've got to point by point it. We've got to make sure that we're not cutting any corners, and making sure that the whole animation is very smooth, or else the effect will look a little bit poor, in my opinion. And we want to make it look as nice of an execution of this effect as we really can, within a relatively short amount of time. We're not trying to wait 2.5 hours doing this one exercise, but we're definitely trying to create this effect in a relatively short amount of time, but a nice execution of the effect. It has to be a nice execution of the effect, or we're more or less wasting our time. So let's keep dragging that over. And the object's moving less now by the looks of it, which means we've just got smaller adjustments to make, which is all good, no problem at all. Keep bringing those over. And I'm just keep going frame by frame. I'm still frame by frame in it because we want to make sure that it's precise. If it's not precise, we're risking it looking a little bit poor. And got to make sure that we're not creating other points as well. That's very possible. Bring it over. Frame by frame in it again. Bring that over again. And we're completing the end of it, nearly. It definitely stays on screen for a little while, that's for sure. So we can keep going frame by frame. And I got a very good feeling about this mask that we've done right here. I think it's going to be a nice execution of it. And what we can do as soon as we've completed the mask, as soon as it's fully off the screen, is we can start pulling in that background clip. And I'm going to go 2 frames at a time now because it looks like it's going a little bit slower. So instead of just going over 1 frame, I'm going to go two frames over. And again, I'm literally doing that by just pressing Shift and then an arrow key, the arrow key to the right. Or Control, rather, an arrow key. My bad. Not Shift. Control and arrow key at the same time. And bringing that over. and I'm doing 2 frames at a time just to speed things up now because things aren't going quite as fast. Bring it over a couple more again. And this is the home stretch right here. But I'm sure if you're following through with this, which is an exercise, I'm sure you should be, you're seeing how I was saying a little bit of the tedious process earlier. It can definitely be a tedious process, but it's definitely a worthwhile one. And you're gonna see the effect take place in a second once we actually complete the masking transition. And you know, it's literally on the home stretch at this point. So we're right there. We just got to keep going over a couple frames, keep adjusting it, and we would have actually completed our first masking transition of the course. And it's going to be a very, very smooth one, in my opinion. So keep bringing that over. Keep bringing that over. Nice. And let's do another 2. Awesome. Bring that over. Bring that over. A few more. Nice. Trying to select all of them now so I can bring them over. Nice. Nice. Couple more. This really is the home stretch right now. Nice. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And here we go. Last probably 2. There we go. Nice. And this will be our last one. It is fully off the screen. Amazing. And just like that, we have actually masked this pole so that the pole brings a new clip on. And now what we want to actually do is first, let's give this a play. Let's make sure this is looking pretty nice. It's looking pretty cool. Nice. So what we have is a clip that plays from the crowd. It's walking through the line, rather, not the crowd. And then a new clip is going to be brought on right here. So we know what clip that is. That's our masking transition BG. So let's actually drag that over here. And what I want to do is just scroll along on the clip a little bit so that we can see where could be a nice place to start it. And that could be a nice movement. We're just looking for a nice movement. So let's scroll along a bit until this sort of movement starts. Press Control-Shift-D, delete that. And let's actually bring that to the start of the reveal, right? And now I'm actually just going to go over here. I'm going to give this a play by pressing space. And we're going to see what actually happens when the mask brings on our next clip. And just like that, we have done our first masking transition. And damn, it was a smooth one, if I do say so myself. If you followed through perfectly, we've created this exact sequence on the screen using the masking transition. And you know, you could tweak it a little more if you wanted to. For example, when it gets to here, maybe it's lagged, it's on the screen for a little bit too long. So maybe we want to press S and do a little bit of scale so that by the time it starts slowing down a little bit, maybe it's already scaled in. So for example, we've just added a basic scale so that it just kind of speeds itself up a little bit more. And just like that, we get it off the screen a little bit quicker, if you see what I mean. In fact, we could even do more, to be honest, and see what happens. And just like that, we've created our first masking transition of the course, a really smooth one in my opinion. We would have followed through this together, and just like that, we've created a really nice masking transition that reveals the Prism logo. And just like that, we can seal that off, or actually, we may as well leave it. I'm going to play that a couple more times because that right there is a really nice execution of the masking transition. Just like that, we've done and dusted it. And if we actually press M, we load up the different keyframes that we've done. It is a ridiculous amount of keyframes. You see this right here. This right here is all the different frames that make an effect like this possible, not to mention the scale as well. But despite the serious time that you put into something like this, the result represents the amount of time you put into it. And, you know, this, of course, is the reason why it's my favorite transition you can do in pretty much the entire editing universe. So that right there is a completion of the masking section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Let's actually bring that back down. Let's play it a couple more times because this right here was really good. If you followed through directly with me, you should be really proud of yourself for putting together a masking transition as smooth as this one right here, using an object that literally brings on another clip. And this is a live thing. I've done this in the actual project. That's the thing. I'm not walking you guys through something that you're not going to use. This is the exact thing that I did for this exact project. For example, I could actually go here to my PC, to my record drive, find some finished projects, and I could find this exact project, the finished one. Here it is. And actually, yeah, just keep it on mute. And I'm actually gonna show you that I literally do this exact effect using the exact scene, just like that. And just like that, I've used that as a live you know, in a live project that, you know, I'm paid money to do this project right here. I'm brought out. I'm employed as a freelancer. And just like that, we've done it. And also, if you notice the text right here, I've used a mask to get rid of the text as well, so that when the bar goes, this side of the actual poll removes the text, and this side of the poll introduces the new clip. And that right there is masking, the masking section done and dusted. One more play through this. Be very proud if you've created something like this with me, and I'm sure you have. We've walked through it together. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in the upcoming section. See you there. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are entering a new section. This is the rotoscoping section of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, and this is going to be the explaining the rotoscope tool. And pretty much the rotoscope tool is a more advanced version of the mask. You see, this is where we left off. We made our masking transition, which looks awesome, but we have to physically you know, do all these movements ourselves. The rotoscoping tool enables us to pretty much mass highlight something, and then AI in the program figures out the edges and basically does a lot of the work for us. But it's probably a little bit less time consuming than masking, but still a fair bit of time goes into it if you want to make it look nice and polished. So I've actually created a whole new folder in my other folder called Rotoscoping, because I think it's getting a little messy here. Our After Effects folder is far more organized than my personal After Effects Masterclass project that I've been doing here. But of course, this is just my folder. So with us, we got to keep organized, but I don't mind myself. Let's go over here to Rotoscoping, this tool, and we're going to import this particular clip right here. Now, I'm going to let you guys download this in the next section. I just want to give you a brief understanding and a brief breakdown of the tool itself so that we can go ahead and crack on and do stuff ourselves, right? But pretty much, let's go up here to composition, new composition. Let's actually make a 30-second composition, 59.94, because 59.94 frames a second is the clip we're going to be editing. And this is comp 26. So we're really up in the comps now. We're damn near at 30 comps now, which is crazy. But pretty much, we want to go ahead and import our clip right here. And more or less, this is a clip from a product review I did. I was reviewing a charger, right? A charger for my Sony batteries. And pretty much what we want to do with the rotoscope tool is we want to actually, I'm just deleting that and bringing it over, but we're going to redo all this together as soon as we enter the exercise in the next section. And pretty much we want to isolate the box and the hands and make the box and the hands cut out from the background, but not just in one frame, for all of these frames right here, which this is going to be an extremely interesting process based on the fact that, you know, with masking, it would be a real pain to do this. We'd have to chop around all this, and it just wouldn't be thorough. But with the rotoscoping tool, aka the rotobrush tool, rotoscoping is the effect that we're going to be executing, but rotobrush is the actual tool that we're going to be using. We're going to actually be able to separate the box of my hands from the background and pretty much be able to make these two different objects, right? So you notice that when I go over to the rotobrush tool, nothing happens. You know, like literally nothing happens. The cursor stays the same. That's because we actually have to double click our object. And we get this little brush right here, this little green brush right here. Now, if we want to make the brush bigger, we hold Control and click and drag in or out. So I'm holding Control and I'm clicking my left mouse button, dragging in. We can make it small, or big. We can make it big. Let's make it probably around there. And I'm just going to show you what we're about to do. So I want to just drag this over, make sure I'm using this in a nice straight, nice calm area. So it looks like that's pretty calm. Control Shift D to delete that. Bring that over. And you're going to understand the effect as soon as I start doing it, right? So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I got a little perspective. And I'm literally just going to draw an outline. And you see this green line starts getting painted. Now just draw it through. And as you see, once I draw it, it highlights a lot of the stuff that we went by. And I'm pretty much just highlighting all the objects that I actually want to keep in there. And then what I'm going to do is hold Alt. And you notice how it changes to red. We then go over the bits that we don't want. So all these little bits right here, we don't necessarily want these. And we want to obviously bring that in so we can get rid of this area here. And it will then have highlighted the specific area we want. And we notice here we need to highlight those. You got to be very, very careful with this. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and press spacebar, and it's going to go frame by frame and figure it out. But you see how it's already started highlighting some of the white over there. So I'm actually just going to go over a couple frames, go here, hold Alt, get that rid of it, and go over a couple more frames, and just make sure to be kind of monitoring it. The program does a relatively good job of figuring stuff out, but you on your own will have to sort of monitor over it. And it looks like even from the start, we didn't have the even from the start we did not have this bit selected. So it is sort of worth it just to go frame by frame, but we can do that by holding Control and going over with the right mouse button, with the right keys rather, and then Alt enables us to be able to kind of get rid of some when it's selecting the wrong area. And we just want to go kind of frame by frame over and just sort of monitor it. Like I said, the program will do a pretty good job of keeping the outline. However, it's not going to do a perfect job because at the end of the day, this is this is an advanced effect. If we were using a background which was so different to the actual hands, in that particular case, maybe like a green screen, it would do a little bit better of a job. However, if we're dealing with a green screen, we know that we may as well just green screen it because that's just a far more effective execution of removing the background. But in this particular case, we can't just green screen out a real background. That's ridiculous. So we're literally just going over frame by frame, and then we'll hit a point where we have to actually reassign the mold to the objects we want, because the program stops at, I think, after maybe 10, 15 seconds, something like that. There we go. You see how the mask disappears, or the roto disappears, and now we have to reassign it. The reason for that is they just want to make sure that you are actually being as accurate as you can be, and that they're not sort of running off on their own, them being After Effects and doing something you don't want to do. So they give you a lot of control here, which could be relatively annoying if you wanted it just to do it all itself, but also what's more annoying is having it go through and then it's tracked just to not the object you want. But I'm going over sort of frame by frame. I'm actually doing 2 frames at a time, and I'm just making sure to keep an eye out for anywhere that the actual outline is dipping away. And just like that, again, after about 10-15 seconds, it actually goes away. We have to reassign it. Not a problem. We then reassign all the parts that we want to stay selected, the fingers, the box itself, and we're just trying to isolate the background or isolate the object from the background. And if we go here, we go back here, we notice that there is a space actually popping up here. So we want to get that gone. And we want to just keep on going over a couple frames. And now that we've done about just over a second, if we go play through here, you see that from the beginning to about that 1 second, we have actually gotten rid of the background. And the background, but also, as we see, there's a couple rough edges right here. So when you're doing this and you want something perfect, it can take quite a while because you have to keep tweaking it. You have to keep sort of making adjustments. But this is exactly what we're going to do when we come back. I just wanted to give you a brief understanding of the Rotoscope tool. And now I'm sure you do have a brief understanding. And we're going to actually do this together and try and fully highlight this. And then we're actually going to come back afterwards, replace the background, and keep emphasizing our sequence. But I'll see you guys in the next section where we're going to do this together. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the rotoscoping section with a actual exercise right off the bat. It's imperative. Is that the right word? I've never used that word in my life, but I'm going to roll with it. It is imperative that we follow through together because of the fact that this tool, it's almost a little bit confusing for me after years of using After Effects. And, if this is your first time, you could definitely get a little bit spun out by this effect, and I think the exercises are a perfect way to do things together with the exact same clip. You and me create the exact same result, therefore we both sort of create, you retain the information a little better. But essentially, I'm actually just going to go ahead and delete that clip. Go ahead and delete it, even though we've done some hard work on it, and let's go ahead and re-import it. It's actually in the rotoscoping folder. If you guys go to resources, you can download it. Let's drag and drop it into our sequence right now. We're going to drag, drop, and we're going to let it actually import, and we're going to drag and drop it into our sequence once again. Now let's scroll over until we find a nice place where the object sort of has become still. I think I was waiting for it to focus. My autofocus was playing up here, so let's scroll over together to about here when things start getting a little bit stiller and things get in focus a bit better, right? So probably around here. Let's press Control-Shift-D, cut it at the 12 second, 51 millisecond mark. Bring that over. And more or less what we're going to do, we're going to go up here, get our roto brush, and we are going to double click the clip. And just like we did before, we are going to highlight the areas that we want to actually make stand out from the background. Go ahead and highlight this right here, highlight that right there, highlight the whole situation. Then we can hold Alt, and we know that we're taking the remover because it turns to red. They don't try and make this too complex for you. They're trying to make it sort of as easily digestible as possible, right? Ideally. And then what we want to do first off is actually just start going over, make sure I get that. And let's actually just go ahead and hold Control and double click the right arrow key. And it's actually going to go over a couple frames, go over a couple more, and we want to make sure that we get that gone right there. And more or less just anything that I do for yourself. Or, I mean, hell, you might be way better at this than me, so screw it. If I'm doing it wrong, you do it your way. But ideally, follow through with what I'm doing here so we can replicate the exact same effect. And I'm making sure that I'm getting rid of all those impurities, if you will, so that we can actually be creating as accurate of a tracking of this object as we possibly can. And the more time we actually put into this, the more accurate it's going to look, the better it's going to look. And pretty much what we want to do is we want to highlight a fair bit of this until we feel kind of accomplished that we've done enough that we can actually do some cool stuff next in terms of taking out the background. But I think let's try and do at least probably about 3 to 4 seconds, which obviously we're at, we're barely anywhere now. We're barely at half a second right now. But let's just keep on working over, keep going over, and just make sure to look out for any lines that are going astray, which a lot of the time you're good until one does go astray. And just like that, we've hit the maximum point where we need to reassign our border, which, I mean, can get a little bit annoying sometimes. Part of me does kind of wish After Effects just left it and didn't make you have to reassign stuff after 10-15 seconds, because if you're trying to do something for quite a fair bit of time, it can get a bit annoying. But at the same time, that is more or less to protect you and make sure the lines aren't going astray, and that you don't have to do more work in the end. So let's just keep on, now that we've reassigned it, keep on going over, and just look out for lines going astray like that. I'm not necessarily trying to be 100% perfect, but sort of as perfect as we possibly can. And just keep on going over, keep on going over. And it's looking good. It's looking good so far. And the reason we have to go frame by frame is because we want to make sure this is as accurate as possible. And just like that, it has hit the 10-second or the 10-frame reset mark. Let's go ahead and reassign all the parts that we want to cover. Oh, I went over the line a little bit right there. And it's kind of like we're back in art class pretty much. We're just trying to trace those lines and get everything looking good, and then unassign the bits that we don't want to be showing, because our objective here is to actually highlight the hand and the box itself, but to not have any of the background showing. So we're trying to get as much gone as possible. Obviously, tiny bits like that there. For the sake of this example, I'm not going to take them down. But ideally, if you were doing a full-blown rotoscope, a lot of these little lines right here you probably would be trying to get. And I'm just trying to make this as accurate as possible. Let's keep on going over frame by frame. Frame by frame. It looks like, there we go. It's gone astray right there. That was a pretty big one. Make sure we make our brush a little bit bigger. And remember, we make the brush bigger by holding Control and clicking and holding on the left mouse button. And it looks like a little bit showing here as well. So we can actually go ahead and highlight that, remove it. Awesome. Let's go over a few more frames. Let's go back. Actually highlight that again. And I'm sure you're starting to see how this could be a real lengthy process, but I think for a comparison to the masking tool, masking would not be an efficient way to do this right here. There's literally just too many moving lines. Shout out to anybody who is willing to mask this right here, but you're a madman in my opinion, because I wouldn't be doing it. I'm using a tool like this, and that's exactly why After Effects created the tool like this, so you can still do a mask-like effect, but you're not spending the next 17 years sat in the studio tracing each outline. And we're really only trying to do max 3-4 seconds of this. Imagine if you're trying to do minutes of this. It's to be honest, it's not even imaginable. It's pretty painful to start imagining that, based on the fact that we've been going for a good 5 minutes now, and we are just about to hit the 2-second mark. Barely indeed, right? So, if you're really trying to do something very long, it's very tedious. And this right here is sort of perfect for, for transitions, stuff like that. But for anything other than that, it can get a little bit tedious. And we're just going over, and now the shape of the object is changing because I'm moving it around. So actually, once we get up to the 2-second mark, this is a good place to start calling it, I reckon, because as you see, we're actually losing the shape of the objects right here, based on the fact that they are changing position now. And just like that, we can stay highlighting as much as we can, and keep going over a couple more frames. Oh, just like that, we're fully losing it now. So I think as soon as we hit that 2-second mark, it's probably going to be time to call it, because it's moving too fast now that the motion blur is making the objects not so obvious. As you see, that they're all kind of blurred now. And that's really not good for our rotoscope. It's going to make our job much harder. So let's actually probably call it right there. I'll go over one more. I'll see where it's going. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and call it right there. So if we go back, we have this object right here, which has been isolated. We can actually press spacebar and play it. It's been isolated from the background. It goes over, but as soon as it starts going crazy, you see it's not very nice to really be tracking that. But together, we followed through and we have isolated this particular object right here. Now, what we're going to do in the next section, well, let's go ahead and press Control S first. Let's save that. This is not the type of thing you want to be doing multiple times. I'll tell you that for free. Let's go ahead and press space, play this. As we see, we've highlighted a nice selection, but right there, it definitely goes crazy. And what we probably want to do is cut it right there, right? So what we want to do is go ahead and press Control D, duplicate our clip, bring that below, press Control Shift D to cut that, and then actually take the roto brush off of that. So basically, at about that time, it is going to be back to normal, right? So we've highlighted that, and then it's going to be back to normal. But we don't want it just to chop back to normal. We want to actually have a really nice, smooth transition back to normal and have a different background here, which is actually going to be our liquefy overlay, which I'm going to let you guys download in the next section. So what we're going to do in a second is come back with replacing the background, and we're actually going to explore how to do that together. I'll see you guys in the next section. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the rotoscoping section with another exercise. 2 exercises in a row. The first time in the course we've done 2 exercises in a row. This is going to be replacing the background of an isolated object, because together we've isolated this object here, and then it just cuts hard to a background, which we don't want that. We want it to fade into that background, but we want to have something different that it starts on. And what we're going to have this different that it starts on is liquefy. This is a liquefy animation, which is going to be available in resources for you to download. So go ahead and download it and import it to our actual media manager, our project manager. Let's go ahead and let it import itself. And let's actually just go ahead and put comp in compositions and box in footage. Let's keep liquefy there because we want to drag and drop it into the sequence. Let's drag and drop, and just like that, it enters itself. Now, let's go ahead and press S and scale it up to actually fit the screen, so it's fully covering it. Now, if we actually go ahead and press space to play it, this is a liquefy that's going on in the background, but it gets here and just hard cuts to this. So we really don't want that at all. We want it to be liquefying, and then smoothly, as that sort of movement's done, we want the background to fade in. So we want to actually bring our background out a little bit, and go over here a bit until about the 2-second mark. Go ahead and press T, make the opacity 100, come over here to the start and make the opacity 0. And now if we go back, just by doing a very simple adjustment like that, I've pressed Control S to save it, you're about to see what happens right now after you've downloaded Liquefy in the resources section. We've simply done a basic opacity keyframe here to bring the background on, and placed the Liquefy in the background and scaled it up a little bit. And now if we actually go ahead and press spacebar to play, you can see the power of this right now. So what we have is completely replaced the background of this moving object with the box, and as we turn the box, the normal background comes back and it goes completely back to normal. So let's go ahead and play that again. A really nice execution of it. If this is the first time you've used the Rotoscope tool in terms of, and to be honest, if you're following this course, I'm sure it is the first time you've used it. This is way better than I was ever able to do when I first messed with the Rotoscope tool. It took me a long time to actually figure anything out about the Rotoscope tool, despite watching numerous tutorials and despite, actually testing it on a whole bunch of different footage. As we see right here, we actually, I can actually go ahead and mute these layers as well, right? And we can actually play this, and just like that, we have actually achieved the rotoscoping effect using the Rotoscope tool, putting a simple background in behind it, and, you know, basically replacing that background and also having a nice transition back to the normal background. Now, I just want to throw back on those. What were those sounds like? Okay, they were just small. I was just making sure that those sounds weren't too overpowering. And just like that, I'm pressing spacebar to play. We have achieved a replacing the background and a rotoscope effect. And then we can open up the box and have a look at the charger inside. This is the charger I've been using for charging my camera batteries for a while now. Looks like I'm struggling to get it out. Awesome. Just like that, guys, pat yourself on the back. We've achieved the rotoscoping effect with the Rotoscope tool. And that movement there works so nicely to bring back on the normal background. And, you know, just like that, you guys can picture whatever other projects you would apply this to. I've pressed Control-S to save it. And that concludes our isolating the object and replacing the background. We're going to come back in a second and start exploring how we would actually use the Rotoscope tool in other scenarios, maybe not just actually isolating an object, but how to actually maybe do some transitions. You guys know I'm a big fan of transitions, especially seamless ones, even this one right here, right? And I love using objects that are already part of the video and kind of using them as a transition. So we're going to be back with that, guys. I look forward to teaching it. I'll see you guys there. Coming up. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the rotoscoping section, and this is going to be how to actually replace a screen with a video using the rotoscoping tool or the rotoscope tool, right? And this is the clip we're going to be playing right here. So let's actually just double click it, let it open up, and more or less this is a clip that I recorded at my desk that pretty much is just nice still clip. It's zooming over to one of my TVs. We're going to use the Rotoscope tool to take away the screen and put a different video there and transition into our next clip. So let's actually go ahead and import it. And by the way, we're going to do an exercise in the next section where we do this together. As per usual, we got to do stuff together or else I don't want to leave you guys behind. And pretty much what we're going to do is actually just explain this effect real quick. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to do it together. So here's the screen. We've got it in here. We can take our liquify, by the way, and just go ahead and throw that into footage. And also what we can do is we can make a brand new sequence for this because it's not going to be the same as the other clip. So let's make a new composition. Actually, we go here to 59.94 because we can tell by this frame rate here that it's 29.97. So let's actually put it 29.97. And let's actually go ahead and press OK. Now let's import our screen, throw our screen in there. Let's actually just go ahead and press spacebar and play it one time. Let's actually maybe fit it to the screen. So as we can see, it's zooming over to the screen, and pretty much we're going to completely replace the screen, and we are actually going to put whatever video that we actually want to replace that with underneath the screen. Perfect. Not a problem at all. How do we begin? First off, I'm just basically going to break down the tool quickly before we do it together, okay? So pretty much say we wanted to actually start to do the effect maybe around the 8-second mark, right? When we're starting to get nice and close. Let's actually just go ahead and double click it, get our roto brush, and of course we would actually go ahead and just go ahead and hold shift and scale it up a little bit. And let's actually just, you know, draw a nice squiggle around here to highlight the screen. Let's actually just go ahead and highlight that as well. And it looks like we got a little bit of mischief going on. Let's press H to bring it down here. And certain things when the program can't quite tell what's going on, this could be a small problem. So we just want to go ahead and highlight that. And then press Alt to kind of get rid of that because we do not want the taskbar being actually highlighted. We literally just want the screen. And now what we can do is simply press Control and hold over and just go over a couple frames, go over a couple more, and we're just going to kind of do a fair few of these until we have pretty much highlighted a fair bit of the screen, and also make sure that we are, you know, loosely taking care of these areas right down here. If I was trying to do a full-blown feature project, I would probably try and make them 100% precise. But for the sake of this example, they could be a little bit squiggly. I'm not too worried, but you see, I'm making sure I'm keeping track of them, and I'm just going over a couple frames at a time, making sure they're not going too crazy. Because I don't mind if there's a little bit of kind of mess around based on the fact that this is going to be a very quick clip. So, you know, the audience probably won't be able to tell in full detail whether something is, you know, absolutely perfect or not. But we want to make them look as perfect as we possibly can, as seamless as possible. So let's keep on going over. And we're probably going to go ahead and hit our border in a second, where we're going to have to reassign the image. reassign the outline, right? But let's keep on going over. Keep on going over. And I'm sort of doing 2 frame at a time with this. Keep on going over bit by bit. Bit by bit. And now if we actually go back here, we know that we have highlighted just the screen. However, we don't want just the screen. That's not at all what we want. So what we're going to actually have to do is go to the beginning of it. And let's actually go up here and click Invert Foreground / Background. And that's exactly how we're going to do it. So now the screen is not there. Of course, earlier it is because we hadn't done it yet. But as soon as it gets to about here, we are actually going to invert it so the screen disappears. And that's where we're going to be able to do our transition, where we're going to be able to bring on a different clip in this particular area right here. And it's pretty much executed like that. We're going to do that. And what we're going to do to actually make the clip appear, you see how it's just a hard cut right now. We don't want that. What we want to do is go to where the hard cut is, Control D, and duplicate the clip. Go to the bottom one, delete Roto Brush off of it, and actually go ahead and press T, make a keyframe, go over a couple frames, and make it 0. So we actually have this effect that the screen sort of disappears. And that's exactly where we're going to actually put our new clip, and it's going to come into frame, and then we're actually going to go ahead and scale in this clip somewhere into it a little bit, so that when we scale both of these by pressing S, we go over a little bit more, and it looks like that's our border hit right there. So let's actually go ahead and go back until we find where the border has not been hit. And we're going to be redoing all of this together in a second. I'm just doing it so you make sure to understand that we're on the same page. Go over until the last frame that has been rotoscoped is appearing. And that's the one right there. And we can actually go ahead and at that point, we want to have zoomed all the way in. So pretty much we're going to get this effect where we come close to the TV screen disappears, and then it zooms all the way into our brand new clip. And then it's literally just the new clip on screen. But that's an extreme rough execution of it. So what we're going to do together when we come back is get this clip. We're going to chop it down because I don't want to start it from the beginning. I want to sort of start it a little bit chopped in. I'm literally just repeating it right now, but we're going to do all this together in a second. It's going to approach the screen. The screen is actually going to disappear, and then our new clip will actually transition in, just like that. So we're going to repeat this together in a second, coming back where you guys can go and download the screen in resources. See you guys in the next section. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the rotoscoping section, this right here is going to be how to create a rotoscope transition through a screen. We're going to rotoscope out the screen, just as I briefly showed you guys here, but I want to go through it together because I firmly believe that going through it together is the best way for you to retain what's going on. So it's actually highlight comp set 27 and screen and delete them because you guys didn't import them yet. So I want to do that from the top together. So it's actually go to our folder, or for you, go to resources, and I want you to actually download screen and C0025, which is going to be the thing that's going to be transitioned in. And after you download it in resources, drag and drop them to our actual folder here. Let's actually let them import themselves. Simple as that. And let's actually go ahead up to composition, make a brand new composition, and press OK. And then we can import our screen. And first things first, I want to trim it down a bit. You see how I kind of hover a bit, but until the screen starts moving in, at about 2 seconds, I want you to press Control-Shift-D, chop that start bit out, all right? And then let's just play through the clip here. Have a look at how it's looking, all right? It looks like we're zooming in. Nice, looking nice. And probably around the maybe 6-second mark, I'm thinking now, actually, because I think it's most central at the 6-second mark. I want to start getting that screen gone. So how are we going to do that? Very simple. Make sure we're on our Rotoscope brush tool. Double-click the clip, which enters our layer over here. By the way, you can transition back at any time by clicking Composition, or come back over here to Layer. And let's actually just go ahead and draw some squiggles in the middle, which will actually highlight the whole of our screen. Go down here and highlight that last clip right there. And I guess you guys are getting an insight into what my YouTube subscriptions look like. We got the Breakfast Club, KSI, and Valuetainment. Big shout out to them. Let's actually go ahead back to the Rotoscope brush. Actually press Alt, which means we're going to be able to get it to red, which means we can kind of get rid of some stuff and just sort of make that as perfect as we can. Now what I want to do is actually just come back here to Fit and press Space. And it's going to start figuring that out bit by bit. And let's just keep watch on what's going on down here. Press H to come back down to the hand tool. Come back over here. And we can actually just keep highlighting this area to make sure that it's all good. And it looks like this is the only area that's really causing trouble. So I'm just pressing space to kind of mass do this area right here. which means that, oh, I meant to alt it. And we're literally just trying to make sure that this is as even as possible. This is going to be a very quick transition. So if it's not 100% perfect, which by the looks of it, it's not, that's actually not too much of a worry. But we want to just keep on coming over bit by bit and making it as precise as we possibly can. But it doesn't have to be 100% because these are minor details. However, in a feature project, we'd probably make it 100%. You know, if we were doing some next level edit that maybe we were commissioned to do or whatever, we probably would be trying to get it perfect. But for the sake of this example, we are just highlighting it. And as we look here, we've got like a good nearly 2 seconds of highlighted material. So it's actually, we go from 6 seconds and let's go the full 2 seconds. All right. So it's actually, keep playing it until it gets to 33. Let's go back and sort of get those gone, because I do want to make this, oh, let's actually highlight that, get those gone there. I want to get this as precise as possible. And we've hit 33. Perfect. So we know we've got 2 seconds of highlighted screen. Awesome. However, it's just the screen, and we don't want that. We want the screen gone. So let's go up here and remember to click invert foreground/background so that we actually have this 2 second bit here where the screen completely disappears. And this is exactly where what we're going to want to do is duplicate by pressing Control D. The clip. Oh, it looks like we are selecting the actual effect here. So it's actually, we go to the clip, press Control D, duplicate it, and I actually want to go ahead and delete the roto brush from the bottom layer, which means that we can actually go ahead and fade this out, right? So we're at 6 seconds. We press T to get the opacity, and over the course of 1 second, so 6 to 7 seconds, and we know that because it's appearing down here, we could fade this out. So we have this clip that if we go to the beginning and we start playing it, by pressing the space bar, of course, it's this clip that zooms in on the screen. It's coming closer, it's coming closer, it's coming closer, and around the 6 second mark, it actually begins to disappear. Now, of course, the roto brush is a relatively intense effect, so sometimes you can get a little bit of lag. Let's actually just go ahead and play this. It starts getting closer to the screen. At about the 6 second mark, the screen disappears over the course of 1 second. And at the moment, it's looking like a little bit funky down there. However, when there's a video there, we'll see how interesting it's looking. If it's looking too bad, we'll have to go over and retouch stuff up. But usually, when there's a video there, it kind of disguises a slight mistake, right? But we'll see. We'll most likely touch that up at the end. I'm pressing Control S to save, and you know this is a relatively powerful effect or full on because it takes a second to save. Usually, the save is instant. But just like that, we want to actually reveal our next clip. So it's actually import C0025, get that right there. And I just want to scroll along because the part of the clip that I want is I want the mouse to be appearing underneath, right? So it's actually press Control Shift D when we've gotten to about this point in the clip, and we want to have that on the screen once it actually comes on. So it's actually bring that over. So as soon as the screen kind of disappears, this clip is there. However, the clip is so big that we really want to bring it in a little bit, and we actually want to make it sort of fit the screen as best we can. So it's actually go ahead and press W, get the rotate up, and I'm literally just trying to make this video sort of fit the screen as best as I kind of can. All right, bring it over here, make it sort of fit the screen, and just like that. In a second, we would have actually sized it up pretty nicely. So just like that, we've got this clip that only becomes visible once the actual roto brush effect takes place. And just like that, we have it. However, the video soon becomes obsolete based on the fact that we obviously need to animate it to keep in tune with what's going on. So it's actually come here to the beginning. Actually press S, put a keyframe for the beginning of that, and right here we actually want to make sure that at 8 seconds, we actually want to go ahead and have this filling the screen. Now, this is going to make more sense in a second, all right? But what we want to do is actually not just press S, but we want to go ahead and press S on all of these. So it's actually highlight all, press S, and make a scale position for all of them. Then press P, make a position scale for all of them. Then press R, make a rotation scale for all of these layers. And then let's go over here to 8 seconds. And first off, let's actually make sure that this is off the screen. So actually, what we want to do is highlight them all, or get this. Make sure that this particular layer is actually filling the screen at that particular point. So at 8 seconds, it should be filling the screen. So we want to actually make sure we're adjusting it to make it perfectly fit the screen at about the 8-second mark, which is exactly why we turn on the position and the rotation, because just the scale wouldn't have tracked this exact movement. And then also what we want to do is go ahead and get the screens and go ahead and bring them out and try and keep them as central as possible. So we're keeping that screen in the center, and actually even rotate them a little bit, and actually have the screen fully stretched out, so that over the course of this particular clip, and it looks like we're going to need to increase the scale of the actual clip behind it itself, we are actually creating this effect where the screen transitions nicely into this brand new clip, and the clip is nicely carried on, and there's more or less a seamless transition, and I think we've created it right there. So let's actually go ahead and press spacebar, and go ahead and watch this. The camera approaches the screen, approaching it carefully, and it's a little bit laggy because it's an intense effect. The screen disappears, and just like that, we are carried into our new clip. And just like that, we have successfully created a rotoscope transition. But of course, the screens are still on, so as soon as the rotoscope runs out, they come back. So we can actually just go to that frame where it comes back, press Control-Shift-D, delete them, and just like that, we would have actually achieved the rotoscope transition effect. We can actually go ahead and press space to play it. Watch what's going on. It gets to the 6 seconds, and it zooms on in seamlessly, and just like that, we've done it. But I did notice a little bit of funkiness here, so let's actually go ahead and get the roto brushed one, right? And let's actually go ahead and scroll down. Is this the roto brush one? It is. That has the actual roto brush on. Let's get the roto brush effect. Double click. Scroll over. Make sure we are selecting the roto brush, and for some reason it does not seem to be popping up. So I might just leave it for the time being. It's looking all right. It's looking a tiny bit funky, but it's not popping up, so I'm just going to go ahead and leave it. Now I'm going to go ahead and press spacebar one more time. Literally just watch this effect back one more time. We've done a really nice execution of it, and I cannot emphasize enough how the more time you put into it, the more precise it's going to look. So this right here we achieved in about 10-15 minutes. If you guys, put maybe 15-20 minutes or 30 minutes, 45 minutes into something like this, it depends on the complexity of your actual scene. It's going to be an even nicer effect. It's going to be an even smoother and more seamless execution of the rotoscope transition, taking away a screen and replacing it with the actual new video behind it. And just like that, we've done it. Give yourself a pat on the back. We're really doing some semi-advanced stuff. This right here almost makes the masking look relatively simple. And just like that, we've done and dusted it. Thank you guys for tuning into this portion of the Adobe After Effects Masterclass. We're going to come back in a second with some more rotoscope stuff to finalize this section. And then we're kicking it off majorly in the next section with motion tracking. I'll see you guys in the upcoming section. See you there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the rotoscoping section, and actually we're going to be finalizing it. So on the screen is where we left off, and this is an absolutely awesome effect we've created, which is the kind of screen transition, where we've used the roto brush to transition the screen into the new clip, kind of make it look like it carries itself on. And as you see, the project is moving a little bit slow right now because we're 27 compositions deep into a pretty advanced project. So for this particular next exercise, first off, I want to just organize this, put it in compositions, and put these in footage. But I'm actually going to make a new project quick because I don't want to risk the project crashing. It's starting to give me signs that we could be dealing with a crash in the future, and I just want to make sure that we're not going to deal with any crashes. So for this particular experiment, which is going to be the glowing eye effect, we're actually going to take this clip right here, and we're going to make my eyes glow. I want to make a brand new project because it's pretty intense. So let's make a new project, and we'll import it into this main project afterwards. So let's go up here to File, New, and New Project. Let's actually go ahead and click that. Load up the project. Let's open up our rotoscoping folder and import COO19, which is going to be a clip of my eyes. Let's actually go up here to Composition, New Composition, and let's make a brand new composition that is probably 33 seconds. That looks pretty good to me. Let's drag this in and drop it. And just like that, we have this clip of my eyes. Now, it's a 4K clip, which is good because we got all this extra work area, and we want to be able to zoom nice and close into my eyes so we can do this effect accurately. And we're going to go up here to the Roto Brush, go to Roto Brush Tool, and what we're going to do is actually double-click and highlight my eye. And we're going to highlight the left eye and the right eye and we're going to add some effects to it to actually create sort of like a superhero type of glowing eye effect, right? So let's just simply draw around the eye, actually highlight the eye, and it doesn't have to be 100% accurate based on the fact that the glowing eye effect is sort of going to be so crazy that you won't really be able to tell whether, you know, it's 100% accurate or not. So it doesn't matter if we're getting a little bit of the lash in, if you will. Let's actually just go ahead and press the space bar and start letting the program sort of start rendering and figure out what's going on. And luckily, the clip is relatively still, so it's a good clip to test it on. But still, of course, rotoscoping, it takes a while to actually process. So, you know, if you look up here at what actual frame rate we're even playing at, we're playing it at an extremely high frame rate, an extremely low frame rate rather, not even 1 frame a second. And you know, it's just trying to process. So there we go. It's kind of hit the peak. We got to just go over frame by frame and find where the outline has disappeared. And again, we just draw that outline on it. Absolutely perfect. Draw into the outline right here too. And again, we're actually going to want to hold Alt and just sort of touch up the edge. I mean, like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect, but we may as well sort of give a semi-accurate outline of what's going on. And we press spacebar again to let it start processing the next 10 or 15 frames. Let it do its thing. And what we're going to be able to do is we're actually going to make this eye, both of these eyes, pop out extremely well using a combination of a couple different effects, 2 effects that we definitely covered in the effects and presets section, so it's nothing crazy new. We're just sort of recycling, you know, old effects, but we're going to put it to use in a very unique, different way this time, based on the fact that, obviously, we never covered any glowing eye effect or anything like that, but in terms of, you know, maybe like a sci-fi piece or even like a, you know, a kind of next level music video, this is going to be absolutely awesome. And just like that, it looks like it's hit the next peak. So we're going to go over here and again draw the eye, and we're probably going to do only one final render now. One final render, which will be rendering and processing the next 10 or so frames. We'll probably get to about the 2-second mark. Just go ahead and press spacebar one more time. Let it sort of start to process the next few frames. And as you see, like it's pretty laggy at this point, right? Because we're not doing just one adjustment. We're doing 2 selections this time, 2 different micro selections. And we're going to see if it can just make its way to about the 2-second mark. We'll just kind of let it run the course until it has actually, you know, processed the next sort of batch of frames. And we're going to see what happens. And I'm starting to get a little nervous, because this effect is seriously demanding on the computer, and that's exactly why I made a new project this time. Because you know, our project over there is actually sort of crazily big in the actual main After Effects folder we've been working out of. But just like that, we've actually made a quick selection. So I'm going to go back, and we see that the eyes have been selected. That's pretty cool. But first off, before anything, let's press Control S and actually save the project, because we know we do not want to lose our progress. We're going to save it in the same place, After Effects Masterclass 2. I'm going to call it, 21. 21 would be even less comps than we have in our other project. And you know, we've just selected the eyes right now. That's all right. That's cool, but we obviously want the eyes as a separate layer to the actual face. So let's actually press Control D, duplicate the clip, go to the bottom one, and go ahead and actually delete the roto brush. So it looks like we actually have two layers, but it looks like you can't really tell that they're 2 layers. But if we obviously untick the bottom layer, we just have the eyes selected. So we've actually, you know, focused in on these eyes right here. And if we actually just press spacebar and start to give this a play, we can actually have a look at these eyes that are just sort of moving around on their own, if you will. I'm probably going to go ahead and drop this down to probably about half, right? Just so we can give it a fair chance at rendering. And I'm actually going to bring it up to full because it looks like it was glitching out a bit. Screw it. We'll leave it at full. And pretty much what we want to do is press Control S, make sure we're saving. And what I want to do is I want to actually start applying some effects to this eye, and I want to have it build up over the course of maybe half a second or a second, right? So that would be a second right there. Maybe we build up over the course of half a second. So the effects I want to use is, first off, CC Light Rays. So light rays we used earlier. We can type in CC Light, and light rays will pop up here. We can drag, and we can drop that to our eye clip, and it's going to actually throw itself right there. Now, the radius, if you notice, is up here, or the center point. And what we want to do is we want to click and drag that. We want to bring that right into the center of our eyes, just like that. And instantly we start seeing some sort of glow is happening, right? Cool. But we want it out of both eyes. So let's click the clip. And what we actually want to do is, or actually we can make a couple adjustments to it first. So first off, what I want to do is I want to bring that intensity up, probably to over double. Let's go for 250. 250, instantly you start seeing some stuff, but you start seeing the eyes looking a little weird. Don't worry. That's obviously gonna change in a little bit. Now we want to probably bring that up to maybe around 60, something like that, and maybe bring this down a little bit. And the softness, let's have a look at the softness. The softness can probably stay where it's at. So we're gonna actually do that to the clip so far. Maybe change around, have a look at where we're keeping the center, and we're just trying to make this look kind of like it's exploding out, but we don't want to make it. We want to make it too overpowering. Probably around there, maybe. Yeah, we're just trying to find where it's kind of looking cool. That's looking pretty good right there. Let's press Control-C and Control-V to duplicate the clip, or to copy and paste the clip. Or press Control-D, rather, to duplicate it. And let's actually just go ahead and drag that other center point over here to the other eye. So now we got both eyes glowing. But you see it looks pretty messed up. Looks kind of cut out, if you see right there. It's not looking 100% ideal. So what we can actually go ahead and proceed to do next is go here and actually type in glow. And glow is going to be the kind of a disguiser, if you will, of this kind of nonsense that's going on. But of course, right now it's pretty crazy. So let's actually go ahead and bring the threshold down a bit. Probably going to want to bring that threshold down to about maybe around there, maybe around 15, something like that. And the radius can probably stay on 10, but the glow intensity, maybe I want to bring that down a bit to maybe 0.7. It was looking all right there. Now, of course, that right there is more or less the effect done and dusted. If we go back here, we actually press Control-S to save this, and we go ahead and press the space bar, we can start playing this. The eyes are ridiculously glowing. In fact, I think it looks a little bit crazy. But what we can actually go ahead and do is we can actually go ahead and go to about the 1 second mark, which we know it's 1 second because it says right here. And you see how this project is really struggling to render right now, because not only are we doing a rotoscope, but we're doing 2 significantly demanding effects on the rotoscope layer. Now what we want to do is we want to toggle the keyframes for all the adjustments that we've actually made. So let's actually toggle those keyframes, toggle this keyframe, that keyframe, and of course the exact same to the CC light rays. Go to the beginning, and we actually just want to go ahead and turn that 100% down. 100% down, and of course with the intensity over there 100% down, with the radius 100% down, and the glow, we want to bring that sort of up a little bit so that it goes back to normal. 100%, and just like that, we are actually going to have an effect where we have normal eyes, and then over the course of 1 second, the eyes beam up and create the glow effect, and they fire up, as you see right here, and boom, they start to glow at an intense rate. And then what we can actually do is we can go over to about the 2 second mark, and we can actually go ahead and open up our effect. And as you see, it's processing right here. Whenever it's processing, if I've learned one thing about using After Effects for a long period of time, it's when it's starting to kind of be a little slow, you want to be respectful of the program, and you want to just not do too much. So whenever we can't see the preview and we start seeing this, let's literally just hover over. Let's just wait it out and basically just see, kind of just wait for it to recover, if you will. We're dealing with a very high profile effect right now, or a very high intensity effect right now, with a lot of different stuff going on. And despite the fact that my computer is very good, After Effects is known to take no prisoners. It will spit your computer out, or chew it up and spit it out. So let's go here to Effects, drop down now that it's recovered, and let's actually open up the CC light rays, open up the roto brush, or actually close down the roto brush, open up CC light rays, open up CC light rays 2, and open up glow. And what we want to do is we want to take all these effects, or actually what we want to do is we want to take the beginning effect, as you see, because we're trying to just copy and paste the beginning kind of properties, and press Control-C to copy them and Control-V to actually paste them. So what it does is it builds up, as you see here, it kind of builds up to the glowing eye effect and then comes straight back down to normal. And just like that, we can press Control-S, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and render this in and out, and we are going to see how it's actually performing. And just like that, let's actually just just kind of let the green bar down here build up so it's processed everything that's going on there. And remember, be respectful of After Effects. After Effects does not take any prisoners. It is it can be a real brutal program sometimes if you're trying to rush stuff. But just like that, we've created a nice rendition of the glowing eye effect in about 5-10 minutes right now. So it's a relatively simple effect. But you see, as soon as it overcomes that section there, which is the high intensity section, it starts breezing. It starts absolutely breezing. So now we've actually rendered that. We can press spacebar and play it, and we actually have an effect that. Oh, I'm going to go back to the beginning. Press spacebar and play it, and we have an effect that builds up to the glowing eyes and comes back down. So just like that, we've created the glowing eye effect, which of course, if you're doing some sort of superhero film or something like that, you might want to make it happen quicker or whatever the case may be. In fact, we could even make it happen quicker. So for example, the way we do that is we take this middle point, which is the high intensity point, we drag down and we just make it happen a little bit quicker. So instead of happening over the course of a second, it happens over the course of maybe half a second. And then we simply close the effects, go ahead and press space to actually begin pre-rendering this section. And as you see, it's going notoriously slow. But as you also saw, as soon as it gets past this high intensity section, it starts going extremely fast again based on the fact that it now doesn't have a high intensity area to kind of pre-render and figure out what's going on. But as you see, this is a significant change to what's going on. My eyes, you could take it from me, they do not look like this, right? So the fact that we're entirely changing the scene is the cause for the kind of the slower, a little bit laggier situation we're dealing with. And I think for me, it was definitely a necessary decision to make to actually come and bring this effect into a different project, because although we weren't actively editing all the other projects, they're still open, or all the other compositions, they're still open, and they're still adding lag to the program. They're still adding, basically they require processing power. So for us to actually do an extreme high intensity effect after building a huge project like we just had, it is a smart idea to actually go ahead and navigate to a kind of fresh project, something that, can put its full attention on the actual effect we're trying to build here. And just like that, it will actually be heading itself over to the 2-second mark, and we're going to watch it just start breezing as soon as it gets past there, and then we can replay this effect and see a little bit faster glowing eye effect that we've actually been able to create this time, using a combination of the glow, the light rays, and the rotoscoping tool. And just like that, we have actually rendered that section. Look how fast it starts going as soon as it's past there. Let's bring it back to the beginning. Awesome. Press Control S to actually save. And we're actually going to go ahead and watch this glowing eye effect. And just like that, we press spacebar to play it. We have this quick glowing eye effect that builds up and comes straight back down. And just like that, guys, that right there is how you do the glowing eye effect. And we have achieved it in a few simple steps in probably an under 10-minute part of this particular tutorial. And if we wanted to actually make it, kind of zone out even faster, we could get that point and actually just make an opacity point, bring it over to 2 seconds, turn the opacity 100% down, meaning that it builds up, and then the opacity brings it down a little bit smoother. Of course, it's now got to figure out what's there again because we made an adjustment. So for the sake of that, I'm just going to press Control Z, undo that, and pretty much we have actually created our effect. And just like that, people, that is the glowing eye effect in Adobe After Effects. I'll see you guys in a coming up section, which is going to be motion tracking. See you there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're entering a new section now, the motion tracking section. This right here is going to be the basics of motion tracking. So quickly to recap where we left off in the rotoscoping section, we built the glowing eye effect, which looked really cool. And for the majority of this motion tracking section, we're still going to be operating in this Adobe After Effects Masterclass 2 project based on the fact that we're dealing with pretty intense stuff now. And the other program has so much stuff in there that it's just lagging out too heavily, all right? So at the end of the day, we're just going to be rolling with this new project. But first off, let's stay in the fashion of the old project and make a couple folders and organize stuff just so, we don't get lost. We don't want to lose our way. I think this was definitely a good strategy from the start. So let's make a comps folder and a footage folder, drag comp 1 into comps. It's funny to only have comp 1 now, since we are nearly 30 comps deep into the other project, which was basically causing the lag. So we've got the footage folder, the comps folder, and the solids folder, which just creates itself essentially. And pretty much what we're going to do is some basic motion tracking. So what I have here is a clip, or actually a brand new folder, right? Called motion tracking, just because this area is getting overcrowded as well. We're making our way to the end of the course now, meaning that we've got so much resources that we need to just do a little bit more organization. So we'll go into my organization folder, and we're going to grab the basic tracking clip. I'm going to drag and drop this into here, and pretty much what we're going to do is just explore motion tracking some basic text onto a screen. Text is probably the predominant thing you'd be using motion tracking for, at least in the majority of projects. So I think it's a good exploration to kind of go down, if you will, or a good path to explore, if you will. So let's actually go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's actually just make a 29.97 FPS composition, 29.97. This is about 7 seconds, so we can actually just go ahead and get rid of the 2 and add a 0 there. So we're making a 7-second composition. Press OK, and just like that, we've created it. We can untick the transparency grid, untick it, drag and drop our clip into here. Now, one of the main things, when I just press spacebar to play through this so you can see what it is, it's just kind of just going past this little mini tripod that I've got on my desk. And pretty much the main thing you want to look for when motion tracking is kind of like something that stands out. So the reason I chose this is because everything else is relatively black, white, whatever, but this right here is red. So you kind of want something that you can add the tracker to, which is a standout color than everything else. So that basically it can be kind of singled out and tracked while you actually go through, and that'll make more sense in a second. And pretty much this is almost a perfect thing to use that for, because it's got this red where everything else is blurred out in the background, and then the actual tripod is black. So let's actually go here. And to actually open up the tracker, sometimes it's down here, so it could be down here, but for some of you it might not be. So in that case, you might want to go up to Animation and just Track Motion, and that'll instantly bring ourselves to the layer instead of the actual Comp tab. And right down here, we'll have the tracker options. Now, pretty much what you want to do is actually get your track point, and it'll instantly create it as soon as you click Track Motion. And you want to just zoom in to actually grab it. And if you click in the middle of the middle box, you can actually get this little point, and you can navigate it over to where you want to track. Now, instead of just dragging it onto it, you kind of want to fully highlight the fully drag the box around whatever it is you're trying to track. So instead of just making a little point here, if we're tracking the red, we want to bring this all the way out and sort of pretty much cover the actual entire space that this red box or that this red track point is basically going to be tracking, right? And there's 2 boxes. The second box can pretty much just be a little bit bigger. That's fine. And then the smaller box is the actual main point. So we drag that there, and it's extremely simple once you've actually done the track point. Now, sometimes it needs a little bit of adjusting. Sometimes you click play down here to start tracking the motion, and you haven't adjusted it correctly. You need to go back and readjust. But basically, once you've drawn the rough outline of what you want to track, you go down here and you click play, and it will actually just start making its way through the actual sequence itself, and it'll start tracking all the motion. Now, this can sometimes be a relatively time-consuming process. As you see down here, it's going pretty slow right now. But sometimes it could be fast, sometimes it could be slow. It really depends on the type of footage that you're actually dealing with in the first place. But let's actually just go ahead and let it sort of do its thing. Let it figure out what's going on. And what we're going to do is we're going to track the motion of probably about maybe 3 seconds or so. So we're just going to let it go over, and as you see, the box is staying where it's at, even though the scene is moving over. This is kind of like a pan shot, so it pretty much pans past the actual tripod itself and sort of goes from right to left. Now, as soon as we hit maybe around 3 seconds, we'll stop it, and I'll throw some text in there and link it up, and you can see that this instantly starts to take effect, because we're just trying to break down the basics of tracking, and then we're sort of going to get to the more advanced stuff next. But it's very simple once you have done your first one. Although on the outside looking in, motion tracking seems like a complex situation. Once you break it down and boil it down to its essence, it's really not that tough at the end of the day. And of course, this is the basics, so there are definitely much tougher sequences that you can use it in, and definitely much harder types of footage to track. This right here is kind of an ideal piece of footage. Although the tracking area is pretty big, sometimes it can work a little better when it's smaller. Although the tracking area is big, this is a pretty easy clip to track. But just to emphasize that again, the main thing you're looking, if you're trying to motion track a sequence, is something that you can kind of base the track point around that's kind of, as different to the background as you possibly can. This is, extremely different based on the fact that it's red, the background's blurred out, and this is just black. But, other popular things that people use is maybe a tree in an environment, maybe the branch of a tree or something like that. Basically just some object which is relatively standing out from the actual background, something that the track point can latch onto. If, our entire scene was maybe one color or different shades of the same color, it would be a little bit tougher, and the track point might start glitching out a little bit and sort of losing its actual main track, based on the fact that AI is actually the main thing that's basically telling this program what to track, and the AI will definitely get confused if there's not sort of a significant difference between the track point and everything else in the scene. And that will be very obvious as we go through the various different sample clips that I prepared for you guys, because that's the kind of the running trend, is that we always have a relatively different background. But it's working its way through. We're going to get to about that 3-second mark, and then I'm just going to go ahead and stop, because I think that's enough time to basically showcase the track. Let it get over to that 3-second mark. It's about to hit it now, and we're just going to go ahead and click stop down here once it hits it, and it hits it. We've hit stop. Now, as you see, if we scroll through, all of that motion's tracked. So it's kind of created, I guess, mini keyframes, if you will, to track this entire area. And the box clearly stays on target throughout the course of this 3 seconds. Now, you need a target. So target is what's actually going to be tracked. Now, a lot of the time when you're starting out motion tracking, you think you just, for tracking some text, maybe, you just throw some text in there and make that the target. That's not the case. You need a null object, something that is sort of not relevant to the scene, but it still exists as an entity down here in the layers. So you go up to layer, you go new, and you click null object. And null object is sort of just a non-existent object, which still exists down here in the layers. And then we go here to edit target. We go to null object, which is the only other layer in the scene, so it instantly selects it. We go ahead and press OK, and then what we're going to do is click apply, and this will instantly jump us back to our composition over here, and pretty much we can then create some text. So we can go here, create some text, and say, motion, maybe motion, and then we can of course position our text. And we can drag it right here. Now, it doesn't stand out super well from the background, so let's go over to effects and presets, and let's bust out a standard move on my part. Grab a little drop shadow, make it pop a bit from the background. Go ahead and get that opacity up, bring that down a bit, and just soften it out a little bit, just so we're actually making it stand out from the background so you guys can properly see what's going on. Now, the next final thing to do to link everything up is to actually get the parent sort of arrow, the parent line, and just drag and drop that to null, and that instantly links it. So that means that whatever the null's doing, the motion's doing. They're one and the same now. Then we can actually fit the screen and just watch the text as we scroll backwards. And just like that, if we press spacebar to play, we have motion tracked that text throughout the course of the 3 seconds. But you see, as soon as it goes past that, the track is completely lost because we haven't tracked the rest of this scene. So essentially, we go ahead and press spacebar, and we play through, and it has actually tracked it for the course of the 3 seconds, which is the actual amount of time we actually tracked the scene. Pretty obvious, pretty straightforward. So however long you actually let that program basically figure out what's going on, the tracker, however long you let it figure out. And if you open up down here, you have the motion tracker and then the actual tracker itself. So you can actually see all the little keyframes that have been created, which of course, if you were to manually try and, position it, just hit a position keyframe, it first off wouldn't be very accurate. And also look at all these keyframes that you actually would have to create. Every single frame, there's another key, which just, it isn't very time efficient if you're trying to do it manually. So just like that, we've actually done a basic track, and this has been the basics of motion tracking. Very, very simple. Essentially, just to recap, you need to find something in your scene that stands out, aka our red object here. You need to actually let the tracker figure out the entire motion of it by playing through and sort of just instantly creating these little keyframes. And then you just have to create a null object, assign it as the target, and then link your text, whatever else you want to link. It could be a video, it could be whatever the case may be, and all you have to do is actually give a play to the sequence after you've applied everything, and you have actually just motion tracked your first sequence. So with that being said, we're going to come back with a slightly more advanced version of the motion track using some actual rotation and scale, which if you didn't notice, they were the other two options down here. If we click track motion, we only did position, but you also have rotation and scale. So that's exactly what we're going to come back with next, guys. That right there is a basic motion track, and I'll see you guys in the next section for tracking scale, rotation, and position. See you there. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the motion tracking section. This is going to be tracking scale, rotation, and position. Now, this is going to be a little bit more advanced than our basic track that we've done here, which was literally just position. And there's a very obvious kind of track point. And we're going to be working with another clip this time. This clip is going to be sort of specialized for the actual scale and the rotation as well. Now, before we import it, let's literally just go ahead and get comp 2, put it in comps, and basic tracking, and put it into footage. And then let's actually go up here, open up our project folder, and grab the scale and rotation clip. Let's drag and drop that over here, and pretty much we are actually going to let that import itself, and then we're going to go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's actually make a new composition. The actual time is about 13 seconds. So we'll actually go ahead and probably just make this maybe 15 seconds just to give a little bit of work room. Then let's actually go to the frame rate, which we can clearly tell is 59.94. So we actually want to type in 59.94 to replicate it, and go ahead down here and press OK. Now, let's go ahead and get the scale and rotation, drag and drop it into here. And as we can see, this is just a clip of me holding up the box for my iPhone 7, and I just kind of put it towards the screen, and then I bring it back down. Now I do it again, which I think is a better movement. And pretty much this obviously is something that scales inwards, opposed to the other scene, which does not scale inwards. So let's actually go here and go ahead and press Control-Shift-D to actually cut this clip to the second movement, which I think I figured in my head that the first one was a little bit too quick, so I wanted to do another one. And then we actually go ahead and bring it back down. And then I obviously go up and turn the camera off. But if we press Control-Shift-D again, just to completely chop out this clip, we've now got this selection where I bring the box in, and then I pull the box back away. And pretty much what we're going to do is we want some text down here which scales in and actually scales back out again as we bring it over. And it is more or less the exact same situation, except we're going to be creating 2 track points instead of 1 this time. So let's go up here to Animation, go down to Track Motion, and instantly we get jumped over to the Layer tab, and we have our tracker down here. Now, we already have the Position tracker created, but we also want to make a Scale tracker. And if we go in, we now have 2 track points. One track point needs to be put on one object, and another track point needs to be put on another object. And one tracks the motion, one tracks the position, one tracks the scale. But we also want to take rotation as well, and that'll be kind of grouped into both of them. So we want to go ahead and get track point 1, go ahead and bring it up to here, which looks like a relatively decent object. And just like that, we've done it. Now, it doesn't matter if the box kind of goes out of it a little bit. In fact, I think that might even help a little bit. So then we go to track point 2, we bring that over here, and we want to get another track point. So the iPhone sort of logo is a perfect track point. Obviously, white stands out against red, and obviously black stands out against red. So both of these track points that we're choosing stand out against the surrounding area. That's a crucial point of actually being able to do an effective motion track. And just like that, once we've assigned the 2 track points, we can actually go out here to fit it on the screen, which is not necessary, of course. We could do it if it was zoomed in. And we just press Analyze Forward. And just like that, it's going to analyze the motion. It's going to bring up to the screen, and it's going to hover there for a second, and then it's actually going to go ahead and it's going to bring it straight back down. And it looks like those 2 track points worked pretty well. So we let it go the distance, and just like that, we have actually created the 2 track points, which if we go in, we can see they clearly come up to the camera, and then they come back down. Now, that middle one loses the shape a little bit, but overall, I think it should be okay for the example that we're creating right now. Now, of course, we need an object to be our target, so we need to go up here to Layer, we need to go to New, we need to go to Null Object. Now, no object, it doesn't appear, it's not like a solid or anything, as we just said, it's literally just a layer down here that we can attach stuff to. So we go to Edit Target, and we of course make null number 4 our actual target. Go ahead and hit OK, and then just like that, we can hit Apply down here, and we've created the null object, which is linked to the actual scale and rotation clip right here. And then we can actually go ahead and go over to the point where it's kind of fully on screen, get our text tool, and just type in scale S plus R, maybe S plus R, standing for scale and rotation. then what we can do is we can actually just rotate it a bit and sort of just position it, right? And we want to position it sort of down here at the bottom of the box so that it kind of follows the scale in. And of course, we want to do this when it's actually fully on screen. We could do it at the end as well, but if we do it when it's fully on screen or kind of at the complete of the motion, then we know it should track and get smaller as it starts. So then we actually get the parent link, we bring it to null, and we can actually go to the beginning. And now if we give this a play by pressing space, we notice that it scales in, it stays on screen for a second, and in fact, then it scales back down. And actually, what I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and turn off the volume. I'm sorry about that. That's dumb. There was a podcast playing in the background when I was actually recording this clip right here this morning. And let's actually go ahead and do that again. So it scales in, S plus R, and it scales back down again. And just like that, that right there is the completion. Now we can go to the end and press N just to actually seal this off so it replays. And pressing spacebar again, we've actually scaled or motion tracked the scale and the rotation of this particular scene. And just like that, it comes up, it comes back down, it replays, and that right there is how you do the scale and the rotation. And it slightly rotates, but it's the scale is very obvious. The rotate is a little bit less obvious. And of course, the position, it stays in the same position. Now, we didn't do 100% precise. So if we actually zoom in, we press H to come down, we notice there's a bunch of shutter, right? Sort of, it's jumping around a little bit. That's because we didn't do it as precise as perhaps in a full-blown project we would do it. But 100% the essence of this is right here. And you can easily tell that it has 100% track the motion and does follow through the iPhone box via our two different track points, our, the camera being one track point and the actual Apple logo being the other track point. And the key thing to look out for is that these two track points clearly stand out from the background. Had we done a random square on the red when everything around it is also red, we would have totally lost the track point and it really just wouldn't have understood where to go next. And that's sort of the crucial part of this, is the fact that you do need to be choosing something that stands out clearly from the background and that obviously represents what you're trying to do. So the actual Apple logo does scale in, and the camera clearly changes position. So those two are easy targets for the trackers to actually, adopt the motion patterns of those two track points based on the fact that they both do what we're trying to get the text to do. If they stayed still, the text will also stay still because it's tracking the motion of the actual 2 points. And it's in the name. It's motion tracking. So if there's no motion, nothing's getting tracked. And also, if it doesn't stand out, it's going to definitely lose that track point. But just like that, we've created a very nice, simple scale and rotation plus position motion track. And we're actually going to come back in a second with how to track a logo in a video, which is going to be a nice little exercise for us. So I'll see you guys there. And we're going to go ahead and do some more motion tracking. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on the motion tracking section. This is going to be an exercise called motion tracking a logo into a video. Now, motion tracking a logo is a very similar process to the process that we've actually just explored for this particular for this particular exercise here. It is literally just, of course, taking a different point and, tracking the motion of it. Very, very simple. Very, very straightforward. Now, we've actually got a clip for you, the logo tracking clip, which is a little dog that's actually on my desk. I bought this dog for maybe 9 or 10 pounds from a charity store, and I just liked how happy his face was. And what makes this dog perfect, which you probably already figured out yourself, is the fact that he has a gold nose in comparison to a blue body, meaning that gold nose is a phenomenal track point for us to exploit. Based on the fact that we need something that stands out from the actual scene so that we can actually use that as our track point. So go ahead and download the logo tracking clip in the actual resources. And we're actually going to drag and drop that and import that into our sequence. And also you can go ahead and download my company's logo, TQ9 Media, the TQ9 Media logo, from the actual resources section. But I've realized that I haven't brought it into my actual folder. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab it. The PNG logo. I'm going to go ahead and drag and drop that, import it. That will be available for you guys to download in the resources section. And we are actually going to first off organize. So let's get comp 3. Let's drag that into comps. Let's get scale and rotation. Let's drag that into footage. And let's actually go ahead and hover over our logo tracking clip. go up to composition, click new composition, and this is a 23-second clip. So let's actually just make it 23 seconds. And of course, the frame rate changes now. It's not 59.94, it's 29.97. So let's actually go 29.97, and let's actually go ahead and press OK. Now we can actually get our logo tracking clip. We can import it. And if you're following along, which you should be, what I want you guys to first do is go over to where this motion begins. You see that it's sort of the stale area before I actually start the movement. And what's fine where it actually does start to begin. So around 4 seconds, in fact, exactly on 4 seconds, go there and press Control-Shift-D and actually just chop it out. Then we can actually delete the logo tracking, drag this all the way over, and we can actually go over again until the motion kind of ends, which is probably around the 10-second mark. Now let's press Control-Shift-D again. And what we've done, in fact, what we can actually do at the end is press N. So we seal this off, and I can actually just go ahead and press spacebar to play it. We've got this sequence where we kind of do this pan around the dog's face. And, it's looking, I love this little dog. He's got such a happy expression. It's putting a smile on my face just looking at him right now. And basically, we are actually going to use the nose as a track point and attach this logo to the dog. Right above the dog's nose, we're going to have the logo. So what we want to actually do is, first off, go up here to animation, go down here to track motion, and let's actually just go ahead and get our track point here, drag it over to the actual nose, hover over, and actually just go ahead and highlight it just like that. We're going to highlight it just like that and sort of just draw an outline around it. Awesome. It's looking pretty good, remember, it's all right if we go a little bit outside of it. And then what we also want to do is there's a bit of rotation going on here as well. So we want to click rotation and actually get that rotational point going as well. But the rotation is probably going to be best suited to maybe this eye. So we're just trying to find something else that kind of loosely rotates, if you will. And basically, we are actually going to go ahead and draw that circle around this eye right here. Now, I'm not 1,000% confident about this eyeball rotation track point here, but we're going to give it a go. And I like exploring stuff together. So let's actually go ahead and have a look at what plays out. So we've actually done those two right there. Let's actually just go ahead and click play. And it's going to work its way through the sequence, and it's going to be figuring out all this information about the different motion going on. And essentially, it is going to play itself through and track the rotation, and it's going to track the position of these two objects here. The eyeball, which is a very slanted little, kind of closed eye type of look. The nose, which is very, very standoutish compared to the blue. And we are actually just going to let this figure itself out. And we're going to play through the entire 10 seconds and see how this performs at the end of the 10 seconds. And this is a slight experiment from my part, if I'm honest, based on the fact that I haven't actually run this test, opposed to some of the other things. I've run the test. This one right here, we're going to figure out how it's going to look together, because this is the name of the game for motion tracking. It's figuring stuff out as you go. Some objects will work well. Some objects you'll think will work well, and then they don't work well. It's really a gamble sometimes with the motion tracking, unless you're dealing with if we were tracking just the position, just on that nose, it would 100% work. But the rotation, slight gamble, but I'm willing to take the risk to basically have a look at what we can do and simulate a more real situation, because, you're not going to 100% know when you're motion tracking whatever you motion track after you learn these skills, so it makes sense to explore this together. Now, let's go up here to Layer. Let's go to actually Null Object. Let's create this. Let's actually edit the target and actually hit Null Object. Now, a lot of people go straight over here and just crack on, but they forget to hit Apply. Apply is crucial because this locks it in. This locks the target in. Let's press Apply, X and Y, 100%, and just like that, we've actually tracked it, okay? So, of course, we now want to import our logo. So we can drag and drop our logo into here, and we can actually go ahead and probably roll over here to when it's about straight. We can get our logo, and we can actually just go ahead and maybe make it a little bit smaller, and probably just go ahead and put it above the dog's head, right? Now, if we go over, yep, that should be good. So right there, we have the logo above the dog's head. Now, of course, to link it, all we have to do is simply get the parent link and drag to null number 5. And if we actually go over now to the start and we go ahead and click the space bar to start playing, we have tracked the position, and it slightly does rotate around, And it looks like it does go a little bit crazy over there based on the fact that I guess we do a little bit of a spin. But overall, that right there is a pretty solid motion track. And of course, to make it seem a little bit more standout-ish, we can drag and drop that drop shadow. And actually just go ahead and put that down a little bit as if it's kind of standing out a bit. And just like that, we can have that as if there's kind of the shadow on the wall, if you will. And just like that, we've actually done a nice motion track of a logo. Now, I'll be very honest, at the end, the rotation kind of loses it a little bit. But up until about here, so if we press N about there, we've actually motion tracked the logo pretty nicely, and it just goes around, and the shadow does appear to be reflecting onto the wall. And just like that, we've actually motion tracked a logo in a scene with lots of movement, and it's a very, very straightforward, simple track to do because of the fact that we, of course, have the nose. Now, the rotation does go a little bit crazy. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually just going to open up here, open up the trackers, and delete the tracker. That's right. I'm going to delete the tracker, and we're just going to go ahead and click track motion again and just track the motion of the nose this time. The rotation was cool, but I want to just track the motion of the actual nose this time, and I want to make it a little bit bigger so it definitely highlights it, and go ahead and click play again, and it's just going to work its way through. It's going to track the position of the nose, which is the the kind of the standout obvious track point of this. The eyeball was a little bit of an experiment, as I said from the start, but I'm just going to go ahead and just track the position and see how we're getting on with just the position. So just like that, it's tracking it, and it's actually going to make it towards the end of the point, but it's going to go all the way because it's not going to follow by the end point. We want to track the motion of the entire clip itself, and we can then use the full 10 seconds. It's going to make it to the end, stop. We can actually bring the end point over, press Control Z to bring it back because I messed up there, and drag it over. And just like that, we've done it. Now we want to go over here and edit target, and go ahead and hit the null object. Press OK, and make sure to hit apply. Go ahead and press OK. And now, if we actually go ahead and get the logo, and go ahead and maybe position it right here, slightly above the nose instead of being above the head. Bring that out a little bit, and now we actually just go ahead and press spacebar to play, and just like that, we've got a pretty perfect position motion track of the actual logo right there onto the dog's nose. And funny enough, it actually looks like it still follows the rotation, based on the fact that we have actually still got the null object rotation on there. So now if we actually give this a play, it should not be following the rotation, and we should be pretty good with just a standard position motion track using the tracker and using this happy little dog's nice golden nose. And I'll be honest, I bought this dog simply based on the nose. He also has golden what's called toenails or paw nails, if you will, I guess. But that right there, guys, is a motion track of a logo in a video. A logo is definitely an obvious thing you could be using to motion track. Text is extremely obvious as well. But what we're going to do in a second is come back with another exercise, the second double exercise, 2 exercises in a row, and further confirm the actual the scale, rotation, and position motion tracking with a scene opposed to just sort of like one sort of object. And the scene we're going to be doing, I'll show you quickly, is actually just me walking through an actual field, and we're actually going to be motion tracking some text onto this particular sign that's over here. As it goes past, we're actually going to motion track this particular sign. So we're going to be back in a second with that, and I will see you guys there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. This is the motion tracking section, and we're going to be finalizing it. Double exercise, motion track a sequence. The second double exercise, I think it's the second. I don't think we've done more than 2. I love the exercises. They further confirm everything. So this is what we did last time in the last exercise, the motion tracking of the logo. It's pretty cool. This dog was sort of just like a motion track waiting to happen based on his little gold nose that stands out so perfectly from the actual blue body. But what we're going to do here is take this clip of me actually walking in a field at golden hour. Golden hour is this this notorious time where the sun's going down and everything's just looking super golden, super popping out. And essentially, this is a really nice clip that is me walking through a field, and then it pads off to this kind of sign right here, and we got a nice lens flare going there. So basically, go ahead and download that in the resources. But before we even import it, let's go ahead and make a new folder called, my bad, that was a new composition. Let's make a new folder called graphics, just so we can keep up this organization. Make a new folder called graphics, drag the PNG of my company logo into graphics, grab the logo tracking into footage, and let's actually go ahead and grab comp 4, throw that in comps. Nice and organized. Let's come here, import scene tracking, which is going to be available for you guys in the resources section. Download it. It's all yours. And let's actually just go ahead up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's actually make a probably a 15 second composition based on the fact that it's 15 seconds, even though we're going to be trimming it down a little bit. And let's actually make it 24 frames a second based on the fact that it says that it's 24 frames a second. And let's press OK. Awesome. We can drag and drop our scene tracker into the scene. It's called scene tracker. I tried to label it relatively straightforward, not to confuse anybody. And let's scroll along until our sign is visible. Now our sign becomes visible probably around here, probably around there, maybe around here, right? So around the 7-second mark. Let's actually go ahead and press Control-Shift-D at the 7-second mark exactly, chop that down and bring it over. Now we're actually going to go ahead and press play and just have a look through this sequence right here, and we're probably going to be tracking about 5 seconds of this, all right? So let's go here to the 5-second mark and again chop it off. Now let's go over 1 frame, press N so we seal this off. So now if we actually give this a play, it will loop. It'll go to the 5-second mark, and then it'll actually loop. It'll come back to the beginning. And the 2 track points we're going to use is the tree over here and the sign right here, because we got 2 key elements that stand out from the background that we can actually use. And the tree is a little bit more on the edge, but it's definitely doable. The sign is pretty straightforward and it's definitely doable. So let's actually go up here to our animation. Let's make sure to select the clip or else nothing's available. Go to animation, click track motion, and let's actually just go ahead and tick scale and rotation at the same time. Or actually, rotation probably doesn't need to be on based on the fact that it's not really rotating a whole lot. Then let's get track point number 1, and let's actually go ahead and try and use the sign as track point number 1. So let's actually go over here, drag it out, and sort of highlight this particular sign right here, and highlight it as best we can. It doesn't have to be ideal, or it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be sort of just a loose outline of this particular sign right here. Okay, so we've highlighted the sign. Awesome, wonderful. And the track point's directly in the middle of the sign. Now let's get track point 2. Let's drag it over here and actually make it, instead of a square, sort of like a rectangle, just like that. And we're just trying to latch onto the branch itself. So let's get that branch right there. And now we've created our 2 track points. We can actually go ahead and just zoom out a little bit and go ahead and tick the play button. And it's going to do its best just to fully track the position of these 2 particular objects right here. And and it looks like we've actually lost the tracker right there. So what we can actually do is press Control-Z, Control-Z again, Control-Z. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to reverse back on myself. I think what I might do is delete the trackers, go ahead and track motion, and actually just swap them around. So tracker 1, I'm going to track the position of the tree based on the fact that I'm thinking that this actually could be a more efficient way to do it. And tracker 2, I'm going to highlight the actual sign itself. So let's actually go ahead and highlight that, highlight it relatively loosely, and then go ahead and tick the play button again. And now let's see what happens with this new track. And it's looking like a more effective track this time. It's looking like it's going to actually stick a little bit more, well, just a little bit better than last time. Ideally, we're not trying to lose the position, right? Ideally, it's trying to follow through. And it's going a little bit slow now, which is probably a good sign. Probably means that it's actually tracking pretty efficiently. And pretty much it's just going to work its way through. So we're just going to kind of let it do its thing, go frame by frame, figure stuff out, figure out where stuff is, figure out what it needs to track, what it needs to, what motions need to be kind of noted by the program, if you will. And it's just going to work its way through that 5-second piece right here. And then we're going to be able to come back and actually just go ahead and throw some text in here. And I want to actually throw some text ideally on that sign. I want to throw some text on the sign that clearly has scale properties. You know, it scales up a little bit as we move towards it. It obviously tracks the position of it. And a scale tracker is always going to be a little bit more of a tricky track than a position. Position, by far, is the simplest tracker you can do. It really only requires something that stands out loosely from the background. In fact, in some cases, the background doesn't even have to stand out that much for a position tracker to effectively be there. But for a scale tracker, you need a little bit more work put into it, and you need kind of 2 different objects in a scene, which, of course, maybe just getting one object in a scene that stands out can be a tricky process, let alone having 2, kind of good objects in a scene. And this scene right here was not built to be motion tracked. This scene right here was recorded simply as B-roll for a drone review that I was working on ages ago, where the story was that me and my friend Noah basically went out and worked our way to the top of a hill at golden hour and then tested out a drone. So this right here is actually recycling footage, opposed to me building those first 2 scenes specifically for motion tracking, or the past 3 rather. The past 3 scenes that or pieces of footage that we worked with were specifically recorded for the purpose of motion tracking. But that's not necessarily an accurate representation of what you might be motion tracking, because a lot of the time you're filming something and then you just like to motion track something into your sequence, whereas you might think to motion track it after you've recorded it, opposed to, thoroughly planning out and sort of, really putting significant preparation into building a scene that's motion trackable. And a lot of the time people are motion tracking scenes that they've recorded not even with the idea that they're going to motion track it, but then they get to the edit room and they look at the footage, they think to themselves, you know what, I would like to actually motion track this. Now, there's one thing I want to do. I just want to go ahead and click stop and just fit this and continue playing it, based on the fact that it was going a little bit slow because I was so zoomed in. And, I'd like to have a little bit more perspective of what's going on. But it looks like this track point's sticking far better right now. Of course, live, that's what's going to happen. You guys are going to find some things that work and some things that don't. I just want you guys to kind of roll with it pretty much, because like I just said, some things work, some things don't. And, trial and error is what's going to let you figure out what works and what doesn't. But just like that, we've done it. Now we can go up here to Layer, New, and Null Object. We can actually create the null object, hit the Edit Target, make sure that the null object is the target, and go ahead and click Apply. X and Y is, of course, going to be what we want to track. And then what we want to do is we want to go over here to the kind of completion, or we could go over here as well. And we want to go up to the text tool and just type in scene. Scene is, just some blank text. By all means, put whatever you want there. You could put your name. You could put whatever the case may be. Let's actually just go ahead and sort of position that right on top of the sign. And I believe that throwing this on top of the sign is going to be a pretty easy track to do, and it's going to track this nicely. Now let's get the parent link, drag and drop it to the scene, press Control-S to save this, and now let's give it a play by pressing space. And just like that, we've actually got this scene text, which is tracked. It does go a little bit off, slightly off, but overall in terms of a track, in terms of a basic track, I think we've achieved something nice right here. And for a scene that was not actually meant to be motion tracked, it's okay. Now in a real sequence, what would I do in this situation? Would I leave this actually sort of moving a little bit? Most likely not. Now, there's a couple things you could actually do in this situation. One that's probably not the most popular is an actual manual reverse. So what you could do is physically when you see it going away, you could actually manually try and recorrect that with the position keyframes. Another thing you could do is actually just be a bit more precise in your actual tracker itself. But for the purposes of this example, I'm actually just going to go ahead and leave it. But just like that, we've actually motion tracked, sort of a live sequence. And again, shooting to motion track is something that's actually going to enable you guys to just to do a more efficient track, and something like this will not happen. But of course, to make it stand out again, what we could do is drag some drop shadow onto it, go ahead and up that a fair bit, maybe up that a little bit as well, just to make this stand out even more from the scene. And overall, we've achieved a motion track right here. We've also achieved a logo track right here in the previous section right here, which is really nice. And if you followed through with these two sections, you have a logo that's tracked. And we've also explored the fact of motion tracking a sequence, which was, I'll emphasize again, it was not built for the purposes of motion tracking at all. And it's evidenced by the fact that, you know, this kind of glitches out a little bit. And also, this maybe is not the most ideal situation to motion track, but a lot of the time, if you're trying to put motion tracking into a scene that, you know, is just recorded just, you know, for fun or for a different project or whatever, you probably weren't thinking of motion tracking the sequence, and therefore something like this, you know, might come up. But overall, guys, that right there is the motion tracking section done and dusted. We're going to finalize this with an exporting section where we're going to go back through all the projects, go through the export settings coming up in the next section. And of course, it's crucial because you could do the craziest, most fanciest edit in the entire world, right? Something like this, something like whatever. But if you do not actually have the ability to export it in an effective fashion, it is unfortunately just going to sit in After Effects and never be seen by the world. So section number, I don't even remember, coming up next, and that is going to be the exporting section. See you guys there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are finalizing everything right now with the final section, the exporting section. This is crucial. You could have made the best project you've ever made in your entire life, but you don't know how to export it correctly, and now you can't get the finished product. Don't worry. I'm going to break down a few different ways to export, starting with the best export settings. Now, this is the final section. However, there is going to be a bonus section coming up next, breaking down loads more stuff. There's hours more content coming up, regardless of this being the final section. So stay tuned. Now, say we want to actually use the best export settings. The best export settings are essentially, you know, I assume that, well, I don't assume. I know that they're the best export settings, or the reason I'm choosing them is because of a few reasons. The smallest file size, the highest quality, the quickest render. These are a few of the different variables that are going into me actually stating this being the best export settings. Now, we got a few different projects we got here, and we're actually going to try out these best export settings on a few of our nicer sequences, right? And I'm actually going to go ahead and start with the S and R motion track sequence from the previous section. This was the S and R stands for scale and resolution. And to actually get the best export settings, what we would actually do is we would go up here to composition, and we would go to add to Adobe Media Encoder Queue. You click that, and that is going to open another program. That's going to open the Adobe Media Encoder. Now, the reason you do this is because you have far more options. In fact, once it opens, I'm going to simply show you the in-house options, if you will. So if we, you know, we've got that open here. That's no problem. We can grab that at any time. But if we were to just simply go up to composition and add to render queue, that would take us to the render queue in After Effects. However, if we open the output module, which is essentially, you know, how we set the settings for it, and go to format, we're limited. We don't have which is the best render settings. We don't have them. AVI is there, QuickTime's there. However, these are two notorious file types for extremely large file sizes. File sizes that are just unnecessarily large. If we exported this particular, in fact, let's try it. Let's actually do a comparison. So if we export, if we go to our Adobe After Effects Masterclass and we go to exports, and we say this is the QuickTime export, and we actually just go ahead and click render, it's going to render over. But first off, it's relatively slow. Okay, so it's going pretty slow. And also, as we're about to see, it's going to be unnecessarily large in terms of a file size. And this is why we don't render inside of After Effects. We actually go and opt for the media encoder, which we're going to break down next, because of the simple file sizes and the still on-point quality that we're actually given. So it renders out right there. And what we can actually do is we can go over to the After Effects Masterclass into our export setting. And if we click it, right, it has 1.36 gigabytes. This is ridiculous. If we click this and go to properties, this right here is a 5-second sequence. Why is this over a gigabyte? This is literally just not comprehensible why we would do this. But now, if we're actually gonna do the same exact sequence in the Adobe Media Encoder, right? And we delete the first one because that's something that was still left in there. And we click the H.264. This actually opens up our legit settings. So it's connecting to the dynamic link server. Wait for it to pop up. And the settings you want to go for is format H.264. This is MP4, standard MP4 settings. Now, if we actually navigate to our Adobe After Effects Masterclass and go to exports, and we say this is the H.264 export, and we click save, and we actually go down here to OK, we already know that the estimated file size is going to be 7 megabytes. This is what it estimates, and we click OK. And now if we go up here to play, which is start basically. First off, it's going to run its way through. So it's actually running its way all the way through, right? As you see, much faster this time. Starts off slow, but it finishes nice and quick. It's basically just figuring out what's going on in there. It's rendering down here. We see a live preview. And just like that, we then go over here and we have a under 7 megabyte file size. We click properties. This is 5 seconds, same exact time. It's the exact same clip, but it's 7 megabytes opposed to 1.36 gigabytes. It's not even comparable. And the fact that QuickTime does this is the sole reason why we go to the Adobe Media Encoder. So that right there is the best export settings, H.264. What I'm going to do is close the Media Encoder down, and I'm actually going to back up another step, and I'm going to get another one of our motion track sequences. I'm going to go up here to Composition, Add to Media Queue, Add to Media Encoder Queue, and it's going to open back Media Encoder. Just to further confirm this in your mind, we're going to open back up Media Encoder, and we're going to wait for a second until it actually pops up here. Sometimes there's a slight delay, but just like that, it pops up. We click here, and we make sure we're on H.264. We click OK, and then we simply press the Start Render button. And, just like that, it's going to process through, and we're actually going to be left with a normal file size, if you will. And just like that, it looks like I accidentally mistakenly put it in the wrong place, right? As you see here, I accidentally exported it to the After Effects file size project area. But just like this, we've got the sequence, right, which is our motion track. But remember, we only motion track for 3 seconds, so it goes off a little bit. But that right there is 9 megabytes, not even 8.71. And the fact that if we exported this in QuickTime, we'd be dealing with 2 gigabytes, 1.5 gigabytes at the very minimum, and it's not even comparable. So that right there is the best export settings in Adobe After Effects. You go up here to Composition, you go to Add to Adobe Media Encoder, and you make sure that once it actually pops up in there, you are using H.264, which is by far the best export settings for a couple different factors, as I said, export time, export quality, and file size being one of the most important. That's the best export settings. I'll see you guys in the coming up episode. Alright guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the export settings, the export section, if you will. This is going to be exporting videos faster in After Effects. Now this actually sort of contradicts what I said in the previous section, where I specifically told you the best way to do it is to go into the Media Encoder. But for certain types of projects, you would stay in Adobe After Effects, and you would actually be just exporting the normal way, I guess you would say, by actually going here and adding to render queue and exporting directly in After Effects. Now, there's a specific way which actually speeds it up if you're actually in After Effects. So let's delete that quick. Go here, just go to the end and press N so we can actually finalize this. And we're going to be using all the sequences that we made to actually, explore these render settings, right? These export settings, if you will. And we're actually just going to use our glowing eye effect to explore this one, all right? So what I want to do is I want to go up here to Composition, go to Add to Render Queue, and actually, let's just for a second explore QuickTime, right? So if we selected QuickTime for whatever reason, and we actually navigated here, and we say glowing eyes export, right? Now, if we just click Render, it's going to start being very slow because what it does is it does a live preview of what's going on in our actual scene right here. As you see, frame by frame, it has to figure out what's going down. Now, this is very intensive on the computer. However, one tiny trick, which is hilariously simple to speed things up, is to press the caps lock. When you turn caps lock on, what this does is it disables the live preview, and it drastically speeds stuff up. If you notice down here, stuff's going to start going a little bit faster based on the fact that we're not seeing a frame-by-frame sort of preview, and we're just sort of locking it on a frame. Now, if I press caps lock again, it turns it off, and it goes back to normal. And essentially, it's much slower because it has to actually show us what's going on. But if we simply turn the caps lock on, it locks the frame. Therefore, it doesn't have to give us a live preview of what's actually happening, and it can just focus on sort of processing everything for us on the back end, opposed to having to give us this live, showcase of what we're actually going to see. And again, all it is turning caps lock off, and as soon as we do, we're back to normal basically, and it has to do that frame by frame playthrough But again, all we have to do is turn the caps lock on, and it goes back to just locking that frame, and we are actually not having to watch like a live preview. Therefore, it, you know, drastically takes time off of it. And this is much more, I suppose you'd say, obvious if you're on a slower computer. Back in the day, nowadays, I'm working on really expensive equipment now because I've leveled up a little bit over the course of my video production journey. But back in the day, especially when I was a younger teenager, it was horrible doing these long renders in After Effects. And simply putting the caps lock button on was a trick that saved me a lot of time. Flat out. I mean, back in the day when I had a computer that really just wasn't built for video production as much as the ones I have now are, I would save myself minutes, if not, you know, tens of minutes, hours potentially, by simply turning on the caps lock button and not having to do a live preview of what's going on. And in fact, it actually makes the program run smoother based on the fact that sometimes projects will crash because they are having to give you this live preview of what's happening, especially if it's an intense effect. Just like the glowing eyes effect is, having to give you that live preview as well as rendering it is extremely intense. And just a simple trick like the caps lock button saves a lot of time in rendering and a lot of time overall processing the video, and it just does it smoother. It basically gives permission to the program to crack on and do it how the program wants to, instead of having to show us a live preview. It does everything on the back end, and you'll find it going much, much, much quicker. So, just like that, with that being said, that right there is how to speed up renders in Adobe After Effects. I'll see you guys in the coming up section, coming up next. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We are continuing on the exports section, and we're going to be doing exporting with a transparent background. Transparent background is very interesting because we can export without the background, right? There's no background. We can isolate an object on its own. I'm going to do a couple tests here to show you. First off, I'm going to take this particular sequence here with the rapper Tommy breaking this orange, and what we're going to do is we're going to try just get him and get none of the background behind him. So we're just going to isolate this section where he actually breaks the orange. Awesome. And I'm actually going to bring it to about 5 seconds, right? So about 5 seconds, I'm going to press N to just seal it off. And what I'm going to do is untick the background. Now, it's transparent, right? So if we want to just export him, right? We don't want the background. We just want him. However, if we export him like this with regular settings, it's going to put a black background behind him, and it's going to be stuck there. So he'll be there without a background, but it won't be. They'll be black, right? So what we want to do is just have him, so we can get him as an object and just put him in another sequence, right? What we do to actually kind of make that happen is we go up here to composition. We would go over here to add to media encoder. We click that. It would add him to the media encoder right now. We'd actually just go ahead and delete the other things that were in here. And what we'd want to do is we go in here and we would, it would by default be on H.264, but what we want to do is go over here to QuickTime. QuickTime is down here, and QuickTime, although it's bigger file sizes, it's absolutely necessary to export in a transparent background. And what we do is we wouldn't just export it like this. We'd go to Video Codec, and we would find Animation. Animation's the one we wanted, but we don't stop there. We go down and we change to 8 BPC to 8 BPC plus alpha, because we want to export with that alpha channel there. Now we'd actually get the output, and we would actually go over to our export folder, and we would call this one alpha BG, alpha background. And we would actually go ahead and press OK. And then we go up here, of course, to the Start queue, which can also be tapped by Enter. And we click Start. And right now, it is going to export it. Now, although it looks like there's a black background there, that is the default preview for us. And once it actually works its way entirely through, which it says is going to take about 20 seconds, it did a big jump right there, we're actually going to be able to bring this into After Effects, and I'll show you that it has no background. And we're able to simply throw this into another composition easily, and we're not going to have a background behind it. So it's about to finish itself. Once it's finished, we're going to throw it in there and basically demonstrate how it is sort of isolated. The rapper Tommy Dockers and this orange, just like this, has been isolated. So we go here. We're going to get our Alpha BG, drag and drop it into Adobe After Effects, let it import itself, and as soon as it's imported, we can go up here to Composition, go to New Composition, and we can actually go ahead and make a composition that is, for example, let's just say we want to make a yellow composition, right? We press OK, and we turn on the background. So there is a background right now, and we bring on the Alpha BG. Now, when we actually let this go by drag and dropping, we have isolated the wrapper. We could put him in front of absolutely anything, and he has been absolutely isolated. If we wanted the background off, we could have him with no background. Or, for example, if maybe we wanted to type in that legendary CC lens effect, right, which is one of my favorite effects, and we actually wanted to just go up here to Layer, go down here, go up here to Layer, New, Solid, and just go ahead and make a layer that's the same color as the background. So yellow, right? Press OK. Bring that below him. Bring the CC lens onto the wrapper. We can actually have this sort of this circle effect if we wanted to, where everything behind him, this sort of sun right here, is transparent. But however, we have this actual circle, the circle that we're dealing with right here. And again, the circle is just a demonstration for anything we wanted to put behind him, right? Or actually bring him into any other sequence. So for example, let's go find another sequence. This particular sequence right here. If we wanted a nice little Tommy in the bottom corner, we could actually have Tommy right down here as an alpha channel, breaking this orange as we go closer to our screen right there, and he's laughing because we broke the orange. But basically, he has no background now. Transparent background, he is isolated on his own, and because of this simple tactic of exporting as an animation, with the 8BPC, which is the sort of alpha channel, we are able to export with a transparent background. Now this is applicable to anything. If we wanted to go up here or say we went back to our composition, and we actually just delete him from it, and we actually go here and we make just a square, right? Say we wanted to just have a square that was on its own, but maybe rotate over the course of 5 seconds. It rotates in, right? So we do a full spin, one full spin, and this is what we wanted to export. For some reason, of course, I'm just doing a demonstration, but say for some reason this is what we wanted to export, right? Maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't go off the screen, right? We would obviously press N to seal off the actual composition. Go up here to composition, go to add to media encoder, bring it into the media encoder right here, and we would go to QuickTime. We'd make sure that we are selecting the animation. We'd go down here again, click 8BPC plus alpha, including the alpha channel, and we would actually, of course, assign the location, which would be to our export folder, and we call this a random square. I think it's a relatively fitting name for it. We'd click export. It would export. That was a much quicker one. And then we could go back here to this scene, which I'm using as just a sample scene. We could get our random square, import it, and we would be able to put this onto any scene we wanted to, and it would have no background. It would be able to be overlaid. And just like that, we have a square that we exported on its own, which for some reason, because it's a random square, we've just thrown in here. Maybe we want to put it in the bottom right corner or something like that. And just like that, guys, that is how you export with a transparent background in Adobe After Effects. Very, very simple, but of course, you have to make sure that the toggle transparency grid is on. If we exported it, even with those settings, with the normal yellow background that we had created, it would not be transparent, obviously. So the key thing is to make sure you go down here to the toggle transparency grid and tick it so that it turns blue and that this sort of checkered background, which is the universal symbol for transparent background, pops up, and then you are actually able to export using a transparent background. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, finalizing the exporting section. This is how to export a still image, a screenshot, if you will. We are in one of our other sequences. This right here is one of the nicer ones, the masking transition that we did. Now, say we wanted to just get, say the club messaged me after I filmed this because I was booked to film this club, and say the club messaged me and they said, "Hey, did you get any cool promo pics of our club, whatever the case may be?" And maybe I didn't take any pictures per se, but I really liked the still image of this prism sign and the bouncer standing right there. If I wanted to just isolate that image right there, we're easily able to do it. Now, there's a couple ways we could do it, but one of the most simple ways is to go up here to composition and to actually go save frame as. Save frame as is probably the quickest way to actually save a screenshot. And of course, we would simply go to File, and it would pop us up down here. We could then actually open this up, and instead of choosing Photoshop sequence, we would go to either PNG sequence or JPEG sequence. Now, PNG is slightly better quality, so we'll click PNG sequence, press OK, navigate to our exports folder, but it looks like we're already there, and we would save this as Club promo pick. Of course, I'm just, making this as if it was a live scenario, which is totally something a club could ask me for. And we would go here to render, click render, and it would actually go ahead and render that project. And just like that, that right there is done. Of course, it's only a single screenshot, meaning that, it really doesn't take very long. We'd go back over here, and we have our isolated picture on its own that we've been able to grab simply through actually just exporting this as a screenshot. Now, there's another way we could do it if we really wanted to. There's a few ways, actually, but hypothetically speaking, say we wanted to go to the same thing and we wanted the same exact frame, we could go to two buttons, B, which starts the sequence, so it brings the actual in point, B brings the in point, and N. So if we press those two, B and N, on the same area, that obviously just highlights one particular frame where the sequence starts on the frame and ends on the same exact frame. And then we could actually go up here, go to Add to Render Queue, and simply go again to PNG sequence, or we may as well do JPEG just for the tester this time. Bring that up a little bit, get the maximum quality, press OK, and just say, call this one JPEG promo pick. Press save, and actually just go ahead and export that on its own. And just like that, it has created a comp folder, which is a little bit different. And we've got our screenshot. But of course, it is a little bit weird to actually go ahead and, just isolate one frame when you can simply go up here and just save frame as, which in my opinion is a far more efficient way to do it. But that right there is a finalization of the export settings in the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. I'll see you guys coming up next in the bonus section. It's about to get juicy. Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Congratulations. It's finished. You've done it. This right here is the bonus section, and we're going to be running through a few different types of projects, right? First off is just building a project from scratch. So right here, I got a whole bunch of clips. Now, I run an editing contest on my personal YouTube channel probably a month or two ago, right? And these are the clips straight from that. So this is just a little journey in the just sort of down by the river, just around where my old office used to be. And pretty much what we're going to be doing is just taking these clips, building a project, and really just motion tracking and masking and basically throwing a whole bunch of effects in there, sort of just trying to utilize all the different stuff that we've currently done so far. And we're trying to build a pretty cool project, probably about, I'm going to say maybe like a 1 minute project or something like that, or maybe a 30-second to a minute. These clips, we want to make it relatively quick, right? So what we're going to do is start from the top, all right? So I'm actually just going to go ahead and get all these clips and just start bringing them in one by one, all right? So I'm actually just going to go ahead and start with this clip here, COO11. I'm going to drag and drop that in right now, and what we want to do is we want to just start framing stuff up, right? So we want to build our composition. So we go up to comp, new composition, and let's actually just go ahead and make this 120 frames a second, which is going to be pretty crazy, actually. In fact, you know what? I'm actually just going to make this, probably 30 frames a second. The reason is because all my footage is shot at 120 frames, but we're going to export at 30 because we'll be bringing these guys down to probably more normal speed, I'd imagine, right? So we'll probably just throw it in at 30. And in terms of the duration, I'm going to go ahead and smack on probably 1 minute and 1 minute 30. So we got a little bit of time to work with. Now let's drag and drop our clip in here. Drag and drop it. Give it a play. And it looks like this one right here is looking all right. It's looking all right for sure. Now, this is a 120 frame a second clip, right? But because we made it a 30-second sequence, it's going normal. But at any time, we could go to time stretch, which is actually gonna sort of be like some type of slow motion, right? And we could actually make this 200. And this would actually just go into slow-mo mode. And because it's got 120 frames a second available to us, as you see here, it actually is buttery smooth slow motion. So it's absolutely perfect if we want to do some slow-mo stuff. And we're not going to be getting any chop where, if we took a 30 frame a second clip and made it 120 frames a second, we'd be getting some serious chop, right? But because of this is 30 frames a second, we're going to be able to actually use the full, basically slow motion, right? So I want to actually start this probably here. So we're just doing sort of like a rough chop down, basically. I'm going to bring this over here. So I want to start it here. And I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do a motion track in a second. But I like the look of that right there. It's looking pretty nice. In fact, what I even might do is I might start it I might start it maybe down here, right? Or I like this movement where it comes up for my leg. So I might actually play that there, right? Have it come up. And then I actually might just go ahead and Control-Shift-D, and I might actually go over here to kind of where the next bit that I like starts. And I might actually just see what it looks like if I time stretch it and just make this maybe 20. So it basically goes extremely fast. Let's have a look at how this looks and see what it's looking like. So it starts pretty nice like this. Then I want it to sort of go sped up to this point, and I think we can actually do 2 titles here, which I think will be pretty cool. So maybe we do 1 title here, motion tracked, of course. Then it speeds up, boom, 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 and then we could have another title right here, and then it could it could kind of go into another scene maybe. Maybe it goes here. I'm trying to just so I'm making this up as I go along. Of course, I've done no preparation for this particular bit right here. But maybe once I hit 10 seconds, maybe it speeds up again to this right here, which is sort of a bit where I sort of pretend the camera that I'm holding is a gun, right? And that could be an opportunity for maybe another title right there. So we could have 3 titles, right? But I think what I want to do is I want to bring it over here, just extend that a little bit. And I'm literally just opening up the speed control, zooming that down a little bit. Oh yeah. I make sure that I'm locking it to the end of that clip, or else I'm screwing myself over a little bit. And just like that, that can conclude our section. I think that's pretty cool right there. So as soon as that next bit of wobbly movement goes, we're going to change it up right there. I'm going to press Control S and save it. I'm going to save this as a full sequence. I'm going to just save that as full sequence. Awesome. Absolutely great. Then I'm actually going to go over here and bring another 2 clips in. Let's grab these 2 clips right here. So let's bring them in. And we're actually going to let these import themselves. Bring number 12 in. Awesome. Now this clip right here, of course, it is normal speed right now. Normal speed with me walking. But I want to start it about there. Press Control-Shift-D to chop that down. Bring that over. And I actually want to just go ahead and go to time stretch. Let's actually make this 400. Because I realize we can actually speed this up 4 times to get that buttery smooth slow-mo. In fact, I might even want to do that to these. I was only doing it to 200, but I realized that 200, we actually have way more time that we can use here, including this one right here. So time stretch, let's bring that up to 400 as well. Bring these ones over. You see, I'm trying to get that smoothest slow-mo we can possibly get. This is 120 frames a second, but we're editing in a 30 frame a second sequence, which means we can speed it up or slow it down 4 times. So this right here is really nice. In fact, I might even chop it down right here, right? Just so we're being time efficient, but we've got a nice little bit of slow-mo there, and I sort of give him the wave. And then it goes here, which again, we can make this right here 400. Bring these guys over. And this is it's a relatively slow title sequence, but it'll make sense once we've actually thrown the motion tracking in there, which is pretty crucial in my opinion, and it's going to make this super nice. And now we've got this next bit right here. Awesome, where I sort of pretend the camera's a gun and move away. Then we got this bit here. And of course, we're actually going to speed up the turn, right? So I'm actually going to speed that turn up. So bring this over here, time stretch. Probably go to see what 20 looks like, but 20 might be a little bit too quick. I'm not going to lie. It's actually looking okay, to be honest. It's not looking terrible. I'm liking this so far. And again, what we're going to do first, guys, is build the actual skeleton of the edit. And then what we're going to do is move on to the effects, basically, right? I always like to build the skeleton first, and what I mean by the skeleton is just actually organizing all the clips pretty nicely, right? So once the clips are organized nicely, then we can move on to the kind of other stuff, right? Now what I want to do is I want to get this clip right here, probably chop it there, go here to time. Let's go to time stretch again, 400. Bring the 400 in. And let's see what this is looking like right here. So it's looking like that's not actually even in focus fully yet. It probably comes into focus about there. So I'm actually going to want to chop that out because it's not in focus yet. And get that right there. So it's nicely in focus now. I'm sort of walking away. And maybe I got that for the duration of about 5 seconds. Or I think I might chop it down here a little bit more. So it's sort of, we're just trying to paint the picture of a journey taking place, right? That's essentially what we're trying to do. Build the picture in people's mind that a journey is taking place. And more or less we are just trying to paint that journey, right? So let's actually go here. I think what I might want to do is have a look at a couple of these clips right here. So before I even import some of the clips, I'm actually going to load them up and just have a look at them and see what's actually going on with them. So we can load this one up here because they're pretty nice quality. It's going to take a second to load itself up, I suppose. But all we have to do is have a look here, and it looks like this one right here is pretty nice. I really like that one right there. So what I'm actually going to do with that is import that. Also import these ones, these next 3 clips. So COO19, COO20, COO21. Let's drag and drop them in. Importing these things. Awesome. Absolutely loving it. Let's get COO19 because I think I'm messing around with the camera. We set it up, and this movement of coming out is really nice in my opinion. So I'm going to chop it down, Control-Shift-D, bring it over, and again right-click, go to time stretch, and let's pop that on 400 so that we've got this really nice sort of movement outwards, as you see right there. And now what we can do there is actually go here to time stretch and go to 20 again. And actually just sort of go over a bit until the camera turns. And then I can actually chop that down. Let's mute all these layers. I'm muting them all. And what I'm actually going to do is come back over here, get COO20. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and give this a play, have a look. And I like the look of this right here. So we can actually just go ahead and right click, time stretch, 400. Give this a play right here. In fact, you know what I could do? I could just delete that little speed bit. And go ahead and mute this as well. Chop that out. We got another clip coming in, which is going to be pretty nice over here, I'm pretty sure. There we go. So this bit right here is pretty nice with the arms kind of dangling as I walk up and down the actual. In fact, I'm starting to think this camera clip might not suit the best here. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete it. And this is what a project is for me. I'm sort of just making stuff up as I go along, and we're sort of just trying to figure out what we should actually do. And just like that, we got the arms flailing from side to side. I'm loving it. And now we can actually bring it over a little bit more, and we can actually try and find a clip when I'm actually walking through the woods. The woods is pretty nice. Let's have a look. Let's have a look indeed. Awesome. Drag and drop that down here. Bring it over and wait till I'm actually straight up walking through these 2 kind of trees right here. I think this is a nice position. These 2 trees right here are looking pretty cool. And come over here. In fact, I like the movement of the hands kind of separating from the body. So I'm at the same time, just to give you guys an idea of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for movements that kind of work together. So the hands here are going side to side. And then as you see, it comes over here and the hands are going side to side as well, which to me is like a complete movement. And overall, like just subconsciously, a viewer watching this is gonna resonate with that subconsciously because of the fact that they can actually see sort of the same movement is going down, and overall it just kind of works in their mind a little bit more. Now I'm going to load up a clip right here, see what's happening, and I can actually just go ahead and delete that. Nice, I'm liking that. So we can drag and drop that in as well. And I'm just going to bring it over to the 1 minute mark, I'd say. So I'm going to see what else I got here. But actually, to be honest, I'm not going to force it. So at the end of the day, If we don't get to the 1 minute mark, we don't get to the 1 minute mark, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna, to be honest. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually just going to slow this one down, 400. Nice. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing sort of a pan from this tree to me. And then as my foot hits right there, I actually just want to go ahead and speed this up. So 20. Let's bring it over to me actually in focus now. So as soon as I'm in focus right there, we're going to bring it back to 400. And also, what I want to do is I want to scroll over, have a look at that being the first clip, that being the next, that being the next. We want to kind of be building a stairway to heaven with this stuff right here, all right? Now, it's actually kind of unconventional that we'd be piecing together an entire project in After Effects, but funny enough, before I realized that the Premiere was sort of the go-to to really start piecing together projects, I would do everything in After Effects, right? So I'm sort of taking a little trip down memory lane right now with you guys, and we're going to straight up cut together a whole project in After Effects. Now, so far, if we go back to the beginning and we click play, we have a nice clip right here, nice and slow, which we're going to utilize in a second. It speeds up, then it comes to me right here, sort of flexing at the camera a little bit. Awesome, phenomenal. These are title sections, so the reason those are so long is because titles, and that's our third title right there. And then I sort of run away, awesome, and we begin the motion. And also, everything right here can be graded down a fair bit, so we're going to throw an adjustment layer over everything towards the end as well, and throw some Lumetri color in there. But just like that, we've created this sequence of walking into the park, or to be honest, it's down by the river actually. And for some reason that stopped itself from playing right there, probably because it had made its way to the end right there. So we're just gonna keep giving this a play, see what's coming next. Walking into the park, and this next bit's pretty nice because we're doing the kind of the tree pan, and it actually zooms over just like that. And we have actually gone ahead and, in fact, I might actually just go ahead and go over a little bit more, and let myself come into focus on camera. I think that could be pretty nice if I come into focus on camera. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and pop that back to 400 and let myself come into focus. And nicely, we can actually just go ahead and as soon as I'm actually off the screen, so maybe around there, we can have a look at what happens if we speed it up one more time. And see if there's anything else to go to. And there is. Nice. So as soon as we get here, let's go back to 400. Just like that. I'm loving it. Okay, so that's what we want to speed up to. So we want to keep going over here until that turn. And actually just go here, go to 400. And now we've actually got that finalized, if you will, which is looking really, really nice. And we can actually finalize that there. We've hit 1 minute. So we can bring that back down, and we can press N to complete that. And just like that, guys, we have actually completed the skeleton. Now, remember what I said earlier? This is just the skeleton, meaning that we've chopped out this right here. It's looking great, but now we want to start doing some effects to it, right? Effects that are very obvious to me that we should do is some motion tracking. So some motion tracking should 100% be done in a second. I just want to watch it through one more time, make sure everything's looking nice. And then we can start adding some motion track titles. And some color grading. And a few more other cool things that we're going to do to this particular project right here. And as we see right here, it's looking awesome. We're walking down to the river. This is just the skeleton. The skeleton, I hope that reference makes sense to you. Now, the reason it reset is because of the render hadn't complete right there. The green bar has to go all the way over. And just like that, we're doing it. This end bit is particularly nice. Nice. And then as soon as I go off the screen, just like that, we can actually go ahead and mute the different layers as well. And just like that, it's over. Amazing. So let's actually start off with this first motion track. Let's click this, go to Animation, go to Track Motion. And what I want to do is I want to motion track the guy's head right here. He looks like a relatively good point to add our first title. And I'm going to actually just go ahead and draw a kind of a square around his head, Awesome. Look at him. He's looking pretty funny. And we can actually just go ahead and click, go ahead, play. So we're actually tracking that motion. It's going to play all the way through. Awesome. And it's going along. And as soon as it's completed, it'll stop. And just like that, we've tracked the motion of it. Amazing. We can actually go up here to Layer, go to New, go to Null Object, as we did. This one's pretty cool because we did it relatively recently. We can edit the target and edit the target to be null. Now you see how many different layers we have here? Obviously, we never had that before when we were actually doing the motion track test. So this is kind of a new situation. But we can actually go ahead and type in walk in the park. This is going to be my title right here. I'm going to call it Walk in the Park. This is going to be the title of what we're actually doing here. Maybe I'll make that I capital as well. Actually not. No, I won't. Walk in the Park. I'm liking the look of it. We can, of course, you guys know what I'm doing, throwing the drop shadow on there. I'm notorious with this drop shadow, but we're going to try to do something a tiny bit different with this drop shadow. I'm going to attempt to make it more as if it's coming onto the ground, if you will, right? So as if it's really putting a shadow onto the actual ground below it, from it, right? Which means we want to turn that softness up a fair bit or else it doesn't look super accurate. Now, just like that, we've attempted to do it a little bit, but we should maybe bring it over here a little bit, okay? So it's looking pretty cool. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I'll turn that up a little bit. I'm just gonna have it like that. That's all right. Now I'm actually just gonna go ahead and parent it to the null. Awesome. Go ahead and give this a play. And what we can actually do with it as well is bring it over here so it's on for a little bit longer. And in fact, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and delete that drop shadow, bring another drop shadow to it, and actually just go ahead and just make it attempt to stand out a little bit from the background. And also what we can potentially do is see about a stroke, maybe. See about a stroke. I'm going to have a look at what this is going to do. We're going to have a look. Let's see. Let's have a look. So it's not looking like we're getting much on there. That's no problem. That's no problem at all. Text, chasing strokes, pulsing strokes. Strokes ease down. Let's have a look at what a couple of these are doing. Really not a whole lot. That's definitely not looking like something we're after. So let's go ahead and delete it. Control S to save our project. Keep saving the project. But what I want to actually do is have this fade in. So I press T. I bring this over here, and I bring it down. So we have a text that says "Walk in the Park," and the guy carries off our text, which is really nice. So as soon as it speeds up here, we're setting ourselves up to be able to add the next title. So it says "Walk in the Park," and I'm just trying to have a look at where's best to position this. Potentially here. Potentially. I'm just having a look. I think that's looking okay. Walk in the park. Nice. So he's walking. He walks the text off the screen, which is especially nice. And now what I want to do here is I want to actually just go ahead and do another tracker. So we go up to animation, go to track motion. Amazing. We get our tracker. And I think a good position to track this time would actually just be my head. My head is a relatively standout-ish object from the background, which means we can draw a nice box around it. And go ahead and zoom that in. Bring that over here. And just go ahead and fit it to the screen. We can actually just go ahead and click play. And it's just going to go ahead and figure all that out. Sort of just track that motion. Now this is a tiny bit longer than the previous track. And of course, the object changes slightly based on the fact that I do turn around. So we'll have to see how this performs once it actually is back. But it's tracking pretty well to the top of my head right there. And this should make for a pretty nice second title. We're going to have a look. After that completes, it'll make itself to the end. Nice. So it's made itself to the end. Phenomenal. Now we can actually go up here to Layer, New, Null Object, and we can edit the target again of that tracker to Null Object number 2. Null Object 2. Awesome. We can actually go ahead and hit Apply. Amazing. And we can actually get another title. In fact, we can even duplicate that title right there. and actually just not assign it to anything yet. Bring it over here. Bring it straight to here. Just looking a little bit like it's not following orders right now. So we can bring it over here. Press play so it definitely fades on. And we can actually type in a short film by. A short film by. We can actually just go ahead and have that right here. And of course, we want to go ahead and assign it to our null object 2. We can trim that null object 2 down a little bit and go ahead and press play. It's looking like it was not attached. So we can actually go ahead and attach it to null object 2. Awesome. A short film by ... It tracks that motion. Nice. And then of course it zooms away. And now this bit right here might be a tiny bit tricky. We have to look for something else to actually track it by. And I think the head potentially would work. I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe that lamppost up there. So this is part of the tracker process, is actually looking for something that we can sort of effectively use as a track point. It's relatively stable all throughout the scene, but that you know, is standoutish enough that we can actually track. Now the lamppost may work, it may not. Let's give it a try. I'm actually just going to go ahead and fit that. I'm going to press the play button down here, and it's looking like it's latched onto it pretty nicely, to be honest. So I think we're going to be okay. I think we are going to be okay. And just like that, we've tracked it. That was by far the easiest and quickest track. We're going to go up here to null object, and we're going to actually just go ahead and apply this to null object number 3. Press OK. Awesome. And just go ahead and apply that. Phenomenal. And what we can actually go ahead and do is just trim it down. May as well just to stay classy, if you will. And we can go ahead and just again get that short film, duplicate it, bring it up here, and assign it to null object number 3 now. Bring it over so that it's starting when we want it to start it. And what we can actually do is bring it over here, go ahead and have it fade in. A film by Jack Cole. And we can actually just go ahead and maybe make that on 2 different portions. I'm not going to make it on 2 different portions. I'm going to make it just like that. In fact, I might actually make it so big that it's just straight across the top, just like that. And now we can actually just go ahead and let this play. And just like that, we've got the Jack Cole text up the top, which stays nicely tracked. And we can actually go ahead and play it. In fact, yeah, I think that's looking nice. Of course, I'm just looking for every possibility I can sort of use this with, right? And now if we actually go back to the beginning, press spacebar, and just go ahead and give this a play. It says walk in the park. Amazing. Then it speeds up. It says a short film by ... Plays for a second. And then speeds up again. Jack Cole. And just like that, we have achieved the actual motion track. But I think there's one final thing I want to do. And that is just go ahead and duplicate these and go ahead and pop the fade out at the end. Pop that there. And I just want to go ahead and add a nice little fade out to each one of these scenes. And I'm doing that by just copy and pasting. Control-C, Control-V. And just like that, we're actually able to add a fade in and a fade out. So it fades in, walk in the park. Amazing. Fades out again. Well, it actually gets carried off the screen for that one, so it's not so necessary. But for this one, it is. A short film by ... Fades out again. Speeds up. Jack Cole up there in the top. And it fades out once more. And just like that, we've actually completed a really nice motion track. I'm just going to close all those down. Give this a play real quick. Go ahead and let that do its thing. Amazing. Keep going. We're just going to play through this one more time. And in fact, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to go up here to Layer, go to New, and go to Adjustment Layer. And we're throwing an adjustment layer over the top. So let's go over here. And let's actually just type in Lumetri. Lumetri color is the go-to. I'm going to drag and drop that to our sequence. And we're actually going to go down here to creative, and I want to have a look. So I want to grab a couple looks and see what we're dealing with. See if I can set a nice tone. The blue looks all right, I'm not going to lie, but I think we probably have something a little bit nicer we can grab than the blue, if I'm being very honest. And the way I do this is I'm literally just clicking through various different LUTs, aka looks, right? This one in particular is looking really nice. I'm liking that a lot, so I think I might do that. But I also might go ahead and turn up the vibrance a fair bit, right? So I'm liking the vibrance, maybe not to 100, but maybe to 50. 50 is a pretty nice vibrance turn-upper. And I'm just going to go ahead and click the spacebar to play that right there. Walk in the Park plays. Pretty cool. Relatively simple sequence. A short film. Wonderful. And I realized what we got to do. We got to go ahead and maybe add a little bit of fade to film. A little bit of fade to film never hurt anybody. And a little bit of contrast turning up never hurt anybody. Maybe a good 100 on the contrast. I like a nice contrasty shot. And just like that, it fades out again. The Jack Cole text comes back in. And we're actually able to enter that next scene, which I'm starting to think that fade to film might need to just go down a little bit, maybe to about 22. I want a nice crisp shot, and the fade to film sometimes distracts a little bit. And, just like that, I think for this in particular scene, what I might actually do is just press Control-Shift-D to chop that, Control-Shift-D to chop that at the end, and I actually just might go ahead and pop a little tiny bit of exposure up on this in particular scene, because it's a little bit dark. So you could do kind of variations for the scenes, but I want a relatively consistent color grade all throughout this particular shot right here. And this one's looking good right there, for sure. That one's looking pretty nice right there. And this one here, again, we're going to go ahead and chop that down, Control-Shift-D, Control-Shift-D. Go ahead and maybe pop that up to maybe 1. Maybe 0.8, if I'm honest. I don't want it too pop outy, but I like the idea that it's nicely visible. Give this one a play right here. Looking good indeed. Amazing. And now I want to do one final motion track. So I want to click this. I want to go to animation. I want to go to track motion, and I want to do another one around my head. We know it works. However, we're dealing with trees right now, which means the trees they're not so different to the actual head that I've got. Obviously, they're very different in terms of a different object, but the color scheme isn't, so different. So we're going to try and keep this track here, but as I predicted, the tree takes it a little bit. So I'm actually going to press Control-Z, undo it, go here, and what I'm actually going to do is just delete that tracker, and then go over a bit until my face turns around, just like that. And here is where I'm actually going to go ahead and track the motion, so I can actually have a definite different sort of object to actually track this on. See, the back of my head just clearly was not enough based on the simple fact that the tree sort of took it, right? But this, I believe, will be enough, my actual face itself. So we're giving the face a shot. We're letting the face try its best. And we're actually just letting this play through. Awesome. It's losing it a tiny bit, but I think as long as it's staying along that exact area, it should be all good. We're going to give this a play. Let it do its thing. Try to get to the end, and we can have like a that's the end type of title or something like that. Or maybe even like a fin. Something like that. Yeah, you know how movies do F-I-N, fin, to obviously abbreviate finish. This could be a good one. Now, sometimes you'd think that the motion track's, just gone off because it's actually not fully covering my face, but it seems to be following the same portion. Even if it's half my face, it's still following the same portion, meaning that it's still going to work just fine as a motion track. And we're actually going to have created a pretty cool sequence that is relatively interesting. In fact, I might even do something crazy towards the end just to make it a little bit more digestible. And that is speed it up by 2 times to make it a 30-second sequence. So we build it a 1-second sequence, but we speed it up 2 times. Now, we're going to see how that performs, and I'm going to show you how to do that. However, I think it might drag on a little bit towards the end, meaning that I think I probably want to speed it up. But we're going to see how that plays out in a second, I think. All right? So let's let this complete its movement. Awesome. Wonderful. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And it's about to end. any second now. I do the hand movements and then it speeds up. So as soon as it speeds up, we're actually going to stop the motion track. And we're actually going to throw our next text in there, our final motion track text. And we're going to do our thing. So let's let it do its thing. Awesome. Now, just like that, we've done it. Awesome. Let's actually go up here to Layer, New, Null Object, of course. Edit the target, and let's get that null object number 4 in as the target. Press OK. Go ahead and apply that. Phenomenal. Go here. Actually, we trim it down a little bit. And we can actually go ahead and throw some text in there. And remember, the text doesn't come in until there. So let's press Control-D to duplicate our previous text. Let's drag it up here. And let's actually align it with where the motion track starts. So the first frame of the motion track right here. We can actually bring that there. Give it a play. The end. So I think what I'm going to do is space that out a bit so we can actually have that nicely there. The end. Just like that, we can actually let that start itself. So it says the end. And in fact, of course, we need to apply it to null number 4, meaning that it actually starts up. And in fact, maybe I have it down here so that it's not covering anything else. And we give that a play. And just like that, we've actually motion tracked our final text. And then it goes off. And in fact, I think maybe I might just want to bring that down a little bit and press Control-T to actually bring the text tool up a little bit. Bring it down again. Bring it maybe about here. And have a look at what this is looking like. And just like that, we've completed the edit. Just like that, guys, we completed the edit. Now, 2 seconds. Let me try one absolutely crazy situation right now that I'm going to do. And that is to press Control-A, right-click, go to Pre-Compose, and call this Pre-Comp 1 for sure. And just real quick, let's actually make a folder that says footage. Put all our footage in there, which we funny enough, we're doing that the entire way through the course, but just didn't do that here. Let's make another one called comps. Let's throw comps in there. And now what I want to do is right-click, go to time stretch, and see what happens if we go to 50. And just like that, we've got walk in the park. A little bit quicker. Now, of course, it's got to figure out what's going on, so it might be a little bit slow. It says a short film by. Speeds up to Jack Cole. Awesome. Plays. Phenomenal. And remember, I'm going to start this from the beginning so it can start figuring itself out towards the end. As you see, the green bar has to go. So instead of watching it laggy, I'll just restart from the beginning so we can play this in a little bit more style. And I think real quick, let me just get that Jack Cole text right there. I actually do not like it up there at the top. What I want to do is I want to shrink it down a little bit, and I want to sort of do what I did with the end type of text, where I kind of got it separated a bit, and it's sort of on either side, right? So I do this. Oh, I accidentally selected the adjustment layer, which is not what we want. We want to do that, bring it over a bit, make sure that it's looking pretty nice. Have it fade on. And maybe, you know what I might want to do? I might want to have this split into 2, right? So the first one is only Jack, right? The first one's only Jack. And maybe it says Jack right here. And then the other one is only Cole. And the Cole doesn't pop up until I actually leave space for it over here. As you see right here, if I press T, I bring this up now. What I want to do is actually have the Cole come on afterwards. So what we have is we have Jack, and then what we have is we have Cole, and just like that, now we've got a little bit nicer of a presentation, in my opinion. Now we can give this another play. Let this do its thing. And in fact, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to go to the start, give it a play, start playing. I'm gonna render this all the way through, which is really just a case of kind of playing it so that we can watch the full sequence. Give it a play again, and this is only a 30-second sequence, so we've just got to kind of let this do its thing, get to that 30-second mark, and then we can watch it in full. But I suppose it's not going too laggy right now, so we can actually see our final result. It's nicely graded. We got a really nice, compilation of clips together that we put here, and we got a really nice motion track a couple different times in here. And just like that, it ends at about the 30-second mark. We can come to the end, find the final frame, hit N, or go back one more frame. Actually, hit N so that it finalizes. And now, if we start it from the beginning, we got a full clip. Walk in the park. A short film by Jack, Cole, and we are walking through the park. So that right there is editing together a full sequence. A little bit of fun. Not too crazy. Not crazy either. I wanted to further confirm the motion tracking because the motion tracking is pretty crucial in After Effects. And overall, just explore, chop it together a nice piece of content. And, grading it down nicely. Of course, without the color grade, without the adjustment layer, this was much more bland, much more plain. And just like that, we built a pretty cool sequence using some speed ups, some actual color grading, some motion tracking, and just the overall compilation of different clips. So that right there, guys, is the editing together a project from scratch. We could hit Control S, save that. Looks like it's already saved on its way to here. And thank you, guys. We're going to come back with some more projects coming up next. See you there. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. Continuing on the bonus section, this is how to make an intro stinger from scratch. What's an intro stinger? Good question, even though you might not have even asked it, but I asked it for the sake of creating context. An intro stinger is essentially like a little animation with your logo or your name or something like that. Typically, YouTubers or companies and stuff like that have an intro stinger. The Pixar animation, that's an intro stinger. Basically, we're gonna basically explore the process of building an intro stinger. So let's click New Composition, and let's actually go ahead and make a probably instead of a 1:30, a 30-second composition. Awesome. Press OK. And for this particular exercise, we're going to be using some of the shapes again, and we're going to be animating them, all right? So I'm building this 100% from scratch, so it's literally just go ahead and make one square. I'm holding Shift when I make it, by the way, so that it can make a perfect square. And I'm going to build this square right here, and I'm just going to try and position it somehow in the middle. Let's hold Y as well so that we can get this center point and bring it actually into the center. Now, this is cool. The intro stinger will be about 10 seconds, probably, I'm assuming, all right? So what I want to do is I want to first off organize, or I want to first off build the final frame, if you will, right? So the kind of idea I've got is I want to actually have sort of like a rectangle type of situation, or not a rectangle, sort of like, what would you call this? A hexagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now this is an octagon, right? So we're building sort of like an octagon. The way I've done that is literally just get two squares and just rotate one of the squares in the square, and then the other square is just sort of normal size. Now, of course, we're going to animate these in next, but I want to actually just go ahead and just have a look at these. They're looking pretty interesting so far, okay? And I want to actually go ahead and make my text as well. So I want to get some text, and I want to get the text to say something along the lines of, let's just say Jack. So for this, I'm just calling it Jack, and I'm actually going to change the font down over here, and I want to go ahead and make it Gotham Black, which I'm liking the look of right now. I'm actually going to drag that into the center, get that as centered as I can right here, as we see, just like that. I'm getting it nicely centered, and I'm doing that manually. And of course, I'm actually going to press Y and get the center point and put that into the middle as well, so that when we start animating this stuff, everything can actually come from the center, okay? And then what I actually want to also do is maybe just scroll along a little bit. In fact, we can even turn off the background or turn it on. It actually really doesn't matter at this point, but we'll be exporting using the actual background, right? And what I actually want to go ahead and do is probably go over to, let's say, it animates in over the course of 1 second, all right? So over the course of 1 second, it animates in, and I want to actually first off get my my shape number 1, go scale, and go down here and go to 0, right? So that scales in, it goes to 0. Then what I want to do is also go ahead and go up here with the scale of the second one, press S, come over here, make it 0 as well. But what I first want to do is also press R to get the rotation and have the rotation finish here, but I want it to, or actually maybe start there, but I want it to finish finish maybe here. So we've got this kind of, this rotate in type of situation that we've got right here. So let's press R again, finish here, but rotate around to actually be in the same place. But you get this effect where they kind of spiral in, just like that, simply by changing the position of them, right? But of course, Jack stays on the screen right there, which we actually do not want. What we want to do is we want to come over here to the middle, get Jack, and go over here to maybe animation. Go to animation preset library. And let's actually just go ahead and get our transition movements. And I want to go down here and probably get the spiral in. Just go ahead and drag that onto it. So essentially, what we've got is this effect where this kind of brings itself in. In fact, what we could even do is drag that over a little bit. So, in fact, no, I think it's nicest like this. So just like that. However, we don't just want the shapes to stop. We want them to be going the whole way. So we want to actually go ahead, probably another second, and actually just go ahead and flip that again, just like that. So they kind of stay rotating. And same with this one. Flip this one around the other way. So what we have is we have this effect where they come in, and then they sort of rotate around each other. And probably, if I'd have to guess, I'd probably just want them to keep rotating. So I just want to keep going over there, do another rotation, go here, do another rotation, go to 5 seconds, do another rotation, 6 seconds, another rotation, and I'm literally just dragging that over with the rotate tool, and we want it to be about 10 seconds. However, looking at it now, 10 seconds actually might be a little bit too much, but we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. And over the course of that last second, scale, make a keyframe, come here, and bring it back down to 0, right? But also, actually, I want it to come up to maybe about 100 over the course of this section, or maybe, yeah, probably the course of, yeah, about 100. So I want it to be about 100 right here, which I actually just made it 10. Let's bring it to about 100. Bring it over here, make it 0. And we also have to go ahead and do all these rotations for this next one, right? So this one here is rotating around, as we see, and that's rotating that way. So what I want to do is I want to bring this one the other way. So we're going to get this kind of crazy double rotate going on with the different shapes. And what I actually am going to do in a second is make one of them a slightly different color of green, so that we've got kind of like a darker shade of green and a lighter shade of green, and they're both sort of, doing their thing, so to speak, all right? And finally, we want to actually just bring that over and do one more rotate, so we can throw that one at the end, or else it's off the screen. Bring it over again, come back, and we've got this pretty cool kind of, rotating in type of effect that we've got going on right here. And I think yeah, there we go. And then we can actually have a repeat of the actual animate in effect that we've got down here. If we go to effects, we go to zoom spiral, and we can actually just go ahead and sort of just repeat that right here, okay? So we can actually just go ahead and duplicate those two, bring them over a little bit, paste them, so that, and also reverse them, so that it kind of reverses itself out this time. And just like that, we have achieved a pretty cool little intro stinger that sort of rotates upon itself. And also, what we want to do as well is with this text right here, probably it builds its way up to 110, but maybe it doesn't start on 110. Maybe it actually starts on perhaps maybe like a 90. Right? So what we've got is this text that is building its way up and maybe also rotating a little bit. So we press R, bring that rotation over. Maybe over here it's rotated a little bit here. Over here it's rotated a little bit this way. And then over here it's rotated probably back to normal, right? And also I want to highlight all these keyframes, right click them, go down to keyframe assist, and easy ease these keyframes. This is just going to make them a little bit smoother. And just like this, we've got this kind of weird gelatin type of stinger that we got going on. And also we can get one of the top ones, or maybe even the bottom one actually. In fact, which one is the top one? Which one's the bottom one? It's kind of hard to figure it out. There we go. We got it. And let's just make this a slightly different shade of green. So we've got this kind of 2 shades of green. And in fact, even making this a little bit see-through. So maybe even 80% on this, and the other one maybe 80% as well, actually. So we've got this kind of see-through type of green situation that we got going on, and they're rotating in on each other, and then it kind of disappears just like that. And also, what I want to do is I want to just go ahead and open back up Jack and make that rotate or make that disappear slower. I want it to disappear slower. I don't want it gone yet. I want it to be fully gone. Maybe around there, yeah. Maybe at the tiniest bit before. And just like that, we are actually in business with an intro stinger that we built from scratch. In fact, you know what I'm actually going to do as well is go ahead and press R, open this up, and maybe explore deleting every other keyframe just to see what actually happens. Where we've got one going a little bit slower than the other one, and we've created this sort of starfish type of effect, if you will, or hexagon type of effect. In fact, you know what? I'm actually just going to go ahead and delete every other one of these as well. So we actually delete every other keyframe for each of these so that they are just going a tiny bit slower. And that's more or less what I'm after right now. So they've got these kind of weird flex in, flex out effects. And also what I can do with them is get the opacity of both of them up, and go ahead and once they hit, right? So once they actually hit on here, they should be on 80 opacity. But before that, they should be on 0, in my opinion. They should be on straight up 0. So they kind of fade in, and also maybe they go in and out as well. So maybe they go to 50, and I'm actually going to highlight both of them so that they're both doing a relatively similar effect. And they sort of go up and down, so you can see them and then not see them, and then not see them. If that's making sense to you, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. And it sort of comes in and out of focus, if you will. And just like that, they should be on 0 again, 0. And then we've created this effect where they come in, they're just kind of spinning around a little bit, and they're also pulsating, right? Which is pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm liking it. We can press Control-S and save this as Intro Stinger. Relatively cool. Now, also, what I want to do is I want to just go ahead and export that as one. Now, I'm going to create another one because that one was a little bit crazy, in my opinion. So I want to make one that's a little bit more sleek. So this would be cool maybe for like some sort of gaming channel or something like that, or, you know, some sort of YouTube-related situation, right? However, what I also want to do with these two is bring them over here and duplicate both of these so that they actually stay. I just want to duplicate the keyframes by pressing Control-C and then Control-V, of course. And then we've actually created an interesting little intro stinger right here where stuff's animating around. It's got that text Jack, and also something we can do to make it have a little bit more depth. And I'm going to create one more after this. Is just go over to Effects and type in Drop Shadow. Get a little bit of drop shadow onto the first one. Bring the distance, no distance, but just to create a little bit of perspective between them. I want to actually drag some drop shadow to it, and also get some drop shadow on the one below it. And then we can actually just go ahead and turn this off. Get a little bit of drop shadow on the Jack text, right? So we've actually got this one below as well. Should be not so intense, I don't think. Just a little bit intense, just so it can kind of amplify itself a bit. And then the Jack text is going to want to have a nice sharp drop shadow, just like that, I think. And just like that, if we go ahead and press the space bar, play this up, we've created a relatively interesting, nice little intro stinger. It comes in and out of kind of focus, if you will. It comes in and out of opacity. And just like that, we've created something that is relatively cool in a pretty damn short space of time. In fact, I just want to go ahead and get these T's up, right? And I don't actually want it to go below 80. So I want to have 80 on that one. Maybe it builds its way up to 100, but then it drops down to about 80. Drops down to about 80 on the opacity. And make sure to highlight both of them so that they're kind of both taking effect. I go over here. That should be back to 100. Or really, I'm just highlighting both of these, right? 100, cool. This should be 80. That should be 100. 80, 100, 100, 80, 100, and back down to 0. So just like that, we've created it a little bit nicer. I think that's looking more sleek now. And just like that, we've created a pretty cool little intro stinger. And I want to explore one more, just to mess around with it. We're in here. We may as well go ahead and do it. So let's actually comp this. So right click it, go to composition, and type this or call it stinger number 1. Right? Stinger number 1. I'm liking it. Now let's actually just go up here and export it real quick. So let's actually go here to add to media encoder queue. Let's actually wait for it to load up. 2 seconds, maybe 3. Here we go. Media encoder's on the screen. We're gonna wait for it to pop up into our project that is about to export. So we're waiting for it to pop up here. Sometimes it can take a little second to appear here, if you will. And I'm just gonna click back onto it and see where it's at. So it's taking a second. It pops up though in the end. Go to QuickTime, and of course this is a stinger. So we want to go down here and make this an animation. We want to export with transparency. Make sure to go 8 BPC plus alpha. Come over to our record drive, and it looks like we have wanted to come over here. And oh, that's the wrong drive. Here we are, Adobe After Effects Masterclass. And we're actually just going to go ahead and go to exports and call this stinger number 1. So we're going to save it. Awesome. And we can go ahead and export it. Wonderful. As we can see it down there, it's doing this thing down there. And it turned out to be pretty cool in the end. It turned out a little bit weird at first, but we were able to do it. Again, this is total freestyle, right? So I haven't necessarily plotted anything for this, opposed to just the fact that I want to just make something cool. So we built something like that. Now, let's go up here and make a whole nother sequence. This is going to be stinger number 2. All right, stinger number 2. Awesome. With this one, I want to go ahead and make a round shape. So let's actually make a round shape. This one's going to be just like that. And I like green. My favorite color is green. But for the purposes of switching it up, we're going to make this one blue. So let's actually go over here. Let's get kind of like get a relatively nice light blue. I'm liking that. And I want to press S, and I want to untick the actual properties here. And I want to just go over here to probably half a second, right? So about half a second. Make a keyframe, bring it over here, and just go ahead and make this 0. So we've got this effect where it opens itself up, right? It opens itself up, and what I want to do next is get some text, pop here, and call this Jack Cole. So I'm literally just using my name. By all means, use your name or whatever the case may be. This seems like just an obvious solution. I'm pressing Y to get that into the middle, by the way. I'm stretching this out here. I'm bringing it over. And I am actually going to bring that up a little bit. And as soon as the kind of the sort of shape begins to take shape, right? So about here, right? I'm actually just going to go ahead and turn my keyframe on to the end and again untick it. And what I actually want to go ahead and do is bring this to about 0. And just like that, we've got this effect where we get this opening up like that. And in fact, what I think should even happen is maybe it's like this as well. So what we do is we actually, no, I'm gonna undo that. But what I'm gonna try and do actually is just play around with this. All right, so maybe even have this here. We're gonna have a look. Nah, I'm gonna undo that. So essentially, it builds itself up, and then actually opens up, builds itself up, opens up, and of course, scale-wise, we want it to be increasing. So as soon as it gets to there, we want both of these to be increasing. Now we want to lock them. So it builds itself up, and then it starts to get a tiny bit bigger. Builds itself up, and again, I want to highlight these. Go to right-click, go to right here, ease, ease. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and make these not quite as intense of a build-up. All right, so maybe just like a tiny build-up. Build them up the tiniest bit, then go over here, have the tiniest build down. Let's have a look at this right now. And in fact, I'm just going to press Control-Z to undo that, and I know exactly what I'm doing right now. So I'm actually going to go over here, and I want to get some behaviors. So I want to go to Animation Preset, Behaviors, and let's actually go down here to Wiggle Scale. Drag Wiggle Scale. In fact, try highlight both of them so we can get a wiggle scale onto both of them. But in fact, actually, we have it build up, and then let's actually Control-Shift-D, click them, and actually, yeah, go to Pre-Compose. I'm going to call this one Pre-Comp 1. That's absolutely fine. Let's actually throw some wiggle scale on there and see how much that's doing it. So I actually want to bring that down to 5%. Probably about a 5% wiggle amount, which means it's actually moving around a little bit, right? And then maybe around the 5-second mark, it disappears again. So we press S, and S. Go ahead and press Control-C and Control-V. Again, Control-C and Control-V. And I just want to swap these around. So I want to bring that there, bring this here, bring it over one more frame, bring it one more frame here, or actually one frame next to this one, so we know where to push it over to, and then it's actually gone again. And then we can actually press N to seal that off, and we can actually go over to our Stinger 2, give this a play. It comes on, it builds itself out a little bit, and then it closes itself again at the kind of 5.5 second mark. We can press N to seal that off, and I want to actually do a little bit further messing around. So I want to go in here, I want to go to Drop Shadow, bring that onto the text, get a nice bit of distance going there, and we've actually got this kind of cool drop shadow that we got here, and I want to do a relatively similar situation to the actual text itself. So we got this, boom, comes onto the screen, and this is looking a little bit more clean this time. So we can actually let this play itself out, do its thing, and maybe get a little bit more softness on here. So for the back one, we want a tiny bit of softness so that it is just sort of a little bit smoother on the background. And just like that, we've built a pretty nice new intro stinger from scratch. And you know, it's pretty nice. But there's one final thing that I think we can get away with doing, and that is an R, our actual rotation, right? So if we actually just go ahead and pop that there, and we actually try and we try and do a full-blown 360. I'm just freestyling this. Like I said, guys, I'm freestyling it, so we're gonna see what happens. Let's have a look at what we're dealing with here. So it's not actually looking like a freestyle of the rotations really worth it, actually. But just like that, we got a pretty cool, nice little intro stinger. I'm liking it. It's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. And we are actually going to be rolling with it. So I'm just going to go ahead and play that through one more time. We can go up here to composition, go to add to media encoder. Of course, our media encoder is closed from last time, which we probably should have left it open. It probably would have saved a tiny bit of time if we'd have left that open right there. But we didn't, and that's absolutely fine. We're going to wait for it to pop up in our queue, our export queue, if you will, and it should pop up any second, just like that. We go to QuickTime. We're going to readjust to animation again. Go back down here, make sure to actually have 8BPC plus alpha, and export this as stinger number 2, and then we can actually just go ahead and press play. Phenomenal. There we go. Done and dusted. Exports itself. Wonderful. I'm going to click off that, and I'm actually going to have a look back at both of them. So this is our first one, of course, with a transparent background, or this is our first one we'll play first. So boom, Jack pops up onto the screen. They're spinning around each other. They're doing their thing. And the Jack text is rotating, and then, of course, it spins out again, and that is our intro stinger number 1, a nice green intro stinger. Intro stinger number 2, a tiny bit more clean, maybe the tiniest bit more corporate, if you will, and it's extremely nice as well. So, guys, that right there is the intro stinger exercise, or the intro stinger bonus episode, if you will. You guys are doing amazing. If you've made it to here, I mean, maybe you skipped to the end. I'm not entirely sure, but ideally, most of you guys made it here because you've completed the course. You're absolutely smashing it, and these are just a couple fun little exercises to final it off. See you guys in the next bonus episode. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course. We're continuing on the bonus section. This is how to make a lower third, and we're going to animate it too. So a lower third is exactly what just came on a second ago. It's a Jack Cole and jackcole.tube, my YouTube link, right? And pretty much we're going to explore how we build one of those for yourself, basically, right? So let's actually go up here to composition, go to new composition, and let's just create a brand new comp. Now, what we're going to be using is creating the outline of the shape first. So let's actually build a little shape down here, right? Let's create the shape nice and easy, sort of position it nicely. And I'm going to actually choose a different color this time. We did green, then we did blue. why don't we do red? But why don't we do kind of like a darker shade of red? I like this. I'm going to go for a red and black look for this one right now, all right? So once we've created that, a cool thing that we can do, let's just scale it around a little bit, have a look at what's going on. But I realized that the center point is here. Now I'm going to be using the mask tool for this, okay? So I'm actually going to use the mask tool to kind of swipe this on, if you will. I want to swipe it on, and then I want to swipe it off, probably over the course of maybe 4 seconds or 5 seconds. So it's going to go from 0 to half a second, right? So I want to go grab our pen tool, right? I want to actually just go ahead and create sort of just like a diagonal shape like this, right? And essentially, this is going to make sense in a second, right? And I want to actually go ahead and get the press M, or actually, I realized what I've just done right there. I've just created another shape layer, right? But essentially, what I want to do is I want to create a mask. So let's actually build this here. All we're doing right now is creating another shape within it. So what I actually probably want to do is just go ahead and pre-compose this so the mask could take effect. Let's actually just go ahead and draw a sort of diagonal just like that. I just had to kind of back up on myself for a split second. Press M, and actually, if we actually go down here and get the mask, what we want to do is we want to actually, first off, create the path right here, and we want to bring that over to the beginning. So it starts here, but we actually want to make it sort of complete, and we want to make it complete by actually transferring all the way over to cover the particular shape that we've created. So we want to actually turn up the feather as well, so it creates this nice sort of fly-on effect. And just like that, we've created this animate on to this shape. So just like that, over the course of a couple seconds, it animates on. And in fact, I could even get the mask and see what it's looking like if it's up here a little bit. So pretty much it sort of fully brings itself on. And let's have a look. That's looking nicer right there. So I want to just go ahead and get that off. And pretty much over the course of about half a second, it brings itself on. And then as soon as it brings itself on, what I want to do is I want to create some text that's going to be there as well. That pretty much brings itself on as well, but from the other side. However, what I want to do is just press Control D and duplicate this. And I actually want to do a couple different facets to it. So I want to bring this up a little bit, press S, and make this one a tiny bit smaller, and just have it up here as well, right? So what we do is it looks like both of them come on, but I want that second one to come on slightly afterwards. So it goes just like that. They both bring themselves on. And what I actually want to go ahead and do is go ahead and get some text. So the text is going to be titled just after my name. So I'm going to call it, Jack Cole. That's my name. So I'm going to bring that down. Actually scale that down a little bit, and we want to throw that into the name tag section. So let's actually bring that onto the top, bring it over here, put it in the name tag section. So we've actually just done the Jack Cole name tag here. So it does bring itself on. However, the text is going to come on next, of course. We know that the text is coming on next. Now we want to press Control D, duplicate that again, come down here, and actually just type in jackcole.tube. Jackcole.tube. And in fact, what we could actually do is bring that there, but also perhaps have some text straight above it, where actually that's the second line of text, and just write in website with the little kind of colon, so that people know that that's the website. And we want to highlight it and just bring the positioning right over here. So we go down to paragraph and we just tick that side, right, so that it's sort of coming in from the top side. All right, and we bring this over, scale that up a nice bit, bring it over a little bit, throw that right about there. And just like that, we've got the website, jackcole.tube. But we can actually make the website white. We'll make the website white so that it kind of just adds a little bit of a difference between the Jack Cole and the jackcole.tube. And let's call this one lower third. Call this one lower third. And right now we've got the kind of lower third itself that flies itself on. However, we want to actually also bring this out a little bit, right? So let's actually go ahead and see if we can just drag that over a bit so that it extends a little bit nicer. And just like that, that animates itself on. However, what we want to do is we want to animate on the text itself as well. And the way we're going to do that is we're actually going to hit them both, and we're actually going to right-click, pre-compose them, and we're going to create another mask covering them. And I want to actually just go ahead and create a mask that goes from here to here, and of course goes out just like that. And we have actually successfully masked it. Now let's actually go ahead and press M to get the mask on. Go get the path, and the path should go over here a little bit, or the path should actually be right there. You're right. Probably right about there. And then over the course of the next half a second, the mask itself is going to, we'll click off and reselect it so we can bring all of them over. The mask is going to bring both of them on. But of course, what we also want to do is open up the mask and bring that feather up to about the same, about 65 or so, right? So now, if I press Control S to save that, we can go to the beginning. And just like that, we have a lower third that animates itself on. The shape itself animates, and also the text animates. Now we could even bring this over a little bit and see how quickly we can do this. So just like that, just as the shape completes, the text throws itself on there as well. And just like that, that is more or less the animation itself done and dusted. And we could even slow it down a little bit if we wanted to. Just like that, we have actually animated a lower third onto the screen. Now, a cool way, of course, I think you guys might actually predict what I'm about to do right now, to be honest. A cool way to actually get these going even further is going to be to drag and drop some drop shadow straight up. So let's actually bring these two shapes down, though, and pre-compose them to make them one layer. And we can actually go ahead and just drag some drop shadow onto the shapes themselves. So we drag that on. Let's bring it up a nice bit, and let's get that softness going a fair bit as well. And let's bring it maybe down the tiniest bit. So now, if we actually go from the beginning, we run from the top, we got a lower third that animates itself on. It says Jack Cole, website, jackcole.tube. And just like that, we've built a lower third that can be used, and also it can be customized, because we can go into the shapes and say we wanted to, we had a sudden change of heart, and we were like, you know what? I hate red. Pink is my new favorite color. We could get that pink. We could copy the color code, the color number code right here, and we could go back. We could get the other one. Oh, and it looks like it's a duplicate of the same shape, so it affects it. And just like that, we press the space bar to play, and we've created that lower third right there, right underneath it. And we can press Control S and save that, and we've created a pretty nice little lower third that animates itself on in a pretty cool fashion through literally the click of, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes of time here and the click of a couple buttons. Nothing too crazy at all. Now, of course, how would we reverse it? Very simple. All we want to do is actually just go back into the text themselves, click them, or actually, my bad, they were on the pre-coms, weren't they? So we press M and M onto that so we can find both of them. And we want to go to probably around maybe, the 4-second mark or so of here, actually. Have a look. That's a mask path of this one here. And let's have a look at what that's doing. Awesome. So we can actually go over here, maybe to about the 5-second mark. And we can actually just go ahead and highlight our two keyframes, press Control C and Control V to copy paste them, and then just swap them around, because we know that one of them is the start and one of them is the end. And we can actually just bring those to about there. And the text now animates itself back out. But of course, we want to have the actual path animating itself out as well. So we press Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. And again, we literally just switch these around. We get the first one, we bring it here. We get the other one here. We bring that here. We bring that there. We bring that there. We bring that there. And we can go back to comp number 1. We press play by space, and it animates itself on. It's then going to sit on the screen for about 5 seconds. In fact, we can watch that one more time. Animate itself on. Sit on the screen for about 5 seconds, which is, a nice amount of time for people to be able to read what the website is and everything. And then, of course, it's going to simply animate itself back off. But right there, we have a look that we probably want to animate the text off a little bit quicker first. So just like that, the text animates itself off, and we can literally just adjust this. We're literally just adjusting the keyframes. And then we can press N at the end. Once everything's kind of finalized, we press N. We can go to the beginning, press spacebar to play it. We have Jack Cole website, jackcole.tube, that animates itself on, and then it brings itself off one more time. And in fact, I think I might even want to just click on here, or actually probably just click onto here and get the jackcole.tube text, and maybe try and maybe trying to level it up a little bit just to make it a little bit more full, if you will. It seemed a little bit stretched there. That's looking a little bit nicer. We press spacebar. Again, to play it, it's got to just sort of figure out what's going on, render what's actually happening, and then towards the end, it brings itself off. And just like that, guys, we've created a lower third that, again, is completely customizable. Say, finally we backed out. We were like, nope, pink, we hate pink, or whatever the case may be, right? We actually are still able to switch to our shape tool up here and change that around. Maybe even we want to just go for, maybe like a dark green or something like that. And just like that, we press spacebar, and we have created a lower third in under 10 minutes, extremely simply. And, it's all done simply using the mask tool, the shape tool, and the text tool. 3 very simple tools, nice execution of it. I just want to bring this over one frame because it does look like the shape was gone before the text, which we want the text gone before the shape, or ideally at the same time. And just like that, guys, we built a lower third in Adobe After Effects that you guys can use to promote yourself in whatever upcoming project that you particularly have in the future. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe After Effects Masterclass course, continuing on or even finalizing the bonus section, and we're going to be doing how to edit a music video. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a throwback because we're actually jumping back into the footage from the green screen of Tommy, the rapper that we used, and we're actually going to draft up a triple person scene. Now, if that doesn't make much sense to you, let me load up the actual music video, right? This is what I'm talking about. So this kind of triple bench effect. So these are all 3 different scenes, and we've used the masking tool to bring these guys on together. So essentially, we're going to try get one of them in the middle, one of them on the other side, one of them on the other side, and pretty much merge all these together. So we got 3 different versions of Tommy, all singing different lyrics of the song. As you see, so he says, like, the version on the left says one thing, the version on the right says the next bar, the version in the middle says another one. They kind of go back and forth, and it's a pretty cool, interesting effect, and I think that we're going to just try and explore how to create it together. So what we first want to do, before we import anything, actually, is actually drag and drop the song in here. Now, of course, we could drag that in right there. We can go to the first clip, probably, which I think is this one, because we need a clip here to actually base the project around, right? We're going to drag and drop that in, go up to composition, new composition. Let's actually look here. It's 23.97. All right, so we can go 23.976, and we're going to be producing about 30 seconds of it. So let's actually go here. Let's drag and drop our footage in, and let's actually just let's bring it down to probably 50, which means that it's filling the screen, because of course the screen is 1080p, but the clips are recorded at 4K, so we got a nice bit of room to work with so that we can stretch it out. Let's just press spacebar and play it through.
Looking forward or looking at the camera?
Forward.
Yeah?
No, at the camera.
So even more. Yeah, right there on that. Okay, it's looking like this is probably not the clip, actually. I'm going to go over. This is looking like it's the clip. So we have to do a couple tests. And this right here, by the way, it's a very tricky effect to actually put together, especially when you're dealing with an outside environment, because the light keeps changing of the actual environment. So you've actually got to, to actually do this effect, ideally, the light on each scene has to be the same. And the sun kept coming out and going down, so the scene looked a little bit inconsistent. But we're going to be able to do it together, and, we're not going to stop till we got a nice bit of this done. Let's press space and play this through and find the drop. So it's looking like that is the actual drop right there. He says, I got bars, and we're actually going to press Control-Shift-D to chop that down. And now let's actually import the song and find that exact bar as well. And I'm pressing double L, to actually get the beginning of the song.
I got bones.
Nice. So that right there is the start.
Got bones.
That looks like it's the start.
Got bones.
Or I think it's actually here.
Bones.
Yeah, that's the actual drop right there. So we're just chopping it down, and we're going to sync it up and play it. Okay, nah. We've got to go over a little bit. See, it's gonna be a little bit tricky to set this up, but we're definitely gonna do it. Oh, let's bring that over. Bring that over again. There you go. Okay, cool. So we can actually mute the other layer now, and we know we've actually done it. Now let's bring this all the way over there. Awesome. And leave that just starting on the actual bar. Now pressing Control-S and we could call this music video edit. Just saving the project. It's a very good habit to have. And then let's actually go over until we find the next part, which is right here. I'm just going to play it quickly definitely. And see if this is good.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, that's looking at it. So we want to get the other version of him, the one that is on the left-hand side now. And we want to simply drag and drop that in, bring it over here, and bring it into the front. Press S, actually make that 50 so it's fully on the screen. Press LL to open up the waveform so we can see what's happening. Mute the song or just play.
Let's get another full clean one.
So I'm directing him that we want another full clean one because apparently the other ones weren't that good. So I'm gonna keep going over. Let's drag it along until we find him actually starting the rap, because it takes a second until he actually begins. So I'm just dragging this over, and of course we're dealing with 4K footage, right? So it's gonna be a little bit laggy, but it looks like he's probably about to start.
Old man Cockney style, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's give this a play.
Oof, reload.
Yep, he missed it. This was definitely a fun shoot to do, I'll be honest. As you can see by his facial expressions right there, we're clearly having a bit of a blast doing this right now. And it looks like it's about to start. It looks like somebody just ran past. Someone was jogging. Yeah, there's a couple joggers going past. That's another problem that we were dealing with. Okay, let's keep dragging it over.
Stay on this side more, shouldn't I?
Okay, so I'm actually going to press Control-Shift-D, delete that, just bring it all the way over here so we're starting from the beginning. And I'm actually just going to drop this to quarters. So
yeah.
Play it a little better.
Stay like as over to that side as you can, yeah.
Press LL again to bring that up. And it's fiddly. This is a very fiddly effect. The triple person effect.
We're just going to keep rolling now with this shit. Why not?
I have to go there, right, man. It's too windy.
Super windy.
So windy.
I know, it's fucking crazy.
Oh my god. Let's keep playing this.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna have to keep going over a little bit. I'm just literally trying to listen out for the lyrics. So that's the next bar, I believe. Let's have a look at it. There we go. Looks like we actually finally found it after plenty of time trying to figure it out. Now quickly, to seal this off, to actually start the effect, let's literally just draw a circle around him right here and mask it off. And just like that, if we actually open up the mask, we could throw some feather on there too, and it'll be a little bit less of a hard cut because the lighting was a little bit different in this area. So let's actually pop that up, and now if we mute it down and we start it from here, and I actually play it from here. Amazing. So against all the odds, we've started to do it now. We have this effect where they're both rapping a different lyric. Of course, it's very, very intense right now. Amazing. So far it's looking pretty good. And they're kind of trading off the different lyrics. Now, first off, one thing I want to quickly do, which actually, you know, I think it's looking fine. Now what we got to do is we got to find the one in the middle. The monkey in the middle, if you will. We're going to drag and drop this one right here. And this is a tricky effect, I'm telling you right now, people, especially when you're working with environment, right? Environment is, when you're working like against the weather almost, it could be such an absolute pain to have to you know, work around stuff. So when there's lots of wind or when there's, you know, whatever the case may be, it could be a real pain. So what we're going to do right here is just press LL, and we're actually going to delete the other clip. We're actually going to drag and drop this over and go ahead and press the space bar.
Yeah, just more input.
Yep, I'm telling him to really squeeze in so we can make sure we're fitting this. And we got to keep going over, and we'll find out where he's actually starting the rap. There was a lot of directing on my part going back and forth because obviously he understands how to spit the music, but for me, I'm actually the one editing it down. So I'm aware that, you know, there's going to be certain problems if he's not kind of positioning himself correctly.
Tiny bit to your left. Tiny.
Yep, there we go. Listen to me. Say tiny bit to your left.
Tiniest bit to your left.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. So I think I heard the beats right there. Restarting it. There you go. I'm hearing the start of it right there. Let's go back. There you go. That little drop right there. So this is a live example of how tricky this effect can be sometimes. Not sometimes, damn near every time. So now that we've done that, we can actually go here and sort of just draw an outline around him with the pen tool, and we should be able to have formed the effect. Now, how long it lasts for is another thing in itself, but it is definitely a good little effect right here that we got going on. And all we got to do is give it a play. And it looks like it's not loading up the scene behind it for some reason. Press M. Let's get the mask up. Let's actually turn up the feather, right? And it looks like we should have achieved this effect right now. So if we actually go to the beginning and we go ahead and bring that over, and we actually go ahead and just press the spacebar to play it, we should have started this effect. Well, of course, we got to mute that top layer, and we got to unmute the actual song. And I'm actually going to want to turn it up to full, even though it's going to be pretty tough to actually go ahead and play this on full right now, based on the fact that it is a relatively intense sequence. But as you can see, the sun has already started to take effect right there, because the middle version of Tommy is by far the brightest, and then the other two are a little bit more dark. And it looks like this might be a little bit tricky to play. We might have to maybe drop it to half, for example, because we're dealing with a very intensive project right now. And to be playing it all the way through is very tricky. But dealing with this, honestly, what actually might do a little bit better for us is to pre-compose and see what happens when we pre-compose. And I'm just pressing spacebar to start playing, to start trying to play. But because of the fact that we're dealing with 3 4K files here, it's performing very slow. And it's looking like it's really not trying to perform on half. So just like that, here's one of the other problems that you're dealing with. You see right there, because of the mask, when he brings his hand right here, the hand is actually going into the other mask, as you see right there, which means that it's getting cut off a fair bit. So I'm trying to bring that over, right? It's definitely getting cut off a little bit. So I'm going to bring that back down to quarter, and we're going to start playing this. Now that's definitely not going to work. We're going to have to go into the pre-comp. We're going to have to get the actual mask, and we're going to have to just bring that down a little bit and attempt to allow room for the hand movement here, which is happening. And as you see, it's pretty crazy. Just like that, we've done a relatively interesting job of creating the effect. However, we're still dealing with a little bit of unnecessary problems where the hand is actually making its way in here a little bit too much, more than we'd probably like it to. As you see, when it goes over, we don't want the hand to be getting chopped off. So we're trying to do our best that we actually can to see if it will actually, not be able to be cut off by just adjusting that mask. And this project's very intensive on it right now, so we're trying to play it through. We're trying to play it through indeed. And of course, it is really not working too nicely with us on full, which ideally we would want to be watching it on full so we can really see what's actually happening. Even though on quarter we can see what's happening, but it's just not as precise because we can't fully make out what's going on. However, if we do come here, and as we see right here, we've done the effect pretty nicely. I think it's not till later that the middle Tommy starts to actually talk. but we're not able to play it on full based on how intense this is. But we are able to play it. We are able to play it on quarter. Very, very interesting for sure. I think what we could do actually is go ahead and press B to get that start point. And it says 6 seconds, so let's actually go over here to maybe the 26-second mark and press N. And what we'll actually try and do is we'll actually go up here to compose. We'll go to add to media encoder. And instead of actually trying to preview it inside the program, I'm just going to try and straight up export it. And we'll actually watch it back together and see how effective the effect was. Although we could see a nice rough preview, it would be nicer to watch the thing in full quality. And of course, if we're exporting, even though the preview's set to quarter, the actual export final project will of course be full because it actually exports in full quality. So we're actually going to wait for this to export itself. We're going to give it a second, and as soon as it pops up down here, we can adjust the settings, which I think will probably be still set to animation based on the fact that we did the animation last time, and they like to give you the same settings as last time, just in case you're sort of on a roll with using a certain type of settings. But let's wait for it to pop up into here, just like that it has, and it has actually chosen the previous settings. So let's go to H.264, by far the slowest, by far the fastest, and the smallest file size, right? Even 24 megabytes is the file size. Let's actually navigate our way to the After Effects Masterclass. Go to Export and go to Triple Music Video Scene. I'm pretty sure Triple does not have two P's. Let's press OK, and let's hit the export button in the top. And just like that, it's going to start working its way through. I wouldn't be surprised if this takes a little while, maybe like 5-10 minutes, something like that. So for the sake of that, depending on how slow it does start going, I might actually just have to come back with you guys. But actually, it's looking like it's going down relatively quick. And in fact, if we actually enlarge this right here, we could see the preview happening right down here. So they're definitely taking turns wrapping. The middle one wraps, or the left one wraps, the right one wraps, the left one wraps, and the white one, the left one wraps. That's a little bit of a tongue twister. The left one wraps, the white one wraps. The left one wraps, the white one wraps. That was definitely messing me up a bit. But it's looking like it's actually fully rendering this far quicker than it was preview rendering. And one of the actual explanations for that is the fact that it actually is just processing the video on its own, opposed to the program trying to process the preview for you and run the entire program in the background at the same time. So it's sort of like the same situation as rendering inside of Premiere, opposed to rendering in the media encoder. If it has to work on more than one thing, if it has to work on too many things, it's going to start glitching out. But once you actually direct the full power of the program just towards the actual program itself, or the actual render itself, it starts going pretty nicely. And just like that, we're going to let this finish, and we're going to see how effectively we've been able to chop together these three guys. And believe me, this was no easy task when we were producing the actual music video about, what was it, 6 months ago or something like that, 6 to 8 months ago. It was beyond no easy task. It was an extremely hard task, actually. And it was a very, very tricky process that only in the end we were really able to figure out. So we're letting this figure itself out right now. We're letting this do its thing, and it is about to finish. Just like that, it has finished. We can actually go ahead and navigate to our data. Go here, go to exports, and we can actually play it. We'll double click, we'll wait for it to actually open itself up, and we can actually watch it through and see if it goes on. Oh, so we actually go back, and I'm going to start it from the beginning. Alright, so it's interesting. So it looks like halfway through the left one, actually the phone rang or something like that happened. But it looks like now they return and they just start dancing. Absolutely hilarious. Oh my god, that's crazy. And it kind of looks like he's tapping the middle one now. But it starts off pretty funny right here at the end of the day. Amazing. So I believe if I actually do take a trip back down memory lane, right? And I return to the project, I believe one of the reasons why I split this up and put other scenes in here, which if you have a look when it starts playing, they're not on for very long. As you see here, they were only on for about maybe 3 seconds. So from 4 seconds to 6 seconds. They're really only on for about 2 or 3 seconds. They're actually on because we actually kept messing up, and we'd have to bring it back. But this is what the effect does really look like when everybody's at play. And more or less, it's a very fun effect. It's something that, I put together in quite a long time. And just like that, we absolutely done it. So thank you guys for joining me on this. We didn't get it absolutely perfect, but we broke down the essence of the triple wrapper effect, exploring the mask tool. Thank you guys for joining me on this journey. It has been absolutely amazing, and I'll see you guys in an upcoming episode.